I'm in the midst of sights I can remember only in dreams. I wonder how many times I've met him now, or is it her? I guess it doesn't matter. As usual, I can't make heads or tails of what they're saying, so I decide to just let it go in one ear and out the other. Still, one comment does reach me clearly. That's right. Dayaomin is your enemy. The first time I laid eyes on that silver hair, I never thought we would be a part of each other's lives at all. I'm sure the majority of my classmates had the same first impression as I did. Everything about Dayaomin was a rejection of others, and his overbearing attitude and tendency to dress like a rocker were a means of distancing himself from the rest of us. But we became friends. Haruaki was a major part of it as the go-between, but that alone isn't enough to really connect with someone. Kazuki Hoshino, right? I can't put my finger on it, but there's something strange about you. That was the first thing Daya ever said to me. Even so, I believed he meant to be friendly, and I could always tell he really enjoyed talking with me. But then he had to say what he did. You're mixed up with O, aren't you? We're on our lunch break right before midterms, and he's sitting casually next to Maria in the cafeteria when he drops the bombshell. Daya, have you received a box? Maria asks the question for me, as I'm too stunned to speak. Clearly, I don't need to answer, so why are you even asking? Of course I have, and I'm talking to Kazu here. His mum can shut up and butt out. Maria lets out a dramatic sigh and falls quiet, giving me a look as if to say he's all mine to deal with now. What exactly does she expect me to say, though? Daya takes the lead, ignoring me as I simply stare at him, unable to respond. I always knew something strange was going on. Otonashi showing up, you confessing to Kokone, not to mention all the other stuff. Daya touches one of the earrings in his right ear. Then I met O, and it all became clear. It happened in that moment. It was like, oh, so this freak, for lack of a better word, is responsible for all the crap that's been happening recently. And then O told me about their interest in you. I continue to sit quietly and listen, unsure of what Daya is getting at. I realized I wasn't the only one who found something off about you. You see, Kazu, after a year of observation, I've figured out something about you. Daya fixes me with a piercing gaze as he continues. It's like you're floating, somehow. Floating. The word makes no sense in context, so it takes me a moment to realize I haven't misheard. It's like you're watching us all from somewhere slightly above. You are where you are, but deep down, you're maintaining a certain distance. You're not part of the group or outside of it, you're just above it. I frown, unable to parse his meaning. And yet, you still cling to your everyday life. I used to have no idea why you'd want to keep things normal, but when I spoke with O. I learned you refused one of those wish-granting boxes, and I finally understood. Daya speaks forcefully. Your goal is to crush other people's wishes. That's not true. I'm surprised at how loud my voice is. Still, this is where I draw the line. The reason I care so much about normalcy. Is because I believe searching for something is proof you're alive. That's why. Don't make me laugh. So he says, but his eyes and mouth aren't so much as smiling. If that's true, then are you seeking something yourself? Answer me. Of course I am. I stop short. I am. I have to be. But for some reason, I can't say it. I'm sure it still hasn't properly formulated in my mind, and that's why. It's because you want to keep seeking. HMPH. Even if I accept what you're saying for the sake of argument, that still brings up another question. Why have you become like that? Why am I so obsessed with maintaining normalcy in my life? Actually, now that he mentions it, have I always been this way? I don't think I have. So when did I? Something surfaces in my mind. It's a person. But I can't tell who they are through the haze. I don't know who that blurry form belongs to. I don't know. If I'm being honest, I would recognize that silhouette through all the fog in the world, wouldn't I? Hers. Do you get it now? Daya interrupts my thoughts, and the one I was beginning to see vanishes back into the mist. Get what? No matter what reason you try to assign to it, you're just clinging to normalcy because you've been conditioned, like Pavlov's dog. All I care about is keeping my life normal. If so, then it's the same impulse that makes you walk all over other people's wishes. Listen, Kazu. Daya says my name as casually as he always does. I have a box. Now I'm in opposition to your everyday life. What are you gonna do? I have no idea what Daya's wish might be, but if it's going to throw my life into chaos, then you know the answer, right? Daya lightly touches the earrings in his right ear as he emotionlessly makes his position clear. That means I'm your enemy. Our term end tests have already come back, so we're focusing on our July classes about as well as we would on a throwaway match in a tournament. Okay. While we're at the hospital, don't you say a word about going to the mall later. Kokone says as we make our way to Mogi's hospital room. She's been wearing her hair in a bun lately. That goes double for you, Haruaki. I know that. Oh really? I heard people have been using this new word Haruaki that means oblivious. Never heard of it. The only new word I know is KK, which means shut up. Hey, why do my initials mean shut up? Kirino, if Mogi overhears you shouting, your thoughtfulness will go to waste, Maria points out. Tee-hee, Kokon giggles, then winks and sticks out her tongue. Is that supposed to be cute? Haruaki mutters, earning him a glare from her. This is par for the course between those two, and I sigh before entering the hospital room. I'm greeted by the sight of a magazine with a shirtless macho man on the cover. Kasumi, She quickly shoves the magazine under a blanket. Hey, everyone. What's up? You're earlier than usual today. An awkward smile appears on her face. Maybe we saw something we shouldn't have. Kokon and I give each other a look of silent agreement. Let's not even touch this one. Hey, what have you got hidden there, Kasumi? But it's no use. We have Mr. Oblivious with us. I am not hiding anything. You can't lie to me. Maybe it's a porno mag? Show me. Show me. I've always wanted to know what kind of porn gets girls. Oh, Kokon gives Haruaki a sharp jab with her elbow. Yeah, that was the right way to shut him up. Don't worry, Kasumi. We didn't see anything. I mean, you've been stuck here in the hospital all this time, and yeah, things get a little pent up, right? Nothing is getting pent up. Her face bright red, Mogi waves her arms in denial. That's not what this is at all. It apostrophe s. Well, she purses her lips and hesitates for a moment before pulling the magazine back out from under the blanket. On closer inspection, I can see that despite the buff model on the cover, the contents are actually about yoga, proper physical training techniques, and similar topics. It's a magazine with exercises in it. It's not porny, huh? Hey, she's right. Sorry about that. But why did you hide it? For some reason Mogi looks at me and not Kokon as she softly replies. I mean, it looks a little strange for me to be reading it. Now that she mentions it, I instinctively glance at Mogi's arms. Her pale limbs used to seem so ready to break, but now they're a bit sturdier. Still delicate, though. Following my gaze, Mogi seems embarrassed for some reason and hides her arms behind her back. I thought it might help out a bit with rehab, she explains. It's already been 4 months since the endless repetition came to an end. Mogi's broken bones have mended, and she's begun the rehabilitation process. Her return to school, once such a distant dream, is now that much closer to becoming reality. Before too long, Mogi and her wheelchair will become a fixture in the classroom. She'll be a part of my normal daily life again. Just like when Maria wasn't. Hey, Maria, do you not like Kasumi or something? Haruaki asks the moment we step into the shopping mall. It's something both Kokon and I have wondered, but we've never been able to actually voice our concern. Haru, you scare me sometimes, Kokon says. Why? Haruaki can't even read between the lines. He really is frightening. Why do you think I don't like her? Maria asks Haruaki with a casual lack of emotion. It's just that I've never seen you and Kasumi actually talking to each other before, you know? I mean, it could be because I've never seen you two together without anyone else around, either. Listen up, Haru. Kokon pulls Haruaki toward her and whispers into his ear. They're rivals in love. That's why things are weird between them. I'm sure you get that, at least. Kokon. I know you're trying to be thoughtful, but we can hear everything you're saying. Haruaki is staring at me with a grin on his face. Man, he really knows how to get under my skin. Maria lets out a sigh at their antics. You're free to interpret things however you want, but if the question is whether I find it easy to talk to her, the answer is no. Woo, do I smell a rivalry after all? Yui, if someone were to treat you like an insect and then plunge a knife into your stomach, would you be able to talk to them without anything weighing on your mind? Pardon? I'm joking. Haruaki and Kokon look at each other in response to Maria's deadpan question. Guess I'm the only one whose heart is aching from her near revelation. Anyway, that's enough of that. Now it's time for the main event, finding some clothes that look nice on Maria. You'll probably be fine no matter what you wear, though. Damn you and that model figure of yours, says the girl featured in a fashion magazine the other day. Wait, so what does that have to do with any of this? Just listen and you'll find out. On our days off lately, I've been bumping into Maria in her street clothes more often, and she's obviously completely neglecting her fashion. It's not that her sense is bad, just that there's no personal flair. And when I asked what brand she wears, she said Uniqlo. Maybe it wasn't always that way, but Uniqlo isn't right now. The company has invested considerable effort into selling a wide range of high-quality products that are also low-priced. They are superior. I wear Uniqlo, too. But that's not what I'm getting at. It's just that I put more I don't know effort into being my ideal version of myself. I've had it. I can still compete with you when it comes to this, damn it. Don't worry, Kieri. You have her beat in the chess department, if nothing else. If nothing else? Quit being stupid, Haru. Big boobs aren't the only thing Kokon's words fade as she carefully looks Maria over from head to toe with dismay. Come on. Don't tell me there's no way I can win. What the hell? You'd better become Miss whatever it's called, the prettiest in the world. Then I can acknowledge that you're beautiful without feeling bad about myself. Kokon, beauty is in the eye of the beholder, you know. Okay then, Kazu, which one of us do you think is better looking? Why aren't you saying anything? Even if it's a lie, you have to say me. That's a tall order for him, Haruaki commented. Shut up, you barely qualify for average. What? I am above average, and that's putting it mildly. Thanks to their yammering, we're beginning to attract the attention of the other customers around us. This always happens when Kokon's around. Hey, Kokon, don't you think it's about time you? Kokon stares me down after I speak up. Oh man, I'm about to get tangled up in this, aren't I? Hey, Kazu, you wanna know what I really can't stand about Mari's wardrobe? It's that you two are almost exactly the same height and share clothes. Huh? Is that bad? Kokon's eyes go wide at my words. The heck? Why do you look so shocked? Don't go saying apostrophe. Huh? Is that bad? Your sensibilities are out of whack. I almost passed out when I saw you and Mari wearing the same t-shirt on different days. You know, I really don't get what the problem is, so I look over at Haruaki. She's right. Man. He shut me down, too. You know what you are? You're one of those guys who doesn't think twice about downing the rest of a bottle when the girl he likes can't finish it, aren't you? Isn't that normal? As if to demonstrate his point, Haruaki flings his hands toward the sky in exasperation and lets out a sigh. Hey, what was that for? Now do you see why I'm trying to get her to buy clothes, Haru? All too well. Now that those two have joined forces, the selection of clothes for Maria begins according to Kokon's plan. Still, Maria herself seems to have little to no interest in shopping, so she just offers comments on the options Kokon throws at her and occasionally tries them on under duress. As I watch, I wonder if Kokon must be unhappy because Maria isn't buying any of her suggestions, but she actually seems to be enjoying herself. In her words, I have an unparalleled beauty as my doll for playing dress up, and that's fun enough. As a guy, I can't say I relate. As for my fellow man Haruaki, he seems to be content ogling the female customers and staff at the shops. I kind of envy the way his mind works. Actually, I don't. At all. Standing there by myself, I suggest taking a breather to Kokon, who has been going full throttle this entire time. I have no idea where she gets her energy. 3 hours later, she eventually accepts. Phew. I'm finally free, at least for the moment. You seem like you're having a good time, Haruaki. You know it. I spent my time ranking all the girls I saw, so I feel like I got something done. The top of the list was one of the girls working at the last store, he replies. Kokon is not amused. She kinda looked like our student council president. Didn't you think so, Hoshi? Well, now that you mention it, I guess she did, a little bit. Are you sure? Counters Kokon. Our president is way cooler in my book. Hey, that reminds me, have you heard of the Superhuman 3? Of course I have. Haruaki says. Well, I have encountered the term, Maria adds. It seems like the only one who hasn't is me. Who are these Superhuman 3? Okay, so in our school, there's one student in each year who has amazing scores, right? Well, as you can imagine, all 3 of them have something special beyond just their grades, so someone started referring to them as superhumans. The label fit so well that eventually everyone in the school started using it. And I'm guessing Maria is one of them? Yes. I don't really care what people say about me, but I don't relish being the center of attention. You're saying that after the stunt at the entrance ceremony? So, if the first year is Maria, and the third year is the president, then the second year Superhuman is. Kokon stops on the verge of saying the name and becomes visibly upset. So the last one must be Daya. Daya had vanished without a trace after announcing he was a box owner to me that day in the cafeteria. He hadn't come to school, and he wasn't at home, either. He hadn't said a word to Kokon or Haruaki. Kokon is furious about the entire thing. She can't believe he would just up and leave without telling her. Of course, it's just a roundabout way of expressing her concern. Kokon probably believes Daya's absence is temporary. That's why she can be angry about it. But as for me, I can't help but think this might be more permanent. I mean, he did receive a box, after all. He removed himself from our everyday lives. Still scowling, Coco drains the rest of her caramel macchiato in one go with a little few before continuing. I couldn't care less about that asshole, but the point is that the superhuman 3 are unusual, no matter how you slice it. I can see what you mean about Maria and Dayo. Is the president incredible, too? She is. They say her grades are good enough to get her into Tokyo University, no sweat. She goes to national tournaments for her sprinting and long jump in the track club, and she's even modernizing school regulations as part of the student council. But apparently, it's also easy to see why she's amazing even if you don't know any of that superficial stuff. What do you mean? This is just the story I heard, but the president isn't a super fast sprinter during practice. She even gets beat by other members of the team sometimes. When it's the real deal, though, she always wins and gets a new best time. So she slacks off during practice? No, number 2 her. The goal of practice is to expand her potential. The goal of actual matches is to get results. That's why it makes sense that she would be at her fastest during matches, where all the weight is placed on displaying her abilities to the fullest. According to her anyway. You see? I don't really get it all, but it's still awesome, right? Yeah. Sounds like she's from another dimension, right? Coco quickly checks to make sure our drinks are finished, then smirks. Okay, it's about time we got back to dressing up Maria. I honestly don't know if I can stand any more waiting around. Kate Coco, I have to make it home in time for dinner, so I'd better be going. What? Coco pouts. Just one more shop. They have some clothes I absolutely have to see Maria in. The next place Coco leads us to gives off a strange vibe even before we go in. Pretty much all the clothes are black and oddly frilly. I just know this'll be perfect for you. You'll be little goth Lily Maria. Haha. The overly excited Coco holds up a tacky black dress with tons of frills. Maria's face understandably twitches a bit as she accepts the garment. And I'm supposed to wear this? Yep. By the way, what do you think of gothic Lolita fashion, Mari? It doesn't feel grounded in reality. Then it's perfect for you. Yikes. Kay kinda dropped a bomb there, don't you think? I look over at Maria fearfully. Fortunately, she seems more concerned with the dress Coco forced into her hands than the comment. Now we need a headdress, or maybe one of those miniature hats, Coco says, rummaging through the accessories. Maria sighs. If you really don't like it, then you should just say no, I offer. Maria looks between the goth Lily dress and me as she asks, do you want to see me wear it, too? Huh? I'm asking if you want to see me in this. I don't know exactly what she's getting at, so I answer honestly. Well, if I had to say one way or the other, I would say I do. I see. If it means that much to you, I'll try it on. Hey, it doesn't mean that much. I'm only going to wear this because you said I should. You really are hopeless. Okay, wait, does Maria actually want to try it out herself? And thus, goth Lily Maria arrived. Am I good? Mari, step on me. Just step on me. Whoa, what do I do? She broke Coco. My selection was too perfect. Don't you agree? Kazu? Why yeah, the style definitely suits her, no doubt about that. Haruaki is over the nodding with a satisfied expression, and even the staff here are peeking into the changing area. That's how good it looks. Maria, meanwhile, is staring at nothing in particular with her arms crossed, apparently unsure how to react. Hey, Kazu, is that it? Is what it? I dunno. Shouldn't you be acting more impressed? You know, gaping like some idiot as you unknowingly mumble, so beautiful. And then Mari overhears you and gets embarrassed, so she acts tough to try to cover her blushing, like, HMPH, so you like me when I'm dressed like this? And then you're suddenly all like, no, you're always beautiful in my mind. You're gorgeous, and then you and Mari are both just standing there, sheepishly blushing like some cheap sappy drama. And then I punch you. No, you're so boring. You're the type of guy who goes to karaoke and only sings ballads nobody else knows. Even worse, you're not really good or bad at it, so no one has anything to say about your singing. Whatever, Kazu, you don't matter. Hey, Mari, can I take a picture? Absolutely not. Maria's gaze flicks away as she says this, her arms still crossed. Wait. Don't tell me she really is embarrassed dressing like this? What are you smiling about, Kazuki? Huh? You were leering at me. It would appear the real reason you wanted me to try this on was to humiliate me. That's not the case at all. Come here. I step in front of Maria, ducking in anticipation of her anger. Goth Lily Maria assumes a commanding pose, her arms folded. Does it suit me? Wondering why she's asking me this, I nod quickly. I see. Maria removes the lacy white headdress. Looking at the accessory in her hands, the corners of her mouth turn in a smile. And then, for some reason, she plunks it on my head. It suits you, too. What? The look on Maria's face is pure delight. I only tried on this get-up because you claimed you absolutely had to see me in it. Isn't that right? Isn't that right? Yes. I listened to one selfish request from you, so now it's your turn to humor me, right? Sure, I guess. This fits me perfectly. You and I wear the same size, so that means it'll fit you, too. Maria brooks no discussion as she tells me, put it on. And that's how I became a gothic Alita. I groan at the awful sight of myself in the changing room. I'm sure Maria only wore this because she intended to get it on me from the very beginning. She was cornering me so I couldn't refuse. Now that I think about it, she was looking back and forth between me and the dress when she was holding it. Hey, you should be dressed by now, Kazuki. Hurry up and open the door. Maria, why did you do this to me? Because I absolutely have to see you in Gothlalai get-up. Why else? And of course because I wanted to see you embarrassed, too. Maria hasn't bullied me like this in a while. Well, I can't stay holed up in the changing room forever. I steel myself and open the door. Ha 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 ha. Kokon immediately points and laughs. I would be okay if Kokon, Maria, and Haruaki were the only ones out front, but for some reason the staff and even a few nosy shoppers are there, too. What is this? A public execution? Ha 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 ha. You're adorable, Kazuki. Kokon crows, whipping out her cell phone and turning it toward me. She can't be serious. Stop. Don't take pictures of me. Sorry. I have to. And it's not just Kokon. Haruaki and even Maria are snapping away, and after she didn't let anyone take pictures of her, too. Now even the customers who don't know me are getting in on it. Don't worry, Kazu. You look very cute, Maria adds. I'm not sure how to take that. Now then, time to send it. Hold on, Kokon. Who are you sending it to? Huh? Kasumi, who else? What do you think you're doing? I thought you said it would be better if we didn't tell her we were going to the mall. Are you dumb or something, Kazu? There are such things as priorities in the world, you know. You're the one who's stupid, Kokon. This is too low. My phone begins to vibrate almost immediately. I open it fearfully. I have one new message, and the sender's name is Kasumi Mogi. The message consists of only a single line. Cute. Screw it. I don't care. I wake up to a stench pungent enough to give me a headache. A gasp of surprise at this sudden turn of events slips past my lips. The last thing I remember is diving into bed hoping to forget the potentially lifelong trauma of what happened today. I probably fell asleep after that. But then, where am I? It's black and dark. The air is thick with desire, like someone put it in a pot and boiled it down into a syrup. The atmosphere is sticky and sultry, clinging to my body. Viscous and gluey. Over all me. Hesitantly, I get to my feet. The view filling my eyes is all black, looming close and threatening to overwhelm me. I fight off the urge to collapse by planting a foot forward. I notice a faint light within the darkness, a weak, pallid flickering. It's like those electric bug zappers they have out in front of convenience stores. Even though I know it's the last thing I should do, I find myself compelled to approach. It seems to be about 5 yards away. Even so, each time I take a step forward, it feels like it's getting that much further away. My senses are ignoring reality and drawing out the distance. Squish. My foot hits something. I look down. It's a girl's body. Ha. As I struggle to get my breathing back under control, I look down at her again. She's a young girl I don't know with long hair, wearing pajamas. Wait. Maybe I have at least seen her somewhere before. Maybe just enough to be somewhere in my memory. She's not breathing, but she's not dead, either. It's more like she's just stopped. I check my own clothes. I'm dressed the same way I was when I went to bed, in the t-shirt and shorts I use instead of pajamas. I think I get it now. This girl and I were probably brought here while we were asleep, and this must be the inside of that box. I finally arrive directly in front of that pale light. Upon closer inspection, I see it's coming from the cabinet of an old arcade game like the ones you'd find at a rundown hot spring inn. On the display is what appears to be the title screen for something called Kingdom Royale. I spot someone standing next to the game cabinet. Dayo. He's no different from before he disappeared. Piercings and all. Long time no see, Kazu. What's it been, 2 months or so? He's speaking like we're about to have a normal little chat. I have plenty to say to him. But first I ask the obvious question. Is this your box? Do I really need to answer? He's right. It goes without saying that Daya has finally used his box. Tedium is a monster. Some people might even try to slay it with a bullet to their own brains. I frown, unable to parse his comment. He smiles and clarifies. It's a line from the book Hataki no Etude. What's all this about, Daya? The wish I made with this box, The game of indolence. I still have no idea what he's getting at. You're confused, I guess. Someone who enjoys mundanity like you probably doesn't even have the capacity for boredom. Well, let me tell you, it's a source of unimaginable pain and suffering. Is Daya saying he dragged us in here for the game of indolence because he was bored? If so, it doesn't get much more selfish than that, not to mention ridiculous. Judging by your face, I'm guessing you're unwilling to try to understand me. People without imagination are always full of themselves. You can't fool me. Using a box to relieve your boredom is just stupid. That's fine if you don't care to listen. Just remember, some people out there do feel that way. Well, maybe they should change that. That's not possible. It's an issue with their core as a person. You can't just rewrite someone's true nature. That apostrophe s. An excuse. Alright, then how about you correct your twisted obsession with normal life, too? I shut my mouth. No matter what you do, no matter where you go, there's no escaping who you are inside. Just like how an ugly person will always be ugly no matter how expensive their clothes are or how much time they spend on makeup. You can't change something immutable. So boredom is unbearable for you, but why does it have to be that way? There's lots to enjoy out there, you know? That's just the way your core nature works. It catches and alters everything that happens. Things you find enjoyable will just be tedious to someone who's naturally bored. And yet, here we all are, jealous of you and your abilities. I'm nothing special. I know because I can see the limits of my own faculties. I will never accomplish anything and never obtain anything. I realize that now. I'm shocked at the bluntness of his admission. I never would have imagined someone like Dayo, who always seems so sure of himself, could think this way. If someone consumed by boredom uses a box, the results will only stave off the tedium temporarily. That's why this is all just a diversion. A pointless game. Dayo's mouth twitches up in a smile. All the same, it's still very important to me. I can't seem to make heads or tails of his logic. But I'm now well aware that I'm never getting through to him with words. Hey, Dayo. What kind of box is this anyway? Dayo smiles faintly, then grips me by the shoulders and pushes me down onto the seat in front of the arcade machine. It's just a little game for warding off ennui. There's no meaning beyond that. So, still maintaining a firm grip on my shoulders, Daya leans in and whispers into my ear. How about we engage in some meaningless slaughter? Daya's thumbs have dug in under my collarbone so I can't escape. The screen in front of me begins to waver and sway. It's like I'm drunk. Squeeze. In the midst of the intoxication, something grips my head. Something is reaching out from the screen of the arcade machine. It's a transparent hand, and it has a hold of me. The inside of my head is crackling. More and more see-through hands appear. More, still more. The new limbs seize my head, my arms, my legs, my stomach, all of me, until my entire body is covered in them. Daya coolly ignores my angry glare, then says, "See ya," and that's when the hands drag me in. Day 1 Kazuki Hoshino's room. I wake up with a start in unfamiliar surroundings, and my eyes fall upon a naked light bulb and a bare concrete ceiling. What is this room? I can feel myself about to lose it. So I review what I can remember of what happened. I'm sure I was sleeping on my bottom bunk. I don't remember moving from there. I don't remember leaving or meeting anyone, either. I look around the room. The space is about the size of 6 tatami mats with an exposed toilet and sink. There's also a table in the center of the room with a hemp sack lying on top of it. What sticks out the most, however, is the cutting-edge 20-inch monitor embedded in the wall, completely unbefitting this cell-like chamber. I suddenly lower my gaze. I'm dressed in my school uniform with nothing in my pockets. I reach into the hemp sack on the table and pull out its contents one at a time. A pen, a notepad, a blue digital wristwatch, 7 sets of solid rations, a portable device that looks exactly like an iPod Touch, and then, a knife, with a solid heft to it. I slowly pull off the cover. The blade is thick, and it even has a serrated edge. It's an authentic combat knife, just like the ones the military guys use in the movies. What there? Why is this here? It's clearly a weapon, an implement of warfare. Is someone trying to make me fight? Or to put it another way, do I have to fight? With a shake of my head, I toss the knife back in the bag. Realizing my body is trembling, I take a breath and try to collect myself. I survey the room again. No windows. I can't spot any vents, either. There is a single, extremely heavy-looking door. I think about opening it, but then I notice there's no doorknob. I try pushing against it lightly, but it doesn't even budge. I totter unsteadily toward the bed and plop down. What the hell is happening? I don't understand. I don't understand. But this is not normal. It's not normal, not my everyday life. I see. So maybe it's good_morning. My heart almost leaps from my chest at the sudden voice. I swivel my head, and on the previously black monitor I spot. What even is that? It's bizarre. Whatever it is. Good_morning_Kazuki. Though the greeting itself is friendly, the voice sounds purely mechanical and devoid of intonation. On the monitor is a lurid primary green dot bear, I think, maybe. The creature's eyes have a sharp glint, and its overall misshapen form isn't cute in the slightest. Pretty gross, honestly. How _are you? I am the mascot Noiten. Nice to meet you. The mouth of the bear, Noiten, moves up and down, although all the sprite is doing is raising and lowering its chin. Like I said, creepy. What a horrible character. This would scare any kid to tears. Who the hell are you calling horrible, you pig? You want me to smash your balls and make you a eunuch? Not that it wouldn't suit you. He spoke back to me. And not only that, but he's incredibly vulgar and really fluent. All of a sudden, those wide open, bloodshot eyes are terrifying. Can you speak to me? I can. The weird inflection is back. I guess he's designed to only speak smoothly when he's angry. Noiten, that's Mr. Noiten to you, you presumptuous sack of trash. Be polite. Mr. Noiten. I don't know how I got here. Could you tell me where I am? Inside _a_game _kingdom _oil ll explain more later when everyone has gathered but everyone. You mean I'm not the only one here? Okay, asshole, if you don't learn to let people finish before butting in, I'll rip out your tongue. I'm sorry. The door is going to open. Outside you will find the players in the game. I will explain more there so wait a bit okay? Noiten says, and the heavy door slowly but smoothly begins to open. May I leave? You can when you are ready. Outside the door is common room. There you will find people in the same position as you are ready to meet those people. And what are we supposed to do? Noiten's face contorts into that disturbing sprite. Kill one another, he says. Huh? What the? Before I can finish speaking, the monitor shuts off. The door fully opens at exactly the same moment. What is that? An inky black darkness like desire-laid bear leads out from beyond the door. So there's a room out there? I find that hard to believe. I'm pretty sure refusing to go isn't an option, though. I put on the blue wristwatch lying on the table and stand in front the door. I try to talk myself down as the terror threatens to overwhelm me. You'll be fine. Everything's gonna be okay. I know nothing good lies ahead. But this is the inside of a box, so she'll be here. Maria will be here. That's how I know I'll be okay. And with that, I plunge forward into the darkness. Day 1. The common area. The view changes instantly. The first thing I notice is that it's white. Unnaturally so, like a newly built hospital without doctors or nurses or patients. I have just enough time to take it in, and then, I'm knocked flat. Before I have time to wonder what happened or even register the pain of slamming against the floor, I'm staring down the point of a knife. What's your name? I finally process the situation as I see a girl with mid-length hair holding the weapon out at me. Your name is I'm guessing number. I want you to tell me your name here. Who is this person? Kazuki Hoshino. I notice she's wearing the uniform from my school and has an orange digital watch on her left wrist. Unsurprisingly, it's the same as the watch I'm wearing, just a different color. Does that mean she's another player in the game? Wait. Has the killing already started, and this is checkmate for me? Hold up, this is unfair. Just as the situation looked to be too much. Kazuki. Yeah, just hearing that voice makes me feel a million times better. Do you know him, Otonashi? Yes, I do. The girl with the longish hair returns her gaze to me for a closer examination. She says. She stands up, her expression never changing, and moves away. I don't really get what happened, but apparently, she's let me go. Are you all right, Kazuki? Maria comes running up. Why yeah. I answer as I grab her extended hand. But why exactly did she? Whoa. At the sound of yet another voice, I stop short and turn around to see what's happening. The same girl has turned her knife on a boy with brown hair. What's this all about? He asks as his eyes move to take in his surroundings. He seems surprised, but he's also calm enough to be curious about us. You're awfully relaxed, the girl comments, noticing the brown-haired boy's attitude. Nah, that's not true. I guess once I saw in your eyes that you weren't going to go through with it, I knew I'd probably be okay. The girl answers him with a meaningful huh. She then withdraws her knife and lets him go. Oh, is that it? Yes, go ahead. She backed off from the brown-haired guy just like that, too. Why does she keep doing that? Now that he's off the hook, the brunette acts like he's completely forgotten what just happened to him. Oh ho, 3 young beauties. Today's my lucky day, he says with a carefree smile. 3. Let's see. There's Maria, the girl with the knife, and then, next to the big monitor in the room, I spot a girl with long hair curled up in a small ball, as if trying to hug herself. Her skin is pale, striking a contrast with her deep black hair that gives her a very trim and neat appearance. And then there's the beige watch around her wrist. It's okay, Yuri. With a kindness not shown to us, the knife girl smiles and pats the black-haired girl on the head. The other girl's fearful face relaxes slightly, but the darkness soon returns to her expression. What's going to happen to us? We'll figure something out. Guess those two know each other. You're the Kazuki Hoshino, correct? I look away from the 2 girls and toward the one who spoke to me. It's the guy with brown hair. Do you know me? Of course I do. Everybody knows you and Marichi are a set. Don't tell me you forgot about that epic entrance ceremony. As he answers, I notice his worn-out school uniform, silver necklace, and green digital watch on his arm. Now that I think about it, everyone here is dressed as a student from our school. So what's your name? Oh yeah. Hey, President, it seems like the gang's all here, so how about we do a round of self-introductions? He says to the knife girl. President? Does he mean the student council president? One of the superhuman 3 Kokon was talking about? You're right. That might be a good idea. Now that I think about it, I've heard this same clear articulation through a microphone many times before. This girl with her confident smile. Yeah, no doubt about it. She's the president of the student council. So that means I'm supposed to lock horns with a superhuman in a game of kill or be killed? Is this everyone? The president asks the brunette. There are chairs for 6, so I'd think so. Yeah, you're probably right. Huh? 6? Hold on a minute, there's only 5 of us here. Kazu, you got A's in that head of yours? I hold my breath. The 6 chairs are arranged evenly around the rectangular table in the middle of the room, and he's sitting in the farthest one from me. Dayo, dressed in his school uniform, Dayo's lips curl up in a little smile, and he raises his arm with its black digital watch as if to say, long time no see. We haven't seen each other in 2 months, we're finally meeting again in a place like this, and yet he's greeting me like it's been hardly any time at all. What? You know each other, too? I see. President, does that mean you're nervous about us joining forces? For just a moment, the president seems caught off guard, but then she sighs and says, do whatever you want. This time, Daya smirks. What was up with that little interaction? It's like they're already squaring off for battle. Or maybe it's already begun. Is that why she pulled the knife on me? So I'm the one without any friends here? Being the odd man out sucks. The brown-haired kid clutches his head dramatically as if completely unaware of the tension between the two. Given his behavior, I wonder if he has any idea what's happening to him. Okay, right. Self-introductions. The president says, shall we give that a try? Let's have a seat in these chairs. Since they've set them up for us. I sit directly across from Dayo, and Maria sits next to me. As I thought. There's a watch on her wrist, too. It's red. Now then, I'm sure you might already know a bit about me, but I'll go ahead and start. Can I say something first? Maria interrupts, glaring at the student council president across from her. What? I didn't stop you earlier because I didn't get the feeling you were really going to hurt him. But what was the point of threatening Kazuki? Oh, that? The president explains, completely unfazed by the angry gaze directed her way. If that ridiculous bear told you the same things it told me, then everyone already knows we're about to play a game of killing, right? That being the case, I figured someone might try to get a head start while everyone was confused, and if I did what I did, it might deter them. So in essence, I was just doing a bit of risk management. Hey! Daya snorts derisively at that explanation. The president is openly upset. Okay, I'm pretty sure you're Daya. I've heard rumors about you. What was that sneer for? Oh, just thinking that was an awful lie. Risk management? Do you really think anyone here is bloodthirsty enough to try to kill everyone because of that bear? It was all your plan to get the drop on us and establish a mental advantage, right? Don't worry, the only one who will pull that is someone who's already considering the possibility, like you. A plan to gain a mental edge, eh? Wrong. So wrong. I'd never go for a plan with so many disadvantages that'd just get me on everyone's bad side. maybe even make me a target. So you were just trying to find the mastermind, gauging everyone's reactions to see if you could catch someone behaving suspiciously? Oh, stop, I wasn't thinking that far ahead. The president responds lightly. But I still can't shake the feeling that a storm is brewing. Come on now, you guys. You're all starting to freak me out here. The brown-haired boy interjects. Fine, but I have to say, you're taking this remarkably well. I can tell you're a tricky one, the president replies. Cut me some slack. This is just what I'm like when I'm feeling off. Normally, I'm pretty quiet. But now I'm just a bit worked up or something. I don't think I'm as nervous as your friend there, though. The quiet girl's shoulders jerk as the conversation suddenly turns to her. I'm sorry. It's okay, Yuri. There's no need to apologize. Sorry, Iowa. The president smiles and shrugs at the girl apologizing next to her. I can just feel all the stress leaving me. Nice one, Yuri. The brown-haired boy gives her a thumbs up. Huh? What? Did I do something? The president starts giggling again as the girl blinks in confusion. Shall we get back to the matter at hand and start those introductions? As you know, I'm Iowa Shindo, third-year student and the student council president. My skill is being able to fall asleep anywhere. My hobby is track and field. You're good enough at track and field to compete in national tournaments, and you call it a hobby? People must hate your guts. Daya interrupts. Well, listen to you. But the simple truth is that it is just a hobby. I'm actually not cut out for track at all. You have to rely on your physical abilities. As it happens, I'm not especially gifted there, which is why I'm not cut out for it. Thus, it's just a hobby. That's what I'm saying people hate about you, says the hateful little boy. The president retorts without even missing a beat. She really is superhuman if she can go toe-to-toe with Daya like this. She nudges the girl next to her, prompting her to go next. I'm a third year, and, I've been one of Iowa's friends since we were in the same class during our first year. Do I really need to say my skills, Iowa? I don't really know if I have any skills. But my hobby is reading. My name is Yuri. Yuri Yanagi. Huh? The word escapes my mouth before I can stop it. Did she say Yanagi? Huh? Did I say something strange? The girl calling herself Yuri Yanagi seems flustered by my reaction. I get a hold of myself and wave my hands vigorously. It's nothing. It's just. I have a friend with the same last name. Oh, I see. Yanagi. No, that'll just confuse things. So Yuri is still giving me a strange look. Are you through, Yuri? The president asks. Yuri looks away. And nice to meet you. Oh great, now she probably thinks I'm some sort of weirdo. Having watched all this with a grin on his face, the brown-haired boy opens his mouth. You're a real cutie, Yuri, dear. Just my type. What? Hold on there, first year. Don't go hitting on Yuri. Don't speak so familiarly to her, either. Just so you know, President, you're a bit too aggressive for my tastes. As if I care. You introduce yourself next. Alrighty. I'm Kaudai Kamiyuchi from first year. Nice to meet you. Oh, and it's especially nice to meet you, Yuri. So, my hobby is slot machines. Oh, the ones in arcades. I mean, Daya seems unexpectedly interested in Kaudai Kamiyuchi, the brown-haired boy, as he introduces himself. So you're Kamiyuchi, huh? I've heard a lot about you. Apparently, you never lose at pachinko slots. That's not true. Well, I guess overall I probably having a winning record. I just have good eyes. Didn't Haruaki Uzui scout you for the baseball team? When you were in middle school, you got a reputation for causing trouble at sports tournaments. I was scouted? I don't really remember, I guess. Either way, there's no chance in hell I'd play high school baseball. Besides, I'm way too delicate for those brutal practices. The go-home club suits me much better. He may not be one of the superhuman three, but maybe Kamiyuchi is pretty incredible, too. Yuri? Why yes. Are you by any chance really smart or something, huh? Oh, not at all. Yuri always has the top scores in Class 1, the president answers lightly. Third year Class 1? That's the class for the elite humanities students aiming for Tokyo University. If she's the head of the pack in there, then that's only because you're in the science class. If you were in humanities, I know you'd be better than I am. Oh, just so you guys know, I got the second best score on my entrance exam. Kamiyuchi chimes in. Looks like we're both second fiddles who can't hold a candle to those cheaters at the top. Yuri. Oh, it seems he's no slouch, either. I'm beginning to see some commonalities among us. All at the top of our classes. Well, I can't generalize too much, since we're dealing with both sciences and humanities classes here, but it seems we're all the first and second best students in our respective years. It's consistent with the number of people. But my grades are only slightly above average. I did pretty good on my finals, but even then, I'm still probably at the bottom of the top scorers, so I swallow the rest of my comment. The student council president, Yuri, and Kamiyuchi all eye me suspiciously. Why did I say something that strange just now? Just to confirm, Otonashi and Oamine are both number 1 in their classes, right? The president says, looking at me. I nod silently. I see. She has a pleasant look on her face as she speaks, but her eyes are not smiling. Then why are you the only one who's different? I flinch in the face of her overpowering question. What gives? Why are they looking at me like this? You can only afford to be so eager. The president's gaze moves away from me. To Maria. Why are you getting so intense before you even know what this game is about? Does that mean you agree with the killing and are all for taking part in it? If so, then you're the one we need to be on guard against. That's right. It's not like anything has started yet. Prompted by Maria's words, Yuri peeks over at the president as she gives her 2 cents. In response, the president stands quietly with her lips pursed for a moment. She doesn't seem especially miffed, but more like this is just a habit of hers when she's thinking. She draws her mouth into a line, then lets out a long breath and replies, "You're right. Maybe it is a bit crazy to start suspecting someone just because they don't fit the theory that all of us are overachievers. Carrying around baseless suspicions could trip us up at some point. If you want my input, the most suspicious of us all is our high and mighty president here with her penchant for jumping the gun," Daya says. Ha ha ha, I'm suspicious. Go take a look in the mirror. Daya smiles happily at the president's words. What are we doing here? Are we already trying to find the culprit? The question shows an obvious inability to keep up with the situation, and the president's mouth quirks upward slightly. I don't know if I would say we're finding the culprit so much as just figuring out who we need to be on guard against. One of us could be the mastermind orchestrating this game, or maybe the mastermind's accomplice who's trying to facilitate the killing. Basically, if I can learn who they are, then I want to expose them before we pass the point of no return. The mastermind? Mastermind or whatever. I already know who the culprit who set all of this in motion is. There is no other possible culprit aside from him. But I'm beginning to understand that I can't simply say this. There isn't any room for clumsy announcements here. I'm already under suspicion simply because my grades aren't high enough. Going against the flow would only make them doubt me even more. I wonder what would happen if I just said Daya caused all of this by using the powers of his box as an owner. It would sound totally absurd. The only thing that would accomplish would be to convince them I cooked up some crazy lie to get Daya in trouble. That's why I can't say anything about the box, no matter how right I am. I'm sure the reason Maria is just brooding in silence is because she understands this, too. Now underscore then underscore now underscore then underscore now underscore then. I underscore can underscore see underscore that underscore the underscore paranoia underscore is underscore really underscore starting underscore to underscore kick underscore in apostrophe m underscore happy underscore to underscore see underscore things underscore are underscore going underscore as underscore expected. We all simultaneously turn our gazes to the big monitor in the center of the wall. On the screen is the same decidedly uncute bear from before. Seeing it on an even larger screen just makes the creepy factor all the more apparent. The president sneers at the monitor. Well, if it isn't the scare bear. Watch your mouth and call me Mr. Norton. Just because you're the student council president of a single school doesn't mean you don't smell like piss, so don't get any ideas you're something special. The president is smiling confidently, but Yuri lets out a small yelp and shrinks in shock at Norton's sudden sharp tongue and upsetting sprite. She isn't especially short, but there's definitely something about her that reminds me of a small animal. People often say the same about me, though, so it's not like I can talk. Just get on with the explanation. Scare bear. Are you too dumb to understand language? I hope you die first. Hey, your presidency. We won't get anywhere at this rate, so how about you pipe down for a bit? Fine, fine. In response to Daya's caustic remark, she shrugs and closes her mouth. After a bit of silence, the image of Norton returns to normal, and his speech resumes its normal unsteady manner. He's probably calmed down. Now underscore I underscore will L underscore explain underscore kingdom underscore oil. We watch the screen quietly. This underscore is underscore a underscore game underscore of underscore kill underscore or underscore be underscore killed underscore but underscore more underscore precisely underscore it underscore is underscore a underscore game underscore of underscore seizing underscore the underscore throne. We all look at one another as we listen to Norton's explanation. As underscore the underscore players underscore of underscore this underscore game underscore u underscore will underscore each underscore be underscore assigned underscore a underscore class. The underscore classes underscore are underscore king underscore prince underscore double underscore sorcerer underscore knight underscore and underscore evolutionary. Each underscore has underscore its underscore own underscore abilities. And how will we know our class? You underscore can underscore check underscore your underscore class underscore on underscore the underscore monitor underscore in underscore your underscore room. By underscore the underscore way underscore they underscore are underscore touch underscore screens underscore so underscore you underscore can underscore operate underscore them underscore in underscore various underscore ways underscore depending underscore on underscore your underscore class. The president scowls as she listens to the rest. Now underscore then underscore before underscore I underscore tell underscore you underscore about underscore the underscore classes underscore I underscore will underscore explain underscore the underscore setting underscore of underscore kingdom underscore oil. This underscore kingdom underscore is underscore ruled underscore by underscore a underscore despotic underscore king underscore who underscore has underscore tried underscore to underscore invade underscore other underscore lands underscore many underscore times, and Norton. Maria cuts off the bear as he begins to launch into a prologue like the ones people usually skip when they play video games. What underscore is underscore it underscore Maria? We don't need all that, just cut to the chase and tell us what we have to know about the game. What the hell sort of attitude is that to take when someone is kindly trying to give you a thorough briefing? You've got a lot of nerve for a kid who reeks of piss. He's back to the bloodshot eyes. You just said Shindo smelled like piss. 2. Your vocabulary is weak. If a bird trapped in a cage has time to kvetch over that, then you should probably spend it thinking about how to stay alive. Seemingly satisfied, now that he's said his piece, Norton's image returns to normal. Looks underscore like underscore I underscore don apostrophe t underscore have underscore a underscore choice apostrophe ll underscore just underscore tell underscore you underscore the underscore main underscore points. First colon underscore the underscore timetable underscore must underscore be underscore strictly underscore observed break underscore it underscore and underscore you underscore will underscore be underscore automatically underscore eliminated underscore so underscore be underscore careful. What happens to us if we're eliminated? Compulsory underscore execution. The air grows tense. By underscore beheading underscore naturally. Idiots underscore who underscore can apostrophe t underscore keep underscore a underscore schedule underscore deserve underscore to underscore die. Yuri's eyes are wide and unblinking, as she comes to understand that execution means exactly that. The color drains from her face. Norton continues without a care about her reaction. Their underscore is underscore also underscore an underscore overall underscore time underscore limit. You underscore have underscore 7 underscore packs underscore of underscore rations. Enough underscore for underscore exactly underscore 1 underscore week. They underscore are underscore magic underscore rations. You underscore can underscore eat underscore only underscore 1 underscore meal underscore a underscore day underscore and underscore not underscore get underscore hungry. But underscore if underscore you underscore don apostrophe t underscore eat underscore at underscore least underscore once underscore a underscore day underscore you underscore will underscore starve underscore and underscore be underscore mummified. Mummified, huh? The president purses her lips while scratching her head. So how do we win this game? I have no idea what we're supposed to be doing. Well underscore the underscore conditions underscore for underscore victory underscore are underscore different underscore for underscore each underscore class. For underscore example underscore the underscore king underscore wins underscore if underscore he underscore disposes underscore of underscore all underscore those underscore gunning underscore for underscore his underscore throne apostrophe ll underscore show underscore you underscore the underscore details underscore for underscore each underscore now. Norton vanishes, and text appears on the screen. The king, a king who assassinated his predecessor to seize the throne and has since conducted many invasions. He is extremely suspicious by nature and plots the murder of any and all who would threaten his position of power. The king is unaware that his paranoia has cost him the loyalty of his subjects. He can ask his servants to commit murder, but he cannot force them for fear they will turn against him. There is no bright future in store for the kingdom under the rule of one who cannot trust others such as he. Abilities of the king. Murder. The king selects someone he wants to have killed and can then ask the sorcerer or the knight to carry out the act. The king may opt not to choose anyone. 2. Switch places. The king may trade places with a double for one day only and avoid being the target of assassination. If the king is targeted during the day while he is switching places, the double will die instead of the king. Victory conditions for the king. Retain hold of the throne, dispose of the prince and the revolutionary, who threaten his position. The prince, an ambitious man, originally third in line to succeed for the throne. He took advantage of the suspicious nature of the king to have the other princes assassinated and is now the immediate heir. He is very wary of being suspected and has thus mastered anti-magic techniques. If he ascends the throne, the kingdom will most likely become even more despotic. Abilities of the prince. Anti-magic. The prince may not be killed by magic. Victory conditions for the prince. Become the king, dispose of the king, double, and revolutionary. The double. A former peasant who both respects the king and closely resembles him. Though he lacks ambitions of his own, he will absolutely never allow the prince, who has continually mocked him, to seize the throne. If a man with no aspirations such as he becomes king, the land will fall into ruin in no time at all. Abilities of the double. Succession. If the king dies, or if switch places is used, the double will have the ability to use murder. Victory conditions for the double. All people trying to kill him die. The prince and the revolutionary die. The sorcerer. A servant of the king. He is close with the prince and is also his instructor in all things magical. The sorcerer is content as long as he is free to conduct his arcane research and has no interest in the throne. No matter how effective his magic proves, no one sees the value of the person holed up in his shell. Abilities of the sorcerer. Magic. The sorcerer may decide whether to actually kill characters selected for murder. Characters he does kill become charred corpses. Victory conditions for the sorcerer. Survive. The knight. A subordinate of the king. Though in service to the throne, he is actually plotting revenge against the royal family that brought ruin to his homeland. The knight believes he will only know happiness once the final member of the royal dynasty has been extinguished. Naturally, one such as he who is consumed by feelings of loss will only fall to the darkness of despair. Abilities of the knight. Death by sword. The knight may decide whether to actually kill characters selected for murder. This ability may only be used if the sorcerer is dead. Characters he does kill will die by decapitation. Victory conditions for the knight. Achieve vengeance. The king and the prince die. The revolutionary. The right hand of the king. As a capable man, he has come to realize that the kingdom is doomed at this rate and is thus prepared to take up the mantle himself and lead the land. It will never be possible for a ruler who has earned so much ire through assassinations to successfully guide the kingdom. The only fate that awaits him is to be assassinated himself. Abilities of the revolutionary. Assassinate. The revolutionary can assassinate a character he specifies. He may also not choose anyone. The characters he kills will leave a strangled corpse. Victory conditions for the revolutionary. Become the king, kill the king, the prince, and the double. The game ends when all the victory conditions of those still alive are fulfilled. Everyone is so absorbed in reading and trying to work through the implications that they don't utter a single word. I stare at the screen with all my might, too, but that doesn't give me any clue of what I should do next. All I know is that the ominous words murder and assassinate prove that we really will be killing one another in this game of Kingdom Royale. Hey, Scarebear. How exactly do we use these magic or assassinate abilities? The president asks. Commands _for_ those abilities will appear on the monitors in your rooms. All you need to do is press the button to perform the command. You can kill as easy as you would buy a train ticket. Except for mine. Everyone's faces turn white. I look at Maria, unable to understand why they're reacting so strongly. Maria, don't you see how dangerous this situation is? I nod slowly. Daya looks at me with an exasperated smile. I mean, if I don't get it, I don't get it. Let's say you feel you're in danger. No, maybe that's not good enough. Let's say you've realized your death is almost certain. The only way to avoid this threat would be to kill a certain person. Would you be able to murder that person with a knife, Kazuki? Absolutely not. How about if all it took was a press of a button? I could save my life with a single button, in exchange for the life of another. I don't think I could do that, either. Kill someone, I mean. True, I'm sure you couldn't. But do you think the others would arrive at that same conclusion? I instinctively take a look around me. The student council president. The lady of action. The seemingly cowardly Yuri. The strangely easygoing Kamiyuchi. And then Dayo, the owner. Do you have any conclusive proof that any of the 6 of us here, including you, wouldn't take someone else's life the moment they sense danger? Let's be honest here. I know I don't. I'm almost positive that goes for everyone else, too. Someone here could very well kill me. The thought will probably cross all our minds. I think it goes without saying that paranoia will make the situation especially critical. Don't you agree? But even if we could kill one another just by pressing a button, it's still not an easy thing to do. How about if we're running out of time? Time? It's like that green bear said, there's an overall time limit, namely, that we die if our rations run out. If there's no victors at that point, then we all lose. We die. In other words, I swallow. Our goal isn't simply to win, it's to find a way out of the game. But if we start running out of time, that goal will start breaking down. Someone will abandon the idea of achieving it at all. This person will probably prioritize survival. They'll even start thinking that if we're all going to die anyway, they may as well fulfill their own conditions for victory. And then once there's a corpse, it's all over. Why? There's a dead body. That means we know someone is actively taking part in the game. If we rest on our laurels, they'll end up killing us all. The rest of us will be forced to play the game as well. And that most likely means there will be no end until a victor is decided. No one contradicts Maria as she calmly lays out the facts. We're all on the same page, it seems. The moment the first body appears, it's all over. The bottom line is, we need to think of a way out of this game before someone makes a mistake. So do you understand the game now? _LL_show _you timetable now. Make _sure to follow it and get where you going within 5 minutes of the scheduled time. The previous screen vanishes, and a timetable appears. 12 p.m. Break time. Stand by in your quarters. 12 p.m. 2 p.m. Assemble in the common area. 2 p.m. 6 p.m. Choose a partner for a private meeting by 2:40 p.m. You may spend 30 minutes in the room of the character you select. The king may choose characters to murder. The sorcerer may perform magic, or the knight may perform death by sword. Characters targeted by magic or death by sword will die at 5:55 p.m. 6 p.m. 8 p.m. Assemble in the common area. 8 p.m. 10 p.m. Meal in your own quarters. If you don't have any rations at this point, you will be mummified and die. The revolutionary may perform assassinate. Characters targeted by assassinate will die immediately after being selected. 10 p.m. Break time. Sleep. There _s_no_need to take any notes. The class data and the timetable are your portable devices. Your devices also keep logs of conversations. I hope they come in handy. You mean everything we say here will be recorded? Are you implying you've said something you don't want on record? The president instantly pounces on Kamiyuchi's remark. No, I haven't said anything like that. Here's what you're thinking. Any careless statement from here on could lead to someone guessing your class, right? You're ready and willing to play the game, aren't you? Kamiyuchi laughs ruefully. Ha ha. I don't think anyone would want to give anything away in a situation like this. I can't blame Kamiyuchi for being on guard. I don't want to play this game, either, but I can't help but feel an urge to know the others' classes, especially the ones who will be hostile to me, as well as the oh-so-dangerous revolutionary. That's why I can see us reading those conversation logs. But that act in itself could be dangerous. I suspect that if I ever become anxious and read back over past remarks as my own fears start to swallow me, I could get hung up on the most trivial of remarks and descend into even further paranoia. And then, when I can no longer bear the suspicion any longer, I just might press the switch to kill someone. That's it. Giving us the ability to review what's been said was a way to get us to take part in the game. No doubt about it. Anyway I wish you all good luck. Don apostrophe T let the game end with some boring outcome where you are mummified. And with that, Noiton disappears from the monitor. That damn scare, the president growls. Now that the grating robotic voice is gone, silence reclaims the room. Everyone is quiet, not even opening their mouths. Perhaps now that we know all of our conversations will be recorded, it's harder to say anything that isn't absolutely necessary. In the end, the president breaks the silence. Otonashi, what is it? You were pretty casual about saying our goal is to find a way out of this game, but do you actually think that can be done? Of course I do. You don't agree? To be honest, I believe it would be extremely difficult. I mean, I can tell that in here, both logic and intuition are abnormal. I had kinda assumed it wasn't just me, that all 6 of us felt the same way, but am I right? Yuri and Kamiyuchi nod. I quickly follow suit. Do you really think a place as anomalous as this would really provide a viable means of escape? If so, I'd love to see your evidence. The words sound light, but her tone makes it clear that she isn't going to stand for any questions one way or the other. Everyone else is also staring at Maria like they're members of a jury. She does have proof to back her claims. She knows that no matter how crazy this place is, we can get out if we do something about the box. She briefly glances in my direction, but, it will almost certainly be difficult. But that is our only goal. You may not believe there are any breakthroughs to be found, but our only option is to have faith. Am I wrong? She's keeping quiet about the box after all. Yeah, you're right. It appears the president has accepted Maria's unflinching response. President, you said you think it's going to be difficult to escape from here. That means you intend to play this game of murder, right? With a smug look on his face, Daya cuts in with another sardonic remark. Back at it with the carping, huh? You're wrong. After all, I could never kill anyone. Even if we said the murders committed here weren't crimes, and I could kill someone with just a single button, neither of those things would change the fact that I tainted my hands by taking a life. I would bear the weight of that sin until I collapsed under it and my life fell apart. I have enough imagination to know that, so it is categorically impossible for me to go through with it. Daya clicks his tongue at her perfect response. M. The same, or, everyone here knows you could never do a thing like that, Yuri, dear. Oh, and neither could I, just so you know. If you're going to jump on the bandwagon, try not to make it so obvious. Yuri aside, there's no way I can believe anything you say. Well, hey, come on, don't say that, President. Well, the one I trust the least is Oamine, though. The president is paying him back for that smug jab earlier, but he responds with a cynical grin. And then he goes and says, yeah, I don't mind killing someone if it suits my purposes. After all, he just made an enemy out of everyone here without even breaking a sweat. Day 1 Kazuki Hoshino's room. Your class is the sorcerer. I notice the message written on the monitor as soon as I return to my room. Right. Out of the 6, the sorcerer is the only class that doesn't have any enemies. Phew. I let out an instinctive sigh of relief. Our goal is to not even let Kingdom Royale get started. All the same, it does my nerves good to know my position has no obvious enemies. There's text at the bottom of the screen. No target has been selected for murder yet. Murder, the command that lets the king choose someone he wants to have killed. If the king does pick a target for murder, then most likely the command for using magic, for killing someone, will appear on the screen. I don't want to think about it. Not someone wanting to kill someone else, or me having to press the button. I'm fine, everything's fine, I whisper, trying to encourage myself. The killing won't start so easily. I'm sure none of the others want to start offing one another, either. At the very least, there's no way anything will happen during the early stages when we still have plenty of time. Is that true? After all, Daya is one of the 6 participants. Kazuki. It ''time_for_private_meetings. Noiton shows up with the same unnerving suddenness as ever. I'm used to him by this point, so I look up at the monitor without a hint of surprise. The bear's mouth flaps up and down, still green and still gross. Choose _who_you_want_to_speak_with you''able_there_just_30_minutes. If _you_same_whoever_chose_first_will_go_first. Noiton vanishes from the monitor, replaced by the names of the 6 players, along with our pictures. What happens if the person I choose picks me, too? Nothing happens. You_simply_get_twice_as_long_to_talk. Noiton's voice answers. I ask something else as I look down at the portable device sitting on the table. Will the devices show the conversations I have during my private meetings to anyone besides me and whoever I'm talking to? No. The _only _conversations _that _can _be _viewed _on _a _device _are _those _heard _by the _device _s_owner even _if _you _are in _the _same _room the _conversation _will _not _be recorded unless you actually overhear it. However who you speak with during your private meetings will be noted in the others records so be careful. Who should I pick? Well, I guess there's really only one person. Of course, I press the button for Maria Otonashi. Now underscore then underscore wait underscore a underscore bit underscore for underscore everyone underscore else underscore to underscore choose. I wonder who the others are going to pick. It's just a hunch, but I get the feeling Maria won't choose me. I'm sure she's assuming I'll choose her. That's why she's going to go with Dayo. Okay, it underscore seems underscore everyone underscore has underscore decided. Apostrophe LL underscore show underscore you underscore who underscore they underscore picked. Noighton vanishes again, and now names appear on the screen. As I thought, Maria has chosen Dayo, and Dayo. Dayo has picked me. Why? I can't think of a good reason. With no idea why he's doing all this in the first place, I don't even know where to start. Fortunately, it seems I won't be seeing him until after I speak with Maria. I'm glad the order isn't reversed. If my private meeting with Dayo came first, he would have me in the palm of his hand. With Maria, I can come up with a plan of action. I take a look at who the others have picked. Yuri's and Kamiyuchi's choices are pretty much what I would have expected, but I'm a bit surprised to see that the class president singled out Kamiyuchi. The underscore door underscore will underscore open underscore once underscore it apostrophe s underscore time don apostrophe t underscore worry after underscore you underscore pass underscore through underscore the underscore door underscore you underscore will underscore automatically underscore go underscore to underscore the underscore correct underscore room. Day 1 private meeting with Maria Otonashi. Maria Otonashi's room. The blackness makes it seem as if I might fall into a void. But when I take a step out into it, I find a room almost identical to my own on the other side. In fact, it's so similar that it feels like the room I left simply rotated around me to become my destination. You are sitting on her bed gazing at me. Maria pats the bed and beckons me to sit next to her. We don't have any time for small talk, so let's get right down to business. And what exactly is that? How we're going to get the box away from Oamine. What else? Don't tell me you actually plan on playing along with this Kingdom Royale. Sitting next to Maria, I vigorously shake my head. We're going to put an end to the game of indolence. Our objective is the same as always. The only thing that's a bit easier this time is that we already know who the owner is. But I wonder if Dayo will hand over the box. Maria's brow furrows a bit at my words. That's true. We have to find a way to persuade Oamine. Do you think that'll be difficult? Do you think it'll be easy? I shake my head. We can't persuade him. That means we won't be able to get him to produce the box on his own. In that case, our only option is to crush it by force. Namely, crush Dayo himself. Hey, Maria. If Dayo loses at Kingdom Royale, do you think it would spell the end of the game of indolence, too? That all depends on the nature of the game of indolence, so I can't really say. But thanks to the rejecting classroom, I had plenty of opportunities to learn about Dayo's personality. After observing him for so long, I think if Dayo has made it so others die if they lose his game, he will die if he loses, too. I'm sure you agree, right? I nod. While I can't be certain as long as I don't know what Dayo's endgame is. It's hard to believe someone as prideful as Dayo would exempt himself from the rules of his game. Hey. Maria gazes deep into my eyes as I mull over the situation. Kazuki, do you hope Oamine will die? Huh? She looks as collected as ever, but I can see the slightest hint of unease in her face as she watches me. Of course she would be. It's not too far-fetched to think my last question implies we should get rid of Dayo. I'd never want Dayo to die, I can tell you that. I see, Maria says, and the smile flickering across her face is clearly born from a sense of relief. Which makes sense. There's no reason she'd want to resort to such methods. Getting out of here because Dayo's dead isn't a real solution, I continue. Yeah, you're right. Still, that doesn't leave us any closer to figuring out what to do. At my non-committal reply, Maria scowls and starts to speak. I'm a bit reluctant to do this, but I think we may need to enlist the aid of the others aside from Oamine. Particularly Shindo. If all of us are on the same page, then we have nothing to fear from Kingdom Royale. What do you mean? If we can get them to understand the gist of what boxes are and convince them that Oamine is the owner, then we can make it clear who everyone's real enemy is. We can avoid the worst-case scenario, where no one knows who's going to kill who. Kingdom Royale will never even start as long as no one falls prey to paranoia. But it'll probably be hard to convince them about the box, huh? Yes, exactly. It's going to be difficult to even bring it up when drawing attention puts you directly in a line of fire. Yeah, I can understand why you'd be reluctant to do it. I'm not saying that because I think I'd have trouble pulling it off. Huh? Don't you get it? I talk about who the owner is. I inform everyone that their real enemy is Dayo Oamine. And once I do that, they will all know that Oamine's death will set them free. And they can kill someone with a single button. I automatically choke back what I was going to say. Oamine isn't the type to be easily persuaded. Even if Shindo and the others learn the truth, he's unlikely to call off the game of indolence. What do you think the others will do when they see that? Do you really think they're all going to wait patiently for him to change his mind when we have a time limit, and when they could be killed as well? I don't think so. If things come to a standstill, it's possible that Maria finishes her sentence with some difficulty. Shindo will kill Oamine. That, I stop and take a big breath before continuing. That isn't necessarily true. I mean the president said herself, right? That she could never kill anybody. That was enough to put you at ease? Do you think she was lying? I don't know whether everything was a lie. However, if Shindo was being sincere, that just makes her all the more dangerous. Why? Without a word, Maria stands up, takes the portable device sitting on the table, and fiddles with it. It plays back a voice recording. I would bear the weight of that sin until I collapsed under it and my life fell apart. I have enough imagination to know that, so it is categorically impossible for me to go through with it. Do you see the danger in these words? I shake my head. Here's what Shindo is saying. She can kill as long as she is prepared for her life to fall apart. That sure seems like a really shrewd conclusion, but yeah, I guess I can see how you might interpret it that way. But there's no way she would be prepared to ruin her life without an extremely important reason. Do you think she wouldn't have one? I can come up with one right now. Let's see. Wouldn't saving Yanagi constitute a really good reason in Shindo's book? I fall silent at how easily she fires back. That would definitely give the president enough motivation to cross the line. That's right. We aren't in the regular world. This is an abnormal place twisted by the box. This means many extremely good reasons could exist here. Kazuki, I'm sure you know this, but I cannot kill, no matter the reason. Yeah, I know. I believe you are the same. Can you give an instantaneous explanation, like Shindo did? Her words make me wonder. Why can't I kill anyone? Is it because I believe it's arrogant for a person to assume it's okay to kill another? Is it because I feel pity when I imagine myself as the victim? Is it because my sense of ethics won't allow it? I can come up with several, but none of them really fit the bill. I don't think they're totally wrong, but they're also not right. They're all reasons you'd apply after the fact, and the resulting inability to kill actually comes first. Can't come up with anything, huh? Yeah. I respond with my head hanging low. That's for the best, huh? What Shindo said about her imagination, it isn't right. Those who are truly incapable of killing others don't need any reasons. You and I, we simply cannot do it. She's right. That's exactly how it is. It feels more correct to me than anything else. Coming up with some pretext for why you can't kill and then expounding on it without a hitch. That's unnatural. That speech of Shindo's was nothing more than lip service to a case that she isn't dangerous. But I still think that's more level-headed than acting blatantly hostile like Oamine. Why would Daya do that when he has to know it would place him in danger? Well, given his normal attitude, the claims of I could never kill anyone from Shindo and the others probably don't sound very convincing to him. If you think about it, his personality actually places him at a disadvantage in Kingdom Royale. There's no denying that his general behavior would seem to make him the biggest target. In contrast, the safest would be Yuri. Oddly enough. True. There's one thing I'm curious about, though. Is the game of indolence an external type or an internal type? Maria's gaze sharpens at my question. Sorry, I didn't think before I asked. Why yeah, a box as messed up as this would have to be an internal. It's external. Huh? The game of indolence is an external type box. As for level, I'd say it's around a 5. I'm pretty sure she said the week in the mud was an external level 4. That means we're dealing with a box much more powerful than the one that simply caused people to switch places. But if it's an external type, that means he does possess a certain level of firm belief in this situation. In this case, it's possible the owner has mastered the use of the box. I swallow hard at her explanation. That means we're dealing with something pretty serious here, doesn't it? That's why persuading him will be difficult. Up to this point, all the owners still possessed a sense of logic when they used their boxes. At the end of the day, that's why their wishes lacked confidence and had open seams in them. We were able to dig into those weaknesses and get them to reveal their boxes. But it won't work like that this time. In all honesty, I had trouble believing Daya could use a box so well. He's a realist, after all. He seems like exactly the type of person who would have trouble with a box that consummates a wish, a desire for something that would never happen in reality. At any rate, we won't be able to escape its effects on the real world. The memories of what we experience here during Kingdom Royale will most likely never vanish, and whatever happens will probably carry over into the real world. So that means dying in the game means dying for real. Yeah, it's best to think that. Just to be clear, death has a massive effect, even when we're talking about an internal type instead of an external type. The only reason I'm here unaffected now after losing my life so many times in the rejecting classroom is due to the nature of that box, because it became as if those deaths never happened. If I had perished during the final 27,756th transfer, I would have died in reality, or at least been affected in some way that would leave me functionally dead. I see. So that's how things stand. Dying here is the same as dying for real. That's why we cannot allow Kingdom Royale to start, by any means. To be perfectly honest, I hadn't really felt that much danger. Describing this as a game makes it all sound so frivolous, and a death delivered with a single button. Since this box is divorced from reality, part of me was sort of treating this like events in a game, after all. But I was wrong. Even if a single button is all it takes to kill me or for me to kill, there's no resetting those deaths like we would in a game. Anyway, we don't have time. For now, let's think of what you're going to do in your meeting with Oamine. Okay, we may not have a clue as to how to resolve this situation, but we still need to focus first on what we can do. Well, my guess is, the first thing Daya will do is try to figure out my class. What do you think? You're probably right. By the way, I should warn you, unless there are some sort of extenuating circumstances, you should never, ever reveal your class to Oamine or anyone else. Gotcha. I of course understand the danger of that, but I can tell you, Maria, I'm the sorcerer. And what would you do if my class pit me against you? Nothing. I'd still tell you. I see. I suppose that's how it should be. You and I wouldn't hide such a trivial thing from each other. Maria smiles as she says this, and I feel my face relax a bit at the sight of it. The information could place our lives in danger if someone else found out about it, and she had just described it as a trivial thing. As it happens, my class is the prince. I would have been more relieved if I had gotten the revolutionary. I hear that. The one most likely to kill someone is the revolutionary, the only class that can dispatch others autonomously. But Maria would never make such a mistake, even if the time limit was approaching. There is no doubt in my mind that Maria could never kill anybody. As the thought crosses my mind, something comes to my attention. What is it? Maria looks at me questioningly as I glance at her out of the corner of my eye, and I think, Maria is powerless within this box. I mean, Kingdom Royale is a game of murder and deception. Maria can't do either, so she has no chance of winning. In all our past struggles involving boxes, I was completely reliant upon her. I'm sure I'll need her help this time around, too. But I'm sure a time will come when I'll have to rely on my abilities alone to do what I have to. It's nothing. Maria frowns and keeps scrutinizing me as I respond. She has put her faith in my inability to kill someone else. But if I learned of a future where Maria would die, and that I could prevent it by killing someone, then what would I do? Day 1 private meeting with Daya Oamine, Kazuki Hoshino's room. As for what I'd need to do to make it through my time with Daya, the conclusion we eventually reached was complete silence. Daya will undoubtedly try to throw me off my game, so even just reacting presents dangers. It's not like I have any faith in my ability to evade his schemes, so all I can do is not listen. I raise my hand in greeting as Daya enters my room. After taking a quick glance around the room, he sits on the table. Kazu, there's something I want to ask you straight off the bat. Daya. I cut him off immediately. I know this is the inside of your box. All I can think is that you're approaching me because you figure I'm an opponent to deal with and you're hoping to entrap me. So that's all I'm gonna say, and nothing more. Daya seems momentarily surprised by my serious, steady delivery, but his expression soon warps with contempt. What are you talking about, Kazu? What do you hope to accomplish by giving me the silent treatment? Aren't you the one who should have questions for me about my box? I'm sure you have to do something about it. I'm not saying a single word. I've made my resolve. If I decide it's okay to just answer one question, Daya will seize that opening. I'm sure he'll slowly lure me into believing it's safe to talk to him, then get what he wants out of me. So I'm not giving a peep. I get it. You've left all the decision-making to Otonashi, haven't you? She's the one who suggested you keep your mouth shut, didn't she? You're garbage, Kazu. I've taken shits worth more than you. If all you're gonna do is stay silent, insects still have you beat. At least they'll never talk. I cover my ears with my hands. I know you can still hear me. HMPH. I'll let you in on a little secret, Kazu. Daya stands up, leans in toward my ear, and whispers, "This box is not the result of my wish." My eyes widen of their own accord at his words, and I look up at him. Daya cackles so hard I almost wonder if he's gone crazy. See? Less than a bug. And why am I letting him get to me? It's impossible for me to stay quiet in the face of this. After his laughter subsides, Daya returns to the table, He then regards me for a moment and speaks again. But what I just told you is the truth. He won't fool me. There's no way I'll believe him. I'm not that much of a sucker. Anyway, I know it's no use telling you to trust me. No matter how empty your head is, you aren't just gonna swallow everything I say hook, line, and sinker. But let me ask you, why do you think I would make a point of saying what I did? Daya smiles as he continues, because it's the truth. I don't believe you. I cannot, will not believe you. I'm sure you know. I didn't do anything for a while after I obtained a box. In short, I had a box in my possession, but I didn't use it. Come on, Kazu. Can you really say that isn't still the case? I swallow hard. I grew impatient when I didn't use my box for a while, so they gave another one to someone else, and that's how we ended up here. Can you really rule out the possibility? How about it, Kazu? It's not possible. I'm sure it isn't. I won't ask you to believe me. I'm sure it's impossible for you in the first place. But, Kazu, you must be wondering, aren't you? What I'm telling you could be a lie, but maybe, just maybe, it's the truth. If so, regardless of whether it's true, you still have to consider the possibility of another owner out there, don't you? Hey, guess that's not for me to say, though. Damn it. Daya's right. It's not even a dilemma for me. The truth is, I did find it strange that Daya would be able to use a box so well. His not being the owner would explain this. If there is another owner aside from Daya, it'll be easy to slip up and get myself killed. And that's how I fall right into Daya's trap. He isn't the type to miss his chance now that I'm off balance and my mental defenses have left an opening. Kazu, you're the sorcerer, aren't you? What? The word slips out of my mouth. How did you? How did he know? I know I didn't do anything that would have given me away, and then the thought led me to a realization. I did give it away, just now. My face must look really stupid, because Daya starts cackling delightedly again. Ha ha ha. I knew you were an idiot, but this game really is way over your head. I bite down on my lip as I listen to him laugh away. Despite all the advice from Maria, in the end it went to waste. Daya has me completely in the palm of his hand. You've got good luck, Daya. Daya was just guessing when he said the sorcerer. He had a 1 in 6. No, he knows his own class, so it's a 1 in 5 chance of getting it right. It was just coincidence that the one he chose to trick me happened to be my real class. If I were another class, he would have only figured out I'm not the sorcerer, and that would be that. Lucky. You don't understand why I decided to ask if you're the sorcerer, do you? What do you mean? Daya scratches his head in silence for a moment. Hey, so let's say I'm not the owner of this box. That's not what I think. Just shut up and listen. If I'm not, then that means I don't want to be a part of this killing game, either. And if that's the case, then the death of a friend like you wouldn't be my real intention. Okay, that's why I would want to ask if your class was the sorcerer. I don't follow. After I say this, Daya regards me with disdain. You probably think the sorcerer is the safest because he doesn't have any enemies, don't you? If you believe that, then it isn't brains you've got in your head but just a big glob of shit. My words catch in my throat as he hits it right on the mark. Let me put this in easy terms even a monkey could understand. The class with the least chance of survival is without a doubt the sorcerer. Why? Whether the sorcerer lives or dies has nothing to do with the victory conditions of the other classes. Even you must know the most dangerous class is the revolutionary, right? I nod. With the ability to kill autonomously, it goes without saying that the revolutionary is the most dangerous class. The one the revolutionary wants out of the way the most is the sorcerer. You get it, right? The only other class that can actually choose whether to kill someone is the knight. The victory conditions of the knight and the revolutionary are comparatively similar, which makes it easy for them to plot together. With the sorcerer out of the picture, the risk of the revolutionary getting off drops considerably. I pick up the portable device on the table and read back over the portion about the classes. He's right. Even if the revolutionary does away with the king, the class that seems like his most immediate enemy, he still has the double and the prince to deal with, so his situation doesn't really change. But if he gets rid of the sorcerer, the revolutionary immediately puts himself at an advantage. Wait, so if the sorcerer dies, doesn't that make it almost certain that the revolutionary will win? It's not that simple. People could still guess the wrong class for one another, and others most likely aren't going to ally with the revolutionary so easily. And then, Daya rummages around in my hemp bag, then pulls out that big knife. No matter how much of a disadvantage someone is at in the game, they still have this if worse comes to worst. Hey, survival is a cinch in Kingdom Royale if you're prepared to kill someone else directly. My breath catches in my throat. I'm certain of it. The owner of the game of indolence. Is insane. Kazu, let me tell you something. Daya puts the knife away as he speaks. You're not going to be able to persuade the owner before the killing starts. If you want to keep the damage to a minimum, then your only chance is to take out the owner. That's why. Daya looks at me. His expression is sincere, without the slightest hint of deception, as he makes his assertion. No matter how much you fight it, it's already set in stone. Someone's gonna die because of this box. I give a slight shake of my head, then whisper, "That's not true." Daya doesn't say anything. The truth is that even I'm already aware. I already know that this is the simple truth. Day 1, the common area. No one else is there yet when I arrive in the common area. I think back over my meeting with Daya. In the end, I spilled the beans that I'm the sorcerer, as he hoped, and now I'm not even certain he's the owner. In light of all that, I need to discuss what to do next with Maria. I rushed to the common area because I wanted to speak with her as soon as possible, and just as I think this, she steps through the door. "Maria." I call out to her, and she gives me a stern look as she seats herself in the chair across from mine. Maria should have had a private meeting with Daya after hours ended. From the look on her face, I'm guessing he got to her just like he did with me. Did something happen with Daya? I think it might be similar to what happened with you. I've been basing my approach on the assumption that Daya is the owner. But now I've come to consider the small chance it could be someone else. If so, it's going to be more difficult than ever to talk to the others about boxes. And we don't have time, either. Yeah, that's what is troubling me. I would like to use this time to chit-chat with the others to get a grasp on each of their personalities, but small talk has never been my forte. Probably because it's pretty much impossible to talk about my own past without mentioning boxes. Maria's past, huh? I know pretty much nothing of her personal history, myself. Maria doesn't speak about herself without prompting, and knowing about the misbegotten happiness as I do, I just can't bring myself to ask. "Maria, yo." Kamiyuchi turns toward us and waves as he arrives in the common area. I smile awkwardly and return the gesture. I curl my hand into a C shape and put it up to Maria's ear so Kamiyuchi won't overhear what I say. "Kazuki, whispering won't work. If we show the others that we're trying to hide what we're doing, it'll just make them wary of us." "Oh, I see." "Marichi, you don't gotta worry so much. Couple of lovebirds like you are bound to have one or two secrets." "You say that, but that doesn't necessarily apply to the others." "Guess you're right. Everybody's so scary anyway, especially the president and Daya." "Maria, do you know Kamiyuchi from before?" I ask this because of how familiarly they're speaking to each other. "No, not at all." "Whoa, kinda harsh. Don't you think?" "We've talked a few times before, you know." "You've tried to talk to me several times in the past, but we've never had a conversation." Kamiyuchi shrugs with an exasperated look. "All I'm trying to do is soothe my troubled soul a bit by speaking with a girl too beautiful for this world. No need to get all defensive. It's not like I'm plotting to pry you off Hoshina there." "Listen, Kamiyuchi, just so you know, Maria and I aren't seeing each other, got it?" "Come on now, it's a little late to be modest or humble or whatever." Seems there's no point in telling him otherwise. As we're talking, the rest of the players arrive in the common room. At the president's direction, we all take our seats. "Now then, has anyone thought of a way to escape Kingdom Royale?" With that opening question, the president smiles and crosses her arms as she waits for someone to speak up. I steal a glance at Daya and see that he's not even facing us, as if he's paying no attention at all to the discussion. If the three of us who are in the know about boxes can't say anything, then most likely no one will have anything to offer. At least, that's what I thought. But then to our surprise, someone timidly raises their hand. "Oh, Yuri, you got something?" It's not a way to escape so much as a way to stop the game. Is that okay?" "Oh, awesome. Go ahead and tell us your idea." At the president's prompting, Yuri gives a tiny nod. "Well, if I'm not wrong in assuming we all agree that paranoia will make our situation worse, right?" Once we've all nodded our assent, Yuri continues, "We don't know who is what class. We don't know who is whose enemy in the game. I believe that's why everyone is so uneasy. None of us wants to proceed with the game, right? If that's the case, then wouldn't it be better for us all to just come out and tell one another our classes?" Everyone is more than a little shocked by this timidly delivered yet very bold proposal. Though Yuri seems a bit taken aback by our reaction at first, she musters her courage again and says, "If we do that, no one will be able to get the jump on anyone else anymore. I think we'll all be able to trust one another. If we all do it at once, then no one will be able to lie. We'll know someone isn't telling the truth if more than one person says the same class. So how about it?" "Oh man, Yuri, you're amazing." "That's absolutely perfect." Yuri smiles shyly and blushes at Kamiyuchi's enthusiastic agreement. "We can only do this while all six of us are together in one place. If even one of us is missing, then it will be possible for someone to lie." "Oh, someone being missing is pretty bad, isn't it?" "I'm sorry I mentioned it." "Yeah, that's a good idea. I think but I can't agree to it that easily. We might be overlooking something. Maria is probably in the same place. After spending a moment in thought with her arms folded, she says, I agree. She didn't find anything wrong with it when she thought it over. If not, then I've got no problem with it. But just as I've made up my mind to let everyone know I'm all in. HMPH. Daya snorts in derision. A mixture of bewilderment and fear appears on Yuri's face in response. You don't like the idea? Oh, I mean, I don't. I'm sorry if I didn't think things through enough. Would you explain why you disagree, if you don't mind? I don't like how you're pretending to be a goody two-shoes. Yuri's eyes go wide, and she freezes at this unexpected reply. What's with that face? Can you only comprehend a language when it's what you wanna hear? I'm saying I'm not going along with your idea because I hate you, you piece of shit. Tears begin to well up in Yuri's eyes. Oh, I mean, come on, don't you think that's a bit much? Please apologize to Yuri here. What? Me? Apologize? The rest of you should be thanking me. I'm the one who's exposing her for trying to play dirty. Isn't that right, Yanagi? Yuri's shoulders jump in surprise as the tears threaten to fall. I'm playing dirty? Why? Well, then let me ask you this, are you the revolutionary or the sorcerer? Yuri's face instantly goes white. You're not either, right? How did you know? The truth is that you figured it out. You know that the risk each class faces by revealing itself is completely different, which means you aren't one of the two classes that are the biggest targets. You're one of the relatively safe ones, right? Yuri's already pale face continues to blanch, and I'm starting to feel bad for her. Disingenuous as you are, you suggested this plan because it helps you, not because it makes our situation any better, didn't you? At Daya's hostile tirade, the tears finally spill from Yuri's eyes. Oh, come on. Do you really think I'll let your little scam slide if you cry? Man, a woman's tears really are a handy trick. I'm sure a slut like you can probably turn it on and off like a faucet. Eh? That's horrible. How can you say that? All you want to do is find out who the dangerous classes are so that you can keep yourself alive. That apostrophe s. Not. I just hate the idea of us killing one another, that's all. Yuri lowers her face, unable to stop the flow of tears running down it. It's true. If someone as seemingly cowardly as Yuri were the revolutionary or sorcerer, she most likely wouldn't have proposed such a dangerous idea. But despite this, she gave it her all to come up with a plan that could improve our situation. Daya was way out of line to say what he did. Apparently of a similar opinion, Kamiyuchi gives Daya a look like he's about to start swinging any second. You probably just didn't want to have to say anything because you're the revolutionary, aren't you? Sorry, but if you're the revolutionary, I really don't feel like letting you run the show here. Oh, so I'm the revolutionary, am I? If so, then I'll just have to assassinate you during this next period. Daya's reply is even more hostile than Kamiyuchi's, and the younger boy is totally speechless, probably overwhelmed. Apparently losing his desire to fight back, Kamiyuchi frowns and stays silent. Anyway, even if I wasn't against it, this plan would never work. Isn't that right, President? Yuri raises her tear-soaked face and looks at the President, who returns her gaze with a rueful smile and then speaks. Yeah, that's true. Sorry, Yuri. I'm against the idea, too. The idea definitely has some merit, as you mentioned. It's just that the disadvantages are too big. For example, if that scumbag Oamin really was the revolutionary, do you think the rest of us would be able to stay calm? If things went poorly, we might even end up more paranoid than before. But that would probably prompt Oamin to act, too. He might even flaunt his power and try to control the rest of us. I can think of plenty of ways things could get worse. That's why I'm fundamentally against the idea. I see. Now that even her friend the President has rejected the idea, Yuri's face grows even grimmer. Someone as stupid as I am should have just stayed quiet. I'm sorry for any confusion. Another tear wells up and falls from Yuri's eye. That's not true, Yuri. I think it's a really good plan. And see, even Maria agreed to it, too. Hoshino. Though my efforts to cheer her up seem a bit forced, Yuri manages to give me a little smile. Why did you agree with this idea, Maria? The President asks. Because I think reaching a mutual understanding between all of us is more important than anything right now. No one will be able to disclose everything they feel if we don't reveal our classes or something similar, right? I think if we can do that, things will never reach the point where we start killing one another. But how about you? Isn't that just because you don't feel fear that easily? Not everyone here is as strong as you. To be honest, I've been terrified this entire time. You don't seem like it. The only reason is because I'm trying to hide it. Showing any weakness in this situation means someone might take advantage of it. Well, telling you about it kinda defeats the purpose. But I'm saying it anyway. She sounds completely at ease saying this. Yeah, She definitely isn't telling the truth about being scared. But it's not wrong to say we need to share our classes if we want to reach a mutual understanding. The situation is still much too opaque now, though, so I can't help but feel it's too early for that. But if someone dies, it'll be too late. True. So we need to make a decision soon, Maria quietly says and pouts her lips. That's her habit when she's thinking. Well, let's set that aside for today. I'd be surprised if we ended up with a victim today. At least, we didn't come up with any ideas better than Yuri's after that. Though we discussed all kinds of things in an attempt to build communication among us, we were unable to find what we needed to make any progress before the period ended. @s_up, go_back_or_u_die. Neuton's announcement prompts me to look at my watch, at which point I see that it's 8 on the money. The time for is over. Daya heads to his room straight away, while the president and Kamiyuchi have just gone through the door themselves. Welp, guess I'd better head back soon, too, I think, and I'm just about to leave when someone grabs the sleeve of my uniform. What is it, Maria? I turn around. It isn't Maria who I find, but a wide-eyed Yuri. As I realize my mistake, my face automatically turns red. Yuri crinkles her eyes in a gentle smile when she sees it. What's up, Yuri? I just wanted to say thank you. Thank me? As I tilt my head in confusion, for some reason Yuri seems even happier than before. If you don't know right away. That means you weren't being nice to me on purpose just so you could get me on your side, then. Huh? Oh, it's nothing. Do you really not know what I'm talking about? Come on, you tried to cheer me up when I was crying, didn't you? Oh, so that's what you mean. Thanks again. Seeing Yuri bow deeply toward me, I hurriedly make a reply. See, cut it out. It's not like I did anything special. But what you did really saved me. Well, in that case. I'm glad. All these thank yous are really making me blush. For some reason, Yuri's eyes soften into another warm smile as she watches my red-faced antics. I feel like I can trust you, even in a game like this. Huh? She seems to hesitate for a moment, but as if making up her mind, she looks directly at me and says, if we can all trust one another, then no one will kill anyone else. I'm sure of it. Hoshino, do you think I'm naive? When I return that imploring gaze, I shake my head as hard as I can. Not at all. I agree with you. Really? Seemingly without thinking, she joyfully grabs my right hand in both of hers. Her grip is warm and soft, which makes my face flush all the more. If we hold hands like this, and all the others do, too, if we can trust one another like this, there's no way we can lose to this game. So can you and I start it by trusting each other? Oh, okay. I find it hard to look directly into such an untroubled smile, so I can't help but lower my gaze. Yuri may be an upperclassman. But, man, is she cute. Kazuki. Someone calls my name, and I look up to see Maria watching us with a blank expression. I only figured this out recently, but that's the face she often makes when she's upset. We're running low on time. You'd better get back quickly. Oh yeah. I look at Yuri, and she lets go of my hand, reading my intent. Her expression is somewhat sad, or maybe lonely. Yanagi, you should pay attention to the time, too. Oh okay. Yuri still finds Maria frightening, it seems. Hey, Yuri, you can trust Maria, don't worry. Oh, yes. If you say so. Well, we'd better all get back to our rooms. Yes, you're right. Oh, one more thing. Yuri brings her lips close to my ear. I'll come by for a private meeting tomorrow. She whispers to me, and I can feel her breath on my ear. As Yuri almost dances away from me, a slightly impish smile appears on her face before she trots off through the door and disappears. Still in a daze, I stare at the place where she vanished. HMPH. Maria snorts unhappily, then follows her through the door. Now alone in the common room, I ruminate over her name. Yuri Yanagi. They're kind of similar. I don't think their faces have all that much in common, but that mischievous grin she flashed at me before she went through the door does remind me of her. The other Yanagi I know. I doubt I'll ever see her again, though. Day 1. Kazuki Hoshino's room. Yuri Yanagi was strangled to death by assassinate. This is the message on the monitor in my room. Unable to process the words, I don't react at all. I just stand there silently, reading it over and over. She died? Yuri died. What the hell is this? I mutter without thinking, giving a small laugh. I mean, everybody said it, right? There's no way anyone would die on the first day. It's all gonna be okay. That's what they said. Yeah, I know they did. Hey. That's what you said, right? Hey. The incomprehensible text vanishes from the screen as the green bear appears. Yuri has died. Don't lie. I find myself yelling at Neuton. I. Suddenly, Neuton's sprite changes to something I've never seen before. His mouth spreads wide enough to tear its face, and it raises itself open. Higher underscore A underscore la question mark underscore wouldn't that be nice underscore but she's dead underscore she was strangled underscore so her eyeballs popped out underscore and her face turned all purple underscore and her bowels emptied underscore and she died underscore she used to be so cute underscore and now she's ugly and stinky and dead. I had thought he was just a creepy bear, but this is the first time I've ever felt such utter loathing from the depths of my heart. It's possible this is the true nature of Neuton. No, the box. This is the truth of this hateful, irredeemable, senseless wish. It's really too sad underscore you two were becoming such good friends underscore maybe you coulda hooked up if you played your cards right underscore but now she's dead underscore too bad underscore so sad exclamation mark underscore The laughter is so grating that I cover my ears. There's no way I can allow a wish like this to continue. It doesn't matter what kind of troubles led the owner to make a wish like this. I don't care if there are any weaknesses to work on or not. No matter why it came into being, I cannot allow a wish like this to exist. That's why this bear is my enemy. Prove it. Neuton's mouth returns to normal. Show me some proof that Yuri is dead. If you don't, I'll never believe you. Proof underscore A. Yeah, I know you're lying, so prove. Fine. Neuton disappears. At the same time, the door to my room opens. What the hell? The same darkness as before unfolds beyond the door. I swallow hard as I stand before the black depths. Only now do I pause to think. If everything is as Neuton says it is, then beyond it lies the proof. Regardless, I have no choice but to go through that door, through that darkness. I plunge through the entryway. And then, in the center of that backward cell-like room, there it is. Yuri Yanagi's, XXXXXX. Irrefutable proof. I know now. I know it's real. I comprehend why it's there, but even then, I still can't seem to make the connection. I can't connect this sight to the same girl who was once so pretty. Despite this, even if I can't associate her with what has become of her, the horrible state of the body alone is enough to break my heart. I yell, then lose control of myself and collapse. It brings me closer to the XXXXXX. In place of the lovely features one might expect, what reveals itself before my eyes is a visage, purple and monstrous, that threatens to drive even my own pity for her from my mind. Now I get it. There weren't any falsehoods or exaggerations in Neuton's description. She's really here, in exactly the state Neuton said she would be. Now, I can finally acknowledge the truth. Yuri Yanagi is dead. Yet again, I was unable to save Yanagi, and thus, Kingdom Royale begins. With the death of the girl who said we would be fine as long as we took one another's hands. Yuri Yanagi, dead via assassinate. Day 2. The common area. A hemp sack is lying on the table like it's on display. Its contents are pretty much identical to the one in my room. The only difference is that the digital watch is beige instead of light blue. Yuri's portable device is inoperable. There are also 6 sets of rations. This means that if someone dies, we can take their food and extend the time limit. This, too, is most likely a system to encourage murder. It makes me sick. All of us sit in our chairs, simply gazing at the sack in silence. Next to me, Daya wipes away some blood dribbling from his mouth. Kamiyuchi punched him almost as soon as period had started. Kamiyuchi believes beyond all doubt that the revolutionary, the one who killed Yuri, is Daya. The president, who had joined Maria in stopping Kamiyuchi's outburst, whispers to Daya, "Just be happy he didn't use a knife." At this point, anyone could kill anyone, and it wouldn't come as a surprise. You two need to cool off and think things through. Let's confirm something first. The revolutionary killed Yuri. They killed a kind girl, and the culprit is one of us. There's no mistaking that. At first glance, the president seems as level-headed as she did yesterday. But her expression seems, almost deliberately, a little less confident. Her gaze is also almost unnaturally steely. Our goal is to find a way out of Kingdom Royale. But now we have a second goal, namely, to find the revolutionary and kill them. That's fine and well, too. Hold on, Shindo. Where do you get off deciding this? Otonashi, I'm sorry, but I'm not going to accept any debate on this. Would you like me to explain? First of all, at this rate, the revolutionary is going to kill the rest of us, too. Second, if they murdered someone at this point in the game, it's plausible they're the mastermind, or at least an ally of whoever is behind this. Third, I can't stand the thought of them walking all over us. You yourself said that killing someone would ruin your life. Does all this mean you're prepared to let your life fall apart now? Maria asks. For just a moment, the president struggles to respond. However, her answer is smooth. I don't know. But I do know I could never forgive someone for murdering Yuri like that. I see. I'm guessing Maria has determined that trying to persuade her right now would be pointless, not to mention unnatural. She holds her tongue. Our goals are settled. Does anyone have anything else? The president surveys us as we sit there with our heads bowed, then starts up again. No? Well then, this is just my opinion, but... She stops before she can finish and widens her eyes in surprise. Dayo, who chose not to participate properly in our talks yesterday, has his hand raised. Is there something you would like to say? Yeah. Well, I'll stay quiet if you aren't interested in hearing any testimony from the suspect. I didn't say that. But why are you speaking up now after staying silent for so long? If this keeps up, I'm almost certainly next. So you can't expect me to keep my mouth shut. You have a point. Kamiyuchi snorts at their exchange. You can say whatever you want. Nothing is gonna change the truth as I see it, so your comments are nothing more than a bunch of white noise to me. Got it? Suit yourself. Dismissing him, Daya turns his gaze on the president. My question is, why did the revolutionary decide to target Yuri Yanagi? I'd like to find the answer to that as well, the president says with a small frown on her face, and Kamiyuchi lashes out. What are you saying? Does any of that matter? What else do we need to know? The revolutionary is a low-down piece of crap who needs to die. Kamiyuchi, if you were the revolutionary, and you had to kill someone, would you kill Yanagi first? Would the trash heap please mind not speaking to me before it gets tossed in the incinerator? I'm only sitting here calmly right now because I know you're going to get wasted by magic soon enough. Ugh. And here I thought he understood how to speak like a human. Daya shrugs exaggeratedly. What do you think, President? Do you think Yanagi should have been killed first? Probably not, if it was just for survival. If it did happen to be me, the first person I'd want eliminated is you. Oh, I mean, it's plausible some of the others might want me or Otonashi out of the picture, but I can't imagine anyone getting rid of Yuri right off the bat. Right? I suppose it's not unthinkable, if someone learned she was the sorcerer, for instance, but I figured out that wasn't the case yesterday, so we can scratch that idea. The president seems slightly irritated as she asks, I understand what you're saying, but what's your point? Basically, the goal of the revolutionary was to put us all into this exact situation. I don't see what he's getting at, but I have the feeling everyone else does. Silence takes hold of the room instantly. Haha. Kamiyuchi's sardonic chuckle breaks the silence. I have no idea what you're going on about. Do we really need to keep beating around the bush? If someone wanted you dead, all they'd need to do is take you out with assassinate lickety-split, right? The fact that the revolutionary didn't do that just proves it's you, don't you think? But if I die, then they could get suspected of being the revolutionary. Kamiyuchi's eyes go wide as he finds himself at a loss for words. As he falls silent, the president speaks in his place. The revolutionary set you up as a scapegoat, that's what you're trying to say, isn't it? So why wouldn't that be some lie you came up with to try to get out of this situation? If I were the revolutionary, I'd have no reason to start with Yanagi. Well, that applies to everyone else here, too, don't you think? Not necessarily. Daya pulls his portable device from his pocket and presses the playback button. If that's the case, then wouldn't it be better for us all to just come out and tell one another our classes? Yanagi wanted us to be open about our classes. More than anything, she hoped to keep us from being consumed by fear. That being the case, there's a good chance Yuri Yanagi had already revealed her class to someone she could trust. The president and Kamiyuchi both fall silent. So what do you think? The two of you had a private meeting with Yuri Yanagi yesterday, right? I suddenly remember she tried to set up a private meeting with me as well. If we'd had that meeting today, she most likely would have shared her class with me. But, that's right. She would trust the president more than someone she just met, like me. If so, would she really tell me her class before she told her? So let's say we did know Yuri's class. That still doesn't give us a reason to kill her straight away. And that's because our great and wise student council president can't figure it out. Hey, then let me fill you in. The reason would be to steal her class. There wasn't anything in Kingdom Royale rules about being able to do that. Still uncertain what he's getting at, I listen to what Daya has to say. They want to convince everyone else I'm the revolutionary. As the real revolutionary, they must of course pretend to be another class. If they said they were Yanagi's class, then their chances of being found out by the other players would decrease dramatically. The dead tell no tales. If they did ever find themselves having to reveal their class, they could simply say Yanagi's. All of us are quiet, waiting for Daya to continue. I don't get it, though. Is that really enough to warrant killing her first? How about we run a simulation? Let's start by utilizing the advantage of being able to say we're Yanagi's class since she's already gone, and then suggest that everyone reveal their class. The victory conditions for the revolutionary are to kill 3 people, the king, the prince, and the double. I would guess that maybe Yanagi was the prince or the double. How are you able to narrow it down so much? Kamiyuchi asks with a sullen look. If the king gets killed, then the double will know that someone offed the king. Namely, because they will then be able to use the murder command. So the double will lose the ability to deceive others about being the king. But there's still the knight. If Yanagi was the knight, it would be better to find a way to use her than to kill her. I don't need to explain about the revolutionary or the sorcerer, right? Now that the revolutionary has killed Yanagi, they only need to do away with 2 other people to win. With pretty much everyone thinking I'm the revolutionary, there's almost no chance anyone will go after them. If they can successfully ask everyone's class, they'll be able to identify who they need to kill. I could explain in further detail. But it's too much of a pain, so I'll stop there. A small smile rises on Daya's face as he carries on. But I'm sure you all know this, right? Setting me up as the revolutionary will turn the game in their favor, and victory will be all but certain. And with that, Daya fixes Iowa Shindo with a glare. I'm sure they thought they were pretty badass up until now. To them, everyone else is dim-witted scum that serves no other purpose but making them look better in comparison. They're probably more than happy to kill worthless slugs like that if it helps them survive. And they've got a lot of nerve. Daya snorts scornfully, then spits. They're just a fool, but they still made an enemy of me. A thought suddenly strikes me. I notice it because I'm still in shock over Yuri's death, which has kept me from speaking and joining the discussion. What is this? Right here, right now, we're all snapping at one another. We're hurling hate and accusations, ready to explode at any moment. It's just like the way we imagine Kingdom Royale would start, isn't it? This is bad. We're done for at this rate. I mean, everything is going exactly the way they want it. Exactly the way the owner of the game of indolence wants it. If this keeps up, we're all going to kill one another, and that will be that. That's the one thing we have to avoid. We must find out exactly who the owner is. We have to work together. We have to. But that's enough out of you, Oamine. The president's voice is utterly unlike before. All the anger and loathing she can no longer keep bottled in has contorted her face. You've got a lot of gall, throwing out such baseless delusions so confidently. You can sneer from your high horse all you want, but I have no idea where you get off thinking it's okay to act this way. Otonashi has better grades than you in school, Kamiyuchi has you beat physically, Hoshino is more popular than you, and Yuri was more charming. Oh, look, guess you're not the best at anything, huh? If you are, it's your talent for twisting logic. The president smiles the same sort of condescending smile I would expect from Daya. You're no different from all the other scumbags who can't face reality. No, you're even worse because you actually murdered someone. At those words, Daya returns the president's smile with a similar one. The president isn't even pretending to be pleasant anymore. We aren't in a nice, soft little world where everyone will leave you alone if you throw your weight around. Not anymore. You've made a painful blunder, and you can't write off a mistake like this as youthful indiscretion. You killed Yuri. Haven't you noticed? You're done. Crushing someone as innocent and incompetent and helpless and ineffectual as you will be as easy as stepping on an ant. She continues on in an unfittingly gentle voice. I already recognize you as an enemy, get it? I'm going to do everything in my power to ruin you. Why, I might even kill you. So what? That's right. You probably need me to spell it out for you. Huh? I'll start off by exposing your delusions for what they are. You said Yuri was the double or the prince, but that's wrong. You made a simple oversight. The king will know if the double dies because they will no longer be able to use their switch places command. Oh no, what a stupid mistake. That's why if someone was going to kill Yuri to try to say they were her class, the only thing she could possibly be is the prince. Hearing this, I look over at Maria, the real prince. She continues to watch the two of them go at it with a keen gaze. I've got a confession to make. I knew Yuri's class. Isn't that great? Oh, I mean, at least one little theory of yours was right. But see, she wasn't the prince. That means one of us here must be. Hey, your highness, whoever you are, do you understand that Oamine's full of it now? Daya simply remains quiet, perhaps unable to come up with a good argument. You would have noticed all this if you were the king or the double. So I know you aren't either of those classes. So what does that leave us with? The only ones left are the knight and the revolutionary. That's how much the president has narrowed down Daya's possible class. Even then, Daya only breaks his silence to laugh mockingly at the president. Do you really want to take me down that badly? You're really at the end of your rope. What? You sure are proud of yourself just for finding a loose thread in my theory. I'm not really the revolutionary, so naturally, all I can do is make conjectures. All you've accomplished with your blabbering just now is prove your own treacherous nature to all of us. I'll come up with as many new theories as you want. Then you can have fun wasting your time breaking them down. Oh, stop with the desperate show of strength. It's getting to be more annoying than funny. This conversation is more like two people stabbing each other with knives, and watching the carnage. I think we're already done for. The moment the first body showed up, the moment Yuri was killed, we lost the ability to stop Kingdom Royale. All the same, I still can't accept this. Yuri was the one who said we would be fine as long as we trusted one another. But now, it's her body that's preventing us from doing that. I can't possibly accept such a horrible outcome. Tears of frustration well up within me. The president's eyes widen as she sees my reaction. As I try my hardest to fight it down, a slender arm wraps around my shoulders. Long black hair sticks to my cheek, staunching the flow of tears. It's alright, Kazuki. I know, though. There's no basis for Maria to say that. Hoshino. The president says my name. I like that you're so kind-hearted. She continues in a gentle voice, as if calming a child. But I won't allow you to use that kindness to hold me back, understand? Those words were more than enough to hammer it home. For us, peacetime was over. Day 2, Kazuki Hoshino's room. No target has been selected for murder yet. In the past, that would have been enough to comfort me. But not anymore. I have no idea who can use the murder command, but I know whoever it is will undoubtedly be choosing a target, and I'm sure they will try to force me to kill their victim. Hey underscore it apostrophe s underscore almost underscore private underscore meeting underscore time. Choose underscore who underscore you underscore would underscore like underscore to underscore meet underscore with. I quickly touch the name Maria Otonashi when it appears with my pointer finger. Please underscore wait underscore a underscore bit underscore until underscore everyone underscore finishes underscore choosing. After a clearly longer wait than before, the private meeting chart flashes onto the monitor. Someone could be drawing things out on purpose to mess with the order of the meetings. Daya and the president have both picked me. Daya I get, but why would the president choose me? I think it's possible Daya is both the revolutionary and the owner of the game of indolence. The idea of another owner is too convenient for me to believe. But if Daya is neither the revolutionary nor the owner, then both positions would pretty much have to be the president. Both of the prime suspects are seeking to meet with me. I shiver as I think back over them at each other's throats in a common area. There's no way I can face off with either of them. Cradling my head, I wait until it's time to see Maria. Day 2 private meeting with Maria Otonashi. Maria Otonashi's room. Maria sits on her bed, arms folded and face tense. She starts talking as soon as I sit down next to her. Kazuki, we can't allow anyone else to die besides Yanagi. You know that, right? Yeah, but that's going to be extremely difficult. The way things are now, the revolutionary is sure to kill again. We must do something to alter this course of events. What can we do? I ask. Maria clenches her jaw hard for a moment before answering. I'll tell Shindo everything there is to know about the game of indolence. But the president might be the owner. I understand your apprehensions. The thing is, the time for avoiding risks is over. I know it may put you in danger, but please forgive me. Keeping quiet about the boxes until now because you were worried about me? Why else would I? Maria furrows her brow as if puzzled. I have a few vague thoughts about her decision. But now doesn't seem to be the time to bring them up. So I continue the conversation. Well, you're telling the president about boxes because you assume Daya is the owner of the game of indolence, right? Yes. Do you expect her to believe you? The way she is now. Don't you think she'll probably just try to kill Daya? Maria grimaces. Yeah, most likely. Despite that, we absolutely must prove to Shindo and Kamiyuchi that there's another way out of Kingdom Royale besides winning. I'll have to do everything I can to make sure my intentions get through to them if I want to keep them from killing Daya. That's going to be easier said than done, though. But hey, if Daya is the owner, then the president isn't the revolutionary, which means she won't be able to do anything about Daya with magic. I'm the sorcerer after all. We're in the clear as long as I don't press the button. Why do you think Daya being the owner indicates that Shindo isn't the revolutionary? Well, if she didn't have a reason to want Kingdom Royale to start, she wouldn't have any motivation to kill Yuri, right? Maria doesn't respond affirmatively to my obvious question. Daya gave reasons people could have for killing Yanagi first. But consider this approach. Gaining an advantage in the game didn't matter to them. They simply hated someone so much they wanted them dead. even before this, and that person was Yanagi. That's why they couldn't help but do it once they found themselves in circumstances where it could be rationalized. I'm staring at Maria, wondering if this is one of those occasions where she's joking but doesn't sound like it, but the serious expression never leaves her face. No way. This is Yuri we're talking about, right? No one would ever have it in for her like that. Yuri was charming. Charm that sways people's emotions can also stir up negative feelings at times. I'm sure some girls were jealous of Yanagi's popularity with boys, for example. Or maybe she rejected someone, and their love for her turned to hate. Anyway, these are all just possibilities. I didn't notice anything off about Shindo's attitude toward Yanagi, either. Shindo has been blessed with many gifts herself, too. I can't imagine her being jealous of Yanagi. What I'm really trying to say is that it's dangerous to get too invested in a single idea. That's certainly true. I've only been considering situations where the revolutionary and the owner are one and the same. I could end up in trouble if I don't take alternatives into account. What should I do? I don't have any time to think, but the questions keep piling up. I've got to keep believing there is something to be done. I know that, but this situation, it's just hopeless. Kazuki. I don't realize I've lowered my head until I feel a comfortable weight on it. Maria is mussing my hair with her hand. I don't know about Shindo, but I was certainly jealous of Yanagi. I instinctively raise my head and look at Maria. Still rubbing my hair, Maria continues with no particular expression on her face. I don't know why, but even though you called me Aunt Tonashi for so long, you called her by her first name, Yuri. Yanagi being the way she is, she was acting familiar with you and holding your hand. She even whispered in your ear. And then promising to have a private meeting with you? That really ticked me off. Why do you look so confused? Why would that make you jealous? Maria's hand rubbing my hair suddenly stops. Are you serious? You are. All right then, let me lay it out to you plain and simple. What I'm saying is that it upset me to see you attracted to Yanagi. As she says this, Maria places her hand on top of mine and leans in until her face is inches away. Though I'm used to seeing her now, her features really are beautiful, and I feel my face quickly heating up. Why you're a bit close. Do you know why that private meeting would make me angry? A completely private meeting means that you two, a boy and a girl, would be all alone together. Maria says this softly by my ear, almost intentionally trying to tickle it with her breath. She then jabs her pointer finger into it. Hearing my little yelp, Maria abruptly drops her alluring character, draws the corners of her mouth up into a grin, and begins to laugh. As I sit perplexed, she steps back and watches me with that big smile on her face. You really know how to let younger women mess with you, huh, Kazuki? I finally realize she's been teasing me this whole time. And I never really thought of Maria as being younger than me. Oh, come on, it was just a joke. There's no need to be so flustered. What part of that was a joke? As I sit there silent and gloomy, Maria's grin fades, and she speaks again. There's nothing to worry about, Kazuki. Then she gives me that smile that is kinder than anyone else's. I'll protect you. Day 2 private meeting with Iowa Shindo, Kazuki Hoshino's room. The word escapes my mouth upon my return from Maria's room. I stare at the monitor dumbfounded. A target has been selected for murder. That, I'm okay with. I predicted that whoever could use murder would put the command into effect. But the person they targeted was not who I expected. Will you burn Iowa Shindo to death with magic? Under this message is a portrait of the president's face, with the text kill over her eyes. If I press this picture, she will be burned to death. Why has she been targeted for murder and not Dayo? I struggle to get my thoughts under control. The ones who can target someone for murder are the king or the double. Neither Maria nor I have those roles. And it's not like the president is going to murder herself, which narrows it down to Dayo or Kamiyuchi. But Kamiyuchi is totally dead set on Dayo being the revolutionary. I can't see why he would choose the president. So is it Dayo? No. Didn't the president say Dayo isn't the king or the double? Hold on a second. Then who the hell is the revolutionary? Hey, I'm here. It's enough to make me jump. Aren't you overreacting a bit? You should have known I was coming. The president waves at me from in front of the door with an astonished look on her face. Sorry, President. I'm not going to force you. But would you mind not calling me president anymore? It feels like you're ignoring who I am as an individual, and it kinda bugs me. So, Miss Shindo. I prefer Iowa. Miss Iowa. You can drop the miss, too. But whatever. I'm going to sit here. Though she says she isn't going to force me, the president, Iowa, makes her wishes crystal clear, then sits on the table like Dayo did yesterday. Iowa, why did you pick to meet with me? The president answers my question with a smile. To beg for my life. Huh? Don't you get it? If I don't kill Dayo Omian during today, then I'm pretty much guaranteed to get targeted for assassinate. In other words, my life is in your hands. Please, oh please save me, Kazuki. Why are you telling me this? I mean, you're the sorcerer, aren't you? My shock threatens to show itself, so I do my best to fight it down. This is exactly the same trick Daya pulled on me. Screwing up the same way twice would just be pathetic. Darn. He didn't fall for it. You're more on guard than I thought. But anyway, if we don't get Oamine with murder today, I'm a goner. Why me? Are you in a position to use murder? No. Iowa's denial is simple. Even if I was the sorcerer, I wouldn't be able to help you on my own. I can't choose a target for murder, after all. I wonder, do you really think Kamiuchi and Otonashi wouldn't murder Daya Oamine after how our talk went in the comments? He was digging his own grave back there. Don't you think you might be able to affect the outcome if you do something? I know Maria at the very least would never choose someone to kill, and the actual target is Iowa herself. I can't say any of that, though, so I keep my mouth shut. The reason why I chose you specifically for a private meeting was because, as far as I can tell, you're the one most likely to let Oamine off the hook. It seems like you two knew each other before this, and even if not, well, you're a nice guy. These words just strike me as sarcasm. I'm going to be in trouble if you spare him. So I've come here to give you a bit of encouragement. Encouragement to kill Daya, ... But you said it yourself, didn't you? If you kill someone, your life will fall apart. Yeah, that's true. Suggesting that you murder someone will undoubtedly throw the rest of my life into shambles. I'll be perfectly honest, with as little imagination as I have, it's hard for me to tell just how much suffering it'll bring me. Or maybe I'm just trying to avoid thinking about it. After all, Iowa is smiling, but there is a strong gleam in her eye as she finishes. Even that is better than dying, no doubt about it. It finally dawns on me as I see the total resolve and complete lack of hesitation in her eyes. I see just how dangerous Iowa is. It isn't just her inborn abilities that makes her superhuman, it's her mental nature. Iowa may be similar to Maria in the way she can plunge headlong toward her goals without getting sidetracked. But unlike Maria, who is able to change her goals because of how she prioritizes others, more than anyone else I know, Iowa prioritizes her own objectives over everything else, and under no circumstances will she change them. And for this reason, from time to time, she'll run right over others. Like a train crushing a pebble on the tracks, she does it naturally, without even noticing. Right now, her goal happens to be staying alive. A chill runs up my spine as I remember how I first met her. Hey, I begin. Iowa said she wanted me to press the button to kill Daya. What would happen, though, if I shook my head to her request? What would she do, since she believes she's going to be killed if I don't comply? You don't happen to have your knife on you, do you? Iowa's eyes go wide. Well. She looks at me with deep interest, then says, how did you know? Iowa shoves her hand in her skirt, casually pulls out a knife, and then hurls it into the wall by the door. I bet you spotted it trying to get a look at my panties. What a perv. Ha, I'm just joking. Well, I guess carrying around a concealed knife doesn't really qualify as a joke. Or man, will you give me a chance to explain myself? I wasn't carrying it because of this private meeting with you. I've kept it on me any time I'm not in my own room. That's the truth. But you would use the knife to threaten me if I said I wouldn't murder Daya, right? I would. But that's normal, isn't it? I shake my head at her offhand response. That's far from normal. Really? Well, whatever. Now I can't threaten you, though. That sack, huh? The sack on the table has my knife in it, so I need you to hand it to me. Iowa's eyes go wide for a moment, and then she gives a rueful grin. She sweeps up the whole sack and tosses it over to me. Taking the sack, I pull out the knife and throw it toward the door just as Iowa did. And did you also sit on the table because you knew my knife would be in here? Ha, I didn't think it through that much. More importantly, can I ask you something? Ask me what? Iowa looks me dead in the eyes as she says, whether you're going to help kill Daya Oamine, that's what. She speaks lightly, with a kind smile on her face. What? I'm not killing anybody. Not Daya, and not anybody else. After I reply, Iowa sits there watching me with a smile on her face, not saying anything. I can't help but break eye contact and look down in the face of her silent entreaty. You don't get it. This is what I'm asking you. Iowa pauses for a moment, then continues, I'm asking whether you're going to kill Daya Oamine or kill me. I raise my head and look at Iowa. She regards me with the kind of expression you would give a disobedient child. Don't make the mistake of thinking you can escape your sins if you don't press the button. If you do, you'll definitely be killing Oamine. But even if you don't, you'll be killing me. But you're free to think what you want, but that's how I see things. If I get assassinated, it'll be because you let me die. in my view. I understand that. Once I'm part of this game of murder, there's no longer any way to keep my hands entirely clean. I understand what you're trying to say, but I can't murder Daya during today's. I can't explain why, though. Are you saying you're a class that has nothing to do with murder? Or that Oamine really hasn't been chosen as the target? She asks with an angry scowl. Of course, I can't answer either question. Judging by your face, I'd say it's the latter. Hey, that means I'm definitely gonna die. As I remain silent in the face of her misplaced excitement, Iowa sighs and collapses face up on the table. She covers her eyes with her arm as if exhausted. Hey, Hoshino. Then, in a quiet voice, she asks a question on a completely different topic. Yuri was cute, wasn't she? Unsure of why Iowa is asking this suddenly, I stay quiet and look at her. Before I met her, I had never been jealous of anyone. Generally, I thought I could do anything, but even being the way I was, the first time I respected, envied, and probably felt jealousy towards someone. Was Yuri. Jealousy. I remember Maria's comment that being charming can elicit negative emotions at times, too. I haven't told anyone this because I really hate letting others see my weak side, but in my entire time in high school, I've only liked one boy. We had always gotten along well, but I'm not really smart when it comes to love, see? So I was content to just be friends with him. Iowa shows me a slightly bitter smile as she speaks. That is, until he and Yuri started dating. I can't read the emotion in her expression. They were both friends of mine, so they would both come to me for advice about their relationship. So I even knew how things were progressing, if they held hands, if they kissed, things like that. Hearing all of it made me think, I really wished the whole thing would fall apart. And then, as if my prayers were answered, they broke up after 3 months. I was so stupid. Yuri and him splitting up didn't mean something good was in store for me. He and I were never going to start a relationship, and it would just alienate me from Yuri instead. So why had I wished for something so meaningless? Basically, all I had wished for was the two of them to be unhappy. Two people who supposedly meant a lot to me. It was horrible of me, and that's putting it mildly. Iowa eventually looks at me. Did you think that was a boring, run-of-the-mill story? I shake my head vigorously. Well, what it means is that even I worry about such trite things sometimes. Some superhuman I am. Iowa shifts her gaze up toward the light bulb hanging from the ceiling as she continues. I forgot about all those childish concerns. I really did. All I needed to know was that I loved Yuri. A self-deprecating smile appears on her face. But when Yuri died, I remembered all of it. Like, I couldn't get it out of my head. This pointless memory won't leave my mind. Even though Yuri, who I loved so much, is dead, that stupid stuff is all I can think about. Iowa slowly turns her head in my direction and looks at me. So, Hoshino, what do you think? Gently, softly, she asks, do you think I actually liked Yuri? There's nothing I can say about that. Iowa blankly regards me for a moment as I remain silent, but watching me sit quietly without saying a word, she unexpectedly starts to smile. Hey, so you like my plan? Learning about my human side makes you wanna help me out, right? She says, then starts cackling. But I understand. She's trying to play it off as some joke or funny story, but I have no doubt that the things she told me were how she really felt. She doesn't have anyone she can show her vulnerabilities to. I'm sure that applies not just to others but also to herself. That's why she doesn't know her own heart. She was able to express her weakness because she truly feels death bearing down on her. I've closed my mouth and lowered my eyes, and Iowa stops smiling. And then, in a humorous tone, she says, I've put a curse on you. Her expression is full of life. Now once I die, you're going to remember our talk forever. Her plan. Is a success. Even if she does turn out to be the mastermind, I still can't find it in me to wish her dead. Day 2 private meeting with Daya Oamine, Kazuki Hoshino's room. Daya sits on the table, fiddling with his portable device. Did you know, Kazu? Our devices won't work for anyone but their owners, he says, then starts going through my bag on the table. He pulls out my portable device and shows me how he can't use it. You're very calm. He's the complete opposite of Iowa and her desperation. It's because I know I won't be targeted for murder. Daya smiles. Don't be boring and ask how I know. We're all aware it's because I'm the one who chose the murder target. So that means I'm the king. He says it so naturally that I almost take his words at face value. But that's exactly what I shouldn't do. I know this is another one of his tricks. I rack my brain for an arguable point. If you're the king, then I guess that would mean you know Iowa is the revolutionary, right? If so, why didn't you pick Iowa right after period started? Why did you choose her after your private meeting with Kamiyuchi? During period, Shindo did sound like she could be the culprit, But the truth is, I wasn't entirely sure. I was just about as suspicious of Kamiyuchi as she was. Kamiyuchi? The Kamiyuchi who got so emotional after Yuri's death. So you thought his anger was just an act? He's a dangerous guy in his own way. Even you must have felt like he's tricky and hard to pin down, right? I give a small nod. Try to remember. The first person Shindo picked for a private meeting was Kamiyuchi. That basically means she was on guard against him more than anyone else. Iowa had chosen Kamiyuchi first. By the way, Dayo, I get the feeling you know Kamiyuchi from before. Yeah, I do. We went to the same middle school. I didn't really remember his face, though. Huh? But Kamiyuchi doesn't seem to know you. That's probably just because a mere peasant such as myself is beneath the notice of the great Lord Kamiyuchi. Don't you think? I just have good grades, but he's famous. I could tell you all the juicy rumors I've heard about him. But we don't need to do that now, do we? So I guess for the time being, I should take it that Dayo and Iowa had heard enough bad things about Kamiyuchi to put them on guard against him. Now then, I'm going to share one other extremely interesting tidbit with you. What is it? The revolutionary didn't want to kill Yanagi. Huh? My mouth hangs open. Oh boy. Do I really have to lay everything out for you? The king has another command aside from murder, you know. Ah, that's right. He also has switch places. If the king used that command, it could result in assassinate killing an unintended target. The revolutionary was trying to kill me, not Yanagi. Dayo had smelled the danger in the air, so he used switch places on the first day. That's why Yuri, the double, had gotten killed instead of him. If that's true, then it would be hard to say for sure that Kamiyuchi's anger was all an act, even if he really is the revolutionary. After all, it would have been Dayo's fault he killed Yuri, the girl he liked. I ascertained during my previous private meeting that Kamiyuchi isn't the revolutionary. That means it's impossible for the revolutionary to be anyone other than Shindo. If everything Dayo says is true, that would mean Iowa killed Yuri accidentally, and if that's true then it slightly changes the meaning of Iowa's confession earlier. She was forcing herself to find a reason why she had no choice but to kill Yuri so she could rationalize her guilt away. That might be one way of interpreting things. But if so, then why were you being so vague during period? If you just told us all that you were the king, it could have done away with the suspicion on you, right? Revealing my own class is about the stupidest plan I've ever heard of. But you just told me. That's because I trust that you would never kill me. My eyes go wide, and Dayo scowls as if to say, damn it. He then looks away from me, almost like he's embarrassed. Did he say he trusts me? Dayo trusts in something? I'll explain why I said what I did during period. Dayo launches into his explanation as if his last remark never left his mouth. I'll start with my first goal, narrowing down the suspects. If I were the revolutionary, I would naturally have known that Yanagi died because of switch places. I brought up the topic of why anyone would go after Yanagi so I could make the suspect slip up. That ended up failing, though. I nod and beckon him to keep going. And then there's my other intent, to keep people from guessing I'm the king. Why did you need to do that? The revolutionary made me the scapegoat, namely so that I would be targeted for murder. But if I'm the king, then that's pointless. Obviously. After all, if I'm the king, then only I can pick who to murder. The one who was actually selected for murder is Iowa and not Dayo. So what do you think the revolutionary would do if I not only didn't work as a scapegoat but was a huge pain, since I was onto the lies? Dayo smiles as if this topic is pleasant. Kill me with assassinate. I gulp audibly. That's why it's better to have them suspect as little as possible that I might be the king. I recall what Iowa said. You would have noticed all of this if you were the king or the double. So I know you aren't either of those classes. So what does that leave us with? Yeah, now I see. That exchange was meant to make Iowa think he wasn't the king. The speed of Dayo's mind threatens to overwhelm me. But, if it does, then maybe it's okay to go along with what he says. He said he believes in me, and I can't believe he was just acting. Or maybe I just don't want to believe he was. He's my friend, after all. Is it all right to trust Dayo? And if Iowa is the revolutionary, is it also safe to say she's the owner? Kazu. Dayo summons me out of my silence. Kill Iowa Shindo. That's. If you use magic, neither you nor Otonashi will have any more dangerous bridges to cross, and you can find the solution to this box. All it takes is one little act of determination on your part to free yourself from everything. No, you have to kill her. Are you prepared to let my resolve go to waste? I know that the suggestion Dayo cut me off with is the smart answer, but I won't use magic. That answer won't change. If you're saying Iowa is the owner, then I'll find some way to persuade her to reveal the box, even though your hesitation may end up killing you and Otonashi. That's right. Dayo snorts in derision at my quick declaration. I commend you on keeping up your patented good boy act even in a killing game. Guess you're planning to have faith in her being a good person, 2? That's about the worst case of sugarcoating I've ever seen. Take a look at my arms. Your rotten values have given me goosebumps so big I could use my skin as a washboard. What are you going to do about that? Sorry, for some reason I apologize, even though I'm the one being slandered here. But I don't know, it just feels like another one of those back and forths we always have in class. But I knew all that, Daya says, pointedly rubbing his arm. I knew what you'd probably say. He has a resigned smirk on his face. Hey, you freak me out. How the hell is your brain wired that you laugh when someone's making fun of you? Come on, though. It's so totally Daya to show me respect while he's insulting me. And that's when I become certain Daya is telling the truth. Day 2. The common area. The revolutionary, and the owner of the game of indolence, is Iowa Shindo. That's the conclusion I've reached. I have to find some way to get through to her and keep her from doing anything else crazy. It should be possible. She's not such a horrible person to just totally disregard the lives of others, after all. That's why there has to be some way out of this, no matter how difficult it may seem. Or so I thought. How could I have been so incredibly naive? Someone is gasping. A red puddle grows, threatening to reach my feet. I stand routed in place, not even thinking of avoiding it. Kamiuchi. Maria's yell snaps me back to my senses. I realize what exactly it is at my feet. That spreading red puddle is blood. I know that. I understand. But I'm trying not to process why it keeps growing and growing, growing and growing and growing and growing and growing and growing. I slowly kneel down and gently touch the face near my feet. I'm answered with an almost teasing smile. That expression is so typical for the one making it that I can't help but say the name. Iowa. Splish. Splish, splish. What's that sound? Splish. It's footsteps. Each step leaves a red footprint on the floor. Splish, splish. The guy making that sound goes and sits in a chair as if nothing has happened at all, even though he plunged a knife into Iowa. Kamiuchi. Why, Hoshino, you sure do say some funny things. I did it because if I left her alive, she would have killed us all. Naturally, I had to stop her, right? But there could have been another way. I stopped short in the middle of what I was going to say. Kamiuchi's hands are shaking hard. He, too, notices this almost ridiculous level of trembling and suddenly begins giggling. Hey, in a way that's completely inappropriate for the situation. I'm sure Kamiuchi learned in his private meeting with Daya that Iowa was the revolutionary, and he got it into his head that he'd be killed if he didn't do something. But to think that would drive him straight to violence. Now I get it. Daya and Iowa were right to be on guard against him. She moans. Maria, who had been standing somewhere in a daze, snaps out of it and rushes over to Iowa. She begins looking over her body, trying to find a way to treat her, and then steps away without saying a single word. I see. A scapegoat, Iowa says, then with a big cough, spits up some blood. Whoa, I'm coughing up blood. I really screwed up. How lame, she whispers in a nearly inaudible voice. I can't say anything. Even though there's a woman coughing up blood in front of me, dying before me, I think, this might be for the best. I'm sorry. Iowa's eyes close. She's too weak to keep them open any longer. I'm sorry for cursing you. As I planned. In a small voice, as if mustering the last of her strength, she struggles to say, I'm sorry I couldn't save you. What? Those are her final words. She's sorry she couldn't save me? I continue staring at her motionless form as I come to grasp the meaning of her words. Iowa knew there was someone dangerous among us who would murder Yuri without a second thought. Knowing this, she had no choice but to kill that person. She took the forefront in Kingdom Royale, a game where the more you stand out, the more suspicious you are. With her strong sense of responsibility, she did this to turn the situation in a better direction, regardless of the danger she was placing herself in. She was prepared to let her life fall into ruin, to protect her own life, to protect all our lives. I reach down and touch her face once more, but she doesn't show me that teasing smile again. She's motionless, not breathing, not alive, and despite this, the game of indolence has not ended. I stand up, slowly, so slowly, I turn my head to look at him. Daya Oamin is touching the earrings in his right ear with a blank expression on his face. Iowa Shindo, dead via stab wound to the chest inflicted by Kaudai Kamiuchi. Day 2. Kazuki Hoshino's room. Kaudai Kamiuchi was strangled to death by assassinate. Now there is no one left to challenge him. Kaudai Kamiuchi, dead via assassinate. Day 3. The common area. The game was decided the moment I realized you're the sorcerer. With just 3 of us left in the common area, Daya begins telling us all his tricks. Maria sits in her chair, looking haggard. Since she knew everything, she had tried her hardest to explain to Kamiuchi about boxes, but he refused to hear any of it. And then, Kaudai Kamiuchi was killed. In the end, We couldn't do anything to prevent his death. Why did I believe Daya? Why did I fall for such a convenient lie like the existence of another suspect? Even though I knew he was the owner. I knew Kingdom Royale was a game of deceive or be deceived. That's why I also understand how it's my fault things ended up this way. But still, you said you trusted me. Daya smirks at my caustic remark. Yeah, I did. I said I trusted that there was no way you could kill me. And that was all just talk so that you could fool me. That was a slip of the tongue. If you were smart, you might have noticed the real implications. I scowl. Still don't get it? I assumed there was no way you could kill me as the sorcerer. What I'm saying is, I was making fun of you because you can't off me, no matter how far I take this. I bite my lip. So basically, he was mocking me. I thought he looked away from me then because he was embarrassed, but the truth is that he was actually just flustered because of his little verbal slip-up. As the revolutionary, naturally I'm going to want to know who the sorcerer is, since they would be another class with the ability to kill. That's why you asked if I was the sorcerer. He wasn't concerned about me. He merely wanted to know who the most dangerous class was. And then you were. So if I let you live, I would never be a candidate for murder. Daya smirks, then says, because I trust you. So that's why Daya said the game was over the moment he figured out I was the sorcerer. Still, even you might have used magic if you were absolutely sure I was the revolutionary. And even if you didn't, you might have tried something else. So all I needed to do was convince you I wasn't the revolutionary. I fell for Daya's scheme and ended up believing Iowa was the revolutionary. Damn, it really was that simple. All along, what I should have done was what I talked about with Maria back when all this started. I should have found a way to get through to Daya and get him to hand over the box. It only seemed complicated because Daya made it appear to be. Even then, not everything went smoothly. Yanagi in particular. Yuri? Yeah. She was trying to recruit other people as allies. She probably would have been able to get everyone on her side except for me. If that had happened, things wouldn't have worked out this way. I see. Daya wanted the game to start, and the presence of someone trying to stop Kingdom Royale was a thorn in his side. That was why he shot down her plan to share all our classes, and why he killed her first. Now, then, Daya brings his explanation to an end. Letting out a breath, he looks over at Maria in her chair. All I need to do is kill one more person, and then it's game over. The revolutionary has one enemy left. Maria Otonashi, the prince. She doesn't even raise her head at the proclamation of her death. I see now. The revolutionary has no need to kill the sorcerer to win. That's why I'll survive. Maria can save my life without lifting a finger. And Maria seems to have absolutely no interest in her own life. So she couldn't care less about Kingdom Royale. She's saying it's fine, and she doesn't mind if she's killed. Like hell. I can't let this happen. If Maria says she's a box, and she's willing to disregard that and offer her life up to save mine, then, Daya. Naturally, I have to reject that. I don't mince words as I fix Daya with a glare. I will never, ever allow you to kill Maria. That's right. Back when Maria realized she's powerless in this box, didn't she say she thought I might have to do something? Now that time has come. At the time, I didn't know what I should do. But now, if you're intending to kill Maria, then I'll stop you. I'll do whatever it takes. Even if it means, the conclusion leaves my mouth so easily. Killing you, Daya. Maria hadn't even twitched at Daya's intent to kill her. But my words make her open her eyes and look my way. I'm sorry, Maria. I'm betraying your faith in me, that I could never kill someone. You sound like you mean it, Daya says, then falls silent. He once said it himself, if I'm certain who the revolutionary is, there's a possibility I'd use magic. He failed. Kamiyuchi went against Daya's predictions and killed Iowa, which means he doesn't have any more scapegoats. It's now obvious he is the revolutionary. Give us the box, Daya. Do that, and you don't have to die. I say. Daya's expression seems to suggest he still has it all under control. But as someone who used to be his friend, I know better. He's more panicked than ever. I don't have to die, eh? Going back over my words quietly, Daya sneers. Kazu, do you know what type of box the game of indolence is? I frown at this sudden change of topic. The game of indolence is a box that staves off boredom by forcing the summoned players into a killing game called Kingdom Royale. So what's your point? Do you really think the ultimate escape from tedium would just end like this? Do you think I'd actually be satisfied with a single playthrough of the game? This is meaningless slaughter. Your desire to save Otonashi, your resolve to kill me if that's what it takes to do so, all of it is pointless. In the end, none of it matters. The next game will have different players, and that alone will make it unfold differently. You and I may even end up working together. What the hell is he talking about? That said, the sins you commit in this stupid game will carry over, if nothing else. If you kill me, that guilt will remain with you. So you're saying I shouldn't kill you? Yeah. Oh, come on. I had thought it might be something more, but it's all just a bunch of garbage meant to try to save his life. Even now, Daya's still trying to pull the wool over my eyes. I didn't want to see you reduced to this, Daya. I don't care about any of that, so just hand over the box. As a former friend of mine, Daya has to know, more than he probably cares to admit, that I am seriously prepared to kill him. Even so, that's the one thing I cannot do. Daya states this coldly. You know you have nowhere else to turn, right? Like I give a crap. I know about the hope the boxes bring. And now that I do, I'm not gonna let anyone take that away from me. If I lose my box, then I'll no longer have any purpose. I'd just be a CO2 factory blundering through the motions of life in a thoughtless haze. The boxes are hope. The boxes that brought such suffering to Mogi, to Asami, to Mizaki. They aren't as good as you think. Shut up. You annoy me. I'm not interested in your cheap-ass bargain bin values. Scarily enough, Daya sounds like he really means it. He's serious when he says the box is his hope, even though he knows well enough about the previous two instances. As my thoughts reach this point, I suddenly realized something. Could it be? Does this have something to do with Kokone? Daya doesn't respond right away. Does what have something to do with her? I mean, does Kokone have something to do with your wish? Why are you bringing her up? I almost feel sorry for your pitiful brain and the irrelevant intellectual disasters it comes up with. I don't miss it, though. There was a stony expression on Daya's face before he said that, and he seemed to be forcing himself. No doubt about it. Kokone definitely has some connection to Daya's wish. I'm certain of it now. You aren't going to hand over the box, are you? I'm certain that Daya will not part with the box, no matter what. Yeah, that's what I said, right? No matter how much I threaten to kill him, Daya will never give us the box. In other words, Daya has us. Realizing this, I look at Maria. Maria is smiling. Stop it. She's smiling, as if she has given up on everything. But maybe that's an appropriate reaction to our situation. I've known it all along. I can never kill Daya and crush the box by force. I can never use magic, no matter the circumstances. Not because I don't have the resolve to kill Daya. My willpower doesn't have anything to do with it. I mean, I can't use magic on my own. Yeah, I can't use magic because Maria will absolutely never take another person's life. And that's why. We are going to lose to Daya Oamine. Day 3 private meeting with Maria Otonashi. Maria Otonashi's room. I knew it would be this way, but for the entire 30 minutes, Maria ignored my pleas for us to use murder. I think back on what Maria said yesterday. I will protect you. I took her words at face value. I had been a fool basking in her strength and kindness, taking it for granted. Even though I knew the truth, even though I was well aware that Kingdom Royale was a game of murder and deception, and Maria was powerless within it. I was wrong. I'm the one who should have said those words. I will protect you, Maria. But it's too late, and there's no time left. Day 3 Kazuki Hoshino's room. Maria Otonashi was strangled to death by assassinate. Maria Otonashi, dead via assassinate. Game over. Winners. Daya Oamine, player. The Revolutionary, survived and killed Yuri Yanagi, Kaudai Kamiyuchi, and Maria Otonashi via assassinate. Victory conditions were fulfilled by the deaths of Yuri Yanagi, Kaudai Kamiyuchi, and Maria Otonashi. Kazuki Hoshino, the sorcerer, survived. Victory conditions were fulfilled by skillfully surviving. Losers. Iowa Shindo, the knight, died due to hemorrhagic shock after being stabbed in the chest with a knife by Kaudai Kamiyuchi on the second day. Yuri Yanagi, the double, died via Daya Oamine's assassinate on the first day. Kaudai Kamiyuchi, the king, killed Iowa Shindo by hand on the second day. Died via Daya Oamine's assassinate on the same day. Maria Otonashi, the prince, died via Daya Oamine's assassinate on the third day. Day 1 Kazuki Hoshino's room. I wake up with a start in unfamiliar surroundings, my eyes falling upon a naked light bulb and a bare concrete ceiling. What is this room? Why am I here all of a sudden? I can feel myself about to lose it, so I review what I can remember of what happened. I'm sure I was sleeping on my bottom bunk. I don't remember moving from there. I don't remember leaving or meeting anyone, either. I survey the room, I check the contents of the hemp sack, and then the rules of the killing game are explained to me by a green bear, Noiton, that appears with a good _morning. This is the work of a box. That's why Maria is here. Day 1 The common area. The view changes instantly. First off, it's white. Unnaturally so, like a newly built hospital without doctors or nurses or patients. I spot him, the closest one to me. Dayo. Long time no see. Kazu. Dayo, who had disappeared without a trace, greets me with perfect ease, as if we were just bumping into each other in the classroom for the first time in a while after summer break came to an end. Even though I'm still unsure how to react, Daya continues on. You should thank me, Kazu. I stopped things from getting violent. Daya jabs his thumb at a girl with mid-length hair. This girl was gonna push you down and threaten you with a knife. What? Eyes wide, I look at her. That green bear had said we would be killing one another. So does this mean it's about to get started? Hold on there. Oh, I mean, he's going to get the wrong idea if you put it that way, the girl counters. I've heard her voice somewhere before. Wrong idea? Nothing I said was incorrect. Shut up. The only thing that isn't mistaken here is your obvious bad intentions. I only did it because I thought it was a necessary measure. I realize I've actually heard her voice often, through a microphone. Right, she's the student council president. A necessary measure, huh? Fine, but if you keep doing stuff like that, you're just going to invite extra mistrust and put yourself at a disadvantage, you know? If you're scared, you should just try trembling like you're supposed to. The president seems a bit surprised by Daya's words. Yeah, well, putting on a strong front is a bad habit of mine. Is she saying she's worried despite acting so level-headed? She has to be joking, right? If you want to learn to express your fear naturally, take a look at that girl clinging to you and follow her example. The shoulders of the girl with black hair next to the president jump so hard I almost feel bad for her. The president pats the girl's hair as if to reassure her it'll be okay. Her face really is pure white. Nothing's even happened. Isn't she a little too terrified? But there is something kinda cute about her. I realize thinking along those lines is unwise, and I may not be as nervous as I should be. But I can't fight this protective urge welling up within me. Like the way you'd react to seeing a small animal. It's an appeal Maria doesn't have. Kazuki. That's right. I knew she'd be here, but I got careless. What was that weird yelp for? It's nothing, Maria. I escape her suspicious gaze by turning my face. Whatever. You do know what kind of situation we're in, though? I'm shocked you aren't more on edge from how abnormal this all is. Sorry. This isn't the time or place to fall for a girl. Guess she really did catch me staring at the black-haired girl. As I stand there quietly refusing to meet her gaze, Maria removes one of her loafers and presses the sole against the side of my face. That hurts, you know. Plus, it's dirty. Shoes still pressed to my face, Maria whispers in my ear. You know there's a box at work here, right? Yeah, she's right. This situation can't be anything other than a box. That means this is Daya's handiwork. Still, I'm acting like I've never even heard of a box before. Yo, hey. Do I spy 3 pretty girls? Lucky me. There are 6 chairs, and the 6th player arrives. Now all the participants in the killing game Noit described are here. The brown-haired student, who was the last to join us and still seems somewhat unsure of how things are unfolding, suggests we introduce ourselves, and we promptly do. The boy with brown hair is Kaudai Kamiyuchi. The girl who was apparently going to pull a knife on me is Iowa Shindo, our student council president. And the black-haired girl is Yuri Yanagi. The name alone is enough to make my thoughts pause in their tracks. Did I say something strange? It's nothing. I have a friend with the same last name as all. She looks dubiously at me as I wave my hands frantically, then asks, a friend? I try to remember that person. Unexpectedly, something resurfaces in my mind, namely, what Daya said to me in the cafeteria. It's because you want to keep seeking HMPH. Even if I accept what you're saying for the sake of argument, that still brings up another question. Why have you become like that? I get it now. The one I couldn't see through the fog back then. My classmate from when I was in middle school. Nana Yanagi. As her name leaps back into my mind unbidden, I shake my head furiously. I don't want to remember her. I once hoped she would remain forgotten. Yanagi, the first girl I fell in love with. A classmate. Well, maybe you feel some connection with me because of that, then? Yanagi. No, that's a bit confusing. So Yuri says this with her head inclined to one side. Huh? Oh why yeah, it'd be nice if we hit it off right away. Yuri smiles charmingly. She really is too cute. What are you in such good spirits for, Kazuki? My shoulders tense up, and I turn around, only to see Maria giving me a reproachful look. I'm not in good spirits. No, you definitely are. You have that happy expression guys get when they talk to a pretty girl. You look all weak and sappy. You're a pretty girl too. Are you trying to flatter me? I hope you don't think that'll work on me. As we go on like this for a bit, Yuri eventually steps in. I'm not that pretty, you know. That's not true. I think you're really beautiful. Oh, Yuri has turned bright red. As I gaze into her face, unable to understand why, I feel a sudden impact on the back of my head. Oh ow. Turning around, I see Kamiyuchi staring at his own fist. Ah, I saw you and got superpowered, so I guess I just kinda did it without thinking. My bad. As I stand there holding my head, still clueless as to what's going on, Maria sighs. Who would have thought it'd take a natural-born skirt chaser to ease the tension? That's mean. Whatever. It'll be easier for us all to talk this way. Let's get down to business. And with that, Maria pins Daya with a hard stare. What's the meaning of all this, Daya? Oh, I mean, the somewhat relaxed atmosphere disperses. All of our attention turns to Daya when he's singled out. Instead of being taken aback at the suspicion, he flashes a brazen grin. Huh? Yuri gasps, apparently not completely following the situation. Is this something Oamin did? What I'm about to say might sound bizarre, but will you try to believe it? Yuri is still blinking at Maria's words. The president speaks up in her place. Sorry, Otonashi, but we'll decide for ourselves what we want to believe. Don't try to force anything on us. Fair enough, but I still have to say it. This is the kind of subject you have to ask people to believe before bringing it up. The president pouts, then nods as if to say, I see. Okay, I guess I'll start by explaining just what a box is. Now, here's the thing about boxes. With the introduction, Maria begins describing boxes to everyone. They exist to grant wishes. They're the reason why we're involved in this situation. 3 of us already know about them. And Daya Oamin is the owner of the game of indolence. Everyone listens to the explanation earnestly. That all sounds really messed up. The president has a stern look on her face, just as she had the whole time while she was listening to Maria. So the boxes themselves are really messed up, but the situation we're in now is plenty crazy, too. It doesn't even sound too far-fetched that such a thing could exist. So does that mean you believe us? I ask. The president pouts again, as if it's a habit of hers. No, I'm just saying I wouldn't be too surprised if something like that existed. I mean, even I could cook up some ridiculous reasons for a ridiculous situation, you know? I see, I reply, crestfallen. The president scratches her head and continues on. But, well, I think if you were truly trying to deceive us, you would tell a more realistic lie. You answered all our questions straight away, and you almost went out of your way to say some things that were fishy. I'd say it's about 50-50 for me. Hey, what do you think, Kamiyuchi? I don't think I can buy it. Kamiyuchi flat out rejects our explanation. It isn't so much what they're saying, more like it's a little odd that the 3 of them are working together. They all knew one another before this, right? But we haven't had any time to put our heads together and conspire on this. I counter his argument feebly. I hear ya, but you still knew each from before, so weren't you just going along with what Marichi was saying? Not to mention the worst-case scenario, where all 3 of you are behind this whole thing, you know. That's not true, Hoshino. Please don't get so worked up. What I'm trying to say is, it's not easy to trust the opinions of 3 people who seem to be in cahoots, Kamiyuchi says. The president agrees. He's got something there. How about you, Yuri? Sorry, but I just can't make myself believe in the idea of these boxes. I'm sorry. She doesn't speak haltingly because she lacks confidence in her own ideas, but more likely because she isn't used to expressing negative opinions. Hey, Yuri, you must have taken my side because you want to get in good with me, huh? No, that's not it. Hee, it's so cute how that little joke was enough to make you blush bright red. The president butts in as if to protect Yuri, who is turning an even deeper shade of crimson. Okay, stop teasing Yuri, President. Maybe you're just so jealous because the guys don't make passes at you like they do. Yuri here. It wouldn't count if someone like you hit on me. Ouch. You're so mean. You might be surprised, but I've got a lot of fans among the ladies. The president sighs, as if to say she is through listening to him, and gets the conversation back on track. Anyway, can we set the matter of the boxes aside for now? Yuri, Kamiyuchi, I'd also like to ask the 2 of you to not dismiss the possibility so easily and just keep the idea in the back of your minds. If you do, then maybe down the line when it's time to decide whether to believe in them, you can be a bit more objective. The 2 of them nod sincerely at her idea. Maria says, I guess I can live with that, although her dissatisfied expression contradicts her words. Well, I feel the same way. It's disappointing that we can't get them to believe us about the boxes, but on the other hand, there's not much we can do about it. President, what can we do to persuade you of this? She replies to my timid query straight away. You have to prove with actions that you are trustworthy. If you do, even if we don't buy into the idea of the boxes, we'll be likely to go along with your suggestions on how to get out of this mess. Easier said than done. What exactly do we need to? My question is interrupted. Hey underscore hey underscore hey. It underscore sounds underscore like underscore you underscore all underscore are underscore talking underscore about underscore something underscore disturbing. But underscore I apostrophe ll underscore tell underscore you underscore about underscore something underscore real underscore that underscore blows underscore that underscore out underscore of underscore the underscore water. Anyway underscore I underscore wish underscore you underscore all underscore good underscore luck. Don apostrophe T underscore let underscore the underscore game underscore end underscore with underscore some underscore boring underscore outcome underscore where underscore you underscore are underscore all underscore mummified. After he finishes explaining the rules of Kingdom Royale, Noiten vanishes. Hey, Otonashi. The president seems to have changed her demeanor somewhat after hearing such awful things. If what you're saying is true, there's a way for us all to survive aside from completing Kingdom Royale, right? Yeah. Maria's firm assertion seems to resonate even more deeply with the president. Maybe this could lead them to believe us even more quickly than expected. I mean, the president, and the others, too. They don't want to take part in this killing game. If we keep fumbling along without a clue and time starts running out, someone will end up breaking. Then the game would begin. We need to act before that happens. That's why, if we can establish another option for getting out of this, they'll most likely jump at the chance. Shall I tell you exactly what it is? And Maria can tell them. Okay, I'll bite. What do we need to do? If we can get Daya to take out his box, we will be free. Everyone's eyes turn to Daya instantly at her words. Seeing our attitudes, he clicks his tongue in annoyance and makes sure it's loud enough for us all to hear. Hey, Daya, aren't you going? Respond to Maria. Rejecting the president's question, Daya turns away and stays silent. To be honest, if you're gonna call Oa suspicious, I won't object, Kamiyuchi says with a bit of a chill in his voice, as if he's irritated. He then turns around and smiles at Yuri. Of course, you're on the same page as me, right, Yuri? Huh? Yuri's eyes grow huge as she is suddenly dragged into the fray. That's I never. She's fumbling over her words, but judging by the way she keeps peeking over at Daya, I'd have to say she agrees with Kamiyuchi. The atmosphere of the situation is now completely to Daya's disadvantage. Ugh. He reacts to this whole affair with a deep sigh. You idiots are all a bunch of puppets. But not even his insults are enough to change the mood. How about you try defending yourself before you start calling people idiots? The president replies calmly. Daya gives an icy laugh as if thoroughly disgusted. What's with the unpleasant laughter? She asks. You believe others so readily. I was just thinking how easy it would be for all of you to get wiped out. And you say you're all honor students? You've got to be kidding me. Stop with the smoke and mirrors, Daya. Hurry up and state your case. Sorry, but I'll save that until after the private meetings. Huh? What sort of weak attitude is that? Aren't you just buying time to come up with a good explanation? I can't decide what stance to take, and there's someone I want to confer with. Okay, but you're overwhelmingly suspicious right now. Are you fine with that? Daya doesn't say anything in response. Day 1 Kazuki Hoshino's room. Your class is the revolutionary. I stand in place for a moment, taking in the message. Huh? I'm the revolutionary? The revolutionary, as in the most indisputably dangerous class. If Kingdom Royale starts, everyone is going to come after me straight off the bat, no doubt about it. No matter how you slice it, the revolutionary and his ability to take lives independently are a hazard. Wait, let's try looking at it from another angle. If I'm the revolutionary, then that means I won't get hit with assassinate. If you put it that way, I'm actually in a pretty safe position. And that's not all. Since I'm the revolutionary, the one most likely to kick Kingdom Royale into motion, I can keep the game from starting. So I should assume I'm in relatively little danger. Yeah. Telling myself this, I let out a deep breath and try to calm my racing heart. Hey underscore Kazuki underscore it apostrophe s underscore time underscore for underscore the private meetings. As usual, the mascot appears at the worst possible timing for my heart. I'm positive he's doing it on purpose. I listen to Noiten's explanation of the private meetings, and then, of course, I choose Maria. Daya chose me? Does that mean I'm the one Daya wanted to confer with? At any rate, I'll have time to speak with Maria before that. Day 1 private meeting with Maria Otonashi. Maria Otonashi's room. We might have had a bit of unexpected luck there. Maria says this out of nowhere. What are you talking about? Telling them about boxes. Huh? Is there a situation where we wouldn't be able to? There is. If we did it after we learned the rules of the game, the others would most likely think we were spreading disinformation in an attempt to win. We were able to talk about it because they would seriously consider the existence of boxes in those circumstances. She might just be right. Thanks to that, we have a chance of victory. As time runs out, they'll have no choice but to trust in us since we have the only plan for getting out of this. Oamin will probably be difficult as we saw earlier, but that's just the way he is, so they won't trust him. I think that's true. I feel bad about it, but when it comes down to trusting us or Daya, probably no one would take his side. Maria, what is it? Is Daya really the owner of the box? Maria furrows her brows. In light of our situation, I don't see any other possibility, do you? But you could also say it was Daya who kept things from getting out of control by stopping the president. Thanks to that, we had a good environment for the president and the rest to hear us out about the boxes. Do you really think he would have done that if he wanted Kingdom Royale to start? What you say is true, but I'm guessing he probably wasn't thinking that far ahead. Or maybe he wants us to think that so we'll drop our guard or something. You're free to worry over whatever you want, but we know Daya is the owner. Do you have any better evidence? You're right. Now that we're in agreement there, let's go over things. We need to get Daya to bring out the box. We have to convince him to do this. But he isn't going to respond to our attempts easily. I nod dutifully. Yeah, our real work has just begun. We need to make time to get through to Daya. To that end, we have to make sure Kingdom Royale never gets started, even if just by accident. How do we do that? Build a relationship of trust. As Shindo said, a good starting point would be to have those who actually have the ability to kill, particularly the revolutionary, come forward and reveal themselves. But, oh, I'm the revolutionary. Really? Why yeah. Maria's enthusiasm throws me off a bit as I answer. This is huge. It means there's no chance the revolutionary will be consumed by paranoia and commit an error. Then, if we wait for the right moment and have you reveal yourself, there won't be any better way to win their trust. So it really is a good thing I'm the revolutionary. So what's your class, Maria? I'm the double. According to the game, that makes us enemies. Our chances are good. All that leaves. Yeah, the one possibility that bothers me is that Daya might conspire with someone to use magic behind the scenes. I have a private meeting with Daya, so I'll try asking him a few things then. Should I try driving the point home about not starting Kingdom Royale? Yeah. But be very careful. One sleep up, and he could deduce that you're the revolutionary. Day 1 private meeting with Daya Oamin, Kazuki Hoshino's room. I have no intention of playing a crappy game like Kingdom Royale. That's the first thing Daya says as he enters my room. What are you all goggle-eyed for? I mean, is it really possible Daya, the owner, wouldn't want to play his own game? The look on your face says you don't understand where I'm coming from. He's right on the money, so I can't say anything. The answer to that question is simple. I'm not the owner of this shitty box. Forcing people into a game where they kill one another, hey, sounds pretty unproductive to me. It has no reason to exist. I think the same. So is your insistence that I'm the creator of this box some roundabout way of insulting me? No. So maybe this is what Daya is trying to say. He's without a doubt an owner. But the box that makes people play Kingdom Royale is not his. This box has another owner. That aside, what's with this box? I can't sense any way of interfering with it. If it doesn't have any loose ends, whoever made it must really know what they're doing. Come on, why are you so astonished? Think about it. Otonashi can detect boxes, interfere with them, and knows about her because she's an owner, right? I'm an owner now, too, so it shouldn't surprise you that I can do all that. That's true. What's with that face? From where I stand, you're the strange one since you know about even though you're supposed to forget completely about them. But that's, yeah, it's not possible. We're owners, and it's possible for us to do these things, since we can consciously make use of our special nature. But you're not an owner, are you? I don't have anything to say to that. So what is it that makes box owners different? Exactly. Daya crosses his arms and thinks a moment before answering my question. This is just the way I see it, but from the moment a person comes into possession of a box, they're no longer human, because the box allows them to surpass the limitations of humanity. When they step outside the bounds of these limitations, owners step outside the bounds of normal life. That's what makes them special. I frown as if I have no idea what he means, and Daya continues his explanation. Leaving your original standpoint allows you to perceive things you never could before. I don't mean that we can see boxes or in the visual sense, but more that we are just aware of them. Like how you'll spot a salon you've passed by many times, but only when you need to get your hair cut. I guess Daya thought that would help me understand. So why is it that you can perceive he asks. I don't know. My reply is a little apathetic. Hey, Kazu, you rejected it, but apparently, you did touch a box once. Not really wanting to answer fully, I simply give a tiny nod. That's because you truly felt that a wish-granting box sounded like a bunch of nonsense. You knew there were no limitations. Back then, you took a step outside the norm. How does that sound? How does it sound? So does that mean there's no going back for anyone who has ever been an owner? Mogi doesn't remember at all. Yeah, I guess there is that. Mogi and Asami both got really lucky in that sense. They thought of their boxes as something special. They didn't notice the true nature of the boxes. That's why they could go back to how they once were, and why they couldn't use their boxes fully. Daya looks me over. But I get the feeling you could master a box. That's why you ended up like this just by touching one. No way. I'm normal. No, I'm afraid you're not. I said it before, but you're floating in suspension, away from normal life. You're wrong. I'm not. On the contrary, you were abnormal even before you came into contact with a box. You were, in essence, very close to the nature of an owner from the very beginning. No, maybe less an owner and closer to oh. Stop it. I yell. I can never accept the idea that I resemble that disgusting being in any way. Dayo observes my exclamation. After a moment, he sighs. Well, there's not much point in talking about this now. All I wanted to do was get you to trust that I'm not the owner of this box. I don't think I can believe that anymore. Hey, don't make up your mind so quickly. Say. Would you believe me if I could stop Kingdom Royale in its tracks? What do you mean? If Kingdom Royale is designed to make people kill and deceive one another, then all we have to do is lead it in a direction where that doesn't happen. Do that, and the game doesn't work anymore. It seems to be in line with our goal of keeping Kingdom Royale from starting. I guess. Do you think the owner of this box would want the game to stop running? No, I don't think so. Hold on. Do you have an actual plan for how to stop Kingdom Royale? Yeah. That's when Daya says it. Find the revolutionary. I instinctively swallow. I fight down the urge to let my panic show on my face. That was close. He almost outed me as the revolutionary. Why will finding the revolutionary stop the game? I manage to ask the question naturally. Daya replies, without the slightest hint of doubt toward me, because the game will never start if they don't use assassinate. If we can find the revolutionary and threaten them so they can't use assassinate, then we've achieved our objective. The word threaten scares me a bit, but I maintain my composure and raise another question. How would we keep them from using that ability? There are plenty of ways. For instance, we could say that if they kill anyone, we'll out them as the revolutionary. Once exposed, the revolutionary has no chance of victory. No one's dumb enough to kill someone for no reason. But let's say we find the revolutionary and prevent them from using assassinate. Then what about magic? Wouldn't it still be possible for the game to start if someone dies that way? There's no worry of that. Daya denies it firmly. Why? Because I'm the sorcerer. Huh? Is he really okay with just revealing his class to me like that? Really? You aren't just trying to fool me? Does it benefit me in this game to lie to you about being the sorcerer here? I think for a moment, but I can't come up with anything. All I want is to get out of this worthless box. By necessity, I have to work with you and Otonashi to do that. That's why I don't mind telling you my class. Are you sure? We might be classes that are opposed to each other. Do the classes of this game matter to you? You know we can resolve all of this if we destroy the box. After all. He might be right. All I want is for you and Otonashi to realize I am not the owner of this box. In light of that, I need to ask you something. Daya casually says his question. You're the revolutionary, aren't you? My reaction allows Daya to ascertain my class beyond a shadow of a doubt. It seems he was already pretty certain who I was from my response when he said we need to find the revolutionary. That's how I ended up under Daya's control. But I don't think there's any way around it. I'm positive none of the others would have been able to keep their class hidden from him, either. Day 1. The common area. Daya's claim that he wants to stop Kingdom Royale from functioning could be true. If you all don't want to murder one another, then we should all come out in the open about our classes. That's his proposal, after all. If we all tell one another our classes, then no one can lie. Furthermore, the class Daya would reveal is the sorcerer, one that's capable of killing. Is that the conclusion you reached after consulting with Hoshino? In the end, it's the president who breaks the lengthy silence. Yeah, I don't feel like playing along with this game. That's all well and good. But I wonder if that's true. This is just an example, but, let me just say this. I'll assume that anyone who doesn't go along with this plan intends on playing Kingdom Royale. You can't just say that. Can't I? I'm the only one who gets to decide how I judge things, Daya retorts. The president scowls. But, Iowa, I was thinking of suggesting exactly the same idea, Yuri says. Yeah, I kinda sensed that during our private meeting. The president looks around at all of us, then asks, are we all fine with this? If you have any objections, speak up. No one says a thing. I had thought Kamiyuchi might object, since this is Daya's plan, but he doesn't give a peep. Maybe because Yuri agrees with it. Ugh, seriously? The president complains. Well, guess I can't very well go against it and be the odd one out. So you're for revealing our classes? Yeah. Once the president gives up, Daya hands us each a piece of notebook paper from his hemp sack. Write down your class on these. I only have one pen, so we'll have to take turns. Make sure no one sees you while you're writing so there won't be any cheating. Once you're done, put your paper face down. Then, once I give the signal, we'll all flip them over at the same time. Daya writes first, and then we'll write our classes as directed. Maria, followed by me, the president, Yuri, and Kamiyuchi. There are now 6 pieces of paper face down on the table. All right, show 'em. Everyone turns over their paper. I read the class on each one. Maria is the double. The president is the king. Yuri is the prince. Kamiyuchi is the knight. And then Daya, who I had thought might pull something, is the sorcerer, just as he claimed. So Hoshino is the revolutionary. Phew, that's a bit of a relief. I don't know what I would have done if it was Kamiyuchi. Hang on there, president, what's that supposed to mean? Yeah, exactly what I said. Kamiyuchi grimaces with a woe. How about it, your presidency? Daya asks. Seems like just the type of outcome to put you at ease, eh? Yeah. Unless Hoshino is secretly some scheming bastard, then I guess I'm okay with it. Hey, come on. Daya ignores my pouting and continues. I also have one more proposal. I want to collect all the knives we were given. This won't entirely prevent violence, but it's still safer than the alternative. Don't tell me you're trying to hoard all the knives for yourself. Oh, I mean? Kamiyuchi says. In that case, I'm against it. It's way too dangerous to leave all that power in your hands. HMPH. Well then, how about we gather them all in someone else's room? The president cuts in. How about Yuri's or Hoshino's rooms? They seem like the most valid choices. Anyway, I'm fine with either one, so how about you two work it out, huh? The two of us, who are just picked, exclaim at the same time and look at each other. Oh, go ahead, Hoshino. Oh, it's okay. Why don't you do it, Yuri? I couldn't either. I think you would keep the knives stored safe and sound, Hoshino. So I'd feel safer if it was you, Yuri. But you'd just be holding on to them. But it'd be the same if they were with you. Okay, the knives go with Yuri. The president stops our conversation with a clap of her hands, then settles the matter herself. Pipe down, it's settled. Each of us will bring our knives tomorrow during . Yuri will then collect them. How does that sound? Satisfied now? Oh, I mean, not yet. The president let out a breath at Daya's statement. Okay, your Imperial Majesty, what shall we do next? Daya carries on, completely disregarding the president's sarcasm. We've stopped Kingdom Royale temporarily. But our objective isn't just to stop it, but to escape it altogether. All we did now was reach a preliminary agreement. If the situation changes, that won't hold true any longer. Yeah, I guess I can see that. So what, then? Does that mean you know something especially vital? I know a way to get us out of the game. The president and the rest of us freeze at his retort. Daya, you can't Mia. We just need to destroy the box. He really did it. He acknowledged the existence of boxes in front of the others, even though he is currently the prime suspect. Boxes do indeed exist, as Maria Otonashi said. If you can't believe that, then just think of the box as an analogy for whatever forced us into this mess. At any rate, in order to accomplish our goal, we need to destroy this box. And we can do this by killing the owner, or the one in possession of the box. But didn't Otonashi basically say you were the owner? I'm going to retract that estimation for the time being. Maria jumps into the conversation with a stern face. This doesn't change the fact that Oamine is my prime suspect. I've just concluded that a decision would be a little premature. I felt this during my private meeting just now, and the plan Oamine proposed will undoubtedly prevent any killing. That's why I can't be certain Oamine is the owner. The president tilts her head in obvious puzzlement at Maria's unexpected assistance. Neither I nor Maria is sure how much of what Daya's saying is sincere. We don't know what his aims are for us. Still, there's no mistaking the truth that Kingdom Royale is the work of a box. If we can just get everyone to believe that, then the game will not start. And then, we can work as one and find a solution to, oh, give me a break. My optimistic thoughts come to a screeching halt. Everyone focuses on Kamiyuchi, the source of the outburst. Why are you even seriously considering this, President? There's no need to think about any of it. Why is that? Kamiyuchi flashes a condescending smile at the president's question, then bluntly replies, I mean, the three of them are totally in cahoots, right? M. Chilled to the bone. There isn't a trace of his usual flippancy on his face. Instead, It's blank, with a hint of something hard and cold lurking underneath. This is just a trap. None of us has any idea what type of person would be an owner, right? That's why if we start searching for this owner, we'd have no choice but to follow these three in everything during our hunt. Do you know what that means? Kamiyuchi continues with a thin smile. These guys can set somebody up as the owner we have to kill. What is he saying? We have no intention of killing the owner. Shut up. A single sentence. That's all it takes to create an enormous impact. I'm instantly aware of something. This person is different from an unknown world, and his world contains violence. Not one of us is able to open our mouth. The long silence is finally broken as Kamiyuchi lets out a deep exhalation. He breathes several times, in out, and he's wearing his usual clownish expression. But it's impossible to see it the same way as before. You can't believe all this box scrap, either, can you, Yuri? Yuri gulps audibly. He's forcing her to take his side. He won't allow any dissenting opinions. He's trying to get Yuri to agree with him. By doing so, he can establish a false rationale for rejecting our ideas. That's his aim. If Yuri agrees with him, we're done for. But it's no good. As weak-willed as she is, Yuri isn't capable of rejecting him the way he is now. With tears in her eyes, Yuri looks at me for a moment before averting her gaze. Then, with trembling lips, she whispers, No, I can't believe it. Yep, we're screwed. Or so I thought. But then, but. She keeps speaking. At the very least, I think I can trust Hoshino. So the idea that he would be trying to trap us. Is something I can't accept. She can't accept it. She said it clearly. She was trembling and scared, but she still managed to push Kamiyuchi's opinion to the side and defend me. Maybe because she had to summon so much bravery. Yuri ducks down on the spot, places her hands over her chest, and lets out a ragged breath. Kamiyuchi regards her with wide eyes, probably because he never expected her to refute him. He then directs a piercing gaze toward me. I swallow hard, feeling exactly like a criminal about to be sentenced by a judge. Well, I can also acknowledge that Hoshino here seems like an upstanding guy. Only then does the hostility disappear from his features. Did we ride it out? Yuri raises her face and looks at me. Her tense face relaxes, and she smiles. That's how, thanks to Yuri's bravery, we were able to hold on to some hope of finding a resolution. Dayo, the president, Kamiyuchi, and Maria all return to their own rooms. Just as I'm about to follow them through the door, Yuri grabs my hand. What's up? I notice it as soon as the words leave my mouth. Her hand is shaking. I was scared. She murmurs this, not raising her head. That guy terrified me. Yeah, but you really helped us all. Thank you. I smile at Yuri to reassure her, but her face remains as frightened as before. My private meeting. Huh? I'm scared of my next private meeting. With that guy. Yuri's complexion is as white as it was when I first saw her. It'll be okay. Kamiyuchi seems to like you, so I'm sure. That's why I'm scared. She looks up and raises her voice enough to startle me. She looks down again, embarrassed at her loud exclamation. Sorry for losing my composure. It's okay. What's this all about? In the private meetings, we're alone with the other person in our cell-like rooms. Kamiyuchi has a thing for Yuri, so I can't imagine he would kill her, but... Oh, the realization hits me. I know exactly what Yuri is so afraid of. I think she sees I've caught her meaning, because she grips me tight. I really meant it, you know, huh? I didn't say I could trust you earlier because I wanted Kamiyuchi to back down. I said it because I meant it. Her trembling grows even more intense. I'm getting worried, so I peer into her downturned face. I'm scared, so scared. Yuri is crying. What do I do? What am I supposed to do here? This isn't the type of situation I can think my way through, so for the time being I just squeeze her shaky hand in reply. Yuri places her left hand over mine and grips me even tighter. Oh, again. It's happening again. I'm remembering. Again. I remember Nana Yanagi even more vividly than I did when I heard Yuri's name. In fact, how could I have forgotten her so completely? It hasn't even been 2 years, but recently, her existence hadn't crossed my mind at all. I had blocked her out of my thoughts like none of it had ever happened. Could it be that my wish to forget Nana Yanagi, the wish I had been praying for from the moment I betrayed her, had actually been granted? It had, by completely blotting it out with mundanity. On the contrary, you were abnormal even before you came into contact with the box. That doesn't matter. It has nothing to do with it. I'm sorry, Hoshino. I'm sorry. I'm going to say something selfish, but please forgive me. I trust you, of my own volition. That's why I ask. She says it. Yanagi says it. That's why I ask. Please don't betray me. The tearful entreaty on her face. For some reason it resembles her, my first love. And then, The moment I think it, the words leave my mouth. I won't betray your trust again, Yanagi. Day 1. Kazuki Hoshino's room. Upon returning to my room, I reflect on my memories of her. Nana Yanagi. She was my classmate, the first girl I fell for, and, in a relationship with my best friend. She and Yuri share the same last name, and they are at once alike and completely different. In a word, she was a troublemaker. She would suddenly shave off her eyebrows with a razor during break, cover the whole classroom in the pink powder of a fire extinguisher. The list of strange things she did was endless. The other girls even started calling her Exco behind her back. The X was short for eccentric. I thought Yanagi was scary, and to be honest, I didn't want to have anything to do with her. It would take a rare person to want to associate with a classmate who had bleached blonde hair, wore a decidedly unmodern long skirt that was too much for even the other bad girls, and smoked cigarettes in secret. But as it happened, I knew just such an oddball. Toji Kijima, my best friend. Toji was full of curiosity, and his eyes positively shone whenever he encountered something new. Yanagi's eccentric behavior never failed to ignite that gleam. I think becoming interested in her was an extremely natural thing for Toji. At first, Yanagi rebuffed his advances, but I think the truth is she most likely wanted someone to pay attention to her. She accepted Toji, and they started dating. Almost as soon as they did, she revealed her true colors. The true colors of a deeply lonely girl. She was dependent on Toji. The extent of her need was, in a word, horrible. She never left his side for even a moment and lashed out at any girls who approached Toji to make them keep their distance. Because Toji wanted her to, she changed her blonde hair back to black, wore a normal-length skirt, and buried her cigarettes in the garden. Toji was everything to Yanagi. Since he was her world, she couldn't bear it if he said or did anything she didn't like. Even the most trivial remark or behavior hurt her terribly. On occasion, she would even cut her wrists. The only one who would listen to her at those painful times was me. The phone calls I got from her always started with sobbing. She would often drag me off somewhere away from prying eyes during breaks at school, then unleash a flood of tears. At first, I was just trying to lend her an ear. But as time went on, she began to seek further comfort from me. She would get me to stroke her head, hold her, sleep beside her, even lick up the tears running down her cheeks. I remember her saying some really messed up things, like how the sight of my face as I guiltily lapped up her tears relaxed her. That's right. In the end, she was dependent on me, too. Honestly, it was exhausting. I didn't like the way she led me around by the nose, and at times, I even avoided her calls. And that wasn't just me. I soon found out how sick of it Toji was, too. After countless talks of splitting up, the two of them finally called it quits for good. From that time onward, I had to deal with her each and every day. Most people will probably never know what another person's tears taste like, but I licked up so many that I could hardly stand the salty flavor anymore. Even then, I knew I was the only one she had, so I put up with it. I still had my limits, though. The pent-up anger was beginning to make my stomach hurt. I lost my appetite. I grew irritable. Why was I stuck comforting her when we weren't even lovers? That's why, one day, I said something about it to her. I can't see you anymore. She didn't understand. In order to understand my own resolve, I gradually said harsher and harsher things. I can't see you anymore. You're nothing but trouble. Think of someone else for a change. Toji dumped you because you don't think about how other people feel. I can't stand it anymore. Quit stalking me, freaking Exco. Then, the very same day I showered her with abuse, Yanagi and Toji disappeared. The classmates who knew them only while they were together came up with all sorts of stories, like maybe they'd eloped, but I knew that wasn't possible. So why did they both vanish at the same time? There was only one answer. Succumbing to hopelessness after I stabbed her in the back, Yanagi called Toji to meet her. And then, she made it so he couldn't come back. I blamed myself. It was my fault. It was all because I couldn't support her enough. Because I shoved her away, even though I was the one person she could depend on. But what took over my heart even more than guilt was emptiness. Each day felt entirely void of meaning. Each day was as flavorless as a piece of gum that's been chewed for 3 days straight. I found it was missing something. The world lacked flavor. It lacked that intense, salty flavor. You're awful. How could you even consider disappearing from my life over a few words like that? Don't you think you can keep depending on me? You're so irresponsible, letting me experience that taste and then disappearing. Why did it have to be Toji? If it were me, if you had me, I would have given you everything. I already pretty much had. Once I reached that point, when I finally realized that my heart had become hollow. I truly, finally understood. Yeah. What can I say? I loved Nana Yanagi. By the time I realized that, she was already gone. She ran off with Toji, ran off with most of my heart, and vanished. But though I may have betrayed someone I love, hurt them, drove them into a corner, or killed them, my normal life persisted. I was alive, so I had to keep on living. I had to make a normal world without her in it. That's why I had to forget her. I had to forget about Nana Yanagi. She was never the type who would have anything to do with me anyway. I had to seal her away, this eccentric symbol of abnormality. That's how I was able to truly forget about her, to an almost incredible extent. Now that I think about it, when did I become so fixated on normality? Choose the target you would like to assassinate. This message appears on the monitor alongside pictures of all 6 players, including me. I can't possibly make a choice like this. I don't understand the game of indolence. I suspect it might not have any meaning behind it at all. I collapse on my bed. But what am I trying to do by saying this box is meaningless? Am I trying to suggest that the normal life I would go back to does have meaning? That normal life built entirely around forgetting her? I think about Yuri. No one needs to point it out. I'm aware that Nana Yanagi and Yuri Yanagi are beginning to overlap in my mind. If I can save Yuri without betraying her, maybe I can escape from the spell Nana has on me. I don't know, but the moment Yuri's face surfaces in my mind, I taste someone's tears in my parched throat. Day 6, the common area. We reached the 6th day without any major developments. As Daya had planned, we revealed everyone's classes and even collected all the knives, bringing Kingdom Royale to a halt. Despite this, the other 3 remain on the fence about boxes no matter how much we explain to them, so we're stuck when it comes to identifying the owner. And the time limit is approaching fast. I head from my room to the common area. By this point, I'm completely used to the warping phenomenon that occurs when I go into a new room and don't think anything of it. A room that is whiter than any naturally occurring shade. But whatever, as long as I'm the revolutionary and Daya is the sorcerer, Kingdom Royale will never start. Kazuki. As she spots me, Yuri marches swiftly up to me with a little grin on her face. Huh? Did something good happen? As I say this, Yuri mutters huh? in a small voice and tilts her head, as if she wasn't aware of what she was doing. Watching us from the corner of her eye, Iowa chimes in. Yuri's just happy to see you for the first time in a day. She's really grown fond of you. By her tone, it's hard to tell whether she's joking or serious. Yuri's face blushes a deep red. Iowa, quit talking about me like I'm some sort of puppy. I imagine Yuri with a dog's tail, wagging as she comes up to me. Ha. Oh man, that's a great image. Why did you laugh just now, Kazuki? She puffs out her cheeks. I've got to find a way to pass off that laugh as something else. All the same, I really have grown used to talking to these two. Ever since the second day, we've all made an effort to actively talk to one another to build trust. I've had private meetings with everyone. Even Daya has been cooperative, so the strategy has proven effective. At the very least, I can no longer imagine any one of us killing someone else. Kazuki, as punishment for laughing, you have to choose me. For a private meeting during, Yuri says for some reason, her puffed out cheeks turning slightly red. Fine, but how is that punishment? Huh? Well, it just is. Probably. Yuri says, flapping her arms with gusto. It's kinda funny. Huh? Maria, who has been eyeing Yuri, comes over, scratching her head irritably. Huh? What's up? Maria. For whatever reason, Maria stays silent, unwilling to open her mouth. To put it this way, you've already had private meetings with Yanagi 4 times, correct? Huh? If you go again today, that'll make it 5. I wouldn't be surprised if the others see that as you focusing on one person. Having private meetings with a specific person 5 times may endanger the sense of cooperation we've worked so hard to build among the 6 of us. So you're saying I shouldn't have a private meeting with Yuri, is that right? I'm not saying just with Yuri. I'm saying it's dangerous to be perceived as favoring a specific person. Aren't you overthinking it a bit? You've only had private meetings with me 3 times. I feel like I'm missing something. Otonashi's jealous. How cute, Iowa says with an amused look on her face. Don't get started with that stupid, baseless conjecture. I'm just warning Kazuki about his behavior. You're really desperate. You aren't listening to me. Maria, are you jealous? I ask. Thud. Oh ow. She kicked me in the shin really hard. Sigh. Kamiyuchi, who was watching this exchange and fiddling with his portable device, jumps in disgustedly. Oh man, I'm so jealous here. I kinda just wish you'd curl up and die. Hoshino. Huh? What's to be jealous of? I just got kicked. What are you playing dumb for? Is that what they call the confidence of the victor? When I tilt my head, Kamiyuchi lets out a sigh and goes back to messing around with his device. Despite how it may seem, Kamiyuchi and I have gotten pretty used to each other, too. I wasn't sure how things would go the first time I saw that violent side of him, but in speaking with him, I've found him to be surprisingly easy to talk to. Huh? Ah, I get it. Kamiyuchi sets his device on the table and stands up. What's up? Oh, I was just going back over some past statements and I reached a conclusion. Kamiyuchi walks over to where Daya is sitting and pats him on the shoulder. Daya scowls, as if he's annoyed by the overly familiar treatment. This has been happening pretty reliably between these two the last few days. Daya, I'm gonna believe you, about the box, I mean. Startled, I ask, huh? Really, Kamiyuchi? There's no reason to lie, right? I mean, at this point it doesn't really matter whether I believe you. With us running short on time, I have to pick one or the other. There aren't any other answers besides the box, so I don't really have any choice. Now that he mentions it, Maria did say they wouldn't have any choice but to trust us once time grew short. So what was it we needed to do again? I'm pretty sure you said this situation would be fixed if we smash the box. If that's the case, let's just do this. With that, Kamiyuchi lifts his button-down shirt. Let's kill Daya here. Huh? But there wasn't enough time. There wasn't time for me to comprehend what he meant. Before I can even think, he brings down there, and he kills Daya. Huh? What is this? Though I can explain what happened, my ability to understand it is far slower. Kamiyuchi slashed Daya's neck open. Blood sprays from his neck, and he falls silent with his eyes still open. And then, he dies. I can tell that much. But while I can recognize the facts as facts, I cannot assign any meaning to them. That's why I just stand there, dumbfounded. Kamiyuchi's shirt is now bright red, and his face is wet and crimson with a sticky spray of blood. In his hands is a knife, which he should not have. It's one of the combat weapons we supposedly collected from everyone. That's funny, Kamiyuchi mutters as he plays with the knife he had concealed underneath his belt. Wasn't everything supposed to be fixed once the owner dies? And wasn't the owner Daya here? He looks at Maria. Hey, that was the story, right, Marichi? Maria is stunned, her eyes wide. Kamiyuchi keeps talking, as if he was never really looking for a response to begin with. Maybe it's just that Daya isn't dead yet? Okay, let's try this. And with that, he plunges the knife into Daya's neck again. Blood flows everywhere. The impact knocks Daya's body forward, and his head slams into the table with a loud bang. Red liquid spreads across the table. Ah! Yuri shrieks and falls on her backside. Kamiyuchi looks at her, and his cheeks soften in a smile. Your scream is so cute, Yuri. But he sure looks dead to me. Guess that means all that stuff Marichi said about boxes in the beginning was either a mistake or BS, huh? Oh, I think I did choose to believe in boxes, didn't I? Guess I should just assume that Daya here was a miss. Kamiyuchi says a miss. I don't get what he means right away, but before long, I do. Marichi. The murderer asks his question. Who should I try next? He's asking who'll be a hit. By chance, I notice the hand gripping the knife is shaking. At first, I think maybe it's in fear of what he has just done. I understand once I see his face, though. His hand is shaking with excitement. Ugh, what a mistake I had made. How did I ever expect to get along with a murderer like this? He's just been waiting for the right time to unleash the violent nature he's kept hidden away. Kingdom Royale is a game of killing and deception. We were unable to stop it. Daya's experiment was a failure, with the price being his life. Kingdom Royale started that very first day. Why do you still have a knife? I ask as I stare at the knife with Daya's blood still dripping from it. Is that really your first question? Fine, I'll humor you. Yuri gave me plenty of openings when I went to her room for a private meeting, so I took one. That's all. Huh? So it s. My fault. Yuri looks up and turns her wide eyes on Kamiyuchi. The murderer smiles at Yuri, then speaks. You gotta be more careful. Ah! She's rendered speechless, and her tears overflow. So, Marichi, who's next? Hey. She's still frozen. Don't you think you're overreacting a bit? Whatever, I still think your naivete is damn adorable. Kamiyuchi gazes at the blood-soaked knife as he offers his meaningless compliment. I've decided, he says, walking up to me. Maybe I'll go with Hoshino here, since he's just making me green with envy. I want him dead anyway. He picks me, in the same tone someone would choose their lunch from a menu, but in his eyes, there is genuine malicious intent. I lock up when I see the bloody knife in his hands. It's the same weapon that killed Daya. The murderer comes closer. Wait. Kamiyuchi stops easily at Maria's voice. What is it, Marichi? She speaks to the boy with a lust for blood in his eyes. I'm an owner. Kamiyuchi narrows his eyes at her words. I'm saying you should kill me, not Kazuki. He seems to have grasped her meaning. He smirks, seemingly by reflex. Ha ha. Are you saying you want to take his place and save his life? You're really something. I'm simply stating the truth, Maria says, glaring at him. Kamiyuchi quickly strides up to her, still holding the knife. Maria raises both of her hands, all but declaring she has no intention of fighting back. Maria. She smiles at me as I call out her name. Seeing the kindness in her face, I'm certain of something. Maria didn't say that because she has some sort of plan. She really is just prepared to die in my place. I'm impressed with you, Marichi. I never thought I'd meet someone who honestly values the lives of others over their own. They say love's one hell of a drug. Maybe they're on to something. This is true love if I've ever seen it. Maria smiles icily. Is that so? Well, I'm glad you're impressed. Are you really okay with dying just to help Hoshino? Yeah. Kamiyuchi sighs at Maria's direct, unhesitant response. Well, damn. This love of yours is just too beautiful. Okay, fine. It's not like I want to be the bad guy. I'm just trying to get out of here as quick as I can. But I'm not gonna be some cheap-ass villain who just goes if that's how you want it, then die and slices you up. So I'm letting you both off the hook. Kaudai Kamiyuchi runs his hands through Maria's hair intimately as he continues. You just have to sleep with me, Marichi. He presses the knife to her throat with his right hand. Maria's face twists with loathing. She glares at Kaudai Kamiyuchi, then slaps away the hand stroking her hair, even though she's at knife point. Shut the hell up. I'd rather die than give my body over to you. Ooh, so mean. There are plenty of girls out there lining up to get with me, you know. So you aren't going to accept the offer? Of course not. Alrighty, then. He gives up that easily, or so it seems. I'll take Yuri instead. As if that would ever happen. He said it with a smile, but his eyes are cold and full of lust. Realizing he isn't joking in the slightest, Yuri turns as white as a sheet. No. It doesn't matter if you say no, Yuri, my dear. Marichi turned me down. Oh, but I like you better anyway, so I'm totally cool with it. I could never do that. Okay. Then I'll kill both Marichi and Hoshino. All Yuri can do is blanch another shade whiter in the face of this inhuman statement. If you don't want to have the deaths of these two hanging over your head because you told me no, then you should just go along with it. Yuri slowly turns back and looks at me. Tears stream from her eyes. She can't speak, but her gaze tells me what she wants to say. Please don't betray me. Yeah, I see it now. This is the situation Yuri was afraid of from day one. And I made a promise. I promised I wouldn't betray Yanagi again. But even so, if I try to save Yuri now, then Maria will. Stop. The one who speaks up in a small voice is Maria, not me. A grin spreads across Kaudai Kamiyuchi's face as he hears this. If you've decided you want to play nice with me, then I guess that's okay. I'm sure she knew he would say this. Maria bites down hard on her lip, so hard that blood begins flowing from it. She looks away from me, and then says it clearly. Yeah, you'll have to make do with me. What are you saying, Maria? Huh? Are you serious? Kaudai Kamiyuchi's eyes are huge. Hey. Ha. That resolve. She would rather die than do this, and yet Maria has the resolve to do it, all to save Yuri. Kaudai Kamiyuchi points at her and laughs. Ha. Seriously? I can get why you'd do anything to save your lover boy Hoshino. But you'd really do that for someone like Yuri after only a few days with her? Ha. That is too funny. What's so funny about it? I mean, talk about culture shock. What the hell kind of values do you have? Putting others before yourself like that is just twisted, if you ask me. Do you really think there's something beautiful in doing that? I'll admit that I can't really relate to Maria's stance on this, either. She neglects her own needs to a fault and occasionally even scoffs at me for caring about her. I can't really say her attitude is entirely about living for others. But, even if that stance is a bit mistaken, there is no way I can let someone like him mock it. The suffering of others bothers you more than your own? Well then, I take back what I just said. I won't let you take her place. I'm gonna have my way with Yuri no matter what you do. What are you saying, you bastard? What's the meaning in that? It's just more fun. Even Maria is speechless. Kaudai Kamiyuchi laughs contemptuously at her shock. He's toying with her. He's decided her bravery is pathetic, and he's entertaining himself by watching her. I can't allow this to happen. I'll never allow Kaudai Kamiyuchi to get away with demeaning Maria's pride like this. I won't allow it, but why? The sound of Yuri's sobs fills the room. Maria is being held at knife point. Why can't I do anything about it? You geese still don't wanna die, right? None of us respond, so Kaudai Kamiyuchi lays it out. Alright then, from now on, all of you are my slaves. Dead via slit carotid artery inflicted by Kaudai Kamiyuchi. Day 6 Kazuki Hoshino's room. Choose _who_you_would_like_to_have_private_meeting_with. Noitan speaks to me, but I feel too powerless to move. I couldn't do anything. Maria and Yuri were both suffering, but I couldn't even lift a finger to help them. Yuri has been forced to pick Kodai Kamiuchi as her choice for her private meeting. Even though she knows what's going to happen to her, she has to pick him. I can only imagine the pain she must be going through. Damn. I bite down on my lip. I should have been cleverer about this. Even if I couldn't do anything earlier, if I had only given more thought to how dangerous Kodai Kamiuchi was beforehand, none of this would have happened. Yeah, if I had just come up with some contingency when Yuri came crying to me because she was frightened of him, then things wouldn't have come to this. This is what I get for underestimating Kingdom Royale and wasting our time. Still, that doesn't mean we're finished yet. I'm about to press the button for Yuri Yanagi when, you've only had private meetings with me 3 times. For some reason, Maria's comment pops into my head. Why would I remember her saying that now? That has nothing to do with this. The best option here is obviously to do what I can for Yuri in her time of suffering. I know Maria's in danger, too. She's also been coerced into choosing Kodai Kamiuchi. In her case, though, it isn't for the same reasons as Yuri. It's an attempt to prevent us from conferring with each other. His ultimate goal is to survive, so he's trying to crush any chances we might have of conspiring and coming up with a plan to beat him. It's possible he doesn't even care about the owner anymore. Rather than finding and killing an owner we aren't even sure exists, he's instead focusing on winning Kingdom Royale. Kodai Kamiuchi is the knight. In order to win, he needs to kill the king and the prince. The king he needs dead is Iowa. The prince is Yuri. Maria is still in a safer position than the two of them. There's no denying she's in danger, but the level of the threat is markedly different. That's why I choose Yuri Yanagi. Day 6 Private meeting with Yuri Yanagi. Yuri Yanagi's room. Yuri embraces me tight as soon as I enter her room. I'm sure she's burying her face in my chest because she doesn't want me to see her expression. I caught a glimpse of it as she ran up to me. It was hollow. I didn't want to die, she says this in an empty voice, her face still pressed against me. No matter what, I didn't want to die. That's why, so I wrap my arms around her hunched back, not wanting her to say any more. She's crying. Yanagi is crying. Yeah, could I be any more selfish? Even now, when I need to show support to Yuri, all I can think about is Yanagi. It's just that she forced me into this situation so many times back then, listening to the sobs of a girl crying in my arms. And so that emotion I had no choice but to experience is playing tricks on me. It's as if those feelings I once held for Nana Yanagi are back, or, those tears are soaking into her school uniform. What waste. I wish I could drink them. I hate myself for entertaining such thoughts. What the hell am I thinking? Didn't I tell myself over and over that I would never do such a thing again? No one else would ever allow me to do anything remotely like that. I can't repeat that failed love. I'm done. I'll never become codependent on someone who doesn't even care for me again. But, I love you, she says, her face still against my chest. I love you, Kazuki. That's why. I never wanted someone like him to do that to me. Oh. After Nana Yanagi disappeared, there was something I turned over and over in my mind, each and every day. What if she had said she loved me? If so, things would most likely have turned out completely different. I knew it was a cowardly fantasy, an attempt to explain away my crime against her, but even though I understood that, I still wanted to know. I still wanted to know her hypothetical answer. I love you. Yanagi says she loves me. If I don't betray her here, then I'm sure she'll accept me. And if that would lead to a happy outcome, then would I finally be free of that part of my past? I'm sorry to be so sudden. She finally looks up at me. Her eyes are red from the tears, but they are no longer empty. They contain a firm resolve. She steps away from me and sits on the bed. I sit next to her. On this bed, Kodai Kamiuchi took Yuri and, before I can think any further, she puts her right hand on mine. I take her hand and squeeze it. I don't want that to happen to me again. Ever. I know. Her suffering is so apparent to me it hurts. I'm going to say something horrible now, but please don't hate me for it. I could never hate you. She speaks quietly, as if she's truly worried I'll hate her for what she's about to say. Help me. That's something horrible. She whispers, I want you to make helping me your top priority. Do you get what I mean? I'm still confused, so she keeps going, her eyes downcast. You're the revolutionary, aren't you? So that's what she means. Are you telling me to kill Kodai Kamiuchi? Yuri goes quiet as I put it outright. But killing him is, I know. Yuri cuts me off with a yell. I'm startled by this uncharacteristically loud outburst from her, and she lowers her eyes awkwardly. I know. If there's any other way, I want to try it. Killing him seems like an awful solution, But is there any way around it? Is there any other way to prevent that from happening to me again, to allow us all to survive? Or are you saying you still think there's some way to persuade him? I can't say it. Even I know there's no getting through to him at this point. But is that really enough to warrant a subjective decision to end his life? There's no way. No matter how hard I may find it to forgive him, how many reasons I can list to justify killing him, how much everyone says it's the right thing to do, my life would change the instant I killed him. And then, my normal life would be gone, never to return. So I can't do it. I can't do it. But, don't betray me. I thought I was waiting for this chance for so long. I thought I was waiting all this time for the chance to fix the past. The truth is that I already knew. I knew the reason Nana Yanagi behaved that way wasn't just because she wanted me to comfort her after her troubles with Toji. She was truly hopeless as a person, but even she was at least aware that there was something twisted about the love she had for Toji. She wanted to do things over and have a proper relationship with someone else, I believe. Unable to do anything about her feelings for Toji on her own, she had me lick up her tears. She stole my heart exactly according to her plans. I think her methods were wrong. But that doesn't mean her feelings were false. I knew what she wanted to do. I knew, and I pretended I didn't. After all, Toji was my best friend, and Yanagi was his girlfriend. That's why I couldn't even acknowledge I had feelings for her. It was impossible for me to do what Yanagi hoped I would. That doesn't change the fact that I knew how she felt, though. It doesn't change that I knew this yet still decided to ignore it. It doesn't change that I abandoned her. And so, in the end, the sin rests with me. Yanagi closes her eyes, puffy from crying, and turns her lips toward me. Nana Yanagi used to make a face like this. I can't pretend like I don't notice any longer. I have to respond to Yanagi's feelings. I take her shoulders in my hands. Her delicate frame jumps slightly. I close my eyes, bring my lips close to hers, and I open my eyes, not moving any closer. The word was so sudden, and I'm not sure where it came from. I don't know why I thought this way, either. Still, that curt voice sounded exactly like hers. Maria, that's irresponsible of you, Maria. If it were you, what would you do? I can curse her all I want in my mind, but that won't change the outcome. I can no longer do what Yanagi wishes. Yanagi is still waiting for our lips to touch. After some confusion, I kiss her on the cheek. She opens her eyes, seemingly satisfied with just that. The kiss on her cheek tasted of tears. Still, I wonder why, despite the taste, they do nothing to quench the thirst in my throat. Day 6 Kazuki Hoshino's room. The situation progresses, though I still have yet to decide on a course of action. Iowa Shindo has been executed for failure to obey the timetable. Iowa Shindo, compulsorily executed for failure to return to her room by 5:40. Died via decapitation. Day 6 The common area. There are 2 hemp sacks on the table in the common area. Their contents are the same as mine, except for the color at the wristwatches, which are black and orange. They're the ones Daya and Iowa wore. Kaudai Kamiyuchi snatches up the 4 days' worth of rations, 2 from each sack, as if it was the most natural thing to do. Despite what I'm seeing, it still hasn't sunk in with me that Iowa is dead. What happened? Noiton lets us know when time is up, so how could she have made a mistake like that? It's got to be suicide, says Kaudai Kamiyuchi. She couldn't take the heat, so she stayed put and got executed on purpose is my guess. Probably felt she'd rather be dead than let me get my hands on her. Man, Marichi and now her. So many rude people here. Iowa committed suicide. Something about it doesn't sit right with me. We only spent a few days together, but I just can't imagine her choosing that option. As for Yuri, it apparently has yet to sink in, as she dazedly picks up the orange watch and stares at it. Maria is watching her with a questioning glimmer in her eyes. Yanagi. Maria calls her name. Yuri still seems stupefied when she turns to Maria, who continues, "Aren't you sad?" At that, a hint of emotion creeps into Yuri's expression for the first time. Her eyes grow moist, and she crouches down on the spot, covering her face. Maria shakes her head and looks away, as if she can't stand the sight of her. "That's so nice of you to let her know when it's her cue to cry." HMPH. Maria makes no attempt to hide her loathing, snorting angrily at Kaudai Kamiyuchi. Cold as ice. By the way, Hoshino. Kaudai Kamiyuchi shifts his gaze toward me. "You're the revolutionary, right? If you want to, you can kill me during the next time block. Which is why I'm gonna have to ask you to die during this one, but..." Thud. He stabs a knife into the table. "You wanna try to stop me? Go ahead." "Well, I do have a knife, and you're empty-handed." "Hey, actually, I'm game if you all want to try to take me on at once." 3-on-1? Go for it, if you think you can beat me that way. It's no good. For all Maria's skill in the martial arts, she still isn't that gifted physically. Maybe if we had time to come up with a plan it would be worth it, but as we stand now, I can't imagine a violent confrontation with an armed Kaudai Kamiuchi would end well for us. In other words, big shot, you're as good as dead. Kaudai Kamiuchi pulls out the knife stuck in the table. He then turns the point toward me and grins. Well, thought I'd try saying it anyway. I'm not sure what he's getting at, and confusion overtakes me. My face must look funny, because Kaudai Kamiuchi starts cackling. I was thinking, and I realized that crushing you like this is just boring, you know? So how about we spice things up a bit, eh? I have no clue what he's talking about. I don't care at all about winning or losing or boredom or whatever. Let's make a bet. He carries on without a care for the scowl on my face. As you know, during the upcoming time block, you can use your assassinate command, right? The way I figure, you aren't going to assassinate me, regardless. So that's what I'm betting on. Look, if you assassinate me, naturally, I'm gonna die, okay? And then, obviously, I lose, see? On the other hand, if that time passes, and you don't use assassinate, then we'll call that a win for me. That's all I'm getting at here. That doesn't make any sense. What the hell type of bet is that? There's nothing in it for you. Do you want me to assassinate you? Not at all. I thought I just laid it out for you. Crushing victories like this are a drag. That's what I'm saying doesn't make sense. Oh, well, let me see. Do you understand how it can feel good to take a risk just for the sake of it? All I can do is frown. I know it'll never happen, but let's say I compete in the World Cup. Okay, I shoot on a goal and score a point. My team wins. Even though I might be a real scumbag normally, this is enough for me to become a huge star and have all that completely ignored. On the flip side, if I screw up and allow the other team to score on us and Japan loses, I'll be so despised I might as well be an actual criminal. That's definitely a high risk, high return competition. Almost exactly like gambling. You're the type who avoids games like that, aren't you? Because you're afraid of having everyone hate you. Well, I'm the complete opposite. My adrenaline would be flowing. I'd love to give it a go. Yes, I think I'm beginning to see it now. But, betting your life is crazy, I say. Well, it may be a bit over the top, yeah. First off, what are you hoping to gain by wagering your life? Don't we have some prizes right here, huh? No one explained anything at all about prizes to me. I knew those prizes from the moment I saw them. I get the feeling I even mentioned it, too. I remember the very first thing he said. I also recall seeing it several times on my device. I'm pretty sure it was, "Yo, hey, do I spy 3 pretty girls?" Lucky me. You can't be serious. I've already had a taste of one. None of us would ever hope for Kingdom Royale to begin. That's what I had thought. I firmly believed that was the right approach. That was a mistake, though. Kaudai Kamiuchi has been having a blast with this from the get-go. I can't figure you out. There's no consistency to your behavior. What exactly are you trying to do here? That's what they're always saying to me. Kaudai Kamiuchi answers Maria's question with an enormous grin. They say, what do you want to do? Or set some goals for yourself or take things more seriously. But they should all just mind their own business. Who gives a crap about that? I've got more skills than all the people trying to lecture me anyway. I wish those incompetent schlubs would spare me their inferiority complex BS. I see. So you're a true blue idiot. Maria cuts in. Watch your mouth. She becomes quiet at the sudden cold change in his tone. Okay, let's get back to our little bet, Hoshino. So we're both putting lives on the line, got it? As for the prizes, I decided to level the playing field a bit even though I already had this game in the bag, so you don't mind if I'm the only one who gets them, right? As if he would let me refuse. All you got to worry about is putting on a good show. I know he didn't have anything good planned, but even then, you just need to let me watch Yuri kill you. What he says goes leagues beyond what I had imagined. What do you mean? Exactly what I said. I win the bet, and naturally, we all get to head into tomorrow's block unharmed. I get to have more private meetings, aka playtime, with my dear Yuri here. Then, she and I will work together to murder you. What are you talking about? Don't you know Yuri is the prince? She's the king, Kaudai Kamiuchi says plainly. Huh? But that's... I stop short. Yuri looks up at me, her face a sickly white. Yuri. It's not what you think. Kazuki, it's not. Why is she trying to explain herself before I've even said anything? Here, let me lay it out for you. Yuri lied about her class. She and the president switched classes for the big reveal. Why? To survive. Why else? Yuri's white face is all I need to know he's telling the truth. If she's so scared of dying that she's willing to pull a stunt like that, then I know she'll cave to my threats. It'll be easy to get her to use murder. I won't do it. Yuri's voice is a whisper. You won't use murder? Hey, sure you will. sweetheart. Don't mock me. I don't want that to happen to Kazuki, and I can't do it. How can you be so confident that I will? Because you're the type of girl who offers up her body in exchange for her life, aren't you, Yuri? She stops speaking and tenses up. There isn't a doubt in my mind that you're killed to stay alive. That's not. Hey, how about I tell the others what you said when you were begging for your life? Yuri's eyes widen. Any pure-hearted boy who heard the things coming out of your mouth wouldn't touch you with a 10-foot pole. Stop. You're really something. Not an ounce of pride in you. I got to admit, I'm an underclassman with fantasies about girls, and even I was shocked. Stop. Don't say any more. Yuri starts sobbing immediately. You cry at the drop of a hat. Don't worry. I was just kidding. That doesn't stop her tears, of course. Kaudai Kamiyuchi spreads his hands in disbelief. Anyway, whether you trust her is your choice, but I wouldn't if I were you. I glance over at Yuri as she continues to cry. I feel bad for her, but if she might murder me, I can't help but wonder. She did devise a scheme to lie about her class, after all. I'm sure she won't be able to resist if he dangles the death threat in front of her. That's how badly Yuri doesn't want to die. That's all for the bet. Participation is mandatory. It's not like you have anything to lose, right? Having smugly brought the discussion to a close, he puts his arm around my shoulders in a friendly gesture and pulls me toward him, like he's about to kill me. What the? The moment I think this, he shoves something into the pocket of my pants. When I look at him, he presses his pointer finger to his lips. Since he has his arm around my shoulder, Yuri and Maria didn't see. Completing his objective, he steps away from me. I stick my hand into my pocket. I feel something crinkly. Paper. Maybe it has a message he didn't want the other two to know about. Kazuki. I quickly pull my hand out of my pocket. Maria continues without paying any particular attention to the action. I'm sure it's okay, but I'll just say it anyway. She looks me square and cheers the eye, then says, don't kill anyone. I knew it. That's what I thought she'd say. No matter the circumstances, no matter who we're dealing with, Maria will never hope for a resolution due to someone's death. I don't want to, but what am I supposed to do? I'm not worried about myself. But if I die, then you and Yuri will be. And you want to sacrifice yourself for us? Surely you understand. If you use assassinate, let alone kill someone, you'll never escape the clutches of the game of indolence for the rest of your life. I should understand this. The moment I kill Kaudai Kamiyuchi, I'll never be able to return to any semblance of normality. Still, please don't betray me. Yuri is still sobbing. As I watch her in this state, the words I said so long ago play through my mind like a refrain. I can't see you anymore. I'll never do anything like that again. I will never make a mistake like that ever again. That's why I have to do something, or else Yuri, you don't need to worry about saving us. Kazuki. It's like her words pierce straight through my heart, and I lower my eyes. You don't need to sacrifice yourself for that. All you need to worry about is protecting your own life. But if I lose the bet, then I'll be killed. Don't worry. Maria says it as if it's the most natural thing in the world. I will protect you. Day 6. Kazuki Hoshino's room. Before I even read the note, I already knew whatever was on it wouldn't be good. Kill Yuri, and you're home free. I didn't expect it to be this horrible, though. Yuri is a class opposed to mine, the revolutionary. The same goes for Kaudai Kamiyuchi as the knight. On the other hand, the revolutionary and the knight can coexist. As far as the game goes, there's no reason for me to kill Kaudai Kamiyuchi. So what's he up to? Maybe he figures giving me this note will get me to assassinate Yuri, and that's why he made this bet with me. I wish he would quit belittling me. I crumple the note into a ball and toss it on the table. I then turn my attention to the monitor. Please choose a target to assassinate. I recall how in the first day, I never would have been able to make such a choice. But now, I don't know. I have no idea what I should do. But the one thing I can be sure of is that if I don't do something, I won't be able to save anyone. So should I actually kill Kaudai Kamiyuchi? That would equate to giving in to the box, to losing, and then, to never being able to have a normal life ever again. But maybe that's how it should be. If I can save Yanagi, then maybe the normal life I'm so obsessed with doesn't matter. That's right. That would make it as if my transgression never happened. If I can redo my relationship with Yanagi, then I'm fine with abandoning normality. I extend my hand toward the monitor. Sorry, Kaudai Kamiyuchi, but I win the bet. I'm going to save Yanagi. That's what I want. That's justice in my mind. It's okay, right, Maria? This outcome is okay, right? I ask the Maria within me, hoping she'll provide me with the answer I want to hear. Unfortunately, what she says is, I will protect you. The same thing she said just a little while ago. The contradiction stops my hand as it reaches for the screen. It's true. Why would Maria say something like that? Could I be overlooking something? Ah, I get it. Now that I think about it, what was the real reason behind Iowa's death? It doesn't seem right that she would give up on survival so easily. That's why calling it suicide didn't sit well with me. What if she was already on the verge of death when she was executed, though? Or what if it was already almost guaranteed she would die? I pull out my portable device and check the rules. If someone is targeted for death by sword, it'll take effect at 5:55. Iowa died at 5:40. If she knew at that point she was going to get death by sword anyway, then, wouldn't she try to send some sort of message to us? No, that doesn't make sense. Iowa was the king after all. There's no way she would target herself for murder. I have it wrong. Iowa was the prince. The king who is capable of choosing who to murder, was Yuri Yanagi. No, that can't be it. Let's not jump to conclusions here. The idea that was some message sent from Iowa because she was certain to die is nothing more than an idea I just came up with now. Still, I check something on my device. No doubt about it. Just before that time, Iowa was having a private meeting with Yuri. Iowa broke the schedule and was executed, because she didn't return to her room by 40 minutes after the hour. Because she didn't return from Yuri's room. In other words, Yuri witnessed Iowa die right before her very eyes. Aren't you sad? That's what Maria said to Yuri as she was gazing at the orange watch. Then Yuri had started crying as if a dam had burst. As if she had remembered what she had to do. No matter what, I didn't want to die. That's why. Because she didn't want to die? Because she didn't want to die. I love you, Kazuki. I reach out for the tabletop and pick up the note I had bowed up and tossed away. Kill Yuri and you're home free. Let's say I kill Kaudai Kamiyuchi here. I'm the revolutionary, Maria is the double, and Yuri is the prince, so of course the game isn't going to end yet. So then what would she do? Yuri absolutely doesn't want to die, so what would she do if things went down that path? Kaudai Kamiyuchi said it earlier. There isn't a doubt in my mind that you're killed to stay alive. I try to control the almost painful racing of my heart. Don't kill anyone. Why didn't Maria say Kaudai Kamiyuchi? I scroll through the device again, fearful of what I'll find. I play back Maria's words from before. I will protect you. The recording doesn't change, no matter how many times I play it. Maria knew she wants to save everyone, no matter who they are. And that's why she didn't say this in front of Yuri while she was crying. I will protect you all. I already know why she didn't say it. And that's how Day 7 the common area. I win. I lost the bet with Kaudai Kamiyuchi. Day 7 private meeting with Kaudai Kamiyuchi, Kazuki Hoshino's room. I never imagined he would choose to have a private meeting with me. I could tell from your face. You realized the truth and decided not to assassinate me, even though his life had been at stake. Kaudai Kamiyuchi addresses me as jovially as ever. You were confident I would? He grins. No way. I told you. Didn't I? Taking risks gets me off. I don't think I'll ever be able to understand the way his mind works. So maybe you're thinking we should take out Yuri? Or maybe not. If you were, you would have done it yesterday, I guess. Hey, she really freaked when I told everyone she was thinking of killing you yesterday, didn't she? She was so cute. Why? Huh? Why did you say it like that? You could have told me what she was up to in a way that was easier to understand. Kaudai Kamiyuchi's tone is light. You know I can't do that. So why? Because I'm head over heels for her. It sounds like another one of his dumb jokes. But his eyes tell me he isn't lying. You realized she's using you? You also realized she's trying to kill you, right? Yeah. And you still say you're in love? That's what I said, isn't it? He's crazy. No sane mind would think that way. What's with that face? She tried to do the same thing to you, didn't she? You know how I feel. Then there's no way Okay, then did you consider killing her, even just a little bit? That's my mouth closes of its own accord. That wasn't because it was Yuri. I would never be able to kill anyone. All the same, it's true that I was a mere step away from killing Kaudai Kamiyuchi. And yet, I didn't have even the slightest intention of doing the same to Yuri. Even after what's come to light here, I still don't have any desire to. Sweet little Yuri has charmed us both despite her attempts to deceive us. We're in the same boat, aren't we? I totally get wanting to stay alive, so I can let her trickery slide. Well, guess that means I'm gonna keep getting played, even if I am onto her schemes. Phew. Gotta hand it to her. Yuri is the biggest powerhouse in this game. We're still being played. He's right. I suspect Kaudai Kamiyuchi is just cooking up another yarn to try to fool me, or at least, that's what I hope. So I ask another question out of a desire to crush this naive notion. How long have you and Yuri been working together? Since our private meeting on the first day. It was her idea for me to act so dangerous, so it really was from the very beginning. Yuri had been searching for a way to survive since the start, when she was white as a sheet. And was it Yuri who instructed you to kill Daya? Yep. The truth is, she really bought into the whole idea of boxes and said that this would end if we knocked out Oamin. She seriously believed it. Boxes. Even though she kept saying she couldn't believe. Ah, I see now. That was another part of her act to protect her from suspicion. You remember how I was looking at my device right before that? What I was actually doing was reading back over my orders from her. Just how much did Yuri tell you to do? She told me what to generally say and do. Also that no one would suspect her. Not that she explained that to me, though. Yuri had been happy and smiling up until Kamiyuchi caused that incident, even though she knew what would happen next. Maria, huh? Why didn't Maria say anything even though she knew you two were working together? Oh, you picked up on that, too? Maria had a private meeting with Kaudai Kamiyuchi right before that. It's possible he did something to keep her from speaking up. Fact is, Marichi got wise to us yesterday. Well, she wasn't certain, more just suspicious. So during our private meeting, she started prying into how Yuri and I were connected. I suddenly remember a comment Maria made. You've already had private meetings with Yanagi 4 times, correct? No way. Was Maria already suspicious of Yuri at that point? Did she have doubts about her actions even then? About how she was halfway forcing me to have private meetings with her? And regardless, I neglected Maria's warning and had a private meeting with Yuri because I was still haunted by my past with Yanagi. Which means I invited this worst-case scenario upon us. Don't you think Marichi is a bit too straightforward for her own good, though? You'd think she'd be aware that talking to me about Yuri would put her in danger. I'm sure she does, but Maria doesn't have any other method of attack. Well, it didn't seem like we could keep our secret anymore, and it was getting to be a pain anyway, so I decided to come clean. Oh, and as you guessed, I made her keep quiet. How? Maria isn't the easiest person to intimidate. She's not the type to go along with threats, even if her life is at risk. Very true. Marichi said she wouldn't play along no matter what happened to her. Which is why I took you hostage. Huh? Hey, it's not like I planned to, okay? All I did was reveal to her the honest truth that I was going to kill you next. Then she proposed the idea herself. She said, I'll go along with what you say and keep the truth hidden as long as you let Kazuki live. In return, you can kill me. She's as brave as they come. Ah, I get it now. I will protect you. She meant exactly what she said. I told her, gotcha. But I don't have any intention of keeping my word. I mean, what's the point? It's not like Yuri is gonna let a class opposed to hers like the revolutionary live anyway. I'm sure Maria's more than aware of that. She has to know that taking my place doesn't solve anything. Even then, she can't forsake me. That's the strength of her pride. But, she's actually a bit stupid. Marichi. Kaudai Kamiyuchi could never comprehend this. He's about as far removed from that dignified strength as a person can get. Kamiyuchi. What? Would you not have killed Dayu if Yuri didn't order you to? He answers right away. No way. It probably wasn't a very difficult question for him. All she did was give me a little push. I probably would have done something similar even if she didn't give me the knife. I mean, come on. Are we supposed to just let time run out? He sounds like he's having fun. Can't let all this entertainment go to waste. Yeah, I understand now. Yuri's behind-the-scenes manipulation and all that doesn't really matter. All I know is that I can never forgive this person. Never. Watching me out of the corner of his eye now that I've gone quiet and clenched my fists, Kaudai Kamiyuchi begins digging around in his hemp sack. I feel kinda bad for you here, so I'll give you this. He's holding out knife. What are you trying to pull? Just a means of self-defense. So take it. As it happens, Yuri says she doesn't intend to pick someone to murder until your private meeting with her begins. If you take her out ASAP, you might get out of this alive. Huh? Are you serious? Huh? Are you weirded out that I'm helping you? I just feel for you, man. Consider it a parting gift from me, as a fellow member of the victims of Yuri Yanagi Society. That's not what I'm talking about. I mean, you said you love Yuri, right? He looks at me blankly, as if he hasn't the slightest idea what I'm getting at. Oh, I see now. For him, he has nothing worth protecting. I can't see anything that would form the core of his heart. That's why his behavior seems inconsistent. He thinks nothing of just letting me know how he shut Maria up, or that Yuri is conspiring with him in secret. I'm done. I don't feel like talking to him anymore. I don't want it. Okay. He tosses the knife on the table without the slightest hint of emotion. And that's how our conversation ends. Kaudai Kamiyuchi sits down on my bed, pulls out his portable device, and begins fiddling with it as if he's bored. I crouch on the floor as I would in gym class and press my face into my knees. I don't want to talk to him, but I still need to confirm a few things. Kamiyuchi, I ask without lifting my head, are you going to kill Yuri after I die? Yuri and Kaudai Kamiyuchi are the king and knight respectively, so it's impossible for them both to survive. If he wants to win the game, he'll have to kill her. Kaudai Kamiyuchi answers, honestly, I don't know. He says it so easily, in the same nonchalant tone of voice. Might as well leave that as part of the gamble, too, eh? I lift my head and look at his face. He's wearing his ever-present flippant expression. Not a thing about Kaudai Kamiyuchi has changed. He doesn't feel an iota of guilt for murdering Daya and Iowa. Hey, this is the first time I've ever said this to anyone, but there's something I have to tell you. I say, knock yourself out. Taking a deep breath, I muster up all my loathing. I hope Yuri kills you. Day 7 Private meeting with Yuri Yanagi. Yuri Yanagi's room. The Yuri I once knew is already gone. Her lovable expression has vanished from her pallid face, and now she just looks exhausted to the core. And her eyes have gone empty once again. They're the same eyes I saw yesterday before she embraced me. At the time, I thought it was because she was hurt. But I was wrong. They were vacant because she was suppressing her emotions to continue the act. Now, I can't possibly associate this girl with Nana Yanagi. No, I probably will never be able to combine them into one, no matter what face she wears. I already knew from the time I kissed her on the cheek. When I realized her tears didn't taste like Nana Yanagi's, when my thirst wasn't quenched, I knew. I simply stare at the girl in front of me. I watch her intently, as if to say I'll never take my eyes off her, yet without any sort of emotion. This pale girl clutches her chest. Her breathing is ragged and strained. She has interpreted my unreadable gaze the way she wants to. That's when I sense it. She's aware of her sins. Seemingly dizzy, she wavers, staggers, then presses her hands to her mouth. The effort is in vain, though, as vomit spews from between the gaps in her hands. Gurg. All I do is stand and watch her puke, not even trying to help. I want to hate her. I want to hate her. I want to hate her. The one who deceived me for so long and drove me to desperation. That would be the easiest way. Another way would be to recognize her as an enemy. I need to hate her. Despite this, by vomiting in utter disgrace, she pleads with me. It hurts. She pleads. It hurts. 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 Hurts. So what? Yuri's the one who drove others to suffer. It serves her right if she's in pain because of her actions. Maybe this show of misery here is just another part of her plan. Only an idiot would feel misguided sympathy for her here. Even so, are you alright? I find myself addressing her gently and rubbing her on the back. I'm sorry. Now that I think about it, she's always apologizing. I'm sorry. After she offers the apology I'm so used to, she continues, I'm still going to kill you, though. I know that. I know she won't give up her life so easily after she's hurt herself so much to keep it. Yuri, maybe you should lie down? I offer because she seems so miserable, and she complies meekly and goes to lie on the bed. But she still won't let me see her face. Then she asks me a question. You aren't going to fight back? No. I'm surprised at how clearly I say it. I reply immediately, even though I hadn't decided whether I would let her go until we met. But I'm fine with that. I'm positive the word that left my mouth so quickly is my answer. Then why did you decide to have a private meeting with me? Because there's one thing I need to ask. I tell her why I chose to meet with her and not Maria. Please don't kill Maria. I can hear Yuri's breath catch in her throat. Why do you think I would kill Otonashi? I'm the king, and she's the double. She's a class I don't need to kill to survive the game. You tried to get Kaudai Kamiyuchi to kill me, right? Yes. If I killed him then, the game still wouldn't have ended. In fact, you wouldn't have been able to ask him to get rid of me. Whichever of us was killed, in the end, you would have had to act directly. In that case, why would you go to the trouble of trying to convince me to kill him? I hurled the accusation at Yuri as she lies there, quiet and motionless. It's because you think it'd be easy to kill someone like me, right? Her head jerks a bit. If you're going to kill one of us with a knife, then it's too great a risk to leave him alive. There's pretty much no danger with me. That's why you wanted me to live. Am I wrong? Yuri remains silent for a time. She but responds in the end. You're not wrong. I'm actually a bit shocked that she admits it so readily. But I keep that feeling hidden. Now, though, you're stuck. You have no choice but to try to kill someone you don't stand a chance against in a direct confrontation on your own, and with a knife, no less. What are you going to do? How are you planning to increase your probability of survival? I already know what you're going to say. To better your chances, You're going to use Maria Otonashi. Yuri curls herself into a ball on the bed. I don't know exactly how. As much as you've done, though. There's no reason to expect you'll go easy on her at this point. At the very worst, I'm sure you'll even murder her if that's what it takes to survive. I bring my face close to hers and look her in the eyes. That's why I'm begging you. For the second time, I make my request. Don't kill Maria. I won't let her look away. I must get her to promise me this, at least. Her eyes empty. She answers in a slightly tremulous tone. Promises are easy to make. I can just lie or something, so all I have to do is promise. Huh? You'll already be dead by the time I start planning how to use Otonashi, so you won't be able to tell if I'm keeping my promise. So there's no point saying that to me now, is there? Surely you already know by now that I lie when I have to. She could have just made the promise and let things end here, but for some reason, she's going out of her way to warn me. You're not like Kaudai Kamiyuchi. Huh? You actually have some concept of guilt. That's why I know you'll cave under the threat I'm about to make. Threat. Her eyes go wide at hearing that violent word from my lips. If you kill Maria, I will destroy your life. It's true I won't be there when Yuri breaks her promise, but that doesn't mean I won't be able to threaten her. All I need to do is set a trap that will spring if she fails to keep her word. If you kill Maria, I'll curse you and see to it that you continue to suffer. I'll become as ghost haunting you, showering you with curses 24 hours a day, never allowing you to forget for even a moment that you are a murderer. I'll make your life worthless and obliterate you completely. At the force in my voice, Yuri's face crumples into an expression somewhere between laughing and crying. She's important to you, she whispers. She's that important to you? Yes, this was good. She understood the purpose of what I was doing. Yeah, that's why I'll never let you live it down if you kill her. It's a threat that works precisely because Yuri has a sense of wrongdoing. She knows that the instant she murders Maria, she herself will die of guilt. Yuri won't kill Maria now. I step away from the bed and sit on the table. So why'd you decide to have a private meeting with me? You chose me for a private meeting, too, didn't you? Yuri looks at me where I sit. Yes, I did. Her gaze moves to the ceiling. There's one last thing I want to speak with you about. I'm sure this might be difficult, but will you listen to all the horrible things I've done? Well, but you found out about most of it on your own. Are you trying to repent? I would be much more comfortable keeping all of this hidden. Then why do this? Because it'll help you. I frown. It'll help me? What will? Learning how I created this situation, the details, it'll help. I don't see the point. I'm gonna die soon, after all. It doesn't matter whether anything helps me or not. Regardless, Yuri begins to speak, not answering my last question. I was thinking of what I can do to survive from the moment I arrived in Kingdom Royale. Her voice is shaking. Guess she was telling the truth when she said she'd rather not get into this. I came up with ways to increase my chances, fearing for my life. The whole time, essentially, at that point I was thinking of how to win the killing game. The conclusion I reached was that I needed to make allies among the people here. In particular, I wanted to get the revolutionary and the sorcerer on my side. I wanted to find out who had those two classes. That's why I planned to suggest we all reveal our class. But unexpectedly, Oamine came along and proposed the idea for me. And you wanted to make allies of the revolutionary and the sorcerer too, to kill the others. She says it flat out. I get the feeling she's almost boasting of her own faults. But the sorcerer turned out to be Oamine, and he wouldn't work with me. I'm sure he probably saw through my performance, saying I could turn my tears on and off like a faucet. And then you were the revolutionary. You aren't the type of person who could easily kill someone even if I asked. So that's why you allied with Kamiyuchi, the knight. You really decided on him quickly, though. He said you were telling him what to do from pretty much the first day. I could tell right away that he, wanted me. Very alert to that kind of thing. So I got him on my side and then had him do what he did to make the situation feel more dangerous. Why did you need to do that? To make everyone feel like something needed to be done quickly. When people think they're in crisis, they start wanting to make plans. I built a foundation for everyone to want to reveal their class. I see it now. If everyone felt like the game of murder could never take place, there would be no need for any further actions. I surmised that what Otonashi told us about boxes was true. That's why I had to kill Oamine. And so you had Kaudai Kamiyuchi do it, even though it took an extra bit of effort. Yes. However, Kingdom Royale didn't end even after Oamine died. For that reason, I shifted my goals from killing the owner to winning the game. You know pretty much all the rest, right? I nod. I'm almost certain I do. But I still have one question. What about Iowa? Was her death a dying message? I can see that Yuri's face is openly tense. Her look tells me Iowa's death had some special meaning to Yuri. Though she spoke so smoothly of her own deeds, It seems this topic is difficult for her to discuss. Yuri bites her lip once, but she eventually speaks. I think it probably went as you imagine. We had targeted Iowa for murder. When she learned this, she let herself die that way so that you and Otonashi would know about my scheming. Her voice is faint, evidence of a conscious effort to fight down her emotions. I'm suddenly aware of something. The watch on her right wrist. Her original watch was beige, but the one she has on now is orange. Even in a game like this. I can't beat Iowa. Silence overtakes her. I get the feeling Yuri won't answer any other questions I may ask about Iowa. That's why I decide to stop pursuing that topic. I get how you manipulated behind the scenes, but I still don't understand. How is what you told me just now supposed to help me? The question prompts Yuri to get up from the bed and regard me with those empty eyes. Why do you think I believed in boxes, huh? Can I ask you to trust me about what I'm going to say next? No, I'm sorry. It's wrong of me to ask that of you after how much I've betrayed you. She continues hesitantly, but you asked, so I'm going to tell you. I have memories of what happened right before I came to this place, which none of the rest of you have. My eyes go wide at this unexpected revelation. I received an explanation from the owner telling me we would be playing a game of murder called Kingdom Royale. The owner? Is she saying she knew the identity of the mastermind who made us play this Kingdom Royale all along? And this owner is? She tells me. Oh, I mean, Daya is the owner. I swallow. No, this isn't far from what I imagined. Rather, with a little thought, it makes sense. The reason she believed Maria's explanation was that she knew Daya was the owner. But, the box hasn't been destroyed, even though Daya is dead. That's right. If Daya is the owner, then the game of indolence should be finished. I thought it would end there, too. I think that's how it was explained to me. However, as you know, it didn't. That allowed me to figure out the answer right away. She explains. The Oamine who was here is not Daya Oamine. What are you saying? Who is that Daya, then? That's... Suddenly, she stops short. I'm sorry. I'm not going to say. If I do now, I'm afraid you won't believe me. Just think about it. I won't call it proof, but the Oamine here didn't seem to be aware he was the owner of this box, right? That's probably. If Daya did know, he'd never let himself be killed in such a pitiful manner. However, undeniable as that fact, it still doesn't make everything Yuri has been telling me the truth. I can't determine how much of what she is saying is fact. Yuri, I'm gonna die soon, aren't I? Yes. Then when will I be able to believe the parts of your story that I can't believe now? It's an unanswerable question, so maybe it's a little mean. But she replies straight away. When your turn comes. My turn? What do you mean my turn? She doesn't respond. I'm sure that this, too, falls under her category of things I can't believe. Could it be, that even if I die, even if Yuri wins, Kingdom Royale doesn't end? Does it reset and start again? Just how long will it continue? Don't tell me it ''s. Until the owner is satisfied. Are we gonna end up fighting each other again like this? Yuri averts her eyes after I say this. In place of an answer, she says, Kazuki, I have a single favor to ask of you, okay? She looks as if she could break down into tears any moment. Okay, I'll listen. Thank you. Then make me a promise. Whether it's the next time, the time after that, or even the final time, your turn will come without fail. When it does, I'm sure you and I will face each other again. And when we do, she stands up, swaying and tottering. She walks up to where I'm sitting on the table. When we do, tears stream from her eyes. Please kill me. She clings to me. It isn't so much a hug as it is just throwing herself limply over me. You must kill me. If you don't, I'll never be able to forgive myself. No, I'm probably past that point already. But I'll hate myself even more. So you have to kill me to let me meet you again. Please. Please, please, please. Don't betray me. That's when it dawns on me. Just maybe, I might be able to redo this all over again. Maybe there is a chance for me to survive. But despite that, I can't save Yanagi. Watching her as she cries, I recall Nana Yanagi again. I had seen her and Yuri Yanagi as one and the same. If I fell in love with Yuri and saved her, then I might be able to change those events of the past. That's what I had believed. That was never possible, though. They're two completely different people. And even if I saved one, it wouldn't mean I saved the other. The only reason I failed to notice this obvious fact, one that anyone could have figured out immediately, is that I didn't want to. I wanted to be saved myself. But I understand, this box was born to stave off someone's boredom, and there's nothing here that will save me. Sorry, but I will betray you. I say it plain and clear. After all, I'm sure, I will forget Yanagi once again. Even when my turn arrives, I won't kill you. Yuri's suffering may continue even after Kingdom Royale ends. But I've made my decision. I'm going to protect what matters, and this box won't beat me. Neither will my past with Nana Yanagi. Me as I am now. Maria. And my normal life. I will protect them all. Huh. Seems like things always work out that way for me. I see, she whispers with her face still downcast, and she returns to the bed. She then turns her back to me, hiding her face from view. I address my question to her back. Can I ask you one thing, too? What is it? Are you confident you can beat Kaudai Kamiuchi? After this, she'll have to face her final opponent, Kaudai Kamiuchi. She has to kill him, and she should have no chance of winning against him in a fair knife fight. Of course I am, she says, turning around. Oh. I'm shocked. Her eyes aren't empty anymore. The charming smile has returned to her face. Naturally, this is not an authentic expression. That's why I'm so stunned. I mean, she can hide all that suffering so cleverly, completely fooling us all. It might be different if it were Iowa or Otonashi, but you don't seriously expect me to lose to a half-wit like him, do you? Unlike Nana Yanagi, this girl used me without growing dependent on me, and she's grinning as she gives me her caustic answer. I will fool him, and then I will kill him. I see. I can't help but smile, even though she had made a fool of me so many times. And then I remember, I'm scared. So scared. No matter what, I didn't want to die. That's why. So help me. She certainly deceived me. However, she had lied to me as much as you might expect. Her fear, suffering, and desire to be saved were all genuine. And, Kazuki, Yuri Yanagi is smiling as much as she did when I kissed her on the cheek. I loved you, Kazuki. Day 7 Private meeting with Maria Otonashi, Kazuki Hoshino's room. I tell Maria everything I know. No matter how hard this outcome may be for her to accept, she can't do anything about it. Yuri has already chosen me as the target for murder. Maria knows this can't be changed. For that reason, we simply sit on my bed, our hands clasped together. As if trying to remember the shape of each other's hands, we squeeze them over and over, intertwine our fingers, and just savor the sensation. For the last time, we feel each other's touch. Kazuki. Maria says my name. The truth is, I've been keeping something from you. Huh? I don't have the misbegotten happiness now. Not sure why that's significant. I simply look at her. I can't be certain, but I feel it may have simply lost its power temporarily. I've encountered something like this before, however, it's possible this could be a characteristic of the game of indolence. Wouldn't that be considered, pretty huge? Why didn't you tell me? Maria looks down for a moment, then explains with our fingers interlinked. I am a box, not a human. I've explained to you often that I exist for others. Maria Otonashi. No, AI Otonashi must exist this way. What supports me in this is the misbegotten happiness. Despite this, I can't call upon it here. So what am I? You re. Maria. So this is how it is now? Maria squeezes my hand so hard it hurts. I can't even protect you anymore. Maria. HMPH. Some double I am. If only I could die in your place. Maria's bad habit is rearing its ugly head again. It's that horrible tendency to put herself down so quickly. Stop. I would never want that. I know that desire is purely my own selfishness. She shouts. My eyes go wide at how blunt she is about it. What? So she's aware of it herself? Didn't she honestly believe that all she did was to the benefit of others? You let me know that several times during that week not so long ago. This is simply my own pride at work. With that said, Maria fixes me with a stern gaze. But still, I'm still a box. I can't help but fall silent in the face of her intensity. She knows. But she still can't change herself. The reason is the firm resolve within her. If that were to change, then I have no doubt she would no longer be able to remain who she is. Sorry for yelling. Maria looks away awkwardly. It's just that it frustrates me. I can't accept this outcome. It's okay, Maria. If what Yuri says is true, we will meet again. I don't care. That doesn't do anything to change the fact that the Kazuki here in front of me will be gone. Right now, I'll lose you, and that's certain. Maria. I find the idea of coming back to life hard to believe, too. Kazuki. As I just told you, I can't say that I'm a box as I am now. Which is why I can't protect anyone. It's possible all I'll be able to do from here on out is watch Yanagi suffer. Within Kingdom Royale, I'm just a powerless girl, Maria says. She reaches up and cradles my head against her chest. That's why, even if it's just a little, I think it's okay for me to express Maria Otonashi's true feelings. She whispers to me. I'm sad. Her lips brush against my ear. I can't stand the thought of you dying. It pains me. I hate it. It hurts. I want to be with you. I suddenly remember when I knelt and extended my hand to her within that classroom of endless repetitions. I may be powerless. I may be nothing more than an ordinary Maria Otonashi now. But, back then, though only for the briefest moment, she had been a mere powerless girl. And now, within the game of indolence, she is helpless again. But I still want to protect you, even if it means throwing away my life. I can't see the expression on her face as she says this, but I do know the answer I need to give. I'm sorry. I made this decision when I chose Maria instead of Yanagi. After all, no matter how much it hurts, it's not your job to protect me here. I decided when I chose her, the one who made me who I am now. When you don't have your box, it's my job to protect you. I will defend Maria. And I will defend my normal life. I will defend the normal life that Maria doesn't want. Day 7 Kazuki Hoshino's room. And then, I'm run through by an invisible sword. Kazuki Hoshino, dead via death by sword. Game over. Winners. Yuri Yanagi, player. The king, killed Kazuki Hoshino on the 7th day by choosing him for murder. Killed Kaudai Kamiyuchi directly on the same day. Survived. Victory conditions were fulfilled by the deaths of Iowa Shindo, Kazuki Hoshino, and Kaudai Kamiyuchi. Maria Otonashi, the double, survived. Victory conditions were fulfilled by the death of Kazuki Hoshino. Losers. Iowa Shindo, the prince, executed for failure to follow the schedule. Daya Oamine, the sorcerer, died due to hemorrhagic shock after his carotid artery was slit with a knife by Kaudai Kamiyuchi. Kazuki Hoshino, the revolutionary, died via Yuri Yanagi and Kaudai Kamiyuchi's death by sword on the 7th day. Kaudai Kamiyuchi, the knight, killed Daya Oamine directly on the 6th day. Killed Kazuki Hoshino with death by sword on the 7th day. Died due to hemorrhagic shock after being stabbed in the abdomen with a knife by Yuri Yanagi on the same day. Day 1 The common area. I heard this was a game of kill or be killed. I thought I was appropriately attuned to the danger. But there's no way I can deal with this. No one could imagine this sudden game over. The knife pressed against my throat digs in. I'm on the floor, and I can feel blood flowing down the back of my neck. I got distracted. A girl with nice features is speaking in front of me. I got distracted when I saw it was you, Kazuki. I suppose it's because some part of me wanted to help you. Maybe that means I'm still immature. This girl is simply blinking like some sort of machine without the slightest change in expression, and what she's saying means absolutely nothing to me. She loosens the grip on her knife a bit, then continues, anyway, I'm gonna tell you about myself for future reference. Only until that bastard Kamiyuchi arrives, though, so it won't be much. Damn, guess that means he's alive, huh? He's the one I really wanna kill. What is she talking about? Who is Kamiyuchi? Hell, who is she? Why does she know my name? I don't have any amazing physical abilities, and my IQ isn't off the charts. My memory isn't photographic, and I don't experience synesthesia. I don't have a single one of those easy-to-understand special abilities. So why am I the way I am? The blood-drenched girl tells me with no emotion on her face. Because I have focus. She carries on matter-of-factly. Take the sprint, for instance. The first thing I do before I run is clear my mind of distractions. I block out everything, like thinking I can beat so-and-so, or that I'm at a disadvantage, or that winning here could take me into the national tournament or whatever. I simply analyze what an ideal run for the day will look like by examining things like the condition of the track and the state of my white muscles, along with the rest of my body, and then I run a mental simulation. Once I'm crouched in the starting position, I focus exclusively on sound. I ignore all extraneous noises, and I concentrate solely on the crack of the pistol. Sound travels around 1,125 feet per second, though, which is slow. I actually start as soon as I hear the very beginning of the shot, but I can't do that in my head. So I base my start on the feeling of overtaking the sound itself. I run according to the simulation I put together beforehand. No excess thought is needed. That's why, after I run in a tournament, I have no memories of the sprint itself. Having said all that, she turns her emotionless eyes toward me. Oh, sorry. I guess I got a bit long-winded. The main point is that by channeling all my energy in a single direction, I can summon abilities that people might call exceptional. I'm good at that. End of story. So I'm not a superhuman. Yeah, I suppose that information will prove helpful to you. I can't make any sense of it. She must have lost her mind. I realize the back of my head is wet. I can deduce what type of liquid it is, but I can't check to be certain. And I don't want to. Something else catches my attention. Maria's body is lying on the ground. And she's not the only one. I see other prone, motionless forms, too. I might be angry, Just a little. Kaudai Kamiyuchi's atrocities are one thing, but then there's that stupid bitch, too. She tricked me without a care in the world, not just in this game, but in regular life, too. I'm not sensing any anger or other emotions from her expression, though. That bitch Yuri said she hung around with me because she knew I liked her. And she didn't even like me. She just wanted to make me suffer. She's horrible. When she told me about it, I couldn't come up with any plan besides a dying message, even though I knew they were gonna kill me. I'm through trying to make sense of what she's talking about. Still, I don't think those emotions had any influence over what I did here. You don't need emotions to win this. I was already prepared by the time they finished explaining Kingdom Royale. Prepared? Yeah, prepared to maintain the focus needed to keep killing until victory is certain. Then, without the slightest change in expression. She kills me. I begin to lose consciousness soon after she slits my carotid artery. As I slip away, maybe it's just my mind playing tricks on me, but I think I hear a wailing scream. As the voice enters my ears, I finally remember. Right, she's the student council president. Kazuki Hoshino, dead via slit carotid artery inflicted by Iowa Shindo. Game over. Winners: Iowa Shindo, player. The sorcerer, killed Yuri Yanagi, Maria Otonashi, Daya Oamine, and Kazuki Hoshino directly on the first day. Survived. Victory conditions were fulfilled by skillfully surviving. Kaudai Kamiyuchi. The double, survived. Victory conditions were fulfilled by the deaths of Kazuki Hoshino and Maria Otonashi. Losers. Yuri Yanagi. The knight, died due to hemorrhagic shock after her carotid artery was slit with a knife by Iowa Shindo on the first day. Daya Oamine. The king, died due to hemorrhagic shock after his carotid artery was slit with a knife by Iowa Shindo on the first day. Kazuki Hoshino. The prince, died due to hemorrhagic shock after his carotid artery was slit with a knife by Iowa Shindo on the first day. Maria Otonashi. The revolutionary, died due to hemorrhagic shock after her carotid artery was slit with a knife by Iowa Shindo on the first day. The intoxicated wavering ceases, and the transparent hands controlling me vanish. In front of me is an arcade game cabinet with Kingdom Royale written on it. I'm back in that black, dark space. The sinister, sticky air that seems to cling to my body fills me with loathing, and then I remember. That's right. Those transparent hands came out of this machine and grabbed me, and then, welcome back from the meaningless slaughter. Daya Oamine, the owner of the game of indolence, stands before me. So how were the replays? Daya asks. Replays? Yeah, everything you underwent in Kingdom Royale, you didn't actually experience. How should I put it? Okay, it's like you were living through something like the records or backlogs of other players. What the hell is Daya talking about? The records of other players? If I was, then why was it all from my viewpoint? Those memories were undoubtedly mine. I can see you don't really understand. I mean, those were definitely those were NPCs. Daya answers straight away. What? Don't you know any gaming terminology? Okay, what I'm saying is that thing you thought was you was actually an enemy controlled by the Kingdom Royale computer. If that wasn't the case, you definitely wouldn't be here after dying twice, right? I don't understand. The me who went through all that suffering and mental anguish was just an NPC? You're lying. There's no way it could copy my behavior and thoughts so realistically. It can. That's what makes it a box. You may be right. But now that I think about it, Maria didn't have her box. Could that be because she was an NPC? But why would you do all this? I thought I told you. This box, the game of indolence, is made to simply force people into the game of Kingdom Royale and fight off boredom. Kingdom Royale won't start unless there's a human to start the killing. If it doesn't start, it's no good as a diversion. So what do I need to do to guarantee one person kills another? Daya tells me, without allowing me to get a word in. I build a system where one person will always kick off the slaughter. Why does having NPCs make it so one person will always start killing? In Kingdom Royale, only one player is fighting in the true sense. If they lose, then they die. All the rest are NPCs. You still with me? I nod, a frown on my face. The player knows the other people are NPCs. They're hard to tell apart from the real thing, but the player knows that even if they kill the NPCs, the originals are still alive. On the other hand, they also know that for them, and them alone, it's all over if they die. Now then, do you think a player in that position would be able to go without killing anyone? I remember something Yuri said during the second game. I don't want to die. She must have been the player in that game. I wonder if she would have done what she did if she had no clue what was happening. My guess is number. I'm positive she was influenced by the knowledge that everyone else was an NPC. No, What's really worrying is Iowa. She was much more open about it. She suppressed her emotions and ended the game as quickly as possible because she knew she would have a chance to do it over again. Each of the 3 games unfolded in a completely different manner. Everything can change so much depending on the player, and that's undeniable proof that the player is the key to starting Kingdom Royale. So why did Yuri suffer so much and try so hard not to kill us? She would have known we were NPCs, right? You really are a slug with no imagination. You do know those NPCs are perfect copies of you all? True, you can kill them, and the real versions won't die. But on the flip side, that's the only difference. The NPC of you isn't different from the real you in any way. Its personality is exactly like yours in every way possible. Would you be able to forgive someone who killed a being identical to you? Or to look at it the other way, would you be able to casually murder someone else's NPC? I close my mouth. You know the answer because you did the replays. Killing an NPC feels the same as killing the real thing. He's right. Whether the real me was alive didn't matter a whit to my NPCs. Yuri and Iowa killed those other me's. The NPCs and I are identical yet separate beings. Is it fair to say that the experiences of the NPCs based on me in these replays you're talking about can be treated like my own experiences? Yeah, I don't see any issue with that. If so, that means I have yet to win or lose Kingdom Royale. What will decide that is yet to come. I look at the arcade cabinet before me. Next time, I will play Kingdom Royale in the truest sense. I'll play a game where there are no do-overs, where dying means dying. It's your turn. So the players up until now have been Dayo, Yuri, and Iowa in that order, right? Yeah, what about it? What are Yuri and Iowa doing now? They're in the darkness here, sleeping, or maybe I should say stopped. If you looked around, you could probably find them, but you won't be able to do anything, so there's no reason to. You'll only go free once all the 6-player games are over. And they're all alive? Yeah, because they won as players. The memories of our time playing Kingdom Royale aren't going to vanish, are they? No. I remember. I didn't actually experience those things, so maybe that isn't the right way to put it, but at any rate, I remember. Yuri Yanagi's empty eyes. Iowa Shindo's wail. They'll suffer, bear the guilt of their actions, and never be able to rid themselves of it. I won't be able to save them, no matter what I do in my upcoming game. I cannot help them anymore. Just like them, the only one I can help is myself. No, that's wrong. Daya. What? When is Maria's turn? Daya replies. After yours. I see. Then, I can save Maria. I look around, searching for her form. I know she should be in this space, but I'm completely surrounded by that unpleasant gloom, and I can't see anything except the immediate vicinity of the arcade cabinet. Yuri and Iowa gave me hints in the hope that I would win. They taught me strategies on how to defeat them, but that won't work for me. After all, Maria has no chance of winning. She can't carry out the killing and deception essential to this game. Within the game of indolence, she is powerless. I have to save her. If I don't, she will become my new Nana Yanagi. But what do I need to do? Even if I'm victorious in Kingdom Royale, that only ensures that I survive and doesn't do anything to help her. That's right. My goal isn't to win Kingdom Royale. It's to crush this stupid box, the game of indolence. What's that cheeky look for, Kazu? Daya scowls at the way I'm watching him. This really isn't fair, is it, Daya? What? I'm saying it's cowardly. Daya seems openly displeased by my comment. Just as I planned. How so? I was the very first player of Kingdom Royale. I had to feel my way through without any replays, so when you take that into account, I had the biggest disadvantage of us all. And you call that cowardly? Our objectives are different. What? In my case, winning Kingdom Royale doesn't mean I've completed my objective. It just means I survived. You know that my true goal is to make it back to my normal life, right? Killing someone during the game is enough to prevent me from ever reaching my objective. If Kingdom Royale doesn't end until you kill somebody, then I'll never be able to meet that goal. There's no winning for me, in other words. Meanwhile, you get to throw me in a cage and watch me invariably lose. Doesn't that sound cowardly to you? After I put that out there, Daya gives me a silent glare. I meet his eyes and hold my stare, fighting to keep my terrified heart in line. This goes on for a while, but then Daya bursts into laughter. What's so funny? What are you saying? That little staring contest there was meant to make me laugh, right? Okay, fine, I lose. Your face really does crack me up, though. I'm asking what's so funny about it. It's just funny. You're obviously trying to challenge me to turn the situation to your advantage. He sees through my little provocation. Try again when you're as smooth as Yanagi. You could never fool me with your crappy acting. You're about as silly and empty-headed as they come. Guess it's no good. As long as Daya doesn't change the conditions, I have no chance of accomplishing what I want to do. Had I reached a deadlock, will I not be able to save Maria? But it sounds interesting, Daya says. Huh? What I'm saying is that I accept your challenge. I still can't process it, though, and my jaw drops. There's a secret trick that will allow you to end Kingdom Royale without killing anyone. Daya carries on without paying attention to me. I manage to close my mouth, then focus on what he's saying. Do you remember how that green bear says it'll be boring if everyone gets mummified? I sift through my memories. Anyway I wish all good luck. Don T_let_the game end with some boring outcome where you all mummified. Yeah, he did say that. I'm repeating myself here. But this box is meant to fight off boredom. It doesn't want a peaceful end where nothing happens. It doesn't take into account the idea that the game could end without any murder because that's not interesting. And so, the moment it's certain no one will be killed, the game shuts down. Everyone's food runs out, and when the time comes, the player will be released. So, in other words, if no one kills anyone else for 8 days, you can survive. Yeah, there it is. That will be the proof I've beaten the box and taken back my normal life. And, if you reach that ending, I'll destroy the game of indolence. This is your idea of fair, right? Really? When have I ever lied? Plenty of times, actually. But I'm pretty sure he'll keep this promise. As prideful as Daya is, there's no way he'll break a promise in a contest with such clearly defined rules of victory or defeat. Victory is no longer an impossibility for me. Of course, keeping everyone, including Daya and Kaudai Kamiuchi, from killing others is going to be an extremely difficult task. Someone might make a mistake as time runs out, and the fear of death runs high. The road to the ending that's only available after 8 uneventful days is going to be rough. Even so, I have no other choice. Daya. I jab my pointer finger at him. Daya has been calling Kingdom Royale a meaningless slaughter. However, I reject that idea. It does have meaning. The struggles of Yuri, Iowa, and all the others taught me how to defeat Daya. I won't let their pain be for nothing. I will beat you, Daya. Daya laughs boldly and declares, not a chance in hell. Hey hey. How _s_it hanging. It _s_ your _lovable _old _friend _Noiton _the _mascot _of _kingdom _royale. Huh? You want to know what this wonderful Noiton fellow is after. Well I thought I would explain the rules of kingdom royale to you bird brains. Even though some people might think the word simpleton came from you plebs all Noiton here has a big heart apostrophe m a mascot after all. Now then let apostrophe s get started. Put simply kingdom royale is a game of murder and trickery. The _6 players are each given a class and dry to win the game apostrophe ll show you the classes and victory conditions now. The king victory conditions, the deaths of the prince and revolutionary. The prince victory conditions, the deaths of the king, double, and revolutionary. The double victory conditions, the deaths of the prince and revolutionary. The sorcerer victory conditions, survive until the end. The knight victory conditions, the deaths of the king and prince. The revolutionary victory conditions, the deaths of the king, prince, and double. The game ends when everyone apostrophe s victory conditions are fulfilled. To put it another way the game dosen apostrophe t end even if just you achieve what you need to win. For example even if the prince and revolutionary underscore die underscore while underscore you underscore are underscore the underscore king underscore the underscore game underscore will underscore not underscore end underscore as underscore long underscore as underscore the underscore night underscore who underscore is underscore trying underscore to underscore take underscore your underscore life underscore is underscore still underscore out underscore there. That underscore means underscore the underscore game underscore one apostrophe t underscore start underscore until underscore someone underscore kills underscore someone underscore else. Ha question mark underscore how do you kill each other question mark underscore you have knives underscore so why not just off each other with those? What question mark underscore you could never do that question mark underscore are you freaking stupid question mark underscore just kill yourself. Then, after all, you humans are such wonderful animals who just kill each other whenever you want something. And it doesn't even have to be food. Ethics? Oh, you mean your poorly defined, context-dependent standards? That's what's keeping you from killing people? It sucks, but I guess there is that. Don't you worry, though. Kingdom Royale has been designed so even chickens like you can murder one another. It's a nice little system that lets you end a life with the press of a button. Huh? Am underscore I underscore mad? Anyway underscore I apostrophe LL underscore explain underscore the underscore abilities underscore of underscore each underscore class underscore including underscore the underscore ones underscore that underscore let underscore you underscore kill underscore with underscore the underscore touch underscore of underscore a underscore button. Abilities of the king. Murder. The king selects someone he wants to have killed and can then ask the sorcerer or the knight to carry out the act. The king may opt not to choose anyone. 2. Switch places. The king may trade places with a double for one day only and avoid being the target of assassinate. If the king is targeted during the day while he is switching places, the double will die instead of the king. Abilities of the prince. Heir to the throne. The prince will be able to use murder if the king and the double die. Anti-magic. The prince may not be killed by magic. Abilities of the double. Succession. If the king dies, or if switch places is used, the double will have the ability to use murder. Abilities of the sorcerer. Magic. The sorcerer may decide whether to actually kill characters selected for murder. Characters he does kill become charred corpses. Abilities of the knight. Death by sword. The knight may decide whether to actually kill characters selected for murder. This ability may only be used if the sorcerer is dead. Characters he does kill will die by decapitation. Abilities of the revolutionary. Assassinate. The revolutionary can assassinate a character he specifies. He may also not choose anyone. The characters he kills will leave a strangled corpse. Generally underscore the underscore stronger underscore the underscore abilities underscore of underscore a underscore class underscore the underscore greater underscore the underscore risk. So underscore you underscore can apostrophe t underscore actually underscore say underscore one underscore class underscore has underscore an underscore advantage underscore over underscore the underscore others. Now underscore I apostrophe ll underscore fill underscore you underscore in underscore on underscore the underscore surprisingly underscore important underscore schedule underscore for underscore the underscore game. Before 12 p.m. Break time. Stand by in your quarters. 12 p.m. 2 p.m. Assemble in the common area. 2 p.m. 6 p.m. Spend 30 minutes in the room of a character of your choosing. Private meeting. The king may choose characters to murder. The sorcerer may perform magic, or the knight may perform death by sword. Characters targeted by magic or death by sword will die at 5:55 p.m. 6 p.m. 8 p.m. Assemble in the common area. 8 p.m. 10 p.m. Meal in your own quarters. If you don't have any rations at this point, you will be mummified and die. The revolutionary may perform assassinate. Characters targeted by assassinate will die immediately after being selected. 10 p.m. Break time. Sleep. Look underscore at underscore this underscore to underscore check underscore when underscore to underscore do underscore things. Oh underscore yeah. There apostrophe s underscore one underscore more underscore thing underscore I underscore need underscore to underscore tell underscore you. Kingdom underscore royale underscore is underscore actually underscore a underscore game underscore you underscore play underscore one underscore at underscore a underscore time. When underscore at apostrophe s underscore you underscore turn underscore all underscore the underscore other underscore players underscore are underscore npcs underscore so underscore even underscore if underscore you underscore kill underscore them underscore the underscore real underscore ones underscore one apostrophe t underscore die. Awesome underscore right? You underscore can underscore bump underscore people underscore off underscore worry free underscore and underscore just underscore have underscore fun underscore playing underscore the underscore game, huh? just underscore because underscore they apostrophe re underscore npcs underscore dosen apostrophe t underscore mean underscore you underscore can underscore play underscore it. If slow-minded trash like you kick the bucket, your pathetic life wouldn't even warrant a blurb on Yahoo News. So where the hell do you get off talking like that? Just give in to the moment and follow your desires. I have trouble telling you apart from a domesticated pig anyway. Might as well act like one. Just underscore kidding. Did underscore I underscore startle underscore you? Noiten underscore here underscore is underscore your underscore mascot underscore so underscore of underscore course underscore I underscore don apostrophe t underscore think underscore anything underscore like underscore that. Anyway underscore have underscore a underscore blast underscore with underscore kingdom underscore oil. I'm in the midst of sights I can remember only in dreams. I'll be honest, things are not developing as I had hoped. Though I should be familiar with whoever it is in front of me, I still can't quite discern the features of their face. Ironically enough, it's Dayo your would-be enemy, who is responsible for this development. No. Perhaps it would be more accurate to say he did this because he is your enemy. But even as she says this, their smile reveals not a hint of worry. It's just as unnerving as ever. The reason is that you and I share a similar goal. Something about the word genuinely bothers me. I mean, nothing I've seen has suggested this person has any sort of ultimate objective. I've always thought they simply enjoyed toying with us. I can't believe our goals could be similar. In fact, they should be diametrically opposed. I mean, you've been trying to wreck my normal life this whole time, despite my best attempts to preserve it, right? If that were so, do you think I would have helped you in destroying the box when you were being possessed? Wasn't that only because you wanted to keep observing me? Hey, that is merely a hobby, not a goal. Well, perhaps it could be said that having a hobby is the goal. I don't understand. So you say, but are you really any different? You only declare your vague intent to keep your life normal. Does that sound like a clear-cut goal to you? My instinctive response is to hold my tongue. It's difficult to understand, and that is what makes such a goal hard to sustain. I'm impressed that Dayo chose to go after it for this very reason. But I don't believe even this will be enough to change your true nature. I'm irritated by their constant equivocation, but I ask for their reasoning. If you were such a simple person, I never would have discovered you. The smile remains in place as they continue. It seems Dayo said you are one who crushes the wishes of others. I believe that is correct in every sense. I have to say, his accuracy on that point is very intriguing. Still, it's a view from only one angle. I can't say it suffices as an answer. You grind the wishes of others into nothing. As they finish the sentence, their expression turns smug. Or perhaps you grant the wishes of someone else. A pungent stench hangs in the air, reminiscent of paint thinner. It's a harmful odor, the kind that causes hallucinations, even breaks a person. But it also invites a dependence on it. Like a sauna made just for me, this black space is pleasant, though I still wouldn't call it comfortable. You can spend your life here with hardly a care in the world. My time is slipping away before my eyes. It's all so easy to see and understand, like the balance of a bank book slowly dropping down towards zero. This feels great. Spending is pleasurable. After all, people addicted to shopping get relief and peace of mind not from buying things, but from the act of using money. They know they're putting themselves in a more difficult position later on, but they can't escape the pleasure. This box is the same. It's a paradox, but I find pleasure and peace in endangering my life, in frittering it away. Does that sound foolish? I'm sure it does. But I don't care. No matter how you go through life, you're still bound to end up thrown in some old folks' home with a nurse wiping the shit off your ass and quietly cursing you the whole time. If that's all that awaits you, better to seek pleasure rather than subject yourself to the torture of working hard to achieve something, right? With these equally pointless thoughts in my head, I reflect on the inhuman being that gave me this box. Do you have a wish? I noticed something off about them right away. I can't remember if they were a boy or girl. I guess that doesn't really matter. But this strangeness was more than enough to spark my curiosity amid my boredom. I'm pretty sure my answer was something like I can't come up with a wish, but I find this world unbelievably boring. An unreadable smile appeared on their face, and then they offered me the box. I could tell right away that it could truly grant wishes. I briefly wondered whether I actually wanted it, and I wasn't sure. But, hey, if they were giving it away, might as well take it. I ended up accepting it, like it was a pack of tissues advertising some prep school. While they explained on and on about all this confusing stuff, I just thought about whatever, like how maybe I should pre-order a copy of that new game I saw when I was flipping through this week's Famitsu, since it did look pretty interesting. Then I imagined a game that could be even more interesting, and I was like, hey, works for me. That's how the game of indolence was born. for the sole purpose of playing Kingdom Royale to take the place of that unreleased video game. Well, back to the matter at hand. I will beat you, Dayo. So Kazuki Hoshino declares. I can't hide my amusement. Not a chance in hell. I'm absolutely certain of it. Kazuki Hoshino will never be able to achieve his goal. Day 1. Kazuki Hoshino's room. Crunch. I'm being crushed. The transparent hands drive into my body and smash my insides, turning them to mincemeat, squashing and mashing me down into a form that can be forced into the game. My body spins drunkenly, as if I've been tossed into a washing machine with a load of laundry. While I fight down the physical revulsion, the color begins draining away from me until I'm just like the transparent hands. I feel very light, like there's nothing left of me at all. I don't remember when I closed my eyes, but slowly, I open them. I see a bare concrete ceiling with an exposed light bulb. My pulse accelerates. I'm back in that cell-like room again. No, that isn't quite right. This is actually my first time here, in the true sense. I can't afford even a single sleep up in the struggle ahead. I think back on the promise we made during our conversation moments ago. If no one kills anyone else for 8 days, you can survive. And, if you reach that ending, I'll destroy the game of indolence. This is your idea of fair, right? My objective is to destroy the box, save Maria, and return us to the real world. In the rejecting classroom and the week in the mud, we were able to resolve things by finding the owners and persuading them to turn over their boxes. Things won't go that way this time, though. Dayo, the owner of the game of indolence, isn't one to be persuaded. That's why instead of getting through to him, I have no choice but to beat him at his own game. What I need to do is guide everyone away from killing one another and reach an ending where no one dies. I take in my surroundings. Everything is exactly as I remember it. In the small room, there is an exposed toilet and a sink. A 20-inch monitor. A table with a hemp sack on top of it. The contents of the sack are the same. A ballpoint pen, a notebook, a blue wristwatch, 7 sets of solid rations, a portable device, and a knife. But, nice_to_meet_you. A disgusting green bear, Norton, greets me. Nice to meet you. Huh? It doesn't feel right, but this is actually the appropriate greeting. I feel like I've met Norton several times before, but this is actually our first real encounter. The ones who met Norton before were my NPCs, copies of me. My experiences there were nothing more than a part of their replays. Hey, nice _to_meet_you_Kazuki. Now then let _s_get _down to _business. The _player needs to select _his class. I can pick my class? Yeah. Kingdom Royale is designed so that the player has an advantage over the NPCs. The mental benefit of knowing that the other characters are NPCs is part of this. So the replays that allow the player to see the NPC data, and choosing a class is another one. Exactly. The image of Norton vanishes, and the classes appear on the screen. King, Prince, Double, Sorcerer, Knight, Revolutionary. I notice that, for some reason, the buttons for the King, the Sorcerer, and the Revolutionary are grayed out. You can choose classes that are grayed out. Once another player has chosen it becomes unavailable. Norton explains, as if answering my silent question. So these classes were already picked. Daya had chosen the Revolutionary, Yuri had chosen the King, and as for the Sorcerer, I didn't have time to find out who that was. But I'm sure it was Iowa. But why have this rule? Because if we don apostrophe t then the earlier players will be at too much of a disadvantage since they can apostrophe t learn as much from replays. Instead we even the score by giving them more freedom in choosing their class. Fair enough. That still doesn't really do much to help out the very first player, though. At any rate, that means my choices come down to the Prince, the Double, or the Knight. And as you might expect from the leftovers, none of them seem especially suited for manipulating how things go down. Oh, I noticed something. These 3 classes are my only choices. Conversely, This also means the three most dangerous classes for others to have, the king, the sorcerer, and the revolutionary, are guaranteed to be assigned to someone else. I recall the second round, when Yuri was the player. I was the revolutionary then. That didn't stop the game from ending in tragedy. But what would have happened if, say, Kaudai Kamiyuchi had been the revolutionary? I'm sure the outcome would have been even more horrible than it was. I probably wouldn't have been able to help anyone, not even Maria. If Daya or Kaudai Kamiyuchi end up as the revolutionary this time. Ugh, a shiver runs through me. If that happens, I can't foresee a peaceful, uneventful resolution. No, I can't lose heart. I have to find a way to lead us to the time block on day 8 with everyone alive. Hurry _up _ choose. At Noiton's urging, I return my attention to the monitor of the prince, the double, and the knight. Which class will be best suited to keeping everyone alive? The key is going to be keeping the revolutionary in check, which would mean, I reach out toward the button. Is _that _ what _ you want? Noiton says, even though he was rushing me just a second ago. Yeah, a class with similar victory conditions to the revolutionary lets me talk them into becoming an ally. A class that also has the ability to act as a deterrent. That would be, I press the button for knight. The screen changes straight away as Noiton appears once again. Okay. As _of _this moment _ you _ the _knight. In _keeping _ with _ the _story _ you _ must _ suppress _ your _ lust _ for _ revenge _ against _ the _ other _ players _ betray _ hem and lop off _ their heads. What the hell does he mean? Lust for revenge? I mutter. The green bear's mouth gapes open so wide, it trips. You hate their guts _ don't you _ all those bastards who tricked you and butchered you _ C man _ they were prepared to off you for their own survival _ hey. Noiton's awkward way of speaking becomes far smoother when he says mean things. I remember that now. This nasty green bear is quite fluent when it comes to trash talking. You're way off. I don't hate them at all. Cut the hypocritical crap, scumbag. Do you deal with attempted murder by just giggling and letting it happen like some kind of perverted masochist? I know you're wondering why you have to get offed when it's the others who should be doing the dying. You have to be. That's why the others actually took your dumb ass out. I would never think anything like, but the words catch in my throat. Of course, I don't hate the others. I'm not trying to get revenge, either. I don't have the slightest inclination toward that in my head. That said, Yuri did still kill me. Even if it was just a copy. I won't be able to accomplish what I've set out to do unless I'm willing to make the ultimate sacrifice. That's why I'm prepared to gamble with my life to save the others. To shield them, I may have to act as a lightning rod for whatever may occur. All for the sake of the ones who killed me over and over. But can I actually do it without hesitating, without any misgivings? When I ask myself that, I find I'm really not too certain I can. Will this hang-up hinder me in completing my plan? I shake my head. I've got to stop this. There's no point in filling my head with such thoughts. All I need to do is create an environment where everyone can trust one another without falling prey to suspicion. If I can pull that off, no one will have a reason to murder anyone. No, I'm not sure that's right. I've got it wrong. That isn't enough. It's not incorrect that we're going to need a relationship of mutual trust. But we need way more than that. Trust alone would still allow the impulsive Kaudai Kamiyuchi to act freely. Yuri with her fear of death would still plot behind my back. Iowa would still heed her bullheaded instincts and tear through anything in the way of whatever she thinks is right. And Daya would never play ball to begin with. So what should I do? That's what I'm saying. All ya gotta do is follow your nature and cut them all down without remorse. You closet butcher. Shut up. You really think you can just hold hands like that? You know damn well you've got murderers in there with you. It's no use fighting it. Your only option is to rule the others like they're your servants. Shut your mouth. Servants? Come on. There's no way I could lord it over. Wait. Am I sure about that? Is that my only option? It doesn't mean there's no way out of this aside from killing one another. It means I'll never get any sort of resolution if I simply act on faith with the others and let them go ungoverned. That's right. What it comes down to is that in order to win, I have to have control over everyone else. Ha. What the hell? Is the only way to break the game to seize control of everyone else and rule them like a despot, as the name Kingdom Royale suggests. Can I win the game if I become a king? Am I that type of person? It doesn't sound realistic. I could never pull it off. But at the same time, I also understand there is no other means of creating a situation in which no one starts murdering one another. If that's how it is, within Kingdom Royale, I'm just a powerless girl. But I still want to protect you, even if it means throwing away my life. then I have to do it. In this box, Maria is just a helpless princess. If I want to protect her, I have to do it. Hey underscore it apostrophe s underscore about underscore time underscore to underscore meet underscore all underscore those underscore other underscore people underscore who underscore murdered underscore you. With that, Norton disappears, and the door opens. Beyond it is an expanse of darkness like raw desire. The sea of malice that I must confront. I clench my fists. Fine, I get it. I will become the king. Day 1. The common area. All 6 of us are here, in the white room that looks like it's from a newly built hospital. It seems Daya took care of Iowa's knife point threats as he had in the second game, because no one put a blade to my throat. Thanks to that, things didn't spiral too far out of control, and events followed a similar course to the second game. Unsurprisingly, we end up introducing ourselves at Kaudai Kamiyuchi's suggestion again. I mull over how to gain control of everyone as I listen to their introductions. I'm Iowa Shindo. My hobby is, Iowa is the student council president. Her watch is orange. She's tremendously gifted. According to her, her superhuman talents are supported by exceptional powers of focus. She behaves impulsively and almost never lies. Maybe it's part of being at the top, but Iowa can be a bit oblivious to the intricacies of how the mind works, her own included. Once she's prepared for the worst, she's capable of completely shutting off her emotions and even committing murder. Iowa does like Yuri, but the feeling also appears to be the result of rationalizing the negative emotions of a complicated romantic situation to make them easier to process. In short, her relationship with Yuri has the potential to blow up. If I can gain Iowa's trust, I can't imagine she'll betray me. She has the ability to take charge, so she would be a valuable person to have on my side. I'm Yuri Yanagi. Yuri is the top of Year 3, Class 1. Her watch is beige. Unlike Iowa, she's shy, sensitive to others' emotions, and even capable of manipulating how others see her. Yuri also has a ruthless streak, and she's willing to use any goodwill she gains this way if it will help her survive. Sometimes she fakes the emotions she shows, making her hard to read, but in general, she's easily frightened and has a good heart. She would never commit a crime if she wasn't cornered. There is a part of Yuri that doesn't think of Iowa as simply a good friend. In short, her relationship with Iowa has the potential to blow up. Winning her trust is not as important as making her feel safe by demonstrating the advantages of working with us. Kaudai Kamiyuchi here. Pleased to meet ya. Kaudai Kamiyuchi is a first-year student. His watch is green. He's a dangerous person with no compunctions about murder, and he even seems to be enjoying all of this. The deciding factor for his actions is how much fun he expects to have, and he doesn't appear to have much regard for his own life, all of which makes him difficult to predict. For some reason, Kamiyuchi is also no stranger to violence. If it comes down to a fight, Maria or even Daya doesn't stand a chance against him one-on-one. Kamiyuchi has a thing for Yuri, but that doesn't mean he actually cares for her. There's no point in gaining his trust, and I will never trust him, either. Kamiyuchi is the one person in this who is unmistakably my enemy. If I want to beat him, my only option will most likely be to trap him so that he can't kill anyone. I'm Daya Oamin. His watch is black. Daya is the owner of this box, the game of indolence, but his stance in Kingdom Royale is unclear. I can't possibly come up with a way to beat him. I'm Maria Otonashi, first-year student. Her watch is red. The princess. Phew, my knees buckle beneath me. I was thinking so hard, I didn't notice Maria's introduction had ended, and I unconsciously sighed in relief. What are you doing, Kazuki? Playing the space cadet for sympathy points? Maria gives me a reproachful look, and Yuri giggles at us. All the same, analyzing the others as if I'm strategizing to beat the game doesn't feel very praiseworthy, though I really don't have a choice. But the actual problem is that everyone here aside from me is an NPC. I don't think that matters, though. Even if they don't have any memory of the 3 games before this, and even if their survival here has no effect on their real versions, these NPCs are no different from the actual people. It's your turn, Maria says suddenly. Huh? For what? Don't play dumb. I'm saying it's your turn to introduce yourself. Oh yeah. I start to open my mouth, then hesitate. Right. I can't introduce myself and leave it at that. If I act like I'm just as clueless as everyone else here now, that initial secrecy might give them doubts later on. That said, it's dangerous to come out and reveal everything I know at this point. If say the wrong thing, I could end up making them wary of me. Why are you being so quiet, Kazuki? It's just. But the easiest opportunity to speak about the game of indolence without arousing suspicion is before Noiten explains the rules. I have to bring a few things to light. The important thing is choosing what information to reveal. I steel my nerves and start talking. I'm Kazuki Hoshino, second-year student. Daya is my classmate, and I met Maria during some stuff that happened before she came to our school. And, I swallow once, then continue. I'm the knight. I can almost see the question marks in everyone's expressions. Hoshino. By knight. Do you mean a knight starting with a K? Io asks. Yeah. Oh, you startled me. For a second, I thought you were saying you were the knight, as opposed to the day. Anyway, is knight a metaphor for something? Or maybe it's... She gets cut off mid-sentence. Hey seems underscore like underscore someone underscore is underscore giving underscore himself underscore away underscore here underscore so underscore I underscore might underscore as underscore well underscore tell underscore you underscore about underscore kingdom underscore royale. Anyway underscore I underscore wish underscore you underscore all underscore good underscore luck. Don apostrophe T underscore let underscore the underscore game underscore end underscore with underscore some underscore boring underscore outcome underscore where underscore you underscore are underscore all underscore mummified. Once he finishes explaining the rules of Kingdom Royale, Noiton disappears. So how about you explain yourself, Hoshino? Io asks. She was giving me frequent suspicious glances while Noiton was talking. How is it that only you knew about Kingdom Royale at that point? And why are you the only one who knows your class? None of us are supposed to know it right now. Yep, this is what comes of revealing my class. As of this moment, I'm now a villain who somehow possesses information none of the others have access to. I'm the villain whom Iowa tries to uncover each game, even threatening us with her knife. But Yuri's the one to respond to Iowa's question. Not me. He can't be telling us his class to get the advantage, right? Clearly, keeping quiet and fooling the rest of us would have been better for winning the game. I mean, I guess that's true, but what's your point? What I'm saying is that I wonder if Hoshino purposely put himself at a disadvantage to keep the game from going according to plan for the one who created it. Excellent. She understands why I went to the trouble of revealing myself as the knight. So he put himself at a disadvantage. Okay, I guess I can see that. Iowa's stern expression softens slightly as if in understanding. So the problem now is, why did he do it? She says, fixing me with a sharp gaze. I answer with a calm nod. There's something I need you to believe. The other way to win the game. If no one kills anyone else for 8 days, you can survive. Daya had told me this. There's a way out of Kingdom Royale without fulfilling your victory conditions. Everyone waits with bated breath. We won't all end up mummified. That outcome doesn't exist. Basically, if we can all make it to the time block of day 8 alive, then the game is forced to end. This is my goal, and I'm sure everyone prefers this strategy as well. I mean, it's not like everyone wants to kill one another in Kingdom Royale. If they wanted to survive, or to save everyone else, they had no choice but to murder. The only reason Yuri and Iowa took others' lives when they were players was because they decided it was the only solution. Presenting them with another option will prevent that first murder. That's why I have to make sure I tell them that. At least. Now that you mention it. Noiton did say something to that effect, didn't he? That he didn't want us to go and do something boring like getting mummified. If you think about it from another angle. Maybe that's what he was getting at. Yuri says quietly. If she's searching for a reason to believe me, she's taking my revelation the way I hoped. Obviously, it's easy to accept information that suits your purposes. All I need to do is keep revealing facts bit by bit like this, and then eventually, I can tell them about the box and Daya being the owner. Yeah, this is going well. If everyone works toward the same goal, we can't possibly have any murders. That is, gotta say, I'm not convinced. As long as there aren't any naysayers. Among us is Kaudai Kamiuchi, who needs us to kill one another so he can enjoy the game of Kingdom Royale. Do you have something to add? At Iowa's question, Kaudai Kamiuchi smiles lightly and replies while scratching his head. Well, I think it's obvious my man Hoshino here is involved with Kingdom Royale somehow. But is that enough of a reason to just buy whatever solution he throws at us? I look at Yuri's eyes, and I can see the unease in her expression deepening. For all we know, this whole solution of his could be a big fat lie. Hoshino could just be saying this because that's what he wants us to believe, right? That apostrophe s. Not true. Easy for you to say. Got any proof? I fall silent. How do I explain? How much do I need to say to get him to believe me? I can't possibly tell if he will, even if I reveal everything. Why can't you explain yourself? If you're really trying to lead us with good intentions, you shouldn't have anything to hide. Don't you think? When I fail to offer up a counter-argument, he presses further. So you've got nothing. I see. Well, as it turns out, I've found a good theory. Huh? You're a spy. If we assume Hoshino is actually a plant trying to mess with our heads even more, then everything falls into place nicely. The word is a powerful one. It recasts everything that came out of my mouth and instills distrust. I can see the growing wariness in Yuri's eyes. Iowa furrows her brows. With no knowledge of the past games, neither girl has a reason to trust one of us over the other. NGH. This is bad. I'll never become the king like this, much less convince them to believe me. On the contrary, they'll probably come to see me as an enemy. My head droops under all the cold stares. I can't think of a single word that could get me out of this mess. Is this it? Is this how it ends? Is there really no way for me to beat the game of indolence? Kaudai Kamiyuchi's lips twitch up. He's assured of his victory. That's enough, Kamiyuchi. But his malicious grin vanishes at the sound of her voice. Maria. Just the way she speaks up at all sets my mind at ease. I smile. That's right. She always saves me. Everything will be okay. I'll be fine now. Oh, number. What am I feeling relieved about? Relying on her like this has always led to the worst possible outcomes. I should have learned that more than well enough by now from the previous games. But even though I know this, even though I have to help Maria instead of letting her help me, here I am falling back on her again. Quit trying to set up Kazuki. Kaudai Kamiyuchi's eyes widen, and he spreads his arms. Hey now, don't go getting the wrong idea. If anything, Hoshino's the one trying to set us up. If so, then why are you inviting confusion? What do you mean? You don't understand? That proves you don't have a reliable character. Whoa. Why is that? I'll tell you why. If you looked at this like a normal person, you would want to go along with Kazuki's plan whether you believed it or not. And even if you were to raise doubts about his idea, you'd most likely pick a different way of confronting him about it. You sure? If Hoshino is fishy, I should call him out, right? Not like that. What Kazuki is suggesting will prevent any mutual bloodshed. Even if you don't know his intentions, his plan repudiates a certain kind of situation that you should want to avoid as well. And yet, here you are strongly denying what he says. You're vehemently contradicting someone who has a plan to prevent us from killing one another. Kaudai Kamiyuchi shuts his mouth. You do understand the danger of such an act, don't you? In one sense, it could set us on the path to murder. Even if you are trying to warn the rest of us, you should be taking more care. Unless you're actually trying to get us all to play the game. Kaudai Kamiyuchi is quiet for a moment, then begins to defend himself with a rueful grin. Well, I can't deny I overdid it a bit. All the same, why doesn't Hoshino have anything to say for himself? Even you must be able to tell that where we are isn't exactly normal, right? She abruptly retorts. Kaudai Kamiyuchi presses his lips together in a frown. Yeah, I guess so. Your point? We're actually in a hyperspace dimension created by aliens from Sirius so they can observe the ecology of Earthlings. What? This must be exactly the reaction she expected. Maria smirks. Do you believe me? No. Of course I don't. Then what do you believe is the reason we've been drawn into this space? Kaudai Kamiyuchi scowls at Maria's question. I don't care if it's a lie or a tall tale or whatever. Give us an acceptable explanation for why this place exists. After thinking a moment, he replies. Nah, I can't. So if Kazuki does know the truth, and it turns out to be something as outlandish as my little story about aliens from Sirius, do you really think he would share it right here and now? Do you think he could say it if he knew that it would unquestionably put him at a disadvantage? Having weathered the verbal beatdown, Kaudai Kamiyuchi steals a quick glance at me. His mouth has that same little smirk as always, but in his eyes, there's a gleam of madness he can't quite conceal. It was only visible for a second, so it's possible I'm the only one who noticed it. A seemingly carefree grin rises on Kaudai Kamiyuchi's face, and he flings his arms wide dramatically. Fine, I lose. Sorry, I got too caught up in trying to get to the bottom of my suspicions and didn't think about the rest of you enough, he says, and I can tell his expression puts Yuri and Iowa at ease a bit. But I know the truth. That smile is dangerous. It's an artful disguise for his insanity. I was deceived and failed in the past because of it. But for now, I've been spared from the worst-case scenario where everyone turns against me. Still, there's nothing to worry about, Kazuki. I'll protect you. My hands clench. It won't work like this. If Kaudai Kamiyuchi can overcome me so easily, if I'm this weak, then this box is absolutely going to overwhelm me, and Maria will lose her life to the game of indolence. Day 1 Kazuki Hoshino's room. Your class is the night. That obvious message is displayed on the monitor. Everyone else must have seen this screen, too, by this point. All I can do is pray they somehow got classes that'll work out well for me. Hey, Damas, don't go blabbing about secrets. What are you going to do if the game is completely boring, you hypocrite? I want a refund. Noitan keeps needling me after he appears, but of course I don't have a reply for him. Pick who you want for a private meeting, scum. Norton and his bloodshot eyes disappear, replaced by portraits of the 6 players. A private meeting? Huh? There's really only one person I would pick. My hand reaches almost reflexively for Maria's picture, but then stops. Is this really the right choice? Choosing Maria isn't a mistake. I'm absolutely going to need her help if I want to save her. But I reached for her reflexively, before even really thinking. Is that because I decided in an instant that my choice was correct? Of course it wasn't. Even after that mess just a bit ago, I'm still unconsciously relying on Maria. That's why I need to pick someone else, regardless of whether it's the right or wrong choice. I need to sever my reliance on Maria. I'll fight this battle on my own. I'll choose the opponent I'm going to defeat first. My arm is still hovering, and I reach out again. I'm going after O_ho. An unexpected choice. Iowa Shindo. I will be the king. The first step to that end will be taking control of Iowa. Day 1 private meeting with Daya Oamin, Kazuki Hoshino's room. Though I am completely focused on my private meeting with Iowa, my conference with Daya comes first. This means he chose me more quickly than I chose Iowa. It's a bit of a letdown, since all I want to do is talk to Iowa, but I quickly regain my composure. This is one person I can't afford to slip up with. Daya enters my room immediately when the time arrives. His intense stare is fixed on me even before he sits down on the table. Are you really Kazuki Hoshino? Huh? That's a strange question. Even though the others are the copies, the ones who aren't real, Daya doesn't realize this. Wait. If he's asking me this, he must be unaware that he is the owner of the game of indolence. Daya's NPC is competing under the same conditions as the rest of the NPCs. Wait a second. That means... Daya, what do you think of this box? You've got a lot of nerve ignoring my question and asking one of your own. But fine, I'll give you an answer. Daya spits out his response in obvious displeasure. It's a worthless piece of garbage. I knew it. It accomplishes nothing. Just makes people play a killing game. It has no reason to exist. This Daya thinks the same way as the Daya in the second game. What he's saying is almost exactly the same as what he said back then. It makes complete sense now that I think about it. Daya's NPCs don't retain memories. If they don't have any additional information, naturally they're going to do the same things. And I'm certain the Daya in the second game, who the hell would play a disgusting game like this, wanted to put a stop to Kingdom Royale. In other words, the Daya NPC here with me now shares that goal. You could even say he's my ally. No, Daya isn't the only one on my side. None of the other NPCs, aside from Kaudai Kamiyuchi, should be actively wanting to kill anyone else. The ones who actually did so in order to survive were the players who believed they had no other options and knew that all the others were NPCs. I might have a chance of winning this after all. Daya, there's something I want you to hear me out on. Okay, what is it? You're dangerous. What the hell? I know I must seem like a dangerous person to others. I'm sure I could kill someone if it came down to it, after all. Is that it? Why say something like that now? You hoping to give me a lecture for my perilous ways? I wasn't saying you're a threat. I meant it in the sense that you're the one at greatest risk, basically. The one with the highest chance of being murdered. What kind of crap is? Daya suddenly cuts himself off. No. Maybe it isn't crap. Whether I'm first in line or not, I can understand how my personality would make me an easy target. Others might decide I'm a threat because of it. That's not all, I say, and Daya regards me silently. It's also because you're the owner. What? Cut the crap. I know I'm an owner, but there's no way in hell I'm the owner of this box. Right. Daya criticized this box for being unproductive during the second game. That coming from a guy who used a box just because he was bored. Maybe all that stuff about trying to break the tedium was just a lie. Could he actually have had an ulterior motive he didn't want me to know about? And maybe not even the Daya NPCs can see through the real Daya's intentions? I don't know, but it's best to set all those complications aside for now. Regardless of whether it's true or not, Maria thinks you're the one behind Kingdom Royale. If that idea spreads, I think there's a good chance everyone will get the wrong idea and decide that if they crush your box, if they kill you, that will solve everything. That's the actual reason why Daya was killed so fast during the second game. Well, it does sound plausible. I have to say, I never thought someone would warn me off getting killed instead of killing someone else. Daya fixes me with a sharp look as he speaks. There's definitely something off about you. An idea like that would never come from Kazuki Hoshino even on his best day. Even if you did come up with it, you'd never be able to voice it with as much confidence as you did now. What's up with you? It's almost like you've seen this before, He pauses. I see now. I fell for it. That must be why I thought your attitude toward Shindo and the others was off. This isn't the first time you've played Kingdom Royale, is it? Daya never fails to impress. One could easily come up with several other likely scenarios, but his ability to arrive directly at the truth with so little to go on is nothing short of awe-inspiring. That look on your face tells me I'm right, but I don't really care about the truth. It's enough for me to know what you're trying to make me do by getting that answer out of me. So, come on, spit it out. Daya's tone is authoritarian. Just as long as you're prepared to be used. I choke back my words at that. I had intended to use this private meeting to figure out how Daya would act. Put another way, this meant I had not yet decided what to actually do with him. However, I've learned that I share the same goal as the Daya NPC. Could this be the best chance I'll get for us to work together? I mean, I can't really imagine any other situation where he would listen to me this earnestly. If I can convince him of what I'm saying, I may be able to keep him from being such an easy target. Even more importantly, I'd have his intelligence as a resource. That would be a huge step toward the finish line. There are risks, of course. If Daya really felt like it, he could easily use me just as he said he would. The thought doesn't stem from weak-heartedness, it's just a fact based on my experiences during the first game. Still, I know all about how the game of indolence works. No, this is no time to keep quiet about things. I think it was bound to turn out this way from the moment I revealed myself as the knight. There's a lot I want to talk about, but for now, I'll start by telling you how things went during the 3 other rounds I've played of Kingdom Royale. In the first game, and so I begin my explanation. Daya listens, barely offering any comment at all. Unable to finish my story in the remaining time, the private meeting comes to an end with a promise to tell him the rest during the next one. Day 1 private meeting with Iowa Shindo. Iowa Shindo's room. I have no idea how my interaction with Daya will play out, but for now, I have to mentally switch gears. My next private meeting is with the first person I need to beat, to control Iowa Shindo. I already know what I need to say to pull it off. There's a reason I want to get Iowa under control as soon as possible. She's the one with the greatest ability to change the nature of a situation. That's why I need to make my move before she does something to hurt my cause. Judging by what I saw earlier, she shouldn't be totally closed to what I have to say. I'm in good shape here. Telling myself that, I head to Iowa's room. So what's up with this? Iowa is standing there imposingly like she's waiting for an enemy, arms crossed and blank-faced. Can I ask you something? Why did you pick me for your private meeting? She wasn't wary like this in the common area, I don't think. Despite my uneasiness, I answer, because you're the first person I wanted to win over, Iowa. It's not a lie. Iowa? Iowa narrows her eyes suspiciously. Is something wrong? It's just that most other students call me president when they meet me for the first time, meaning I'm not used to people calling me by my first name out of the blue. Apparently, it's not easy to get cozy with me. Now that I think about it, I called her president, too, until she told me not to. But enough about that. Why do you want me on your side first? Actually, you don't need to explain. I'm guessing you've worked out that I'm trying to manipulate how things play out here? Wow, I'm caught off guard by how quickly her mind works. You don't want me to go off and do something that puts you in a difficult situation. That's why you're in a rush to have me join your cause. Yeah, but what's going on here? It's like she predicted what I was about to say to her. This is just how I see things, but let's say I did simply nod my head and go along with what someone said, and things panned out in the end. All the same, even if luck did end up on our side, I couldn't respect that type of person. Leaving your fate in the hands of another is the same as shutting off your brain. Don't you agree, Hoshino? It's just not in my nature. I'm not into following orders, dancing in the palm of someone's hand. So where were we? Oh yeah, you were trying to gain control over me and then call me your ally. Of course she's already got me pegged. So, well, I'm sorry to disappoint you, Hoshino, but I won't do anything under your leadership. I'm going to use my own head so we can act together. Iowa doesn't answer the obvious question of who this we is referring to. There's only one person who would have already joined forces with Iowa at this point. Yuri Yanagi, the one who once tried to murder Iowa with magic. This is most definitely not a good turn of events. I'll be honest with you. I generally wanted to believe what you said in the common area. Huh? But Yuri pointed something out during our private meeting just now. She said it seems like you know more about us than we do about you. Well, Yuri and I are fairly well known, so you may have heard a few rumors about us, but it feels like your knowledge is much more in-depth than that. Iowa doesn't give me a chance to speak, though. I don't mind if you know about us. I understand you're in a special position here, given how you knew you were the knight. The problem is that you tried to hide it. You didn't immediately make it clear that you're in possession of information that gives you an advantage in the game. That's not what You've got it wrong. I didn't say anything because I can't just talk about that stuff right off the bat. Yeah, that may be true, but there's no guarantee of that. We have no way of telling if you're the one who set this game up, are on board with it, or are a dissenter. We want to believe it's the last of those three, but if we're wrong, we pay with our lives. You can see why it's too dangerous for us to just vaguely follow what you say, right? That's why she won't follow me. Damn it. It's a natural conclusion. Relax. We won't completely stonewall your ideas. We'll hear you out. But we're going to judge the truth of what you say for ourselves. Our lives are on the line, so of course we can't blindly place our trust in the words of someone else. That's why we can't be your allies. Sorry. It's a sound rationale to me, and it's probably the most correct choice for Iowa and Yuri. It also still conceivably leaves me in a position to do something. But only conceivably, since I'm powerless now. We're already at a dead end here. Iowa. What? You're still going to try to justify yourself? Go ahead. I'll listen, of course. Truthfully, I don't have any problem with laying everything out for Iowa like I'm doing with Daya. She's capable of calm, rational judgments, so she'd most likely take my story relatively well. At the very least, she would probably lend me a hand in my goal of ending the game without any deaths. But, I've changed my mind. Things aren't going to work out that way now. I see. I mean, Iowa is going to tell Yuri everything, and once Yuri's opinions get added to the mix, the situation will inevitably change. The reason is that unlike Iowa, who can take a detached perspective even in regards to herself, Yuri will refuse to believe any uncomfortable truths. For example, I can't imagine her accepting the idea that she's currently an NPC, or that the real her now bears the weight of murder on her conscience. What will Yuri do when she hears me saying things she doesn't want to hear? She'll reject it. She'll view me as an enemy. And then she'll draw in Iowa and set out to win Kingdom Royale. In other words, run headlong toward murder. That's why I'm at an impasse here. We still have time in our meeting, but I can't find anything else to say. Day 1. The common area. My powerlessness soon rears its head in the absolute worst way possible. We may need to split into groups. After waiting for all of us to take our seats, Iowa offers her opinion. I'm not sure what she's up to immediately. After all, Iowa and Yuri are already teamed up. Why would she need to go and announce that to everyone? But I understand once I look up at her smile. This is her way of keeping me in check. Both me and the person who knows all about Kingdom Royale who Iowa believes exists. I was helpless during the last time block, and now Iowa has identified me as an enemy. Maybe I need to explain. First, let's confirm our purpose. Obviously, that's to get out of this without killing one another. Do we all agree? No one objects. Next, we have one proposal for how to accomplish this. Courtesy of Hoshino, we'll automatically be freed if all of us survive. That's a very appealing idea. But isn't it too dangerous to accept his assertions wholesale and do as he wishes without even knowing who he really is? After checking to make sure we're all listening closely, she continues, still, if you think about it, we aren't really going to find another better solution. Heck, we can't even tell if it's a lie or not. If it's true, there won't be any murders. After all, if there's a chance that this so attractive solution could be for real, then there's no reason for anyone to actively pursue victory by killing. Yeah, I guess that's true. Kaudai Kamiyuchi voices his agreement. It makes me want to yell that's not the case with you. But I fight down the urge. What it boils down to is that we're automatically going to proceed toward Hoshino's goal. Whether we trust him completely or not, we're going to arrive at that 8th day without taking any action. Maybe. However, there's a chance we may get out of this, and it's a much better option than killing one another as part of the game, isn't it? Maria remarks. Iowa nods, then replies, that's true for me, but for someone else, not so much. Who? Iowa answers without the slightest change in her expression. The instigator of the game, the one she's acknowledged as an enemy. Iowa isn't mistaken about who she's chosen as her foe. But it's impossible to defeat him, since his non-NPC self isn't here. This is the flaw in Iowa's plan of attack. It isn't really clear what exactly their intentions are, but I'm sure whoever set this game up wants to see things get ugly between us. Even if I'm wrong about that, they're undoubtedly hoping for some sort of drama. I mean, there's no other reason for such a pointless game, right? No one voices any dissenting opinions. Even without any hard evidence, her general argument sounds plausible enough to everyone. And then there's the fact that I know she's correct on all counts. This box Daya created to relieve his boredom definitely doesn't want an uneventful time. But it bears repeating that our foe isn't here. That's why there has to be someone collaborating with the instigator, who'll try to change things so that people die, Iowa says, blatantly staring at my face. Now that she's veered away from the truth, she's picked the wrong person to fight. Are you suggesting that's what Kazuki is trying to do? No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm getting at is that someone among us may still try to change the course of things. If they do, it puts us all in danger. That's why we need to split into groups. There'll be my side and the instigator's side. I see. So Iowa's mistake isn't just that she thinks there's an instigator. Yeah, that sounds okay, doesn't it? I don't think that may be our only option. If there isn't an instigator, then nothing can set off the game. Believing that is their first mistake. It's not hard to understand why they do. Even the NPC me didn't anticipate someone like Kaudai Kamiuchi who would welcome a killing game with open arms. I failed to see that Yuri had the initiative to take a person's life. I never would have learned either of these things if I hadn't experienced the second game. Iowa has no memory of the previous games, she wouldn't realize them, either. All the same, with no way of knowing any of this, Iowa presses on with her explanation. What we need to be afraid of right now are traps set by the mastermind. But we can turn them back on our enemy if we don't go along with what the instigator wants. Rather, what we need to do is discern their intentions and use those plans against them to reach the end without any murders. Scowling, Maria asks, that's why we're splitting into groups? Yeah, I think if we each act on our own, the instigator might catch someone in their trap, especially since the stakes are so high for us. It could drive us to let our suspicions get the better of us, and the weaker-willed to get blood on their hands. That's the worst scenario I can imagine. But what happens if we are all of the same mind? What if we have an absolutely infallible purpose? Any traps set by the troublemakers would be trivial, and that's why I say we need to make a group with a unified purpose. The ones who might try to deceive us wouldn't be a part of it, of course. HMPH. Daya snorts derisively at Iowa's explanation. I see your logic, but how do you go about forming such a group? How do you tell who's on the instigator's side to begin with? There is no way of telling, obviously, Iowa says matter-of-factly. What the hell? Then, that's why, we need to take away their freedom. Iowa lays it out before Daya can finish. I don't get it. Are you saying you'll threaten to kill anyone who doesn't follow your orders? The opposite. Daya furrows his eyebrows. The opposite? Yeah. The opposite. I won't control the ones who don't listen to me, I'll take away the freedom of those who agree with me. At that, everyone's eyes go wide, not just Daya's. Once you belong to my group, I won't tolerate any objections. I'll make everyone swear absolute obedience to me. And if you do try to resist, I'll kill you. Kill us. The words quietly escape my lips, and Iowa Shindo gives me a hard look before she elaborates. As for how, I'll have everyone who agrees hand over their rations to me. If that scare bear is right, we'll turn into mummies and die if we don't eat our rations during the time block, right? So if anyone displays even the slightest hint of opposition toward me, I'll take everyone's rations and flush them down the toilet. If you all obey, I'll give you a day's worth of rations during the time block. In essence, I'll be doing what the revolutionary does with assassinate, except by overseeing our rations. Wait. Daya interrupts Iowa's explanation. Why do you think anyone would want to join your group if they know all that? He asks. A frosty smile appears on Iowa's face. The people who join my group are totally obedient to me. This, of course, means they're helpless. They can't even try to set this murder game in motion. I'll be able to determine that those who do join the group are victims caught in the game, or I could just judge them to be losers who got tired of fighting me. On the other hand, those who don't join will be deemed enemies who plan to fight me. Iowa pauses for a moment and lets out a breath. Then, smiling slightly, she lays down her cards. If you're going to prove you aren't my enemy, bow and scrape before me. The violence of her words renders everyone speechless, even Daya. Here's what Iowa is saying: membership isn't a free choice, it's mandatory. She'll eliminate anyone who doesn't join. Looking at us as we all sit in silence, Iowa continues without batting an eye, I figured it out. A way to beat this game. Someone with righteous intent has to assume control over everyone. Yeah, now that I'm saying it aloud, you could call it becoming a temporary king. Become the king. That's the same conclusion I reached. I know it sounds like I'm asking too much, and it's not out of the question for me to make a bad call that leads to someone's death. I'm willing to acknowledge the possibility, but surely you can understand that this is exponentially better than us all running willy-nilly and falling prey to our fears, right? And in the some necessity that it be you who does this? Daya points out. No, she readily admits. However, I can't think of anyone better to fill the role. Her tone is full of confidence. Daya scratches his head and presses on. That's not the only problem. From where we sit, it's hard to deny the possibility that you might actually be one of the troublemakers. If we're going to follow you, We would need you to show us what makes you trustworthy. I see. I'm not an instigator, so it slipped my mind. But just saying that isn't going to help you trust me. Guess I have no other choice. I'll just have to demonstrate it to you. Saying this, she pulls up her shirt. This is the resolve of the king. There's a knife underneath. What are you? Ignoring my exclamation, she pulls the knife out of her skirt and stabs it down into the table. Yuri stiffens at the loud bang. Take a good look, all of you. This is true resolve. Iowa rips off her scarf and ties it around the little finger of her left hand so tight, I can see it swell with blood. What is she? My mind can't keep up with her actions. But that doesn't matter as she grips the knife protruding from the table with her right hand. Her gaze is straightforward, almost too sharp. The corners of her mouth twitch upward, her breathing is ragged. Her forehead is dotted with sweat. Iowa. The intensity in her eyes is enough to drive Yuri back when she tries to approach. Then, she yells, and her little finger, is severed. Yuri stands pale and speechless, but Iowa keeps laughing. What in the hell do you think you're doing? It happened too suddenly for Maria to react earlier, but she runs up to Iowa, tearing off a strip of her own shirt to begin staunching the flow of blood. Iowa doesn't try to stop Maria, but she also pays no attention to her as her breath comes in rough gasps, her mouth still twisted. She then levels a gaze at me, full of conviction bordering on insanity. It's enough to strike terror into anyone. So how about it? Do you think anyone trying to play this stupid game would be prepared to do that? Are you sure I could cut off my finger on sheer resolve if I were some lackey? Ridiculous, isn't it? Not a chance in hell. I will never play this game, and I'm too strong to let it beat me. I'm the one to lead you. Do you understand that? It's overwhelming. Seeing her in such a state, I'm well aware I have no choice but to follow her. That's right. This is Iowa Shindo. This is Iowa Shindo's resolve to become the king. Entrust them to me. Trust me with your lives, your souls, just for the duration of the game. I will bear all of them. I will bear the responsibility for everything until it crushes me. She throws her finger, as if to declare she has severed all attachment to it. Follow me, you ignorant peons. And those of you who would stand against me, be prepared. You think anyone's gonna let you idiots get your way? I will take control of this place. That's right. She spits the words like acid. I will become the king. This intensity. It almost makes me lose my nerve. Only one person can become the king. It's impossible to have two at the same time. Meaning I'm bound for a showdown with an undeniably superhuman girl. The very idea is crazy. I can't possibly win. The overriding fear sparks a sudden thought. Would it be better to let her be the king? Who the king is doesn't really matter, as long as someone can keep things under control and none of us ultimately kill another. My goal of protecting Maria will be achieved. If so, then couldn't I afford to just leave everything in her hands? I know that will never work. After all, she can't fight her true enemy. She is an NPC. And her real self has already finished her battle. I look around me. Yuri stands terrified, and a hollow look is appearing in her eyes. Kaudai Kamiyuchi observes him passively, but he can't quite hide the glee in his. But Iowa Shindo doesn't notice any of this. She stands so far ahead of the pack that she fails to see the subtleties at work in others. If she becomes our ruler, she'll be betrayed and murdered just like the king in the backstreet of Kingdom Royale. That's why I have to be the one. I can't rely on Iowa. I can't rely on Maria either. There's no depending on anyone for me in the fourth game of Kingdom Royale. After all, I'm actually alone in here. I'm the only one truly fighting with Iowa in this space. I look at the finger Iowa through. Iowa, I understand your resolve. I also recognize that you're an incredible person. However, even so, you're still not up to the job. You can't become the king. You're an emperor with no clothes. You think you can become king when you're nothing more than an NPC in a supporting role. Step aside. The only one who ever had any right to become the king is me. Day 1 Kazuki Hoshino's room. After that, Yuri and Kaudai Kamiyuchi decided to join the group. The former was no surprise, but it caught me off guard how easily the latter agreed. Well, I doubt he gave it much thought at all. Maria and Daya are still deferring their decision. This is partly because swearing total obedience to someone isn't a decision to be made lightly, and also because Iowa says she's willing to wait until the third day, specifically the time block of the third day, when all of us will be in one place. Even if she wasn't waiting, I have my suspicions that from her perspective, we're already on the side of the instigators. Not just Iowa, either. I'm pretty sure Yuri's also on guard against us, though she may not show it. We've already been deemed hostile. The group views us as enemies, and there's no reason for us to believe we can trust anything they say. Still, though this may be obvious, I must take action. I have to do away with Iowa's arrogant notion that she can rule us. To begin with, there's no way creating a group system will put an end to the game. It won't do anything to keep Kaudai Kamiyuchi's savage nature in check, and I can't imagine Iowa will be able to control Yuri's actions. The two of them may have joined the group, but they aren't actually submitting to it. Without access to information from the previous games, Iowa has no way of knowing this. This is why I have to destroy this whole system. I don't think going after Iowa will work, though. Now that she's gone all in, she's made it her mission to become the king. I've learned all too well how impossible it is to sway her once she's locked onto her goal, both from amputation and the events of the third game. That's why I need to aim my attack at someone else. If that's the case, then my target almost sets itself. Yuri Yanagi. She won't be an easy opponent to deal with, herself, but she's my only means of destroying the group. Yeah, that's it. Tomorrow I need to go after Yuri. Now that I've reached this conclusion, I lie down on the bed. I'm not in a very favorable position here. I've been way too weak. I need to pull myself together and navigate this situation skillfully. But for now, the first day is over, and no one has died. Day 2. The common area. Okay, hand them over. At Iowa's prompt, Yuri and Kaudai Kamiyuchi put their rations, knives, and, for some reason, their wristwatches on the table. Iowa nods and gathers everything up, then puts the beige and green watches around the wrist of her four-fingered left hand. I piece together that this is her way of representing that she has control over them. Still, as painful as it looks, Iowa's expression never changes, almost like she never had a little finger to begin with. I'm sure it still hurts. Oh, by the way, it's no use talking to them, okay? I control what they say, too. Thinking back on it, I realize neither of them has so much as opened their mouths for anything beyond basic hellos. It occurs to me that this means the two of them must have revealed their classes to her, too. Anyway, my group has nothing new to say to you all, so if you have any issues, you can bring them to me. Maria glances at me, but she keeps her mouth shut. She knows that this is the work of a box and that if we can convey this fact properly, we'll be that much closer to solving this mess. But she can't say anything. Now that Iowa has formed her group, what's going to determine how this plays out isn't the truth of our claims so much as whether she chooses to believe them. If she doesn't, our chances of recovery afterward aren't great. At the very least, it's safe to assume Maria won't make a move until she knows why I already knew about the game of indolence. That explains why Iowa, who is acting calm enough to make you forget she cut off her finger, is inevitably the only one doing the talking. She speaks to us cheerfully and casually, trying to get to know us by asking about our hobbies and what we like to do on our days off from school. But we all know that each word could spark misunderstanding and ruin everything for us. We're like courtroom prosecutors and defendants at a matchmaking party together. During our entire guarded conversation with Iowa, I'm keeping an eye on Yuri. She spends pretty much the entire exchange with her head lowered. If she were to act, I recall the second game. Unlike Iowa, who does everything out in the open, Yuri works behind the scenes. By the time her actions, her machinations, come to light, it's too late to do anything about them. Will Yuri actually make a move? She's calculating, for better or worse, so it's unlikely she'll try anything risky if she's decided Iowa's plan is her best chance for survival. Suddenly, Yuri feels my gaze and raises her head. Though she seems a bit flustered at the attention, she flashes me a weak, almost dry smile that all but admits to being in a spot of trouble. Just as a small animal has a certain kind of charm, I can't help finding that helpless smile really cute. Cute? Is that what she wants me to think? We're on opposite sides, but is she actually trying to win me over instead of keeping her distance? I'm overthinking it. She can't be that aware of her expressions. I know that. I know it. But I've already noticed. Will Yuri make a move or not? What a carefree way to think. We're already way past that stage. In the second game, when Yuri was admittedly the player, but still, she had already taken action by this point. She always acts quickly. That's why, even now, she's long since set things in motion. Yuri Yanagi's plans are already underway. Day 2. Private meeting with Yuri Yanagi. Yuri Yanagi's room. I need to have my private meeting with Yuri immediately. That's why I'm unable to keep my promise to choose Daya. All I can say is that I don't really have any other choice. I enter Yuri's room. Recognizing that it's me, Yuri gets up from her bed and bows her head apologetically. I'm sorry, Hoshino. I'm not allowed to speak with you even during private meetings, so even if you want to talk to me, I don't think I'll be able to reciprocate. Interesting behavior. Yuri should be on guard against me. Absolutely positive I'm on the side of the instigator. There's no doubt of that. But that isn't how she acts toward me. Instead, She seems to be trying to show that she's merely following Iowa and doesn't really hate me, so she can have a way to get me on her side if she really needs it. Sly as she may be, I have to break her down. Iowa isn't here now. Are you still going to do as she tells you? I have to show Iowa the data from my device. Of course Iowa wouldn't have overlooked that. I had kinda figured that might be the case, though. That's why I could come up with a countermeasure. I'm going to ask you flat out, are you okay with the way things are now, Yuri? I can't answer those kinds of questions. Do you really think everything will work out if you go along with Iowa's plan? Troubled. Yuri's gaze comes to rest upon the table. She notices what I've written on the notebook I set there. She won't know if we write it. Messages on paper aren't saved on our devices. I realized this when Kaudai Kamiyuchi passed me his note during the second game. She must understand the implications of what I wrote. Yuri looks at me, her eyes wide. I hold out the pen to her. I'm sure it'll take her a moment to decide what to do. She's frozen, staring at me, hands clasped together in front of her chest. I understand. You can't say anything. Okay, then I won't, either. Oh man, guess that's it, then. This private meeting was a complete waste of time. As I misrepresent my true intentions to throw Iowa off the trail, my hand is moving. What do you really want to do? Are you still going to obey Iowa? After writing this, I hold the pen out to Yuri again. But she shakes her head vigorously as if to say I can't. No matter what I write. But Yuri still shakes her head. Well, yeah, guess that's no surprise. She's wary of me. She has no reason to go along easily with my ideas. I'm going to need to coerce her a bit. Nudge her along and shake her up. I scribble down the words I need. You didn't even like him. Yuri's eyes go round at this sudden, nonsensical sentence. Then she looks at me. But I'm not done yet. I'm going to shock her, rattle her until she has no choice but to write a reply. I scribble down the rest. But you still went out with the boy Iowa liked, didn't you? The effect is astounding. Yuri's shoulders tremble, and her face goes so white, I feel sorry for her. Keeping my face impassive, I offer her the pen again. Looking back and forth between the pen and me several times, she finally seems to accept that I won't take no for an answer and takes it in her hand, on the verge of tears. She still tries to play dumb, writing in a shaky hand I don't know what you mean. But when I don't react, she quickly tears off the page and balls it up. She moves her hand across the paper, tears streaming down her face. How do you know that? You can't possibly know. Not even Iowa has figured it out. Afterward, she hands the notebook and pen back to me. She wipes away her tears and gazes up at me through her lashes. Do you really think that look is going to work on me? You told me yourself. It would be more accurate to say I heard it from Iowa, but that would be too hard to explain in writing. Yuri shakes her head fearfully. I don't know what you mean. I haven't told you that. What are you talking about? Her responses up to this point are as I imagined they would be. My aim all along was to get her to ask me why. That's why I can finally write. This isn't the first time I've played Kingdom Royale. I guess it's not enough for her to understand, because Yuri merely peers at me uneasily. She's smart, though, so I know if I explain this way, she'll catch on quickly enough. I've played this game several times with the same people. This is the fourth time. Yuri's eyes bulge. I can see the realization creeping into her gaze, and she begins to shake in fear. That's how I know so much about you. She shakes her head violently, refusing to accept the idea. She motions for me to give her the pen. You're lying. I would never tell anyone about my ex-boyfriend. Maybe not under normal circumstances. But are you certain you wouldn't in an extreme situation like this? I've observed you over the course of 3 games. I'd say I understand you fairly well. That's how I know. Why did Iowa adopt such a hard-edged attitude during our private meeting yesterday? I found the answer when I looked at the name of the person she met with before me. You talked Iowa into making the groups, didn't you? Wow. Yuri speaks up without thinking but quickly claps her left hand over her mouth. Without removing her hand, she frantically scribbles in the notebook. What are you saying? That I'm the one responsible for making this happen? All of it? I could never do that. The Yuri I know could. She didn't know everything, of course. There's no way she could have predicted Iowa would lop off her little finger. All the same, knowing Iowa's personality as well as she does, Yuri would surely have known at least one thing. You would have known Iowa would try to gain control over everyone, at least. Yuri lowers head and closes her mouth. The Yuri I know would use what she needs to survive. Use Iowa. That would be her only option to keep herself alive. Yuri could never become the king like Iowa could. With her personality, it would be impossible for her to take charge and unify everyone under a single purpose. However, she would be able to control whoever did become the king. That's why Yuri tried to set Iowa up in that role. That would position her to indirectly steer the course of future events and thus guarantee her own safety. Yuri remains silent, her head lowered. She stays motionless for a moment, but her panicked breathing has become calm. Yuri slowly moves her arm and quietly begins writing in a notebook. I'll accept that your beliefs are correct. She continues at an even pace, her handwriting rounded and girlish, yet also neat and clear. I'll accept that you have actually been through this game 3 times, and that you know me very well. She quietly tears off the page and continues on a fresh one. So what? She raises her head. A chill runs through me. Her eyes have that same vacant look I saw before. Would you be satisfied if I cried and apologized and promised to do whatever you wanted? If that's what it takes, I'm more than willing to do anything I have to. And then tears actually begin to well up. Her face contorted in pain, she writes, it's really very easy for me to do. This is awful. I've already failed. Listen, that's not what Yuri isn't paying attention to my writing anymore, though. She goes quiet, puts a meaningless smile on her face, and lies down on the bed. I had hoped to make Yuri submit, well, maybe make her understand our predicament and win her over without having to do all that. I would then have used her to gain a foothold in overcoming Iowa. But my approach was clearly mistaken. She obviously didn't believe me when I told her the truth straight out. Maybe I shouldn't have used this approach, though. Why did I ever choose to go after someone as fearful as she is with what almost amounts to an attack? You hate their guts don't you all those bastards who tricked you and butchered you C''man they were prepared to off you for their own survival hey. Neuton's words ran through my mind. Could he have been right all along? Did I choose to attack her because I subconsciously want to see them as opponents to defeat rather than people to save? If so, then maybe I've unknowingly fallen into the trap of this awful game of indolence myself. Day 2 Private meeting with Maria Otonashi, Kazuki Hoshino's room. Maria arrives in my room with her arms crossed unhappily. Finally, now I can have a real conversation with you. Damn it. What were you thinking? You should have come and talked to me first of all. Why didn't? Maria stops short and scowls. Why the long face? I guess it's obvious. Overwhelmed by the shock of my failure, I've been sitting hunched over on the bed. This is so depressing. What exactly happened? Did Yanagi turn you down or something? Turn me down? Something like that, I guess. She was clearly joking, but Maria seems momentarily taken aback by my response. Then she releases a long, exasperated sigh. Well, you certainly move quick. This will do nothing to dispel your reputation for getting girls without even trying. I suppose you thought you had a chance, since Yanagi doesn't display a lot of self-confidence. What a devastating miscalculation. A girl who seems as popular as she is must have tons of suitors. I mean, you're into dressing up in women's clothing. She's way out of your league. Hey, you're the one who forced me to dress up, you know. I can't even muster the energy to quip back at her, though, so I just sit, gaze lowered, mouth closed. And how do you fall for a girl you just met yesterday? Mogi is one thing, but at her soft muttering, I look up. Maria scratches her nose and scowls, then plops down on the bed next to me. She silently punches my shoulder. Kazuki, buy me a strawberry tart. And now she's trying to mooch off me. What's with that look? I'm willing to go out with a guy who just got dumped. They always go on about how she was kinda anyway, when you think about it, or she wasn't even that cute, really. But if you want to vent, I'll still hear you out. A strawberry tart is a small price to pay for putting up with the sorry state of your psyche, isn't it? No, I don't know about Yanagi, but I'm saying I'll be here with you, Maria says with a calm, collected expression. She states it so bluntly, as if it's nothing, so the kind words catch me off guard, but the thoughtfulness behind them soon brings a smile to my face. She's right. This is no time to be depressed. I most certainly failed, but it still shouldn't be too late. If so, all I can do is make sure not to mess up next time, so I can protect Maria. I'm sorry, Maria. And, it's not like I got rejected after a romantic confession. I know. There's no way you'd be brave enough to do that. I was just joking around to try to cheer you up. I notice you weren't sure what to say for a moment, though. So what happened with Yanagi? I botched my attempt to persuade her. Maria frowns with bewilderment. You were trying to persuade Yanagi, not Shindo? I nod. In response, Maria puts her hand to her chin in thought. Why? Are you saying you have some information that made you decide that was the best course of action? Oh. Right. I was originally planning to interrogate you on what exactly you know. I see. Tell me. Maria's expression says she trusts me to rely on her and tell her every last detail. Without a doubt, she's not wrong. We spent a lifetime together, so she can read me like a book. Still, sorry, but I can't. Who I am right now has experienced several tragedies that Maria knows nothing of thanks to the game of indolence. The person I am now knows in the depths of his heart that he must protect Maria. What are you saying? You can't tell me? Why? I just think I can't keep relying on you all the time. Quit talking nonsense. Whether you rely on me isn't the issue here. Isn't it better for two to work together and solve this than just one? I know she's right. With my wits alone, I might end up making the same mistakes as before. Even I don't think I can count on my own abilities. However, what's going to happen if I tell Maria everything just because of that? If I tell her the truth, that she's an NPC, she may come to believe she's a replacement, that it doesn't matter if she dies, which I'm sure will lower her regard for her physical well-being even further. I could never allow that to happen to her. I have to get everyone through this alive. Someone like Maria, who would sacrifice herself for the sake of others, will do things that hold me back from achieving my mission. That's why I can't tell her everything. The best thing would be for her to not do anything at all. Maria begins to speak with a pained expression, perhaps wondering about my silence. Has my help wounded your pride? Do you think I look down on you? I apologize if I've done anything to make you think that. That's not the case at all. Then, she probably didn't mean for that to come out so loud. Averting her eyes awkwardly, Maria continues in a more subdued tone. Then rely on me. Maria. My past self might have found strength in those words, but it's different now. In fact, it's almost the opposite. I know, after all. I know Maria is aware she's being selfish. That's why I'm sure her next words, "I'm going to help you," are a scream of pain. However, even though I realize this, it doesn't change what must be done. Maria, can I ask you to not say anything about the boxes for the time being? I think it would be dangerous to talk to IO about them. You're not going to tell me what's going on? No, I reply. Maria lowers her gaze and crosses her arms. I see. You have your own ideas, so I guess I have to leave it at that. Her words suggest she's fought down her own emotions in an attempt to see my logic. But she still can't suppress all her feelings, and they show on her face. Maria observes me closely, maintaining a neutral expression. I notice the sadness in her eyes. Our relationship isn't so feeble that I wouldn't. Then she says, "You are Kazuki, aren't you?" Maria can read my mind and heart so well, it's as if she can see my thoughts. Even when I was embroiled in the week in the mud, she claimed she could tell who was the real me just by the way I used the muscles in my face. Huh? That's why I can't believe it, can't imagine she doesn't know me, and I just sit there dumbfounded. Maria averts her gaze. She mutters weakly, still looking away. It's nothing. Forget it. Day 2 Kazuki Hoshino's room. There wasn't much change in Maria's attitude after that. I'm sure what she said to me earlier must have been a slip of the tongue. It has to be, since she didn't tell Iowa and the others about the box. No one rocks the boat, so the situation has come to a standstill. I don't doubt today will be the last day without any developments, though. On the third day, Iowa is going to want to hear our decision about joining the group. But at any rate, it's over. I collapse onto the bed. A second day has passed without any deaths. Day 3 Private meeting with Daya Oamin, Kazuki Hoshino's room. Did I really say that? That I would crush the box myself if we made it to the block of the 8th day? Yeah. After my affirmation, Daya goes quiet in thought. I'm finally able to finish telling Daya everything about the game of indolence during our private meeting. I had planned to keep quiet about this Daya being an NPC, but he realized right away that I was holding something back. I had no choice but to tell him. Daya didn't seem too bothered, though. What really seemed to fascinate him was his apparent ownership of the game of indolence. Hey, Kazu, what did I say when I sent you into this game? Why do you want to know? Quit beating around the bush and answer the question. No clue, Kazu. What's with the rhyming dis? Let's see. When I said I would beat you, you said, not a chance in hell. I'm pretty sure that's how our last exchange went. Probably because you beating me is about as likely as the earth suddenly spinning 10 times faster. Man, this guy is really turning up the rudeness. That means the real me must believe it's impossible to get through Kingdom Royale without anyone dying. Most likely. Daya scowls and folds his arms, as if something still doesn't sit right with him. He still seems to be on the fence as to whether I'm telling the truth, so I timidly ask, do you believe me? Daya looks up and replies without losing his stern expression. If you are without a doubt Kazuki Hoshino, then I don't think I have any choice but to believe your story. The Kazuki Hoshino I know can't just whip up a tale like that. He also has a hard time lying. So does that mean he believes me? But if you are Kazuki Hoshino, then you've changed. I never expected him to say that. Changed? Me? Yeah. You still reject other people's wishes the same way, but I get the feeling your reason for it is a little different now. I told you before, right? It seems like you're floating in suspension. It doesn't feel that way anymore. And why is that? Hell if I know. People's minds have changed in this box, though, haven't they? In this box. The first thing I think of when he says this is Nana Yanagi. I had ignored her and tried to forget her, but my first love had held me completely in her spell all this time. It's not like I'm free of it now, either. I'm going to try to forget her again for my own salvation. However, I've definitely awakened to the fact that I can't run from it. I've managed to realize that, at least. Could a tiny change like that have affected how I appear to others? To me, it seems like you've found a purpose or an ambition, I should say. If so, then it's possible you might not be able to fully use a box. Enilan. Daya stops short in the middle of what he's saying. What's wrong, Daya? But he doesn't seem to hear me. He just stands there rigid with his eyes open wide. Use a box. I see it now. That must be it. Daya. He doesn't respond, though, instead putting his hand to his chin as if something has seized his mind. I give up on getting a reply and just wait until Daya stops muttering and begins to smile. Hey. I have no idea why he's chortling to himself. Kazu, I have to thank you. Huh? You're an easy read. That's how I know what the real me was thinking. Daya's grin grows bolder. The expression leaves me undeniably nervous. What's going on here? Is Daya planning something? The NPC Daya and I should share the same goal. I thought I got him to believe we can win if we make it 8 days with no one dying. So why? I get the feeling Daya isn't on my side anymore. Day 3 private meeting with Yuri Yanagi. Yuri Yanagi's room. The player is on their own. They possess information that puts them alone at an advantage, and they can't share it with the NPCs. In the end, the information is only good as ammo for deceiving the others. So maybe it's a matter of course that the player ends up fighting a solo battle. You kill the NPCs to survive, suppressing your guilt the entire way. That's how this game was meant to be played. All the same, I've been trying to break this cycle. If I don't, I can't imagine being able to save Maria, and this box will also probably break my will. Still, is what I'm attempting even possible? In the system of Kingdom Royale, no one can make an ally of anyone else. Gloomily, I enter Yuri Yanagi's room. She won't even make eye contact with me. Though I know it's pointless, I write a message to her in the notebook. Yuri Yanagi tears off the paper, crumples it up, and tosses it away without even reading it. It seems she's through with me. I bite my lip. How can I gain control over her without communicating in words? Should I do something that shows I still want to help her so that she'll listen to me? That'd never work. Even I'm beginning to doubt my own sincerity. So there's no way I'd get through to her at this point. I clench my fists and lower my head. Yuri notices my dejection, but that's not enough to make her look at me. Am I already out of moves to make? Have I already failed? Iowa is going to demand I join her group during the upcoming time block. If things go as she plans, I'll have no hope of becoming the king. I suddenly notice the notebook sitting on the table. I'm pretty sure it's Yuri's, and there's something written in it. Iowa is the revolutionary. I immediately understand the implication. This is what Yuri is trying to tell me. If I do anything funny, I'll be killed. That's most likely true. Iowa can say she's going to take charge of everything here because she has no fear of dying. Because she's the revolutionary, in other words. Plus, I'd hazard a guess that Yuri is the king or the sorcerer. Once she knew the identity of these classes, Iowa decided she had no worry of being murdered in Kingdom Royale. If she's capable of cutting off her own finger, she can also most likely decide to take my life if necessary. I review my current situation. I've gone and made an enemy of pretty much everyone. Yuri, Iowa, and Kaudai Kamiyuchi are all hostile to me, and as always, I have no idea what Daya's thinking. I can't even rely on Maria, who should be my one ally in all of this. Under these circumstances, anything I try is going to backfire. Have I lost all hope of becoming the king by now? Damn. I keep telling myself to not give up, but I can't think of a way to reverse my situation. It's irredeemable. Eventually, I just fall to my knees on the spot. I can't do this anymore. I'll let Iowa be the king. I don't think things will turn out well for her, but it'll probably still go better than if I took the wheel. I'll just count on the whims of Kaudai Kamiyuchi and Daya, leave my fate to the heavens, and follow along with Iowa's plan. Like some rock lying on the ground, I'll just be here and do nothing. Have lost. I lift my head so I can ask Yuri's forgiveness. That's when I see them. I see Yuri's eyes as she looks down on me blankly. I see her empty eyes. Oh, and that's how it suddenly dawns on me. You hate their guts underscore don't you underscore all those bastards who tricked you and butchered you underscore C apostrophe man underscore they were prepared to off you for their own survival underscore hey. I suddenly know how to answer. Number. I don't hate them, but I'll do whatever it takes to crush them and make them submit. When I made Yuri suffer yesterday, I thought I was okay with defeating her because the box had broken me. That was wrong, though. I understand now, clearly and without any doubts. I don't need to be pointlessly kind to everyone, including the person before me. They're all just NPCs. I need to save everyone back in the real world. Please kill me. That's what the real Yuri said to me during the second game. The game of indolence had made her so desperate, she felt she had to say that to me. But it was the game of indolence the only reason she suffered so much. Number. She had brought something in with her from the real world that caused her pain. I know that now, because I learnt it within the confines of this horrible, pointless box. Nothing can change what has already come to pass. There's no salvation for Yuri now that she has killed Iowa and the others. But perhaps I can analyze, dissect, and remove what she brought in with her from the real world. If I do that, won't it free her from a little of her suffering? That's why I will win. I couldn't care less about crushing her as an NPC. That's my proof that I'm firmly grounded in reality, in normality. It's my proof that this stupid game of indolence hasn't defeated me. This means, hey, I haven't lost at all. I stand up. In this game, the player is definitely on their own. I don't care if I'm alone or whatever, though. No matter how hopeless the situation, I'm the only one who can destroy the game of indolence. No one can save all the others except for me. If that's the case, I'll do it. I'll start by forcing Yuri to submit to me, and then I'll save everyone. What are you smiling about? Yuri is still looking at me with those hollow eyes. Thank you. Those eyes helped me realize it. The source of Yuri's suffering lies in her familiarity with suppressing her true feelings. I'm now sure I want to do something about it, too. Still smiling, I deliberately and violently tear off the sheet of paper with Iowa is the revolutionary written on it and rip it up loudly before her eyes. The hollowness changes to surprise. Yeah, that's the ticket. This is good. I won't ever let your eyes turn empty again. Yuri Yanagi. The blunt manner of address makes Yuri look at me, her eyes wide. You will become nourishment for the real Yuri, I tell her. I can predict how the Yuri I know so well will react. Oh. Yep, the coward has gone white. You won't be able to ignore me now, will you? To that end, I'm going to destroy the group Iowa made. The first thing I'm going to do now is implement a plan to make you leave it. Yuri is speechless for a few long seconds, but then she tries to protest. What are you? There's no reason I would leave. As if I even could. I said I'm going to make you leave it. If you say that, Iowa will kill you. You know, she might really do it. No, she actually will. Okay? Yuri is too flustered to worry about Iowa hearing this conversation. I know. Then why are you saying it? It's like committing suicide. Because I'm going to take down Iowa, too, of course. She won't kill me if I do that, I say. Yuri's eyes go round. She shakes her head violently. That's not possible. Don't you understand how well I know this? Yeah, there it is. I've finally found the pus within her, the source of her suffering. So if I defeat Iowa, the reason why her eyes turn empty, it's, if I defeat Iowa, will you be able to overcome your jealousy of her? Her feelings of inferiority toward Iowa. It's a sentiment I understand very easily as a companion of Daya's and Maria's. I'm constantly surrounded by reminders that I will never be their equal, and the fear of mistakenly assuming my existence is worthless compared with theirs. This is even worse for Yuri, who unlike me takes second place. Just knowing she could feasibly catch up must be frustrating. She's so close but never seems to cross the gap between her and Iowa Shindo. How painful it must be to be reminded of it. Someone as stupid as I am should have just stayed quiet. I'm sorry for any confusion. She called herself stupid during the first game. Though she seems incredible and brilliant enough from my point of view, she never has any confidence in herself, because in her heart, she compares herself with someone she can never measure up against. Oh, I'm sure she must be aware of this herself. Yuri seems so shaken I almost pity her, and she stands there trembling. You wanted to beat Iowa no matter what, didn't you? I say, and her shoulders jump. You wanted to beat Iowa. You wanted to best her for so long. That's why you wanted to beat her in this game, too. You thought that if you could get her to act according to your plan, maybe you could call it a form of victory, so you decided to make it happen. When Yuri was the player, I'm sure the reason she deceived Iowa and went out of her way to wound her with the revelation about her ex-boyfriend was that she wanted to experience the feeling of beating her rival. Why are you talking like you know? The panic on her face as she denies this is easy to read, and it has no hint of her usual shrewd acting. But while things did go as you had intended, in the end, you still didn't feel like you'd won. You were overwhelmed, after all. When Iowa was willing to cut off her own finger, the jaw-dropping nature of that act, the difference between her resolve and yours, reminded you that your miserable little plan could never compete with hers. Stop it. Once you knew how incredible she was, all you could think of was relying on her to get through this alive. Yet another reminder of how far she rises above you and your cowardice. Stop. You woke up to the reality that you never had a chance against her in the first place, no matter what you tried. After all, you learned that victory wouldn't be enough to dispel your inferiority complex. It didn't vanish even when you stole the boy she had feelings for. I told you to stop it. She shrieks, and pain runs through my cheek. Did she just slap me? I can't believe it for a moment. I mean, did Yuri just hit me? Yuri, the one with more self-control than anyone else. Yuri is wide-eyed, seemingly more shocked by her own actions than anyone. She stares at the hand that slapped me, opening and closing it repeatedly. Oh, her shoulders begin to shake. I'm sorry. Before she can finish, tears are welling up in her eyes. I'm sorry, but please just stop. Don't say such horrible things anymore. Please don't hurt me anymore. Please, please. I'm sure it's painful. It must hurt to confront such ugly emotions head-on like this. She couldn't even say these things when her deceptions during the second game came to light. But I can't. None of that matters. In fact, it's precisely why I have to keep going. And my cold response makes Yuri crouch down and begin to cry, hiding her face. If I turn back now, I won't be able to help the real you. It's okay if you cover your face, but don't plug your ears. You are. Of course, my chest aches when I see her suffer like this, but my feelings don't matter, either. I'm talking about what happened during the second game when you were in my position. Now comes the finishing blow. Yuri, you killed Iowa. Her sobs come to a halt, and she looks up at me with red eyes. What are you saying? I don't grant her a response. Me? Kill Iowa? There's no way I will do something so extreme. I am an underhanded person. But I could never do something like that. This is definitely coming straight from her heart of hearts. I'm sure it's true. The only reason she could do such a thing is because she was the player while the rest of us, including Iowa, were NPCs. However, she still murdered her. Iowa is now aware that Yuri is a despicable girl who deceived and murdered her. Nothing will ever change that fact. As skilled as she is at reading others' faces, Yuri must be able to tell from mine that I'm not lying about her killing Iowa. She doesn't say anything else and simply sits there, distracted, tears running down her face. I keep up the pressure. Yuri, I'll explain in more detail later, but you and Iowa both won the game when you were the player, so you're already set to make it out alive. Yuri responds slightly to my statement. It seems she understands me, so I keep going. But the way things are now, Iowa knows you murdered her, and she isn't going to forgive you. And you won't be able to forgive yourself for doing it. You will have survived, but in the end, you won't ever be happy. This may be hard to believe, but I want to do something about that. I put it out there. I have an idea of what we can do. Though her tears are still flowing, Yuri looks at me as she appears to come back to her senses. You need to reach a certain point. During this round of Kingdom Royale, the two of you need to confess your feelings toward each other, help each other in spite of them, and reach a point where you have a relationship of mutual trust. If the two of you can rely on each other even in this game, then I'm confident you'll be fine from here on out. Iowa should forgive you. I say the next part slowly. That's why you have to tell her all of it. You have to put everything you feel toward Iowa into words. I wait for Yuri's response. After a period of silence, she finally opens her mouth to speak. I don't understand, she replies flatly. I have no idea what you mean when you say that Iowa and I have already survived or that we'll be saved if we can trust each other. I see. That's fair enough. She knows next to nothing about the real situation, so it makes sense that what I said wouldn't hit home. But I raise my head when I hear a contradictory conjunction. A faint smile has appeared on Yuri's face. I don't need to understand. Not now. I can't stand thinking such horrible things just to stay alive. I'm through with it. Saying this, she suddenly throws her arms around me. So can I rely on you? The strength of her embrace is painful. She isn't holding back. She can't depend on strength so great and unmoderated. That observation surprises me. Yuri fought on in her own way all alone, no matter how much suffering it brought her. She always seemed so anxious and uneasy, and through it all, this girl still persevered without losing hope. When she was the player, the guilt of deceiving, cornering, and killing the NPCs threatened to crush her, but in the end, she still managed to recover her will to fight and win. That's the strong girl Yuri Yanagi is. Help.me. And yet, the only option she has now is to trust in me. All she can do is cling to the faint hope in front of her, unable to exert any control. In that way, she is just the tiniest bit similar to her. To Nana Yanagi. Okay, I'll help you. But I won't get Yuri and Yanagi mixed up in my mind, not anymore. In order to help the Yuri here with me now, I return her embrace and tell her, I swear, I will help everyone. Day 3. The common area. Despite appearances, I was quite confident all through middle school. My grades were always at the top, and I was so good at piano that I won prizes at competitions. I was head of the brass band club at school, and I even served as the student council president. Naturally, I had no end of admirers. Perhaps that was why I subconsciously assumed I was exceptional. There was no doubt in my mind that this would remain the same in high school, too. However, this throne of exceptionality wasn't waiting for me in my high school life. Iowa Shindo claimed it the moment she made her new student address at the entrance ceremony. I didn't give up right away, though. I had faith that I could reclaim my throne. In fact, I was even happy in a way to have found a rival. I worked even harder than I had in middle school, believing I could surpass Iowa quickly and become number one. I increased my time in front of my desk, putting my studies first and foremost. I wasn't just spending long hours studying, though. I was also working trial and error style to improve other areas like efficiency and maintaining focus. But I was still no match for her. I naturally started to panic. I decided I wanted to beat her in grades, at least, and so I gave up the piano I had played since elementary school, stopped going to the literary clubs I had joined, quit watching the foreign dramas I liked so much, refrained from hanging out with my friends, slept fewer hours, and studied during break periods, and I did it all fully prepared to be mocked for being too serious. Despite everything, Iowa was always ahead of me, even though she was in clubs and the student council the whole time, even though she slept during class and just didn't seem to be displaying as much effort as I was in general. I could never measure up. It wasn't necessarily an odd thing, though. No matter how hard I was toiling away, nearly 100 people were also scoring higher than I was on our trial exams already. There were plenty of others better than I was at piano, too, and if I turned on the TV, I could see an endless parade of beautiful people I could never hold a candle to. It wasn't like Iowa was the only person I had no hope of competing against, so this outcome wasn't unexpected. I simply learned my lesson. I learned that I was just a normal person, that I wasn't anything special. Thanks to Iowa, I was able to understand this and move on from my shameful self-importance, that's all. Even if she weren't there, I most likely would have found this out sooner or later. But it still frustrated me. It frustrated me so much. Why wasn't I the special one? It took me so long to realize that by the time I did, I had nothing left. I had distanced myself from my friends. I had no more hobbies or special talents. All I had become was a boring girl with a decent aptitude for studying. It was around then that I found out Iowa had a crush. She had tried to keep it a secret, but to me, it was as clear as day. The moment I learned of her feelings, the object of her affections became irresistibly attractive to me. I mean, if Iowa liked him, he had to be a great person. That was my line of thinking. If both Iowa and I went after him, I wonder which of us he would choose. The moment I thought that, a wicked idea entered my mind. If that person were to choose me, would that mean I'm more attractive than Iowa? I knew full well what a horrible thing I was about to attempt, but not even that was enough to stop me. I just had to see it. Iowa, jealous of me. Iowa, envious of me. Iowa, the failure, believing she can never win out over me. And once Iowa was the loser, she would know. She would know there was someone who had been frustrated for so long because they could never compare to her. And I succeeded in going out with that boy. I announced it as if I were just full of innocent happiness, completely clueless of her feelings for him. Inside, I was gleeful and giggling, hoping to see Iowa grit her teeth in frustration. When I think of myself back then, it truly makes me sick. Hey, Iowa, I hope you're upset. I hope you're jealous. I hope you hate me. I would have been happy with any of it. As long as she lashed out at me with some negative emotion, I would have been happy. But Iowa's reaction was unlike anything I had imagined. Nice going. She congratulated me and then mussed my hair with a pleasant smile on her face. Iowa was genuinely happy for my success in love, of all things. For me, for someone as horrible as I am, for someone whose mind was consumed with thoughts of hurting her. I couldn't believe it. I just could not believe it. So I continued my plotting. I tried to ignore the growing realization that my romantic feelings were misguided and kept using the relationship against her. Through it all, no matter what I asked her advice about, or even when I told her we broke up, all Iowa did was support me. That's when I was forced to see it. All the hatefulness, bitterness, and wretchedness I had pretended not to see was illuminated by Iowa's radiance, highlighted until I had to confront it. Yes, I truly understand. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts so much, yet I am not a victim to be protected. I'm a wrongdoer deserving of abuse. Still, I can't stop. There's no going back. I don't want to accept the fact that after all the crimes I have committed, I am not even average, just a complete and utter fool. I don't believe that besting Iowa, defeating the exceptional girl, will make me any less of a fool, much less merit forgiveness for me. But this is all I have left. There is no way back for me. Don't you agree? I'm sorry. My crimes are too heavy for those words alone to earn me forgiveness. And you think saying that will get me to forgive you? Iowa sneers coldly in the common area where we've all assembled. She must have heard Yuri's confession during their private meeting afterward. You think that explaining how horrible you are will get me to let you off the hook for your deception? Unsure of what's going on, all Maria, Dayo, and Kodai Kamiyuchi can do is watch the scene unfold. I'll never forgive you, you stupid bitch. Iowa says. She spits on Yuri, who is stripped down to her white underwear and kneeling before her. Despite Iowa's cruel treatment, all Yuri does is tremble slightly, saying nothing with her head lowered. Her left cheek is swollen. She was beaten earlier in Iowa's room. It's not an easy sight to stomach. I predicted things might turn out this way, after all. So this is also partly my fault. But if I didn't take things this far, I wouldn't have a chance against Iowa. Hey, Shindo, what exactly happened? Maria speaks up, unable to bear the sight of Yuri like this. Oh, nothing major. I'm just demonstrating what happens when someone ignores their orders and does something stupid even though they joined the group and swore obedience to me. Still, isn't this going too far? As if to reject Maria's warning, Iowa places the sole of her shoe on Yuri's head where she sits. Yuri gasps instinctively, and Iowa clucks her tongue and increases the pressure of her foot on Yuri's head without another word. She pushes harder and harder until Yuri's forehead touches the floor. In this position, Yuri is all but groveling before Iowa. Who told you it was okay to open your mouth? You need to just keep your head lowered like some figurine. Or are you trying to imply that I'm going to have to beat that into you, too? Stop it, Shindo. But let's put this aside. You know why, right? Time's up. This is when I bring you all under my rule. Whatever this bitch was trying to pull, it's the best plan I've come up with, so there's no need to change it, Iowa declares with her foot still on Yuri's head. Once I'm the king, I'll put an end to this game. Yeah, that's who Iowa is. If it serves her purpose, she can do this to someone she considered her best friend up until a bit ago. I'm not trying to say she isn't feeling anything. I'm sure she's deeply wounded, and she most likely has guilt about it as well. But she can lock those emotions away. Iowa can temporarily control her own feelings in order to further her goals. I found this out in the third game when she won by slaughtering everyone on the first day. Yes, that's why I predicted this. I could foresee her taking this sort of action. That's why, it's not going to work. I'm going to drag her off this false throne of hers. Iowa slowly brings her foot down from Yuri's head and stares at me. There is a heat in her gaze, with an unmistakable hint of murder, too. So is this what you're trying to say? You're maintaining that you have no intention of joining the group? That's too bad. You're going to die, Hoshino. I'm merely stating a fact. As lenient as you are, there's no way you could possibly rule anyone. Lenient? What the hell are you talking about? Her piercing glare is really frightening. But I force my mouth into a smile to build as much confidence as I can. I'm saying you're going easy on Yuri. All you're doing is hitting her, spitting on her, and putting your foot on her head. Ha ha, you're way too soft. Iowa flashes a grin to show she's just as confident as I am. Okay, then what would it take to satisfy you? I say the words that will wipe the smile off her face. Kill her. As I intended, Iowa's smile vanishes, and her eyes flare wide. You said at the very beginning, right? You would flush all our rations at the first sign of insubordination. But you haven't, have you? You made a whole show of tearing her clothes off and dragging her out in her underwear, but you haven't done what you said. Have you? Iowa smirks. Haha. So you're saying it's just for show if I don't actually flush her rations and kill her? You've got a really twisted mind. How could you not tell I was exaggerating when I said that? Don't you see I had to say it given the circumstances, even if I had no intention of actually doing it? Even if that's the case, now that you've been so lax in dealing with Yuri after she went against you, you've shown that you don't actually have hold over your group, haven't you? So what? Are you telling me I should kill Yuri? Not at all. I'm just pointing something out. I don't mince words as I tell her, this group system was broken from the very beginning. Iowa stays silent, folding her arms. Someone as bright as her has to know she's going to get steamrolled at this rate. She can mull it over all she wants, though, because there's no way out of this. Everything I've said is absolutely true. Enlighten me on how it's broken. Her voice is just the tiniest bit weaker than before. The group was founded on your trust in Yuri, but there was never any such thing to begin with. You built this plan on the premise of a trust that doesn't exist. That's why it's broken. Am I wrong? Almost there. Just one more push, and I'll drag Iowa Shindo, the one who could massacre everyone with a knife to achieve her goal, who would amputate her own little finger just to make others recognize her, down from her sham of a throne. I've clearly got her on the ropes here. Or at least, I should have. Iowa smirks in spite of everything, as if to show me she's still good to go. Yeah, it may be difficult to maintain this group system. I'll give you that. Still, so what? If forming groups is difficult, then all I need to do is toss that plan out and put together a new one. Are you trying to suggest I can't do that? I sure didn't expect such a comeback, I'll give her that. Even when she's backed this far into a corner, she still isn't ready to throw in the towel. Iowa is the opponent I needed to take down first, my most powerful foe, so it's only fitting. If I can do something about my most capable opponent, then I'll accomplish what I set out to do. Daya and I most likely share the same purpose, and if Iowa and Yuri are with me, we can keep Kaudai Kamiyuchi's impulsiveness in check so he doesn't kill anyone. The most difficult part of anything is setting it into motion. If I can get things moving, the rest shouldn't be that difficult. This is the first step in getting my plan on track, defeating Iowa. Once I pull that off, I'm pretty much already at the finish line. That's why there's no backing down for me. I've clearly pushed Iowa to the brink, so I absolutely cannot let up. I search for that final push. I look at Yuri. I see her trembling with her head still pressed against the floor. Oh, I guess that's it. It doesn't matter how much I keep after Iowa, does it? Okay, so you're going to cast aside Yuri. Is that it? So you can save yourself and the rest of us? Iowa is already aware that she's lost, after all. Iowa immediately answers my question. That's right. I predicted her affirmation. Her blatant lie. The lie she wants me to see through. You can't fool me. This is already over. Didn't I say it earlier? Go ahead and kill Yuri. If you're going to give up on her, you should prove it to us right here. Kill her like you cut off your finger. Demonstrate your determination. Make us all bow down before your power. Iowa thinks she's better suited to the role of the king than anyone else. She stands before us now precisely because of this belief. And she's doing it because she's convinced it offers her the highest probability of achieving her goal. But what happens if she begins to believe someone else might make a worthy king? She would most likely allow that person to take on the role. That's why she's testing me now. She's testing me to see if I can discern this level of falsehood, if I'm suitable for the throne. Ha ha. Iowa lets out a laugh. You're right. I can't do it, so I can never become the king. And that's how Iowa hands the throne over to me. Her lips pouted. Iowa takes a seat. Phew. She gives a deliberate sigh, then smiles ruefully. Iowa lost. Yuri has lifted her head up. Wide-eyed, she looks at Iowa, who's sitting in her chair with a defeated expression. Wearing nothing but her underwear, Yuri gets to her feet and walks over to Iowa, then stands over her. Why won't you kill me? You have it in you, right? You could do it if it helped you achieve your goal, right? When she hears this, Iowa smiles bitterly. Yuri, what do you think my goal is? She asks, looking away with her elbows resting on the chair. Huh? It's to become the king. Isn't it? Of course not. That was just a means to an end. I see. So, Yuri is still troubled, so Iowa says the rest to her with a gentle smile, as if she were patiently teaching a child struggling with multiplication. My goal. Is to protect you. Yuri can do nothing as her confusion grows. For her, it's the most unbelievable statement in the world. I already knew this about Iowa, though. She told me something as she died in the first game. Just before her life faded away, she said, "I'm sorry I couldn't save you." Those words indicated to me that Iowa's goal was to protect Yuri. Of course, she was also trying to safeguard her own life along with the rest of ours. But if you look at the way she conducts herself in life, I'm positive that Iowa puts others before herself. I'm also sure she'd try to save Yuri before a bunch of people she just met that day. That's why she can't kill Yuri, even if it means she won't be able to maintain her group system. Yuri is shaking her head in disbelief. Why you lying? I mean, I betrayed you. That's why you got angry and took my clothes and hit me. Yuri, are you trying to mess with me, huh? Are you trying to play with my emotions and then make me change my goal? Are you suggesting I'm a weakling? Basically, you cooperated with Hoshino. I had to punish you to keep the group together, even if only on the surface. Tearing off your clothes was good for a performance because it draws attention. Don't you think? Well, I was just delaying the inevitable. You see, I had no doubt you would keep quiet and go along with my plan. I never imagined you would fall into Hoshino's clutches like this. Once we reached that point, I'd already lost. Yuri gives Io a long look after she says this, then shakes her head again as if to say she still doesn't accept it. I don't understand. You were trying to protect me? Maybe you were at first, but there's no way you could still want to help me now that you know how I tried to hurt you this whole time. You'd never help someone as awful as I am. Yuri, you're kind of an idiot, you know? Io sighs. Well, you shouldn't even have to think about it, right? Yuri still looks lost, and Io scratches her head angrily. Doctor, give me a break. Okay, have you ever tried looking at things from my perspective? Your perspective? Yeah. You said you always had the top scores, but I was in the same boat. I was always at the top, too. Yuri doesn't seem to get the significance of what Io is saying, because she still looks confused. I wanted to be in that spot just like you. But there's someone always working like crazy to overtake me, so all I can do is put my nose to the grindstone, too. I don't want to lose, either. Do you have any idea how desperately I worked in secret to protect that position? Shock spreads across Yuri's face. You say you could never beat me no matter how hard you tried because I'm special? That has nothing to do with it. If you ask me, you haven't set any clear milestones for yourself. Can you tell me off the top of your head what you want to be or why you're studying? You probably can't. The only thing you could think about was trying to beat me. You'll never win with such weak aspirations. You worked hard. I don't think you can say that. You haven't worked nearly hard enough. People who really put in a lot of effort never say they have nothing going for them or that they're a pile of crap. So if I put in the effort, I can be like you? Come on. Listen to me. There's no way you can be like me. I'm me. You're you. No matter how jealous you may be, your abilities and strengths will always be different, so you can never be exactly the same as anyone else. You can envy me all you want, Yuri, but you can't become me. You're right. There's no way I could ever hope to become like you. As soon as she hears this, Io's eyebrows shoot up, and she gets to her feet. With terrifying severity, she grips Yuri's now trembling shoulders. Oh ow. That's right. No matter how jealous, Io shouts. No matter how jealous I am, I can never be you, Yuri. Yuri's grimace of pain is replaced by wide-eyed shock as she stares at Io. You think I was unfazed when I heard you were going out with him? I was sincerely happy for you. If that's how it looked, I guess I was successful. I would never commit a faux pas like not congratulating my best friend on finding love. Io's tough facade has already caved. Though she seemed so calm even when her group fell apart, she has now completely lost it. Who wouldn't be upset to see the person they like snatched away? Of course I was torn up over it. Of course I was jealous. But I couldn't do anything, because he chose you. When I heard you were going out, I just thought, well, no surprises there. Can you understand where my mind had to be to think that? Do you understand where I had to be to so readily accept that he would choose you over someone like me? Do you think those thoughts didn't drive me nuts? I'm not you, though, so all I could do was give up. What the hell, Yuri? How do you fail to see any of this when you're so good at reading people? You wanted me to envy you? You must be stupid. From the moment I saw you when I started school, Io's grip on Yuri's shoulders tightens as she yells, I was jealous of you. Yuri stares at Io blankly, unable to comprehend what was just said to her. It must be hard to believe from Yuri's standpoint. She's probably having trouble swallowing the idea that the one she had come to think of as superhuman, as a rival she would never, ever beat, had actually envied her the entire time. I'm sorry, Yuri. I knew, but even being the way I was, the first time I respected, envied, and probably felt jealousy towards someone. Was Yuri. I knew all that from the first game. It's how I also knew it was their miscommunication that was destroying them. I think about depending on someone, too, you know, but for some reason, I never can. Whenever the thought enters my head. I always think of you, Io says, then releases Yuri's shoulders. As Yuri stares dumbfounded at Io, surprise appears on her face. Io, why are you crying? Ha, what are you saying? I never cry. Io puts her hand to her cheek as if just going along with the joke. Her eyes go wide. She realizes she really is crying. No way. Crying? I don't remember crying even in my earliest memories. And now I'm doing it in front of other people? That's ridiculous. But her tears are flowing. They're really flowing. The fact that Io is crying is undeniable. Her mask breaks. And that face that had been so tense for so long crumples like a child's. Wah. Io sobs loudly. The Io we knew, the same Io who could lop off her own finger to reach her goal, is bawling like a child. unable to contain her emotions. Iowa, stupid, 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 stupid Yuri. I trusted you. I was such an idiot. I trusted that at least you would never betray me. The tears pour from Iowa's eyes, and her nose is running. What the hell? Superhuman. Don't be stupid. Look at me. It's not like I want to be the king. This killing game terrifies me. Cutting off my finger hurt. I wanted someone to protect me, too. But I had to do it even if I didn't want to. I thought I would make the best king, so I had no choice but to take on the responsibility. I had to do it because I couldn't stand the idea of relying on someone else and then letting everyone die. Letting you die. There isn't even a trace of Iowa's usual aloofness as she sobs her heart out here like a little kid. Still in shock, Yuri asks her, Iowa, why did you want to protect me? The question is a little off topic, and Iowa fixes Yuri with a red-eyed glare. You know why? I then recall something. A certain question Iowa asked me during the first game. Do you think I actually liked Yuri? I didn't know the answer until just now. This very moment. Iowa has enough control over herself that she can expunge any emotions that might get in her way, and my experiences in the third game weren't enough for me to see the truth of her heart. But now I understand very well. Now that I can see her feelings laid bare, I understand completely. Iowa's feelings for Yuri. I wanted to protect you because I love you. Oh love. If you died because I failed to protect you, I could maybe bear it if you at least thought I didn't love you. That's how much I care about you. Emotion finally returns to Yuri's dazed eyes. In an instant, her tears well and overflow. Before long, her face is soaking wet with a river of tears, just like Iowa's. These two, their mutual admiration was so great that they envied each other. That led to some mistakes within this box, but they wouldn't have come to harbor such powerful emotions if they didn't care so much in the first place. Iowa. Yuri hugs her. The two of them embrace each other, sobbing. I'm sorry. I don't want to hear that. I don't want to hear any apologies from you. I won't allow it. Much rather hear something else. Though it takes her a moment, Yuri, now covered in snot and tears, quickly catches on. Putting on a clumsy smile, one with no trace of deception but rather a desperation that even a flatterer wouldn't call polite, she whispers gently, I love you, too, Iowa. Yep. When I hear that, it all comes together for me. The reason why Yuri put on Iowa's wristwatch during the second game, why she confessed to stealing the boy she had feelings for, and why she drove her into a corner. Please kill me. She wanted to make it easier for Iowa to take her life. Sure, Yuri probably wanted to beat Iowa, but she also knew Iowa would become a player eventually, so she made sure to say this so that Iowa would find it easier to kill her as an NPC. Yuri was trying to save Iowa's life, even if it meant earning her hatred in the process. That S. Not an easy thing to do. For instance, Iowa, I'll always love you. If she didn't love Iowa, she could never do it. Oh, what the hell? Whether they forgive each other doesn't matter. If the feelings of love are mutual, then none of that is important. This doesn't mean the relationship between the real versions of them has improved. Of course, these two NPCs aren't the despair-filled girls in the real world, but I have faith in them. I have faith that these two can mend their friendship and do away with their hopelessness. I find that very easy to believe now, and I begin to think, now that my most troublesome opponent is out of the way and I've taken a solid step toward preventing our deaths, I'm certain everything will be fine. I have unmistakably set the wheels in motion. I will arrive at my destination. All I can see in my head are visions of success. That's right. I've beaten Dayo. I will beat you, Dayo. So Kazuki Hoshino declares. I can't hide my amusement. Not a chance in hell. I'm absolutely certain of it. Kazuki Hoshino will never be able to achieve his goal. If he's sure he can win, it's nothing more than a delusion. Kazuki Hoshino has made a huge mistake. After all, I can be here in this room where I can see everything, the master room, if you will, so I naturally know all about his blunder. Hey, still, tedium is a monster. Some people might even try to slay it with a bullet to their own brains. I'm quite fond of that quote. Tedium is indeed a monster. If it wasn't, I wouldn't have used a wish-granting box to relieve myself of it. Okay, here I go, Kazuki Hoshino says, then looks toward the screen. His face is illuminated by the pale white light of the shabby arcade cabinet. Several transparent hands stretch out toward Kazuki Hoshino where he gazes into the display. His expression is loaded with disgust as he's engulfed in the hand spilling outward as if to devour him. As if the hands are pulling it out of him, the color gradually fades from Kazuki Hoshino until he turns transparent and eventually disappears. I applaud your tragic resolve. But there was never any point from the get-go. Even in the unlikely event you are able to steer things so that no one offs anyone else, it still isn't worth squat. Because, well, Daiomin isn't the owner of the game of indolence. That's just the way your core nature works. It catches and alters everything that happens. Things you find enjoyable will just be tedious to someone who's naturally bored. If someone consumed by boredom uses a box, the results will only stave off the tedium temporarily. That's why this is all just a diversion. A pointless game. It's me, Kaudai Kamiyuchi. Thanks for the commentary on me. Daio. Kazuki Hoshino just happened to misinterpret it. Daiomin's verbal smoke and mirrors made a complete chump of poor Hoshino. And that's why he's doomed to fail, as if he ever wasn't. It's impossible to win when you've got your sights set on the wrong opponent. When I address him, Daiomin looks at me without a word. What exactly do you want to do with Hoshino? Why do you ask? He replies unhappily. Well, it's just that I heard your conversation, and I don't really get it. You said it yourself, right? If no one kills anyone else for 8 days, you can survive. I did say that. That was a lie, wasn't it? Daiomin doesn't answer. I mean, having a rule like that is out of the question. Do you think I'm the type to build in such a meaningless escape route, force the game to end? His explanation was so persuasive, even I almost believed it. But if you really think about it, Daiomin has no reason to know a trick like that, since he isn't even the owner. In short, it was a bunch of BS. Daiomin has a joyous look on his face. I had wondered how he would react, but this is a surprise. I can't help but smirk, too. This guy came up with a bunch of crap off the top of his head and got Kazuki Hoshino to buy it, and now he's smiling. No wonder he beat the first round of the game so easily. It doesn't matter whether it's true or whatever. The important thing is whether Kazuki Hoshino believes it. Oh, I'd say he swallowed it hook, line, and sinker. I almost feel sorry for him. But what I'm asking is why you did it. Daiomin scratches his head as he replies, would you be convinced if I said I wanted to see Kazu dance around like a fool? Huh? If you're putting it that way, does that mean you're lying? It's the truth. I don't know the whole story, but I get the feeling he's being honest, so I burst out laughing. Man, you're a real piece of work. You've got Hoshino beat on so many levels. I guess, he responds with no emotion, as if it's nothing. Still, I'm sure that isn't his only reason. I know there's more to him even deeper below the surface. He may be telling the truth, but at most it's just one of the things he hopes to do. By the way, why are you doing this? Why did you want to become the would-be guide for Kingdom Royale? This box summons the players to this space by force and can put them in stasis until their turn in Kingdom Royale actually rolls around. But for some reason, it couldn't put him under like it did the other players. When I tried asking the man himself why that was, Daiomin said something about how the fact that he's an owner allows him to butt into others' wishes. I'm not going to lie, but that made me real skeptical. I asked why Maria Otonashi, also evidently an owner, can't do the same thing, and he said that apparently she might be able to. According to him, she's stuck in stasis simply because her turn hasn't come around yet, and that's prevented her from detecting the presence of this box. In other words, Daiomin is free to move because he was already released from stasis to play in the first round of the game. Anyway, Daiomin has used his freedom to explain Kingdom Royale to Kazuki Hoshino and brag like he did just now. I told you the reason. I want to watch Kazu's clumsy little dance. That's not all, though, is it? Let me put it this way, then. I don't want to tell you. Oh ho, that's tough talk toward the owner when he's letting you run around free here. Do you understand your position? But it's fine with me if you don't want to answer. I don't really care that much anyway. I'm okay with whatever as long as it's interesting. Actually, seeing Kazuki Hoshino turning desperate over a bunch of lies sounds like a good time. Daiomin sighs, like he's disgusted I backed off so easily. Now that I think about it, there's one thing I haven't asked. Why choose us as the players? Hey, might as well get people who'll give me a run for my money, right? Hard mode is more fun than easy mode, after all. So I decided to go with the guys everyone says are the top students at our school. And Kazu, surely you can't call him an overachiever? No, I can't. To tell you the truth, I had someone else in mind. You know, that Ryo Mizaki guy in second year. I had to nix that, though, since he doesn't go to our school anymore. A guy wants a little consistency in his enemy mobs, right? So you chose Kazu in place of Mizaki. Seems like a poor substitute. There you go again. I know you actually have a pretty high opinion of Hoshino. Besides, that's really not the case. Sure, Hoshino might be a nobody when he's on his own, but if he teams up with Marichi, he can be real trouble. Daiomin grimaces with displeasure. Maybe so, but did you know that before you started this game? Oh told me. Daiomin seems surprised for a moment to hear this, then smirks. What's with that look? Oh, nothing. I just thought that might have been the case, he says, then looks toward the screen. Kazuki Hoshino is speaking with Noiton. The sight of his oblivious sincerity reminds me so much of a clown acting for our amusement. I can't help but laugh. Daya Oemin gazes at Kazuki Hoshino's ridiculous show, as if he doesn't even want to blink. What the hell? I thought you wanted to laugh at him. Why so serious? Ah, who cares? Hey. Daya Oemin speaks up, eyes still glued to the screen. What is it? I just wanted to check something, but your NPC doesn't know the details of the game of indolence, nor that he's the owner, right? If he did, it wouldn't be fair, and that's no fun. Your NPC doesn't have a clue, and he still acts like that. At any rate, you must not think there's any meaning to the game of indolence or the bloodshed that takes place in it. Huh? Isn't that obvious? Do you think differently? Whether I do or not, here's how I think Kazu sees it. Daya Oemin lifts his head and looks at me. Then he says, he's going to try to give purpose to the game of indolence. There's a hint of happiness in Daya Oemin's face as he tells me. That expression creeps me out. It's like he's actually counting on Kazuki Hoshino, when he should be trying to play him for a fool. It's not the type of thing you expect to see when two guys are supposedly going at it. What if they're really working together to try to trap me? Yeah, no way, that's not possible. I saw how they talked together earlier, and I've watched pretty much every interaction they've had in the game through this cabinet. If they are in cahoots, I would have noticed. And, well, even if they are conspiring against me, that doesn't really matter, either. Day 4. The common area. I'm on the verge of becoming the king. The fall of Iowa and Yuri really turned the tides. Iowa has quite a presence, which allowed me to finally be able to talk about the game of indolence. I was able to explain pretty much everything except for what happened during the third game, which I decided was best left unmentioned. I laid it all out, that they're all NPCs and that Daya is the owner observing the game from outside, as well as Daya's promise to destroy the box if we all survive for 8 days. Kaudai Kamiyuchi seems dubious, but with Iowa and Yuri following me unconditionally, it appears he can't protest openly. Either way, I was able to put it to them clearly, we all have to stay alive until the time block of day 8. I plainly identified our goal. Iowa's plan was finished, and Yuri was tired of acting, so they both decided to go along with it. All I have left to deal with now are Kaudai Kamiyuchi's capriciousness and Daya's trickery. My first step in weakening the two of them was to have everyone reveal their classes. As for who is what, Iowa Shindo is the revolutionary, Yuri Yanagi is the sorcerer, Kaudai Kamiyuchi is the double, and Maria is the prince. Daya didn't reveal his class, but since I'm the knight, by process of elimination, that makes him the king. I took possession of the knives and rations Iowa had collected from the others. That should rob Kaudai Kamiyuchi of most of his power for now. He's the double, so he can't kill other players as long as the king doesn't act. If he does try anything, it's going to take a lot of determination and effort on his part. Given his personality, he might just decide changing things is more trouble than it's worth and keep quiet without looking for more fun in this game. Kingdom Royale has pretty much ground to a halt. But that doesn't mean I've become careless. When I go to the common area, Iowa, Yuri, and Kaudai Kamiyuchi are sitting on the ground talking. Hey, Hoshino. Did you know? Our little Yuri's apparently a virgin. Kamiyuchi, stop it. That's kinda, no, really unexpected. Is that true, Yuri? Yuri turns bright red and doesn't say anything. Oh, so now you're harassing Yuri, Hoshino? You've got a lot of nerve. Sorry. I apologize once Iowa points this out, but Yuri looks away sulkily, still blushing. When I really think about it, someone like Yuri, who distanced herself from social interactions to focus solely on studying, probably wouldn't have much practice in that sort of thing. So, as inexperienced as she was, Yuri was still able to play the part she did in the previous games. I can see why Iowa would be envious of her ability to charm others. As the thought crossed my mind, I suddenly wonder about something. Yuri, have you ever told someone you like them? Why are you asking that? You said you were sorry, but you don't seem like you really meant it. Sorry. I was just curious. I haven't. Hearing this makes me smile, so I guess that means I'm the only one she's ever confessed her feelings to. I'm a little proud of that. Huh? Hang on a second, Yuri. How were you able to go out with that guy? All she has to do is flash a smile and maybe take his hand, and she can get a guy just like that. Hey, Kamiyuchi. That's not how my mind works at all. Ooh, Yuri, you liar. You know it is. Okay, then how were you able to get him to ask you out? That's you did something similar and made it so he just had to tell you he had the hots for you, right? Phew, you naughty girl. You vixen. And Yuri's mood is worsening under Kaudai Kamiyuchi's teasing, and next to her, Iowa is scowling somewhat unhappily. Why is it always Yuri? I'm quite pretty, too, you know. Hey, that comment was kinda cute, President. Huh? How so? It was just me feeling sorry for myself. The way you put your honest feelings on the table. I dunno, I guess I'm not into girls who are totally self-sufficient. If someone can solve all their problems on their own, then there's no reason for you to be there beside them, right? Well, that's a pretty interesting perspective. If you look at it from that angle, you could say the way Yuri punishes herself and calls herself a bad person over everything creates an aura that makes others want to protect her. Yuri is quite the devil. Now even Iowa is being mean to me. Yuri pouts. Iowa hugs her almost automatically. See, you're so cute. I feel as though Iowa has softened up a bit since what happened earlier. Perhaps she had a small breakthrough when she let us see her crying like a child. That's definitely a good thing. Iowa, what is it, Hoshino? Don't worry. You're going to get more popular with guys, too, I tell her. Iowa grins, then replies with a gentle smile still on her face. Thanks for the condescending advice. It really pissed me off. I guess not. At this rate, you're gonna be a lifelong virgin, President. Shut it. I mean, you're missing a pinky. Man, it's freaky. You look like a high school girl who had to settle her tab with the criminal underworld. Ahaha, go curl up and die, Kamiuchi. Kaudai Kamiuchi is dangerous. In fact, I've already conveyed that to both Yuri and Iowa. I didn't give them all the details, but I did tell them that he used a knife to murder people directly in past games and that he seemed to enjoy doing it. Yet, here the two of them are, enjoying their conversation with him. At my request, if they're obviously on guard and let their enmity show, I have no doubt Kaudai Kamiuchi won't have a good time. That'll cause him to lash out, plunge us all back into chaos, and start Kingdom Royale. But if he's having a blast like he is now, then that might seem like too much of a pain, which would prevent him from doing anything at all. Well, I wouldn't say that's enough of a plan to put my mind at ease, though. I've been vigilant the entire time. I've been watching him like a hawk in the fear that the slightest thing might lead him to violence. That's why, simply put, you're the one who's gonna die, President. What Kaudai Kamiuchi did next went light years beyond anything I could have predicted. Shunk. With that sound, another tragedy begins. Iowa's arms embracing Yuri slacken and fall, and her body slides down limply. Still unable to process what's happening, Yuri simply stares in a daze at Iowa's head where it rests against her chest. Yuri looks at the palms of her hands, at the red liquid stuck to them. She can't even cry out at the horrible sight before her. Kaudai Kamiuchi yanks the knife out from Iowa's back, then grabs her by the hair and tosses her to the floor, face up. He sits astride her body and stabs her with the knife. Over and over. He spends a short while destroying her body with a rhythmical SHK, 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 then stands up with a grin and spits. Looks like you were a virgin your whole life after all. How sad. Why would he do such a thing? My sanity threatens to flee with each SHK, 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 but I wrestle it under control and think. I have the knives stored safely in my room. I know for certain that I have 4 knives, mine, Iowa's, Yuri's, and Kaudai Kamiuchi's. So how does Kaudai Kamiuchi still have one? It can't be, I think. How did Kaudai Kamiuchi get around my predictions? I know how impulsive he is. So why didn't I come up with a better countermeasure? I thought I had done my very best. That means there has to be some element I overlooked. And that element is, Dayo. I murmur his name, but Dayo doesn't look at me. He just plays with the piercings in his right ear. I don't understand. Why would he feel the need to do this? An idea pops into my head, so I pull out my device and look for something. Yeah. As I thought, Dayo had a private meeting with Kaudai Kamiuchi on the first day, the second day, and today. I'm sure Dayo was wary of me from the very beginning. Then, after seeing how I handled things yesterday, he implemented his counter-move straight away. I gotta say, I'm surprised. I look at Kaudai Kamiuchi. Everything is going just like Hoamine said it would. The President, Yuri, and you were all going to team up. Then you'd tell me everything would be okay if we survived for 8 days and try to make me not want to play. That's why you were being all friendly to me. If he got that much right, then I guess I should assume the rest of what he said would have come true. What did Dayo say? He said that once the 3 of you teamed up, you would kill the other 3 of us. That's bullshit. How could he? Now that I think about it, that would allow you all to win. I got to admit, Hoshino, you're smarter than you look. I'm not sure how you knew your own class, but this must have been your plan all along. Huh? Get the 3 classes with the ability to kill to realize they can all coexist, then cook up some other condition for survival so that the rest of us lose our will to play the killing game. You were this close to having me fooled. Why does he have to interpret things that way? But I guess that's how Kingdom Royale is. It's a game of deception and murder that makes your suspicions consume you. I lower my gaze suddenly. Yuri has put Iowa's head on her lap and whispers Iowa, Iowa, as she tries to push the organ slipping out of her back in. Kaudai Kamiyuchi watches her with a grin of amusement, like he's seeing a comedic duo at work. I'll be through once I kill you and Marichi. But maybe I'll have a bit more fun before I do. It's not like you have any way of fighting back now. Ah ha ha, you can't get thrills like this in the real world. That's what makes Kingdom Royale so great. In the end, Kaudai Kamiyuchi set off on a path of murder. I failed. No. That's not it. I was led toward failure. Not a chance in hell. And Daya Oamine was the one who steered me there. You're an easy read. That's how I know what the real me was thinking. Oh, so that's it. No wonder Daya did what he did. I told him everything. I told the NPC Daya Oamine what the real Daya Oamine did. That's how the NPC understood the intentions of the real one. And once he knew, naturally he would act as the real Daya would want. The real Daya is my enemy. That's why the Daya here would of course act against me. He would try to obstruct my goal of having all us survive, and thus, he brought my victory to a screeching halt. Who would have thought it? I lost the moment I tried to get Dayan on my side. Hey hey. Daya's laughter is muffled. You never had a chance of being the king. Not the way you are. It makes me realize something. I once criticized Iowa in my head as someone with a warped view of reality. What a fool I was to think that the one with the skewed view of reality. Was me. Ha ha. Only one of us was ever going to become the king. Daya Oamine. And thus, I was cast down from my false throne. Iowa Shindo, dead via 17 stab wounds to the back and other locations inflicted by Kaudai Kamiyuchi. Day 5. The common area. Yuri is dead. She was executed because she didn't come to the common area when it was time. Yesterday, I saw how she was so dazed, she didn't try to go back to her own room, so I was afraid this might happen. It looks like she actually went through with it. Yuri committed suicide passively, and now she's gone. Oh man, this really blows. My precious prize gone before I could take it. My sweet Yuri's cherry. Despite his words, Kaudai Kamiyuchi is grinning, holding his head in his hands in an empty show of regret that fills every fiber of my being with utter loathing. The fact that he's total scum doesn't really matter, though. After all, I don't have a goal anymore. The only thing I have left is the guilt I feel toward Iowa and Yuri. All I have are my thoughts for the two of them, who died because of my mistaken belief I could be king. Maybe I should have done the same thing as Yuri. I'm so lost as to what to do now that I'm even considering it. I can't think about anything except how my remaining few days of life are out of my control. That's why I keep apologizing to them in my mind. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Of course. The two who died were NPCs, so I can see them again in the real world if I make it through this alive. But that doesn't mean the guilt I have within me is in any way false. Yeah. Now I finally know how it must have felt to have to kill the NPCs when they were the players. I know how Yuri and Iowa must have felt. The truth is, knowing they're NPCs doesn't do a whit to make one feel any better. I slump over the table. There's a single hemp sack on it. Inside is an unusable portable device, along with the orange, beige, and green watches that Iowa had kept wearing even after what happened. Daya puts the watches on himself. Seeing this, I throw my own light blue watch at him. Daya glances at me but just wraps it around his wrist without saying a word. The watch is great, but I hope you brought what you promised, he says. I take the rations out of the sack I brought from my room and lay them on the table without a response. I do it not simply because I've given up, but because I can imagine it might mean my life if I don't. I made sure to keep enough for myself, so I won't die right away, but this means I've lost the ability to imitate the revolutionary. Kingdom Royale has returned to its original cruel state. There's no way to survive now other than for each of us to pursue victory. I wouldn't be surprised if Daya and Kaudai Kamiyuchi try to kill me. Well, should I try to win, too? It won't work. I'm the knight, and Maria is the prince. We can't both get through this alive. Trying to win for me would be the same as asking Maria to die. Even if she is just an NPC, I would never ask for that. There's no way I can beat Daya and Kaudai Kamiyuchi like this. That's how I know I'm going to die. I'm going to die? Yeah, it'll probably come down to that. So, why? I raise my head. I look at Maria. All four of us here know I'm most likely going to be killed. Naturally, that includes Maria. Even so, she isn't doing anything. Maria, the one who would cast away her life so readily for the sake of others. What's more, This didn't start just now. She's barely done or said anything since yesterday. That isn't possible. Maria. I say her name. I know she must have heard me, but she doesn't so much as glance in my direction. Maria is secretly biting her lip, and nothing else. Yuri Yanagi, compulsorily executed for failure to return to the common area by 12:10. Died via decapitation. Day 5. Private meeting with Maria Otonashi. Maria Otonashi's room. Why isn't Maria doing anything? There can only be one answer. Just like me, she has no idea what to do. But why is she like this? Has something crushed her the way Iowa's and Yuri's deaths crushed me? When I enter her room, the mood is, unsurprisingly, a little uncomfortable, and Maria doesn't even greet me. Maria, something definitely happened. Can I sit next to you? I wouldn't even bother to ask something like that normally. We just sit next to each other without any protest. But Maria frowns, sitting on a bed. No, don't sit. I can't believe what she just said. Why? Maria closes her mouth. She won't look me in the face, perhaps because she doesn't want to answer. I can't let this go, though. Answer me. Not even that gets her to open her mouth. But after I stare at her silently for a moment, she finally, grudgingly, begins to speak. I've been watching your actions. She continues, still not looking at me. As you've been doing your thing in this game, I've been watching and waiting for the moment when you would come to me for help. You fought down Shindo and the others all by yourself, created a foundation for explaining the box, and even had victory in your grasp for a moment. Kaudai Kamiyuchi's actions ruined all that in the end, but in my mind, you were spectacular. That led me to a conclusion. Maria tells me, you are not Kazuki Hoshino. Is that the reason for her hesitant attitude? You are Kazuki, aren't you? She definitely said something along those lines during our private meeting on the second day. I didn't really read too deeply into it, though. After all, Maria told me that even when I was affected by the week in the mud, she could tell which one was the real me, so I was sure she knew. That's why this has to be a joke. What are you saying, Maria? Despite this, Maria doesn't tell me she's kidding like she usually does. No matter how long I wait. Kazuki. Instead, she says, our classes are enemies, right? What are you saying? Yeah, our classes are enemies, but, could this be what Maria is trying to say? Do you think I'm going to kill you? For some reason, Maria doesn't shake her head at this completely ridiculous question. See, cut it out. There's no way I could ever, Kazuki. Maria cuts me off mid-sentence. I thought I could predict your actions. We did spend an entire lifetime together, after all. But your behavior in Kingdom Royale has betrayed all my expectations. That's why I can't be sure anymore. You may not do what I think you will. The victory condition you described was most likely true, but that turned out to be a failure. What are you going to do now? I still don't know. I'm an NPC, right? Even if you kill me, that doesn't mean the real Maria Otonashi will die. Correct? What are you saying? That's going to make me kill you? That's not what I think. I can't imagine you ever taking my life. Then, as I said, though, that's just one of my assumptions, and those have already proven to be incorrect. I have no way of knowing what you're thinking now that you've distanced yourself from me. I approach Maria to try to untangle this misunderstanding. Stay away from me. Maria rejects me with an outstretched palm. More than her words or her attitude, it's her troubled expression that stops me in my tracks. Whoever you are, wearing Kazuki Hoshino's face, you scare me. I haven't relied on Maria in this game. I knew that if I relied on her, possibly the weakest participant in this game, it could lead to my defeat. I knew that if I didn't suppress my urge to seek her help, didn't do away with my weakness, then I couldn't win. I was able to do it because of my experiences in the previous games. I never would have been able to pull it off without this wealth of information. That's why my actions must seem completely out of character from Maria's point of view. I thought she would have been okay with that, though. I mean, she is Maria, right? She knows me better than anyone else does, right? I had thought it was impossible for her to misread me, that she would accept me no matter what I did. That was my support. My faith in our mutual trust is what kept me going. But, why? I see Maria's bewildered face before me. I brought this on myself. I get it. I know why Maria hasn't done anything. I've already lost her trust. There's no need for Maria to help someone she can't even identify. That's why she won't aid me anymore. Really? I mean, this is Maria. The person before me is Maria, Someone willing to sacrifice herself to help others, no matter who they are. Would she really abandon me, just because she doubts that I'm Kazuki Hoshino? Are you really okay with this? I ask her. At this rate, I'm going to die, you know? Maria's expression seems truly puzzled and fearful. But why is she so confused? Why is she so afraid? She shouldn't react like this even if I were her enemy. If she truly thinks of me as a foe, she'd have much more control over herself. So what is going through Maria's head? The way you are now, you can probably make it through this on your own. Don't you think? Maria says with her gaze lowered. No way. I can't kill you, and I can't just let myself get killed, either. There's no way I can defeat Daya like that. Wait, it's absolutely impossible for me to kill Maria. I can't win Kingdom Royale while she's around. Those are unquestionable facts. You can put it another way, though. I have a chance of survival if Maria isn't here. Maria. When she raises her head, I ask, are you thinking of killing yourself? Maria gazes at me silently in response. Are you trying to let yourself die like Yuri did, just to do what little you can to keep me alive? I continue speaking as she remains silent. Because the way I am now, it seems like I can probably kill the NPC Daya. After staring at me this entire time, Maria's expression softens. The thought did enter my mind. I mean, I am an NPC, so it doesn't matter if I die. But all I really did was consider it. Well, stop it. I don't want to win the game at all, because of me, right? If I wasn't here, you'd probably be working harder to save your own hide. I can't finish the sentence, and Maria lets out a little sigh. Come on, Kazuki. It doesn't seem like I can beat around the bush any longer, so I'll say it, but I don't find this change in you to be a welcome one. I can't read your actions anymore. And what would reading them let you do? If I could get what you're going to do, then I could infer how you will act and whether you will survive when I die. For instance, I don't know any of that now, though, which prevents me from doing anything. What are you saying? When I die, for instance, what sort of assumption is that? But Maria ignores my reaction and presses on. You aren't relying on me this time. I get it. I know I'm powerless and not much use in Kingdom Royale. I accept that. But it doesn't matter. Maria manages to put on a smile as she speaks. In spite of all that, I'm still going to keep you safe. Is she saying she's willing to use her own life to do it? Even though she knows full well I would never want that? But I still want to protect you, even if it means throwing away my life. She definitely said that. During the second game, I'm certain she said that. When you don't have your box, it's my job to protect you. That's why I won't let you. I will never allow Maria to die trying to keep me safe. I told you that it's my job to protect you. I won't allow you to do that. Maria's eyes go wide. Oh, right. She doesn't remember what I said during the second game. The sudden outburst is probably just confusing. I don't care. I just have to make sure she understands my intentions. You're not the one who's going to protect me. I'm going to. Wait. But she cuts me off. Her wide eyes have narrowed and are now fixing me with a sharp glare. What exactly is going on with you? What do you mean? It's your normal life that you want to protect, right? Not me. But your normal life with Mogi and Kairino, right? That's why you've held on to such firm beliefs, isn't it? Why are you throwing a fit here now? Don't disappoint me like this. I'm shocked at what she says. These are her unadorned true feelings. Only now do I finally see it. Maria has overestimated me. She watched me cling to my normalcy, refusing to change my convictions for what amounted to a lifetime. Perhaps that's why it seemed so incredible from her perspective. Even though I simply remained the same within that cycle of stagnant repetition, maybe it made me seem like some sort of superhuman. Maria thought that since I didn't change over such a long period of time, I would most likely never change. But that just isn't possible. I'm normal. I keep saying this. Even O said I would change at some point. There aren't any superhumans here, either. Not Iowa Shindo, Yuri Yanagi, Daya Oamine, nor even Kodai Kamiyuchi is guaranteed to survive Kingdom Royale. There's no way of telling who is superior to anyone else. That alone proves there is no such thing as a superhuman. It's ironic I would awaken to this fact within a box created to fight off boredom. So of course I'm not superhuman, and neither is Maria. But Maria has gotten this wrong. Why wouldn't you be in my normal life? That should be obvious. That's why she wants to be special. Why she believes she can become so. I'm a box, even though she's just a normal person. I then think something with no basis or context. This still isn't over. I haven't lost yet. After all, Maria is still alive. Day 5 private meeting with Daya Oamine, Kazuki Hoshino's room. Will you cut down Kaudai Kamiuchi with death by sword? That's the message that appears on the monitor in my room. I'm pretty sure the message is programmed to disappear during private meetings so that other players don't know about them. That's why the message is gone when Dayo arrives. But at least for now, that's a useless feature. Dayo, the king, is the only one who could have chosen the target for murder, really. What are you playing at? Didn't you just help Kaudai Kamiuchi out? Sitting on the table with his legs crossed, Dayo flashes a bold smirk as he retorts, "Hey, that's a pretty funny joke. You really think I give someone like him a hand? I just chose him since it suited my purposes to make him my puppet. But your classes, the king and the double, can coexist. Do you really think my goal is to win Kingdom Royale?" I'm speechless for a moment. I never thought he would simply come out and say that winning isn't his goal. Just what is Dayo trying to do here? Okay, then why did you kill Yuri and Iowa? Was that really necessary? It was, in a certain sense. That said, Yanagi killed herself. I didn't plan on that. So you weren't intending to kill Yuri? But Dayo's lips twitch up in a sardonic smile. No. I intended to keep her alive a bit longer and use her. I was going to have Kamiuchi violate her in front of you so you could see her suffer. It would make you even more aware of the danger. I don't understand. I have no idea what he's thinking. However, no matter the reason, the acts he's describing are beneath contempt. And just what danger should I be more aware of? Kamiuchi's next target after Yuri, for both murder and satisfying his sexual urges, would of course be Otonashi. Right? I wanted to let you know what would happen to her if you didn't do anything. Why? I shout without thinking. But I know, his methods aside, Dayo would never do anything so cruel without reason. There's no question of that, and it's something I've come to believe. That's right. Dayo never does anything without a purpose. There has to be some significance to why he's put us in this situation, too. He must have his reasons for why he chose Kaudai Kamiuchi as the target for murder and is having this private meeting with me as well. But I have no clue as to what those reasons could be. I mean, if that's the case, then what the hell does that make this box? Why have a box to do away with boredom? None of that seems very much like Dayo. Forcing people into a game where they kill one another, hey, sounds pretty unproductive to me. It has no reason to exist. Dayo actually said that during the second game. I can't imagine that a Dayo NPC who didn't know about the game of indolence would have been trying to trick me back then. If someone consumed by boredom uses a box, the results will only stave off the tedium temporarily. That's why this is all just a diversion. A pointless game. They're inconsistent. Dayo's remarks don't match up. He has no reason to make a wish just to mitigate his boredom, and that's undeniably the only thing the wish of the game of indolence is meant to do. There's no two ways about it, it's just It's not contradictory at all. Otonashi can detect boxes, interfere with them, and knows about her because she's an owner, right? I'm an owner now, too, so it shouldn't surprise you that I can do all that. That's it. So that's how it's been. Dayo has been using someone else's box to his own ends. If so, then who is the owner of the game of indolence? Only one person comes to mind that fits the bill. I only know of one person who perfectly embodies the state of boredom. Kaudai Kamiuchi. I look up and declare to Dayo, Kaudai Kamiuchi is the owner of the game of indolence. That's right. It was never Dayo. Yeah, Dayo's been dropping me hints all along the way. He has never once said he is the owner of the game of indolence, and his NPC sincerely denied it, too. The only falsehood Dayo has spoken was to hide his status as the revolutionary in the first game. There were plenty of clues that could have led me to this realization. Dayo was leveling the playing field to a surprising degree. Despite this, all I did was notice that something was slightly off and overlooked the truth that he wasn't the owner. Dayo sneers as he speaks. Looks like I didn't need to give you a hint. You caught on pretty quickly. No. I'm too late. Iowa and Yuri both became victims. There's nothing quickly about it. Thanks to that, Dayo pulled my strings like a puppet and handed me a total defeat. Still, depending on how you look at it, couldn't this be a sign of hope? I lost to Dayo, but that loss was to him and not the owner. Yes, I haven't lost to the game of indolence yet, which means it's entirely possible there is a way to escape it. Hey, Kazu, do you know why you couldn't beat me? Dayo says, because your objective is too vague. Huh? My objective is to return things to normal, which is pretty clear, or it should be. I need to not kill anyone in the end. The moment I kill someone, even an NPC, there will be no return to normalcy for me. That's why I tried to become the king and have everyone survive for 8 days to clear the game, according to the win condition Dayo proposed. Come on, Kazu, do you think you're cut out to be the king? He said something like that to me yesterday. 2. What do you mean? Exactly what I said. The only one who can become the king is a person willing to dedicate their life solely to the happiness of others without regard for their own happiness or benefit. Is that true? If that's the only type who can become the king, then I could never do it. I don't want to. The only one I can think of who wants to be such a person is Maria. There's no reason or need for someone like you who doesn't find happiness in that to become the king. At best, all you are capable of becoming, with a hint of bitter amusement, Daya finishes, is a knight sworn to protect a certain someone, isn't it? A knight. An image of the word forms in my head. I see myself taking a knee, extending my hand to a princess. I know this scene. The background is blurry. I can't tell if it's a castle, a terrace, an alley, or a classroom. I'm sure it's been painted over by my daily life, but I know who the princess is, as clear as day. I'm positive that princess will become the king unless I take her away from here. If she does, she will never think of her own happiness again. Even if the truth is that she wants to take my hand and flee from this place. This is the reason why I resolved to betray everything, to make enemies of everyone, in order to protect her. All for her. Yeah, that's right. Until I met her, I clung to normalcy because of a distortion. It was a psychological measure I had taken to forget what happened with Nana Yanagi. That began to change when she entered my life, though. I wanted to draw her to my side. I wanted her in my life, in my day-to-day. Having her with me was how I expressed what was normal to me. That's been it all along. At some point, my goal became saving Maria. That's why Daya said what he said to me. Why I had no chance in hell of beating him. Because he had deduced that I wasn't clear on my purpose. He was confident he would never lose to me as I was then. He was exactly right. If you've caught sight of your goal now, then do what you have to. What I have to? Daya matter-of-factly states, yeah. What you have to do. Kill Kaudai Kamiyuchi. Kill him. The Kaudai Kamiyuchi in here is an NPC. So killing him won't bring the game of indolence to an end. But no, I see it now. If I don't, the Maria in here will be murdered. And not just that, he'll make her his plaything first. As a knight, there's no way I can allow this to happen. I have to kill the Kaudai Kamiyuchi who is the owner. But can I really do that? Kaudai Kamiyuchi is a horrible person. I mean, if I weren't involved, my thoughts on the matter would probably be it's just his NPC. And if you gotta kill him, you gotta kill him. It's a different story if I'm the one actually pulling the trigger, though. If I choose the kill option, I'll never be the same again. Forever altered, I'll be forced to live a lie with Kokon, Haruaki, and Mugi. However, Daya is saying I still need to do it regardless. He's saying I should, if I know what's important to me. But if I kill him and escape from the game of indolence, will I really be able to say I've gone back to normal after I've done the deed? Kazu, try touching your hand to the monitor for a bit. I do as I'm told. Nothing happens immediately, since it's shut off, but after about 5 seconds, it springs to life. The message display the screen appears. If you accept, it'll switch to the screen for using the death by sword command. You can make the decision to off Kaudai Kamiyuchi right here and now. I see. I press the yes button on the display. As soon as I do, it asks me, will you cut Kaudai Kamiyuchi down with death by sword? I can take a person's life just by pressing this. In all the previous games, I never once made this decision in the end. There's probably no avoiding it now, though. Still, if it will allow me to keep Maria safe, I reach out toward the switch, and then, my hand stops. Wait. Am I okay with this? Am I okay with doing what Daya tells me to? Do I really think I can protect Maria by obeying Daya? What's wrong? Chicken? Daya, I say, frowning. He gives me a dubious look. This version of you is an NPC, right? Why are you stating the obvious? That means you don't know everything the real Daya intends to do, doesn't it? Daya eyes me even more distrustfully. Answer me, I urge him, staring fixedly at him. What about your promise? He lapses into silence as he grasps the implication of my statement. I wasn't able to keep everyone alive for 8 days. That means the Dayan on the other side doesn't have to destroy the game of indolence. If the game of indolence isn't destroyed, I can't protect Maria. What's more, I can't kill her as the prince in this game, so I'm undoubtedly going to lose and die. Maria can't possibly win the game when her turn to be the player comes around, so that's a failure to save her. 2. Daya is still silent. I pay no heed and continue. Is it possible you don't know how the real Daya was planning to resolve this? Daya doesn't respond. It's essentially an admission that he doesn't know the answer. If so, then I can't just do what you tell me to. I have to find a way to help Maria on my own. There is no doubt that you have to kill Kaudai Kamiyuchi. Yeah, at this rate, he'll murder Maria, so I'll have to use death by sword. But, No, Hold on. What did Daya say just now? His uncomfortable expression made me think he was just trying to avoid the question. But was he really? What if he was answering my question about how the real Daya is trying to solve this situation? There is no doubt that you have to kill Kaudai Kamiyuchi. I understand the implication very well. I know the simplest way to destroy the box. Maybe this is what Daya is trying to tell me. You have to crush the game of indolence along with its owner. The real Daya is going to resolve things by killing the real Kaudai Kamiyuchi. But if so, why did Daya seem to have trouble saying that just now? Because it's such an awful solution? No. He wouldn't have trouble saying something like that. Daya is glaring at me. He's telling me with his gaze not to give voice to my realization. Why is he reacting this way? This is a private meeting, and it's not like anyone can overhear what we're saying, so why is he so on guard? I guess Kaudai Kamiyuchi could listen to what is said here by using his device. But if that were likely, then Daya would never have told me to kill Kaudai Kamiyuchi in the first place. Does that mean someone else can hear this conversation? Someone who shouldn't hear? For our sakes, this other person would be, I instinctively look up at the ceiling. It's a bare concrete ceiling. It doesn't change even under scrutiny. The real Daya seemed to know all about the games I had played. I can't say for certain, but I think he may be watching my struggles on the arcade cabinet even now. Yes, in other words, the real Daya and the real Kaudai Kamiyuchi can listen to this conversation. The real Kaudai Kamiyuchi can't learn that the real Daya intends to kill him. If it came down to a real fight, the odds aren't exactly in Daya's favor. All the more so, since there aren't any knives or other weapons there. But if so, how is Daya planning on taking out Kaudai Kamiyuchi? I go back over what Daya has said up to this point. That's just the way your core nature works. It catches and alters everything that happens. Like I give a crap. I know about the hope the boxes bring. And now that I do, I'm not gonna let anyone take that away from me. I'm sure you know, I didn't do anything for a while after I obtained the box. In short, I had a box in my possession, but I didn't use it. If no one kills anyone else for 8 days, you can survive. That means I'm your enemy. I see, so that's how it is. Daya. He scowls and looks at me. You heard all about that week, didn't you? He doesn't say anything in response. That settles it. Hey, I understand everything Daya intends to do. Daya, you're a liar. That's why I can't stop myself from sniping at him a little. You haven't beaten me at all, have you? After all, just by exposing what he's plotting here, I can bring all his plans to nothing. He has some nerve saying he's won. Don't get too excited, Kazu. What can you do if you can't kill Otonashi? He's right about that. I've learned that Kaudai Kamiyuchi is the owner, but in order to face him, I have to win this round of Kingdom Royale. Even though I have no chance of victory, since I can't take Maria's life. But none of that matters to the plan Daya is attempting to pull off. It will destroy the game of indolence before this happens. Still, you're saying I should rely on you? That sounds totally crazy. You're supposed to be my enemy. And even if you weren't, we have no idea if this plan will work or not. Under those circumstances, I'd rather come up with a better strategy on my own. Daya closes his mouth. His plan works well for both of us. I truly understand, and I'm sure Daya knows I do. That's why, if Daya just humbles himself and asks me to come on board, I'll go along with it. He never will, though. Daya won't bow his head to me. He will never, ever let anyone see him in a state of defeat. Protecting his pride isn't his only reason. I still don't know what it is he's after, but I'm positive his goals won't allow him to humble himself. Just as Maria will never allow herself to be broken. And so Daya, without the slightest show of humility, just keeps glaring daggers at me. As earnest as a prayer. Daya. That's why I'll bend. If I don't, then Daya may get killed. And I know I don't want that. He's been my friend for so long. After all, I have a favor to ask. Will you hear me out? To tell the truth, I'm not asking him for anything. This is something he has to hear. It's something he has to do, even if he keeps his mouth shut. For just one day, I want to persuade Kaudai Kamiyuchi not to hurt Maria. If Kaudai Kamiyuchi does go on a spree and Maria dies as a result, I won't be able to hold back any longer. If that happens, I will kill Daya. Then Daya can't beat me, because he won't be able to kill me with the plan he thought up. Though Daya remains silent with an angry scowl. I'm sure that means he's agreed to my request. Day 6 Private Meeting with Maria Otonashi, Kazuki Hoshino's room. Daya's smooth talking must have worked. Kaudai Kamiyuchi ended up keeping quiet for a day. However, it's plain to see he won't keep himself in check any longer. After today, he is unable to completely conceal a thirst for violence within him, and he radiates it to everything around him. I recognize that dark, black atmosphere like condensed desire in that hidden master room. Daya has left out one person's perspective, namely, what Maria is going to try to do. Daya's plan requires time to go into effect. The real Daya won't make his move until we've run out of rations and are on the verge of being mummified. I know this, but Maria obviously doesn't know what he's planning. As before, she still thinks I'm going to die once time starts running out. Naturally, she's likely going to help me win Kingdom Royale so I can survive, since she knows I can't fulfill my victory conditions unless she perishes. In short, Maria will try to die so that I can win. I have to get through to her and prevent her from doing this. I'm well aware she isn't going to cave so easily, though. That's why I asked Daya to coerce Kodai Kamiyuchi into holding off. I couldn't kill him then. There's something I absolutely need to have Maria witness in order to persuade her. The moment I kill Kodai Kamiyuchi. And now, I face off with Maria as she arrives in my room. What is this? Now that my objective is so clear to me, something feels immensely wrong about Maria. Her profile seems fuzzy, as if my center of focus is off. Kazuki. As I expected, Maria doesn't sit next to me. I'm sure she still doesn't accept that I'm Kazuki Hoshino. As things stand now, she won't ever recognize me with my clarified sense of purpose. It seems I need to die after all. Unless things change, I won't be able to put an end to this foolishness of hers. As things stand now, I'm only holding you back. You won't win Kingdom Royale. Thankfully, I'm an NPC, though, so you won't need to feel bad about it, she says, perfectly calm. I let out an involuntary sigh. Stopping Maria really is next to impossible. Maria, you don't need to worry about that. Why? Because I'm going to kill Kodai Kamiyuchi. She is speechless, but the surprise soon disappears from her face. I truly don't know you anymore. Maria frowns. You must be in league with Oamine. That's why you made such a horrible choice. It's already decided. I see, says Maria, looking away. I don't even consider murder to be an option. No matter how effective a solution it may be, it's inhuman and barbaric. I said something to this effect in the rejecting classroom. But, well, I guess you wouldn't remember. I'd be lying if I said Maria's rejection doesn't affect me. But no matter how much it hurts, I can't turn back. Taking your own life is much more twisted. For a human, I'm a box. Stop using that excuse. You know I would never want you to do such a thing. Maria's eyes open wide at my outburst. Are you still saying that? Why do you keep being so weak? If anyone can do it, it's you. You can prioritize the normalcy of your daily life over me. Are you still saying that? She says. I'm the only one who should be saying that. Here. I begin walking and touch the monitor in front of Maria as she watches suspiciously. A message appears. Will you cut down Kodai Kamiyuchi with death by sword? If this is how it's going to be, I'll just have to show her. I'll show Maria that I've already changed. I put off killing him for a day just so I could do this. Then I'll get her to trust the new me. I'll convince her there's no need for her to die. In order to do this, I reach out for the word kill, appearing over Kodai Kamiyuchi's eyes. Stop. Maria rushes up, her eyes wide, and grabs my arm. Why? I honestly didn't expect her to get this upset. Why what? Maria averts her eyes slightly as I ask the question again. Why does it bother you so much if I change? I know it's not good for me to do this, but do you need to try to stop it so desperately? It might save both of us, you know? I recall my private meeting with Maria yesterday. Whoever you are, wearing Kazuki Hoshino's face, you scare me. Why is it so scary for you if I change? She doesn't answer the question. Let me tell you something. There's no point in stopping me from pressing that button. Even if you put me in a full Nelson, I'll just press it as soon as you're gone. I know that. So she says, but her grip on my arm tightens. I mean, I stopped you because I'm getting emotional. Okay, I'll admit it. I don't want you to change, ever. But there's nothing you can do about that, I tell her quietly. Maria stares at me. It would seem so. And with that, she releases my arm. I can't stop you anymore. I gaze at her, unable to understand why that would be so heartbreaking. Maria opens her mouth to answer. Hey, Kazuki. What's my objective? She asks me with a trace of sorrow. To get a box, right? Correct. I'm trying to obtain a box. I'm looking for it in order to perfect my wish. The reason I'm with you is because you've snagged O's attention. That's my excuse. Yeah. But I'm a box. I'm not allowed to exist in the normal world. I was never meant to be by anyone's side. I will destroy the normalcy of that person's life, so I can't get too deeply involved. The only reason I can be with you is because I have this pretext for doing so. You've begun to change. I can't guess what you're thinking by your face alone anymore. Little by little, we're losing something special. In the end, maybe this was a foregone conclusion. Our relationship began as a byproduct of your feelings for Maggie, after all. I start to offer some unfounded protest, but Maria cuts it short with a hand over my mouth. I don't need any benevolent lies. You yourself should be able to tell that we aren't special anymore. You're about to kill Kodai Kamiyuchi. He may be an NPC, but I know that once you murder someone, there's no going back to your old values. You'll change even more. Your peculiar attachment to your normal life will wane, and you'll become like everyone else, unable to fully use a box. What do you think will happen then? Maria tells me, "Oh, won't be interested in you anymore." Her hand is no longer covering my mouth, but I remain silent. Oh, going away is a welcome prospect. I should be happy for you, too. But in my heart of hearts, I can't truly appreciate the thought. Not because it means losing my lead on a box. It's because if you don't interest O anymore, then I'll lose my justification for being with you. After she gives her reason, Maria rests her head against my shoulder. If O stops pursuing you, then I'll have to leave your side. It's that simple. If I don't, I won't be able to complete my mission. Oh, so that's what it is. Maria has been afraid of this since yesterday, even before that. Namely, saying goodbye. Kazuki, I won't stop you anymore. Maria removes her head from my shoulder. The truth is, I shouldn't have stopped you. I have no right to, nor any need to. I thought I knew this whole time, but still. Her smile is kind and resigned as she says, staying together with you was just a fantasy. I turn back toward the monitor, unable to look her in the face. Underneath the words, will you cut down Kodai Kamiyuchi with death by sword? On the screen, my mind adds, will you accept this goodbye with Maria Otonashi? No way. I could never accept that. What the hell? Protecting Maria means I have to let her go? I know if we leave each other, she'll be all alone with her misery. And yet, it's still the only way. I can't stand the thought of you dying. It pains me. I hate it. It hurts. I want to be with you. Why am I always so powerless? I can't do anything despite knowing Maria Otonashi's feelings for me. Another way must exist. I'm a knight. There must be someone I can cut down to rescue the imprisoned Maria. Who the hell could ever banish Maria to solitude like this? I think. So that's it. I know. I finally know my enemy. Why didn't I notice? They've been so near me all this time. I knew this. I've always thought of this person as an enemy. My confusion dispelled, I reach out for the monitor again. One last time, I read the words, will you cut down Kodai Kamiyuchi with death by sword? And the decision is effortless. Sure. The word kill is still written across the picture of Kodai Kamiyuchi, and I tap it. Oh. A sigh escapes Maria. So the fantasy is over. You're wrong. I've become an unabashed murderer, and I am indeed different now. Yes, the normal life I want to protect is different now. If that drives O away, and Maria realizes this, I'm sure she'll try to leave. But, right now, the Maria here with me doesn't have the misbegotten happiness. If things go as planned, she will escape from the game of indolence without ever having to view a replay. She'll never remember this conversation. She'll never know this box changed me. And a Maria without the misbegotten happiness isn't the box. Maria's round eyes suggest she's struggling to grasp my meaning. During the second game, I told you it's my role to protect you when you don't have your box. I plan to follow through on that. So I'll continue to keep you safe from evil. Evil? Do you mean like Kodai Kamiyuchi? Yes, of course. But he's not the greatest enemy. My objective has become saving Maria, who has been the greatest hindrance in the game of indolence, since even before. What odious foe convinced Maria that throwing her life away was her only option? Maria shouldn't need my help to survive, per se. Someone with her abilities shouldn't have much trouble winning Kingdom Royale. But Maria will absolutely never kill anyone, no matter what. If it comes down to it, she'll throw away her own life instead. That's why she doesn't have the slightest chance of victory in this game. As a knight, I once swore I would betray everything, turn all and sundry against me, in order to save Maria. In response, Maria said that with patience as her only virtue, she would await my arrival. Maria must be aware of her situation, if only just subconsciously. She must know she's imprisoned, that she can't resolve her situation on her own. Who has taken her captive? Who is trying to make her king? Who do I have to strike down to save her? I finally know. It's Ai Otonashi. That is the name of my foe. I once faced her for a lifetime, and I will fight her from here on. I will defeat Ai Otonashi. I will teach her that no despair is too great to be resolved in a normal life. I will show her she doesn't need to use a box, and I will defeat her. If I do, this won't be goodbye for us. Come on. Don't bring Maria into this, Ai Otonashi. The only one who can't be with me is you. What are you saying? Maria's eyes are wide with shock. I can see why she'd react like this. Amid those days of repetition, Maria was able to create AI Otonashi, the idealized version of herself she longed to become. Yet, here I am saying I'll destroy all of that. Is that your way of declaring war on me? I smile and reply, not at all. If I said what I did to the Maria in the real world, it might actually be a declaration of war. And then, if Maria knew my intent, she might leave me. But we're in Kingdom Royale. Maria won't retain her memories here. I know the Maria from the very first transfer. Maria is still gazing at me with shock, as if she can't understand my reasons for suddenly saying such a thing. I've lost almost all my memories from back then. But I remember a Maria who isn't fully AI Otonashi yet. And I remember what she said. I tell her. I repeat what Maria said back then. Standing there on the dais. I want someone to stand beside me. Maria closes her mouth and stares at me. Maria, you aren't a box now. That's why I want to hear it from you. I want to hear how you truly feel, not as AI Otonashi but as Maria Otonashi. Kazuki. For just a moment, her mouth softens gently, but a severe expression soon follows. She purses her lips and turns her back on me. I know more or less what you want from me, but I won't say it. You can tell me I'm not AI Otonashi now all you like, but I can never go back to being who I once was. I thought I wanted to be a box, and I still do. Saying what you want me to say would mean rejecting that decision. So, she clenches her fists. So I can't say it. Maria spells it out. I can't ask you to help lonely Maria Otonashi. Yeah, that's good enough. I know full well how you feel. Now I'm prepared to devote my all to defeating AI Otonashi. You won't be alone, Maria. I won't let you. Suddenly, a thought pops into my head. I know the Maria from the first transfer. But the Maria back then was already an owner. She just wasn't fully AI Otonashi yet. She was already a Maria possessed of tremendous will. Is that the original Maria Otonashi, though? I don't think so. The original was probably a much more normal person. That means I don't know the Maria Otonashi who's just a girl 1 year younger than me. I don't know the one from when there were no times, when she had yet to transfer even once. That girl is probably still in tears somewhere inside Maria, at the bottom of the sea in Maria's chest, all by herself. That's why I'm going to see her. I'll go meet the Zeroth Maria. I'll greet her, bring her back, embrace her, and stay with her forever. I believe this will be Maria's definition of happiness, and I'll make it happen. Maria has stopped clenching her fists. I can't read her emotions from her melancholy expression or downcast gaze. With a deliberate lack of emotion, Maria walks up to me unsteadily and presses her head into my chest. I will become a box. I will live for the sake of others. That's why I'm begging you, please just stop this. Don't try to protect me. She says this nonsense in a faint voice I've never heard from her before. That's why I answer, I understand. I'll go and meet her no matter what. You don't understand at all, do you? I don't want you to suffer. I don't want you to suffer by getting involved with me. That's why you should get away as quickly as possible. It's okay. I'll stay with you. Leave. Please just leave. No way. I can't comply with that. After all, my enemy is saying it, right? So, in defiance, I wrap my arms around Maria. No one would ever call her robust, not even by mistake, but as I embrace her slender form, I'm surprised by how fragile she feels yet again. But this is the last time for that. This is how she should feel. Maria Otonashi is just a girl a little younger than I am, so this is what she feels like. Maria. Though I say her name, Maria doesn't reply. She just keeps her head pressed into me so that I can't see the look on her face. I'm sure the expression buried in my chest is one she would never, ever make in the real world. She's making the same face she once told herself she must never make, when she swore she would never depend on anyone else. She's most likely showing this side because this Maria doesn't have her box. Because she is in Kingdom Royale, she's revealing the barest glimpse of those inner feelings that her real self has on total lockdown. My words might be able to reach Maria Otonashi now. They might be able to reach her undiluted, with no interference from AI Otonashi. I open my mouth to speak, Kazuki. But she beats me to the punch. She hugs me around my back with trembling arms and says, even still, this is just a fantasy. I know that. So I'm going to change that fate. Day 6 Private meeting with Kamiyuchi Kaodai, Kazuki Hoshino's room. Despite everything, Maria will not become AI Otonashi in this game, which means she won't let herself die. I've done everything I need to do, so this private meeting is simply a means of passing the time. Once_death_by_sword_confirmed_will_go_effect_even_if_night_dies. According to the rules, Death by sword is carried out 5 minutes before the end of the time block. That's why Kodai Kamiyuchi is still alive for the time being, but his death is guaranteed. Once he's confirmed this with Noiten, Kodai Kamiyuchi tosses a knife on the table with a rueful grin. So there's no point in offing you, huh? Damn, I'm really up the creek without a paddle here, he lightly quips, scratching his head without any personal investment. He has no stinging bobs for me even though his killer is standing before him. He's not even getting emotional. I'm sure the only thing going through his mind is that it was a mistake to play along with Daya. Even though he's going to die after this, he gazes at the knife he trussed on the table. The game of indolence is nothing more than a way to ease boredom. Until now, I could never really understand his capriciousness. Once it became clear he was the owner of the game of indolence, and I learnt its ambience was due to his influence, I've been able to glean at least a little insight into him. Kodai Kamiyuchi doesn't feel like he lives in the real world. The things that happen to him, he sees as events inside a game. Such a person doesn't even find playing Kingdom Royale to be anything special. That's why this unrealistic box became an external type, where the owner believes their wish is possible. Given his nature, Kodai Kamiyuchi doesn't feel any panic at the prospect of his own murder. He doesn't connect with the reality of killing others, so he also has no sense of guilt. It's easy to see how he came to live for the moment as a hedonist. Though it is rare to see such an extreme case, this isn't anything special. I know that losing this game will result in my death. Not even I can assert with complete confidence that it feels real to me. All of that runs through my mind, but I decided to end the train of thought there. After all, understanding him is pointless. I take up the knife on the table. Oh? What are you planning? Maybe you can't stomach the way I killed the president, so you've decided to do me in with your own hands? I shake my head. Nope. I don't feel like talking with you. I'm not the one who's going to be doing that, I think. Kodai Kamiyuchi's eyes go round in surprise. Noiten. What _ is it? Answers the green bear on the screen. I think of you as sort of the symbol of the game of indolence. If someone made a mascot to represent the heart of a person who cares for nothing but relieving their own boredom, it would be like you. That's why I've been wanting to say this to you for a while now. With that, I turn toward Noiten's monitor and plunge the knife into it as hard as I can. The knife is jammed right in the center of the green shape. You're disgusting. A crack appears in the center of Noiten's forehead. What? That revolting green bear breaks apart within the monitor. In an instant, he shatters into hundreds of pieces, like an unfinished puzzle. Noiten curses me. What the hell do you think you're doing? But the cracked screen can no longer display those bulging eyes. All that appears are flickering red spots in his open mouth and bloodshot eyes. The effect is very much like bleeding. Noiten can't feel pain, though, so he continues hurling insults at me despite his miserable condition, like he's completely unaware of the position he's in. It's pitiful. That oblivious state is pitiful. Now that he's nothing more than hundreds of flickering points of green and red, Noiten can't even maintain his shape. Little by little, the flickering stops, the light fades, and then he's gone. Was there any meaning to that? All you did was break the monitor. Kodai Kamiyuchi's tone is icy. Okay then, what's an act that has meaning to you? Wah? His mouth hangs open stupidly. I guess maybe there isn't one. People all die in the end anyway. It's exactly the answer I thought it would be. Alright, Kodai Kamiyuchi. Let's say someone out there can't find meaning in anything other than curing their boredom. Okay, what are you going on about all of the sudden? And I'm sensing a bit of rudeness here. I ignore him and continue. How would someone defeat such a person? Oh, come on, what is this? And, like, the person in your example is obviously me, right? I can figure out that much, you know. But beating someone like that would be impossible, don't you think? Why? Because you can't make them lose. I mean, like, unless you found a way to get them in the ring with you. See? If you toss around someone in the audience, it's just assault. I get your point. I can definitely accept that. I see. I put my thoughts into words. So I need to remind them we're in the same ring. Kodai Kamiyuchi's mouth drops open at this. Even so, he still hasn't realized each and every one of us was in the ring the entire time. And with death around the corner for him, he has lost beyond a shadow of a doubt. I haven't lost because I wasn't really playing is a child's excuse, and it won't affect the outcome. But getting the facts through his head seems like more trouble than it's worth. I'm just saying what I think. You said nothing has meaning, right? Yeah. I have no idea if my actions mean anything or not. So here's what I think. If they don't, I'll give them meaning. I'll even give meaning to someone's attempt to cure boredom. I clarified my objective in the game of indolence. I think that's tremendously significant. I took this box, this frivolous game of indolence, and gave it to purpose. Maybe I can put it this way. I rejected the game of indolence. However, he can't do the same thing, and he'll keep losing because he won't face reality. He'll suffer defeat after defeat until in the end he breaks apart like Noiten. But while I've said this many times before, I'm not going to be the one to impart this truth to him. The one who will defeat Kaudai Kamiyuchi is Daioamine. Still, Kaudai Kamiyuchi, dead via death by sword. Day 10. The common area. Still, I think if it had been me, I could have done much better. Yuri's and the others' rations ran out, and I only had 2 portions left for each person. I handed them over to Maria and Daio, so I have no more. It's finally time for the real Daio to go into action. Something occurs to me. Daio was able to operate behind the scenes because his turn came before mine. If I had been first, I would have been the one to face down Kaudai Kamiyuchi. None of us would have had such a difficult time if I had. If I had succeeded, we may not even have had to play Kingdom Royale. At the very least, I'm sure Yuri and Iowa wouldn't have suffered so much, and there would have been no need to kill Kaudai Kamiyuchi. I think all this as I look down at the light blue watch I got back from Daio. But this awful outcome is probably what Daio wanted. So when it comes down to it, he really is my enemy. All the same, I'm sure even Daio doesn't truly hope for this. He may not be aware of it, but in his heart of hearts, he likely wanted us to reach an end where we can all be happy. That's what comes of thinking you can find hope in a box. Daio doesn't answer me and just plays with the piercings in his right ear. Well, the rest is up to you, Daio. Then it's farewell. I don't want to see you anymore. After all, if we do meet again, you will have used your box. You could never hope to use it properly. I'll most likely attempt to destroy it. This means that next time, you and I will be enemies in the truest sense of the word. And that's why I hope I never see you again. Back in middle school, I dated a girl I didn't care about. Yeah, she was sophisticated for a middle schooler, and her slender yet voluptuous legs underneath her rolled-up skirt were attractive enough to get me going. But her stupidity and lack of integrity were more than enough to cancel out her charm. All our conversations were just her talking trash about other people, and not even in a witty or interesting way that made it fun. She was boring, unpleasant. And so I mastered the skill of automatically giving her a right while I was mentally solving simultaneous equations. I never would have approached her, so she must have been the one who asked me out. But why did I ever agree to start seeing her when plenty of other girls had told me they liked me? Did she just turn me on? Anyway, by comparison, quiet, submissive girls are more my type. Speaking of, there was one upperclassman I had my eye on who fit that images to a T. Her eyes were always downcast, like she wasn't sure of herself. She wore her hair long, like a Japanese doll, and had thick glasses, a textbook gloomy girl. Her face was usually hidden behind her hair, but if you gave her a closer look, you'd find her features were lovely and well proportioned. I somehow got it into my head that I was the only one who noticed her allure and became strangely possessive of her. That's it. I was completely astonished when I found out she had a boyfriend, and that was when I started going out with Reno. Even though I couldn't have cared less about her, even though she didn't matter one whit to me, Reno was apparently pretty popular. Not long after I started seeing her, someone called me out and said to meet him behind the school gym. It was a classmate of mine with blonde hair. Our teacher had given up on him as a lost cause. "You trying to start something with me, punk?" he said, even though we'd never had a real conversation before, so I obviously wasn't. As we talked, I figured out his incomprehensible outrage was triggered by my relationship with that girl. "Break up with Reno, you cocky bastard." He didn't lay his cards on the table at first, perhaps out of a strange sense of pride, but eventually, my blonde classmate got fed up with my confusion and grabbed me by the collar to threaten me. I wasn't really attached to her, so I probably should have just said, "Yeah, sure, no problem." But, well, I was a bit of a troublemaker myself at the time, and his idiotic demands just pissed me off. "In the end," I replied, "and why do I have to follow your orders?" I may or may not have added another extremely accurate remark to the effect of "Don't blame girls for not liking you. You're a jackass." And that's how I started taking regular beatings. It irritated me, so I stayed with a girl I didn't care about just to spite that idiot for messing with me. "Blondie, your plans really backfired." Not to change topics here, but I really like my mum. She's young, I think she's pretty, and most importantly, she raised me all on her own. My father was apparently a despicable man who began abusing my 17-year-old mom in an attempt to abort me when he found out she was pregnant. Because of that, my mom was always telling me to never turn to violence like a broken record. Violence never solves anything. It may sound hard to believe, but I still think she was right. She's told me ever since I was small, and the mantra is still firmly rooted in my mind. That's why I never fought back. When Blondie came after me, I just took it. However, even though only one person was getting violent, it still left its marks. I could hardly bear my wounds, and my mom began to suspect I was fighting, turning to violence. "Why do you have these bruises? Are you going to throw away everything I've taught you? Are you turning into the man I hate more than anything?" It's ridiculous. My beloved mother lost hope in me. Even though I was still respecting her teaching, I had to put an end to this. And so I came to believe I had no choice, that violence might be okay, just this once, as a means to an end. I told Blondie to meet me out behind the gym. I couldn't possibly lose to an inferior blonde monkey. I punched him. I kicked him. In just a few blows, he was off his feet. I could never let the news of my violence spread, so I decided to threaten him into keeping his mouth shut. The blonde monkey was pretty stubborn. I beat him until he was unconscious. I tore out his hair, ripped out his nails, pissed on him, and forced him to eat centipedes until he passed out. And I finished by stripping him naked and leaving him in a gymnasium where the girls would be doing club activities. Thinking back on it now, I guess I went that far because I had built an even bigger grudge against the guy than I had imagined. The blonde monkey said something to me before he lost consciousness. "You don't actually care about Reno at all. You're just using her to get off, like some sex toy. That's why I hate your guts." I remember thinking that maybe the monkey actually did have genuine feelings for that worthless girl. I didn't give a rat's ass. Monkeys don't have rights. In fact, wiping the floor with the jerk just pissed me off even more. I mean, in the end, he was just a weakling. This nobody caused me so much grief, and not only that, he forced me to break my taboo against violence. This pathetic monkey who never stood a chance against me. Fuck off. Well, thanks to him, I unfortunately learned something. The pleasure of using violence to control. Before then, I was powerless against dirty maggots who strutted around like the king of the hill just because they had the guts to fight, even though they were obviously inferior to me. Their internal compasses only pointed to whether a guy was good at throwing down. They competed for superiority purely on someone's skill in the fight. They didn't care for all those other abilities like athletics or studying. What disgraceful values. Violence can never solve anything. Only trash would cling to that. They're an inferior species. They live worthless lives, just like my father, who tried to kill me before I was even born. But in the end, they bow down before violence. There's no meaning in that. Subjugating a bunch of apes on a lower rung of the genetic ladder is absolutely pointless. It's all about the pleasure of it, really. That's all the meaning it needs. Violence need only be for pleasure. That moral code is pretty on point, if I do say so myself. I called out Blondie again. He'd been avoiding me out of fear after the last time, but then I warned him that if he didn't show, I would pass Reno around to a bunch of other men at a hotel. He arrived meekly enough. I took him to a river canal near the school along with several of our classmates, a few of Blondie's former buds, Reno herself, and some of her friends. The waist-deep canal was filthy, the type of place where you'd often see dead dogs floating by. "Hey, monkey, you're in the swimming club, right?" I said to him. "As it happens, I'm pretty bad at it." I looked at Reno to make sure he saw that she was giggling at him. "How about you give me a few pointers here?" I didn't let him refuse. "Hey, you aren't thinking of swimming in your clothes, are you?" "That's crazy," I added, and he stripped down to his trunks without any additional prompting. I wasn't going to let him off that easy, though, so I made him drop those. Reno and her friends yelled at each other like a bunch of brainless idiots. Blondie began swimming with big splashes. I could tell he was trying very hard to keep his expression under control. When I ordered him to do the butterfly, he showed us a thrilling performance in that shallow canal. The sight was so funny that I kept cracking up while I was kicking him around. Half the kids there were turned off by all this, but Reno was clapping her hands loudly and laughing. I made sure the blonde monkey could hear me when I said, "Hey, Reno, let's go to a hotel after this." "What?" "Come on, Koo, not in front of everyone else." "It's embarrassing." "Not up for it?" "No, of course I am." "Then let's go." "Okay, let's get really dirty, like we did last time." "Sure, but come on, don't talk about this in front of everybody." "You dummy." Blondie threw up in the canal. After that, I took Rena to a hotel, as promised. There were several men there waiting for us. I left her there, got some money from the strangers, and went home. Naturally, I made sure Blondie heard the truth. I never saw hide nor hair of him again. So yeah, violence truly doesn't solve anything. It only gives rise to new hate. That's what happens when you just throw it around unawares. But I ended up paying a price for using it, too. The incident at the canal blew up, and my mom ended up hearing about it. Once she knew the details, she started acting terrified of me and kept me at arm's length. She won't even really talk to me anymore, even though I love her as much as always. Still, I continued to betray her. I kept wielding violence. I had already become so addicted that I couldn't last long without tasting its pleasures. I do believe violence doesn't really solve anything, but it can destroy anything and everything. No matter how much pride or fame or money someone has, it can be smashed to pieces by a single act of violence. When I abuse someone with the knowledge that it will destroy their life, a crackling white light races through my head, courses down through my entire body, and melts my heart in its thrill. The ecstasy is so great that I can't stop. I'm sure someone else will destroy me someday, too. I imagine my insides sinking into a lake of sulfuric acid and dissolving. For some reason, the idea gives me peace. Just fantasizing about my body turning into a shapeless, runny mess fills me with amazing relief. I don't feel like pondering why. But I do have one thought: maybe once I've turned to liquid, that'll be my proper form. I suffered violence before I was born. Maybe it would have been better if it had just come out as some sludge before I could take on the shape of a human. Do you have a wish? So this question poses a problem for me. I'm going to be destroyed someday. Are you suggesting I wish for something? When it comes down to it, I, and not just me, but everyone else, too, is going to lose everything in the end. Does anything have meaning in that case? If it does, I'd love to hear what it is. Once you learn that meaning doesn't exist, the world turns to sheer tedium. And like Daomin said, tedium truly is a monster, one that threatens to consume me. That's why the ability to escape it is enough. And thus, I created the game of indolence and started Kingdom Royale. The first round of Kingdom Royale, it was all so fresh and so much fun. The killing and the deception went exactly as I imagined, and I could feel in my heart that this was the game I had been looking for. Well, thinking back, maybe I was a tad disappointed that Daomin was such a powerhouse as the revolutionary. He was way up in that role. The second Kingdom Royale, it was awesome. There was plenty of fan service, so it was a blast to watch. When Yuri begged Kazuki Hoshino to kill me immediately after she seduced me, I laughed so hard I couldn't do anything else. Still, Yuri is pretty damn scary. When she offed my NPC at the end, her hollow expression and tears were just part of her act as a mentally broken girl to make me let down my guard. So when I tried to cheer her up, she stabbed me to death. Totally brutal. A real demon. I'll never trust a woman again, let me tell you. The third Kingdom Royale, it all ended so fast I couldn't help but laugh. The president killed Yuri first, and man, her face freaked me out. But I guess maybe it's okay if things go this way once. And then, the fourth Kingdom Royale, not only was I starting to get tired, but Kazuki Hoshino tried to keep everyone from killing anyone. So this round was missing all the good parts. That guy doesn't get it at all. Push them harder to kill one another. Make them deceive one another more. Screw all this reviving friendships and reconciliation crap. That's not the drama I'm after. What this all piles up to is that I wasn't focusing much on the fourth Kingdom Royale. I only watched the scenes where there wasn't something interesting happening, like somebody kicking the bucket half-heartedly. It follows then that I also didn't observe Kazuki Hoshino's private meeting with Daomin very intently. You haven't beaten me at all, have you? At least until I heard Kazuki Hoshino's cheeky little comment. Where does he get off saying that when he couldn't even get the owner right? I laughed it off sarcastically, but watching his face during his later conversations made me wonder something. Could he have realized I'm the owner? I don't have enough information to decide one way or the other, since I haven't really been paying attention. It does seem that way, though. Oh well. I don't think he can do anything, even if he was figured it out. As I kept watching Daomin and Kazuki Hoshino afterward, a suspicion I'd held earlier resurfaced. These two really are working together in secret, aren't they? It's entirely possible Daomin has some plot up his sleeve. Well, it's more natural for him to be scheming anyway. But I can't imagine Kazuki Hoshino knows the details of his plan. Daomin didn't tell him directly in any of the scenes I saw, either. And is collaborating even possible under these circumstances? Maybe it's less teamwork and more that Kazuki Hoshino put two and two together and gave his tacit approval of Daomin's plan. I peer into the arcade cabinet. As his mummification approaches, Kazuki Hoshino is slowly saying something to Daomin in the game. The Kazuki Hoshino in the cabinet is saying, "If it were me, I could have done much better." What exactly is he talking about? I suddenly notice that Daomin has looked up from his intense, almost prayer-like observation of the screen and is watching me. You know, I think I really have seen this guy somewhere before. Did Daomin and I go to the same middle school? But I don't remember such a handsome upperclassman who would have pierced his ears against school rules. You had a girlfriend in middle school, right? Daomin asks me an odd question out of the blue. I had several, so I don't know which one you mean, but I'm guessing you mean Reno. Yeah, that's the one. You know her? Hey, What was Reno's full name anyway? I'm pretty sure the nickname came from her last name. I've known her since we were little kids. Yeah, that's why I also know what you did to her, he replies coolly. Nothing about his blank expression strikes me as out of the ordinary. There's something creepy about it, though, so I can't help but wonder. Are you thinking of getting revenge on me? Still, Daomin's face doesn't change. You can't forgive me leaving the girl you knew at the hotel, so now you're going to try to get revenge on me? That's why you acted as the guide for Kingdom Royale. Still, I can't really see the need to go to so much trouble, I say, scratching my head. Revenge? Not at all. All I'm doing is taking steps toward my own objective. I pretended to be a guide for the game because I realized watching it could prove a useful step toward bringing it to fruition. Your objective, eh? Huh? You're an owner, right? You could take care of that easily with your box, couldn't you? Yeah, exactly, he agrees. I frown. Then shouldn't you just go ahead and use it? You think you're too good for it or something? HMPH. Don't assume everyone is like you. Don't assume everybody can just believe that wishes can be granted. I'm a realist. See, now that I think of it, when boxes grant wishes, don't they even include the resigned beliefs of an owner who doubts their wish could ever come true? I knew right away I wouldn't be able to use a box properly when O explained the details to me, so even after I accepted it, I didn't use it immediately and instead went searching. The corners of Daomin's mouth quirk upwards slightly as he speaks. I wanted to find a way I could use my box to the fullest, he says. There is definitely something off about him. His tone is the same as ever, but his words are weighty and pointed. And how do you go about searching for the correct way to use a box? You're right, it's not something you can just hunt down. I lucked out in a certain sense, though. From talking to O, I learned that Kazuki Hoshino has a hint. On top of that, I happen to get drawn into this box and meet another person besides Kazu who has used their box fully. And that'd be me? That's right. I finally get what Daomin meant by a step toward his goal. He needed to become capable of using a box properly in order to fulfill his objective. That's why he never tried to escape. Yeah, it was to observe you two and find the technique for mastering my box. That was the step. Daomin used the game of indolence to watch and discover the key to making the most of his box. But what does observing us really change? We're able to use boxes properly because we're the type of people who can. I don't think it's possible to mimic the nature of another person. True. I can't imitate that. I can't replicate the hatred of boredom that defines your nature, for example. However, in addition to your nature, a big part of why you can use your box so well is that your wish is realistic. That's where I found the answer to my objective. What's a realistic wish? What you put into your box wasn't some grand thing you would call a wish. Right? Well, yeah, that's true. All I wanted was to not be bored anymore. Yeah. And no one believes a cure for boredom is unfeasible. You must believe the events of Kingdom Royale are impossible in the real world yourself, right? The details of the game didn't matter to you, though. All you cared about was that the game was entertaining for you. So whether you believe in the game system or not is beside the point. I'm not sure what you're getting at here, but I'm sure I wouldn't buy a wish like I want infinite do-overs no matter how many times I die. That's what I mean. The reason your use of the box seemed so effective wasn't due solely to some factor of human nature, it was also because you tried to grant your wish in a roundabout manner. Oamin chuckles and continues. Thanks to you, I came to understand my own way of mastering a box. Say I want to destroy the world, for example. That's unsettling. But even if I put that wish into the box, in my heart I would believe it was impossible. However, in actuality, the means to destroy the world already exists. Nuclear weapons and so on. Of course I can believe in those. And I know I can at least imagine myself getting all the nukes. Why? Because being immersed in the game of indolence allowed me to experience the miracle of the boxes. After witnessing so much power at work, I now find it feasible that boxes can do anything. So watching what it could do with your own eyes was also part of why you wanted to observe? Correct. Man, just how deep does this guy think? Even the wish of a realist like me can be granted if it's obtaining an implement to destroy the world. I'm a bit unsure as to whether I see his logic, but I get the gist of it. Daomin can use a box now. The moment I understand this, a chill runs through me. Why am I so sure something bad is going to happen? Perhaps because of this premonition, I end up asking something. Though I shouldn't care even if Daomin did seriously wish to destroy the world. The conversation leads me to voice the question. So what is your wish? When I do, the change is instant. The atmosphere around Daomin is different. I should have noticed something off about him. Instead, I went and gave him that final push. You see, there's a type of person I can't stand. Daomin touches the piercings in his right ear. his expression neutral. People who shut off their brains and don't think for themselves. They pretend to think on their own when all they're doing is hitching a ride on others' opinions and letting themselves be controlled. It's like they have no self. Their existence is meaningless. I can't stand shallow-minded scum incapable of any thought they haven't borrowed from someone else, oinking away like pigs and gobbling up the slop in front of them. Just breathing the same air as they do pains me. What are you getting so worked up about? I scoff. Dayaomin gives me an icy glare. Because they consume. What? And occasionally, they leave and eat good people. I find I can't move, transfixed by his cold gaze. You can probably imagine my wish, and my objective, can't you? An uncomfortably tense, crooked smile appears on his face as he says, my wish is to do away with all such scum. Dayaomin can't conceal his enmity any longer. As his eyes turn toward me, they contain an unmistakable gleam of madness despite the appearance of calm, as if he's spent months and years hiding it behind a veneer of black. Hey, are you listening to me, Kaudai Kamiuchi? No, maybe I should call you something else. He makes himself clear. You utterly apathetic, brain-dead foul animal. He's made me his enemy, and he's going to destroy me. Ha ha, a dry laugh escapes my lips. Destroy me? That can only be a joke. It has to be. Maybe if Dayaomin were armed, I could see it. But empty-handed, he doesn't stand a chance against someone as versed in the world of violence as I am. I'm certain of that. So what is this? What is this horrible chill? This fear welling up in the depths of my heart? Hey, Kamiuchi, what do you think is going to happen to Kazuki Hoshino now? He suddenly changes the topic. He's going to turn into a mummy and die? Hey, Dayaomin laughs. What gives? Are you taking Kazu lightly? So you're implying he won't do anything even though he knows he's going to die? That's because he can't do anything. That sounds about right coming from unthinking cattle. Don't lump him in with you. All he did is piece together what I'm doing. Pretty ballsy of him, Dayaomin says almost truthfully. Kazuki Hoshino will not die, and that's because I'm going to crush this rotten box you call the game of indolence before it can happen. He figured this out. He looks at me with the same level of disinterest he would give to the lead of a broken mechanical pencil. I don't really need to tell you how I'm going to do it, do I? He spits. Kill Kaudai Kamiuchi and crush the box. It's like a proclamation of death from the Grim Reaper. I can't keep calm after all. I break out in a heavy sweat, feeling the truth of his words. What the hell is this sensation? Though we were just NPCs, both the president and I killed Dayaomin in Kingdom Royale. There's no reason I should be this afraid of him. So why is he this confident? And why am I feeling so desperate? Are you saying you're going to take me down with violence? For some odd reason, the words are hard to say. That probably wouldn't work, huh? Is this guy for real? Why is he acting this way? What's so surprising about that? I could never beat you in a fight. Despite how I look, I'm just an honest student who hasn't ever really played sports, much less fought. I don't have any experience with martial arts, either. If I were shooting for a draw, then yeah, maybe I could pull it off. Okay, then why are you so confident? That goes without saying, says Dayaomin. Because it's already over, huh? I say dumbly, again, and someone grabs a hold of my body. It's not Dayaomin. He's still there in front of me, his arms are crossed and definitely not gripping my shoulders. A friend. That's stupid. They couldn't be here. We're inside a space created by the game of indolence. Still, someone has definitely seized me. I feel the head of my captor against my back. I look behind me. All I can see is the top of their head. Long hair. A girl. She's much shorter than I am and doesn't appear to have a very powerful build. Despite this, she must be using some trick, because I can't shake off the arms restraining me. This long-haired girl in pajamas lifts up her head from where it was resting on my back. I look at her face. You haven't beaten me at all, have you? For some reason, what Kazuki Hoshino said crosses my mind. The basis for Dayaomin's persistent confidence was his knowledge that she would appear and hold me back, thus saving him. I'm sure Kazuki Hoshino came to understand this during that private meeting, too. I don't know how, but at any rate, he figured it out. Then he made sure the version of me in front of the arcade machine didn't catch on that Dayaomin was working to kill me. He knew that if I learned the truth, I wouldn't let him roam free. I might even kill him if things went south. Wait a second. Why didn't this girl come to his aid right away? Maybe she had no choice but to come help him precisely because a certain condition was met. So what was that condition? Why does this girl have to help Dayaomin? Would it be bad for her if he dies? What would happen, say, if he died in this situation? Dayaomin kicks the bucket before accomplishing his goal. The game of indolence isn't destroyed. Kingdom Royale goes on. And then, Kazuki Hoshino dies as a mummy. If no one kills anyone else for 8 days, you can survive. That was the lie Dayaomin had told. But something felt wrong about it. Why would the boy who hadn't misrepresented the things that really mattered tell such an uninspired falsehood? I put together a hypothesis that this lie was actually the truth. If everyone lived, their rations would run out in 8 days, and they would all be mummified and die. Kazuki Hoshino would meet the same fate, of course, just as he is going to now. You heard all about that week, didn't you? I don't know what he meant by that week. I have no way of knowing. But it's possible he learned something during that time. That's right. The two of them knew that if Kazuki Hoshino was on the verge of death, this girl would appear and put a stop to it. They knew they could survive if no one died for 8 days. No, if Kazuki Hoshino was going to be mummified. Hey, this girl I've never seen before, whose face I don't recognize, is smiling. Who are you? The girl answers, Nana Yanagi. Nana Yanagi? Yeah. But perhaps it would be better if I put it this way. The girl flashes a mysterious grin as she speaks. A sneer rises to Dayaomin's face. HMPH, I was wondering who you were supposed to be, but you're Kazu's first love, eh? Why take her form? There's no deep meaning, really. I just thought this would be the most fun form to wear when I met Kazuki Hoshino. That said, thanks to you, it looks like I won't be able to show it off to him. Actually, Kazu saw that form almost as soon as he arrived here. That's true. But he stepped on me. How cruel. And he didn't even seem to know who I was. You'd hope a boy would at least recognize his first love from a glance. Whatever. So this is what Nana Yanagi looks like, huh? Since Kazu tends to only go for hot girls, I would have figured she'd be the same. But she's pretty plain and nondescript. That's quite rude. As I listened to this incomprehensible exchange, I think, oh? Did they say oh? Yeah. It has to be. Only O has a grin. That mysterious O is the only one who could ignore the rules of boxes and force their way in. That's why I accept that it is them. But why would this alien being, all but a god, do something as silly as help Dayaomin? Why would they need to save Kazuki Hoshino's life? How can these two tell what O is going to do? As I uneasily wonder, Dayaomin scoffs at me. Your face says you don't understand why O is helping us. Okay, let me tell you. He begins to clarify. As it happens, O is very fond of Kazuki Hoshino. You didn't know that? That still doesn't explain anything. You're such a slow-minded waste of space. If their favorite guy is about to bite it, of course they're going to help him. And you're saying you predicted that? I didn't predict it. I knew. I heard all about how things went down with the week in the mud. There's no way I can understand anything from an unhelpful explanation like that. What the hell is the week in the mud anyway? But, well, maybe it's true that O helped Kazuki Hoshino during this mysterious week. Or tried to. That's how he knew O would come. He knew that, so he turned it to his advantage. Now that he's finished learning about his box, he's using O to dispose of the game of indolence and me. Since I've served my purpose, he used a being that could be considered a god. What kind of crazy idea is that? He's using a being of such a high caliber. There's no way I could ever think of doing that. Someone who could dream up such an idea is not human. I've finally figured out why I'm so terrified. Say what you will, but I've never laid eyes on a person more skilled than me. Or at the very least, I've felt it before. I've always thought of myself as powerful. But this is the wake-up call. Compared with this man, I'm overwhelmingly inferior. Oh, my body wobbles limply. I feel dizzy, and the sensation doesn't stop. It seems like my legs are sinking down into the blackness that reeks of paint thinner. No, they aren't. That's just how it feels. What's going on? Someone is laughing at me, cackling and kicking me. Ha. It's not Dayaomi Noro. A black shadow is laying into me, trying to take me and conquer me. Who are you? I get the feeling it's my father, who I've never even seen in pictures. I glare at the shadow rising up, my mind filled with all the hateful things I could say to him. Yet, the moment my frigid gaze lands on him, my further disperses and becomes another person. Yeah, of course I know who this guy really is. It's me. Man, this is going according to plan so well it's almost funny. The words come from Dayaomin's mouth. Yeah, I'm sure it must be. I'm going to be destroyed after this, as he planned. Just like I did to someone else in the past. That means I might be able to go to the place I've been longing for. I might be able to become what I always wanted to be. O releases me. I slump down onto all fours. My hands make contact with the bottom of the space. It feels like my palms are touching rotten flesh. It's sticky and warm yet also gritty, and it crumbles in my hands. I finally feel it. This place, it's disgusting. It's going according to plan, is it? O parrots Dayaomin. Well, I would imagine things went according to plan for Kazuki Hoshino, too, though. What are you trying to say? I have no ulterior motives. By the way, Daioamine, there's something I would like to ask you, too, so may I? Oh looks at Daioamine, seemingly indicating that I am not worthy of the being's attention anymore. It's a question about the contradictions in your behavior. I don't understand why someone like you would do something that isn't to your benefit. What do you mean? Hey, no need to play coy with me. Your strategy took advantage of my affection for Kazuki Hoshino. None of it would have worked unless I came running. Yet, despite this, not necessarily. Daioamine cuts off and explains. I had already won Kingdom Royale and survived, so I didn't have to destroy the box. And while I was confident you would show up, it wasn't guaranteed. Even though he lost, he put up a good fight, so I'm just lending him a hand out of sympathy. If he had won his contest with me, I would have kept my promise and found some way to pull this off without you coming. I was prepared to accept a draw with Kaudai Kamiyuchi. Sympathy, eh? Surely you must be aware whether you were the sympathetic one, or whether it was the other way around. I haven't heard that part of the explanation yet. Oh calmly dismisses him. I'd like for you to quit dodging the question. I'll put it to you once more. Even though you would have been in trouble if I had not come, you, and then O says, you tried to change Kazuki Hoshino and make it so I'd lose interest in him. The way things were, Kazuki should have been able to keep everyone alive for 8 days. However, you went to the trouble of riling up the Kaudai Kamiyuchi NPC, getting him to kill Iowa Shindo, and making it impossible for Kazuki to win that way, in order to force him to change. Why would you do that when all you needed to do was arrange things so that I would arrive? Daioamine gives O an angry look. You're so kind. I'm sure you wanted to help your friend Kazuki. I'm sure you wanted to free him of me. But of course, this isn't enough of a change to make me lose interest. O continues with a grin. Still, you certainly did lower the probability of my arrival. It's not like you to weaken your chances of winning. What I did could definitely be taken that way. But the one who did it was my NPC. He can't see that Kazuki Hoshino would be mummified and die if you didn't come here. I can make mistakes like that, too. Even if it were the misunderstanding of your NPC, as a copy of you, surely he wouldn't have behaved as he did if you didn't have some desire to change Kazuki. Furthermore, that's a lie. You said only a moment ago that everything was going according to plan. A figure of speech. It was more than that. Things are going according to plan. And I'm sure you never would have allowed Kazuki Hoshino to die, even if I hadn't come. You were most likely planning on trying to kill Kaudai Kamiyuchi, prepared to accept that it could mean the death of you both. That's ridiculous. Why would I have to do all that for Kazu? Because he's showing sympathy to you. Daioamine can't make a comeback because of your failure. Someone who showed you compassion and agreed tacitly to your plan would be killed, and a prideful boy like you would never allow that. How do you know all that? That's what Kazuki Hoshino thinks, not me. What? Though it saddens me, Kazuki has no faith in my whims. That's the reason he didn't think your plan was a guaranteed success. Yet, despite this, he still placed his fate in your hands. Now that you know that, an astute fellow such as yourself must surely know why. Daioamine's eyes go wide, and he bites his lip. He trusted that even if the plan failed, Daioamine would save him. O says. Daio seems vexed for some reason. In truth, things probably went just as planned for Kazuki. How much does he intend to mock me? Hey, he's not mocking you. It's just that he understands you very well. Don't you think? Shut up. Okay, I understand. Fine, I'll admit it. I tried to get Kazu away from you. You're tearing into me now because you don't like that, right? That's not untrue. Relax. This is the only time I'll be doing anything like that. Next time he stands in the way of my goals, he'll be an enemy I can use. It's as simple as that. I'm sure it is. But I do think his oblivious smiles compliment him well. I don't want him to be tangled up with boxes. A normal life suits him best. Oh? If so, why did you try to make protecting Maria Otonashi into Kazuki's goal? Isn't his involvement with her another thing that pulls him from the mundane? Daioamine chews his lip. It was probably the only way my NPC could come up with to keep him from getting mixed up with you. That is a definite possibility. However, judging by the look on your face, it would appear that isn't all. O says, then deliberately claps their hands, as if to say they have an idea. I know. I'll let you in on a little something, even if all it does is make you more aware of yourself. It might be a good to inform Kazuki Hoshino and Maria Otonashi as well. O says jubilantly to the now frowning Daioamine. This girl, Nana Yanagi, is alive. Oh, and as it turns out, so is her former lover, Toji Kijima. His frown deepening, Daioamine asks, if they're alive, then where are they? Nodding in satisfaction at this response, O tells him. Inside the box of Maria Otonashi. Daioamine's eyes go wide, and he freezes. Do you see it now? Maria Otonashi's presence further removes Kazuki Hoshino from normality. So if you want to accomplish your objective, you need to ignore your emotional hang-ups and get those two together as planned. What are you talking about? You want her to be with Kazuki Hoshino, don't you? Oh, says Kokon Kairino. The name I remember from long ago. You've always thought he would be a good match for her. Out of consideration for her happiness, you believed it would best if romantic feelings budded between the two of them. Kazuki most likely wouldn't reject her no matter what he learned about her, after all. However, when this was on the verge of actually coming to fruition because Raiko Asami was possessing him, you got violent with him. This time, too, you made protecting Maria Otonashi his goal. It would seem your actions are not consistent with your objectives. Shut up. You hope to become the type who doesn't mind sacrificing their own life for their cause, right? Unfortunately, at present, you have a long way to go before you're anywhere near Maria Otonashi or Iowa Shindo. As long as you're attached to Kokon Kairino, at least. I told you to shut up. I watched Daya Oamine as he balls up his fists and shouts. Why did O say that name? Why does Daya Oamine react to it that way? Why does the name of that quiet upperclassman who caught my eye seem to cause him pain? Oh, that's it. I remember now. I remember the old Daya Oamine. Do you truly think you can carry out your goal? No matter what you do, no matter where you go, there's no escaping who you are inside. You're the one who said that to Kazuki. Even though you pierced your ears to embody your determination, even though you cut off your feelings for her, your human kindness, cowardice, and foolishness will never change. Daya Oamine fixes O with a gaze full of enough malice to strike anyone else dead. It's no wonder I didn't remember him. His entire demeanor is completely different now. He didn't have any earrings, and his hair wasn't silver in middle school. Back then, Daya Oamine was the eloquent and relatively polite upperclassman with a gentle smile whom all the girls loved as their prince. He was the perfect boyfriend for that quiet girl I wanted. That was why I gave up so quickly. It wasn't like I knew all that much about him, but I just felt Kairina would be way happier dating him than me. I realized I wasn't the only one who had discovered her charms. I also knew deep down that I wouldn't be the one to cultivate them. That was all it took to shatter my selfish delusion that she was special to me. I see it now. Daya Oamine was the very one who prompted me to start seeing Reno Mickey Carino. Hey. Daya Oamine stops glowering, unclenches his fists, and eases his frown. His grin as he recovers his composure is bold and brazen, without a trace of his former softness. Maybe so. But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, eh? But you're undeniably suffering. Yeah. I don't care how much it hurts. All there is for me is completing what I've set out to do. That emotion might get in the way, but if that's all it's doing, I'll just wrestle it under control. With great interest, O asks, and why is that? Daya Oamine's reply is frosty. I'm guided by an emotion greater than my suffering. That's why. It can even override the deepest part of who I am. That's how vast my hatred is. He asserts himself forcefully. Ever since then, I have despised normality. I haven't the slightest idea what he is talking about when he says then. I'm pleased. However, O smiles with satisfaction at Daya Oamine's answer. You have gifted me with the sound of your heart screeching. You let me hear it as easily as one would pluck a note on an instrument. I'm sure that's why you gave me a box. I don't want you to feel I'm holding out on you, so I'll let you hear it all you want. All I care about is reaching my goal. That's why I'm just grateful to you. I'm happy to hear you say that. There are so many people who say the most illogical and hateful things to me, even though I explain everything and grant them a box with no strings attached. It often leaves me disappointed. Saying that, O brings me to my feet and restrains me again. Now then, Kazuki is about to be mummified. We must hurry. That goes without saying. Daya Oamine snaps, then approaches me. Kaudai Kamiyuchi. His lips move up into a cold smile. You are the worst kind of scum I know. You're the dregs of all the other scum who capitulate to their boredom, hurt others, and lead meaningless lives. I don't think you can ever turn over a new leaf, and I don't think you'll give up your box, either. He extends his hands toward my neck. Just as Kazuki Hoshino changed, so will I. To do that, I must purge myself of weakness. I'm going to use you for that end. His grip tightens to strangle me. I will kill you and eliminate my way back for me. And then, the boy who was once called a prince, says, and so I will become the king. Still, don't go to the trouble of saying that to me. The way you're talking, it sounds more like you're trying to convince yourself. Hey, maybe that's exactly what he's doing? Daya Oamine had reasons to drag this out without destroying the game of indolence until now. He had a motive not to kill me straight away. He needed to understand how to use a box. He needed to wait until O would take action. He needed to get Kazuki Hoshino to change. Looking back on it, though, maybe he built up all these reasons just so he could put off the decision to kill me. I'm just deluding myself, of course. However, there's no doubt in my mind that he wants to convince himself it's okay to murder me. At any rate, he's the prince who has yet to become king. My vision flickers. I'm going to die. So I'm going to lose today. Am I? No, I'm pretty sure I've been losing over and over for quite some time now. And not just today. But to everything. I've been racking up losses by default for as long as I've been running away. My legs are swallowed up by this space, so like condensed desire. I'm guessing that if it keeps swallowing me, I'll melt away into sludge. In the back of my mind, I had always thought that would be paradise on earth for me. What an idiot. What lack of imagination. People can only think that when they haven't actually confronted death. I don't want it to end like this without ever knowing what it is I wanted. Unfortunately, I have no choice but to accept this outcome, so I need to get in just one last counterattack. L.Ulp, MH. Though I try to say my last words, my crushed vocal cords can't produce them. That's okay, though. It doesn't have to be coherent, it just has to get through to him. Even if everything is going to turn out as Daiomin wishes, I can still at least give him some grief. I look into his eyes. I can see the slightest shade of doubt. Oh yeah, it seems he understood. Help me. What I was trying to convey. That isn't going to change the way this ends, of course. But I know this much. I remember who he was back when he was the prince, when he stood smiling next to Kairino. I know. The one who is going to keep losing from now on is you, Daiomin. I mean, do you really think you can be king as you are now? It feels like darkness has completely engulfed my body. My vision has gone completely black, and I'm blind. I can hear Daiomin's voice in my head like some sort of echo. Kazu. Do you really think you could have done any better? He asks with a trembling voice, most likely believing I'm no longer conscious. Even if I hadn't decided to use Kamiuchi's death, this probably would have been my only option for destroying the game of indolence. Are you saying it would have been different for you? Naturally, I can no longer see his face as he says these things. I feel something splash on my face. What could it be? My nostrils pick up a sour odor. Oh, is that it? He threw up. Come on, don't hurt yourself. Daiomin. Well, I guess I can't really talk. Even I puked in the street on the way back after I left Trino at that hotel. I can't explain why, but I don't doubt I was still suffering back then. So when did violence become pleasurable to me? I don't know. If I don't know now, that means I never knew my entire life. I fall into darkness, but it really isn't all that different from where I've been until now. Just how long have I been in this darkness? A void like this is unbearably dull. I run this way and that, I shout. I stretch my hands before me, unable to find anyone, and fear overtakes me. But if I search around just a bit more, maybe I'll reach out and touch someone. Hey. No, I won't. After all, not even my mother is beside me. For some reason, the last thing that appears to me is Kazuki Hoshino's face. I turn to him and ask something. Hey, if that's really you, did you teach me my true wish? Kaudai Kamiuchi's funeral takes place on a day with high humidity after the rain the day before and an excessive heat index. Those in attendance are scowling, unable to maintain their best behavior because of the heat. It's exactly as if they have forgotten they are mourning the deceased. Even so, quite a few people are crying. From the snippets of conversation I overhear, I can tell he was well liked. That doesn't seem right to me, since I knew his dark side, but maybe it's only natural considering how friendly he was. Then a young, pretty woman, who I'm guessing is his mother, breaks down sobbing, as if every last drop of moisture is being wrung from her slender frame. The truth squeezes my chest tight. A part of my mind wants to just be done with him and not worry about it. It wants to think this was bound to happen because he was such a horrible person. But even he has people who love him. That's to be expected, though. It's why the result of Daya's actions really is detestable. It's also partially my fault. Of course it is. Just like Daya, I killed Kaudai Kamiuchi. Kamiuchi's mother keeps muttering it's my fault, even though she's obviously not the one who strangled him. Her desperation sounds like a curse she's placing upon herself, willingly plunging herself into sorrow. When I look at Kamiuchi in his portrait, I see his eyes are squinted a little, with just his mouth turned the slightest bit upward. I'm sure it's supposed to be a smile, but it doesn't look that way at all to me. Next to me, Maria has probably noticed something amiss in my expression, because she asks, "Did you know him?" I shake my head as if it's the most natural thing in the world and reply, "Not at all." Though she most likely never really spoke to Kamiuchi, Maria is truly saddened by his death. She says little, and later, when we visit a coffee shop, she even leaves a bit of her strawberry tart uneaten. In that sense, I think it's a good thing Maria doesn't remember the game of indolence. If she did, I'm positive she would feel responsible for not being able to save him and blame herself. The game of indolence, huh? It truly seemed as if Kamiyuchi had gotten the most out of his box. He didn't, though. Mogi and Asami held reservations about the feasibility of their wishes, which thus weren't granted properly. In the same way, Kamiyuchi couldn't utilize his box to the fullest, either. In fact, you might be able to say he was the least successful of them all. I mean, the wish of the game of indolence itself was born from such reservations. If so, then what was his real wish? I give it some thought. But in the end, I don't know. I didn't have the opportunity to come to know him that deeply, so I don't have a clue. Even so, when I look at his portrait, I can tell this much. I think Kamiyuchi was lonely. It's the last day before summer vacation arrives, and Daya is still missing. The entire school hasn't stopped its uproar over yet another murder, but that will probably die down by the time summer vacation ends. Of course, an unpleasant feeling continues to come and go in my chest. I'm fine with that, though. My decision to be fine with it is what brought us here, after all. Nevertheless, summer break starts tomorrow. Okay. I dismiss my downcast mood. Ignoring the way my shirt sticks to my skin with sweat, I put on a smile and enter the classroom. Huh? Kokon is crouched down in the corner of the room for some reason. She's sitting hunched over with her knees pulled to her chest, squirming restlessly. What in the world is she doing? Yo, Hoshi. Good morning, Haruaki. Hey, what's up with Kokon? Oh, it's just her usual cry for attention, so don't pay her any mind. Just like those little black things you see skittering around in the corners of rooms but are still super annoying. We should start calling her Coco Roach Kairino from now on. Who are you calling a cockroach? She definitely heard that. As she looks back at us balefully, I see that she's done up her hair with a barrette today, showing the nape of her neck. And, oh, glasses. She's wearing light blue frames. Kokon seems to wince and curl up a bit more at the word. I usually wear disposable contacts, but, well. I forget to buy new ones. I'm super bummed. I look awful in glasses. That's why you're in the corner of the classroom. Yeah, I don't want anyone to see my face. I'm moping. As far as I can tell, you were actually drawing more attention, though. Judging by her expression, however, it would seem she's pretty serious about her aversion to being seen in glasses. I don't see anything wrong with it every so often, but maybe that's how a girl's mind works. Don't worry. They look good on you. No, they don't. Are you blind? If you can't see, maybe you should get some glasses, stat. Or maybe you're just blinded by your love for me. You really are a complete womanizer. That's not it at all. But don't say that. Hurry up and start liking me instead of girls' clothes. This is horrible. She's getting it all mixed up. Come on, Kazu, say it. Just now, you were thinking I'm not the only one who wouldn't like you. Nobody in the world would. Haruaki makes it worse yet again. What did you just say, Haruaki? I said neither Hoshi nor anyone else has any interest in you. What? Is that some kind of roundabout confession? What part of what I just said would make you think that? I just want to think it. A hot cold confession, like the oh-so-popular Lady Kokon, will probably captivate people all over the world. I'm the only one who should be interested in her. Looks like I don't have any choice. As a reward for your love, I'll give you one of my used facial wipes later. Keep it as a family heirloom. Oh, I'll burn it with a lighter as soon as I get it. I'm sure it'll go up in a flash. Man, what a narcissist. I bet the sound of a sliding door sounds like a profession of love to you, huh? Well, I can't say that's entirely wrong. The whole world loves me, so it's a stretch to say that all it sounds are displays of affection toward me. But the world won't love me with my glasses on. Just Japan at most. That's plenty. And here I'm supposed to meet Kasumi today. She's gonna have to see me in glasses, huh? I think she just said something I can't ignore. Kasumi? Do you mean that Mogi is coming to school? When I ask, Kokon clamps her mouth shut with an expression that plainly says now I've done it. She looks off in another direction and gives a weak smile. I'd never spoil a surprise Kasumi told me to keep secret. When I said Kasumi, I meant, why yeah, the Kasumi sleeve, like the hermit. See, I've never heard the term before in my life. You've got quite the vocabulary, Kokon. By the way, what hermit are you talking about? You are one who put a quail leg in the palm of his hand and broke it with a nunchaku. Oddly enough, I feel like you could find a hermit like that in reality. At any rate, It seems I need to get ready to act very surprised. But I am happy that I'll be able to see Mogi at school. There's no sign of her arrival even after the closing ceremony. Maybe she's going to come after school and hang out with us then? As I glance at my classmates making a fuss over the grades on their report cards and their plans from tomorrow, someone calls my name. Kazuki. I look in the direction of the voice to see Yuri peeking in from the hallway. When our eyes meet, her face lights up with pleasure. Her cheeks are just the slightest bit flushed, likely because she hurried over here after homeroom was over. What for? I wonder as I stand up, and I feel a hand come to rest on my shoulder. Huh? What's up, Haruaki? Yuri's calling for me, so I'd better go. Haruaki nods okay with a big grin. Aha, I see, you call her Yuri, do you? Huh? See. Well, I know you talk to her sometimes, but, I guess I might call it a tipping point, you know? Yeah. And, Yuri is, let me just say this represents the opinion of the guys in our class. Haruaki's grip on my shoulder becomes stronger. I hope these come off. He seizes my crotch in a vise-like grip with his free left hand. He's gonna crush them. I didn't even do anything, but I can see the frosty looks my classmates have been giving me begin to thaw afterward. It's a bit complicated, but this could actually be a good thing. That said, thanks to my confession of love to Kokon before, this whole topic is a minefield for me. Maria is fine, since everyone has come to realize she's on a whole other level, but Yuri. Is definitely trouble. Could Haruaki have done what he did because he knows that? No way, this is Haruaki we're talking about here. He didn't go easy on me, either. It really hurt. What a jerk. My hands on my groin, I totter out into the hallway. Are you okay? Yuri glances between my face and my groin with concern. Probably. Most likely. I'm sure. I'm fine. Anyway, that's enough worrying about my crotch. Did you need something? Yuri turns bright red. Worry about your crotch. Don't say things like that. I didn't say anything bad. I need to talk to you about something, so can you come with me for a moment? Okay, but we can't talk here. No. Looks like it's going to be a proper talk. Sure. Let's go. Thank you. Okay then, follow me. She walks off as soon as she says this, so I wobble after her, still in terrible pain. Yuri notices my strange limp right away and stops. Are you really okay? As she says this, Yuri stoops over slightly and looks down. I don't think looking is going to do anything. Just then, I notice something. Maria is there. Most likely, she was also headed to classroom 231's homeroom ended. She observes Yuri, who is peering at my crotch, very intently. She then gives me a look dripping with disgust. Huh? Is there something wrong with this? It's not what you think, Maria. Yuri's just worried about me, is all. What's with the excuse? I know all about you. I bet Yuri saw her come to your classroom, then got jealous and attacked you or something, right? She's so spot on it's almost like she saw everything, so I nod enthusiastically. I know, so I'll just say one thing. Maria tells me, I hope they come off. Why? Fleeing Maria's chilly gaze, we arrive at the landing between the third floor and the roof. After checking to make sure no one is around, Yuri bows her head. Really? Thank you. What could she be grateful for? Apparently sensing my confusion right away, Yuri quickly fills me in. For trying to do something to fix my friendship with Iowa. So that's it. Well, I guess I can understand that. Kingdom Royale ended suddenly, like an elephant stepping on a paper balloon to smash it flat. As soon as the sensation hit me, I found myself in my bed in my pajamas. I checked the date immediately. Though I spent all that time in the game, only a few hours had passed. Soon after, a wave of emotion surged over me, and I called Maria. I absolutely had to see as soon as possible if she had any memories of the game of Indolence. What do you want? She said in a somewhat lower voice than usual, and from that alone, I knew instantly that she didn't remember anything. I was speechless with relief. Maria yelled at me for calling her out of the blue so early in the morning and then not saying a word. It was so true to form that I laughed happily, which made her yell at me again. You think it's funny to piss me off? Once I was sure she recalled nothing about the game of Indolence, my mind turned next to Yuri and Iowa. I went to school without any sleep and looked for them, but I didn't have any luck. Both of them were absent. It was possible they would never return. With that fear, I asked for their addresses from their teacher, who seemed dubious of my intentions, and then visited them at home. Both were in terrible shape. Yuri would burst into tears at the slightest thing without any rhyme or reason. Iowa had punched holes in the wall and would occasionally give an unsettling cry. Regardless, I was at least able to confirm what kind of state the two of them had been left in. They had forgotten about the existence of the box itself, but they had clear recollections of what they had done. Since they hadn't seen the replay, The final game when I was the player was also missing from their memories. Apparently, they had been left in this state without any recollection of their reconciliation. All they had were their memories of Yuri deceiving everyone in the second game and Iowa's massacre in the third. Seeing me seemed to make them even more unstable. That's probably to be expected, since the sight of me would have reminded them of the game. It even entered my head that perhaps it would be better to stay away and wait for them both to recover naturally. But that wasn't going to work in the end. After all, I was the only one they could talk with about what happened. They would certainly get better over time, but they would lose their ability to recuperate in the fullest sense. I had to get the two of them to see that what had happened wasn't their fault. True, they both exposed their worst sides in that game. I could see how that would make it difficult for them to forgive themselves. Still, at the very least, I forgave them. I didn't hold any lingering grudge against them. So over the next week, I visited both of their homes regularly. A few times, Iowa's family almost threw me out, but Iowa herself was able to stop them. Yuri's mother didn't know the full story, but she was still very welcoming. I spoke to them a lot, though it was mostly one-sided. In particular, I told them over and over about the final game when I was the player. I could vaguely sense something. When their relationship mended, it would be like destroying the game of indolence to them. The box would not have defeated them. That was why I absolutely wanted the two of them to reclaim the friendship they had shown me so clearly during the final game. I still couldn't tell if they were doing better after a week or so of regular visits. But they did start coming to school. Iowa would only exchange greetings with me at school and nothing more, but I often spoke with Yuri during break periods. Both have yet to believe they made peace during the last round. That's not unreasonable. Unlike back then, their relationship is completely shattered. It'll be difficult to come back from that. I still have faith, though. The two of them can come to a place of mutual trust again. After all, I know how much they care for each other. Have you talked to Iowa? Yuri shakes her head and briefly replies, not yet. Yeah, I guess you wouldn't have. It's not that easy, I guess. Yuri just smiles. I envy Otonashi. Because she can't remember the game, huh? That's not the only reason. Yuri's still smiling as she continues. I envy her because she's the most important thing to you. And then, out of nowhere, tears are pouring down her face. It's so sudden even Yuri is startled, as if she didn't even notice herself. Ever since the game ended, Yuri sometimes cries for no reason, almost like a broken faucet. Her expert control over her tears is gone. I'm completely used to this automatic weeping by now, so it doesn't faze me. Yuri speaks to me with a smile still on her face. Hey, I'm crying again. But there's nothing dark about her expression. I'm really jealous. Since she is so important to you, she doesn't have any memories of the game. You did everything in your power to protect her, so she never had to be the player. She didn't get hurt. Maybe so. I guess all my hard work did pay off. Lucky her, she says quietly. Her grin broadens as she wipes away her tears with a handkerchief. The expression really puts me at ease, so I smile, too. Oh, you're smiling, huh? Yeah. 'Cause you saw my tears. You can lick them up if you want, you know. What there? This is getting weird here. Okay. You have a tear fetish, right? Did I tell you about that? You did. Something about how licking up tears turns you on. I know I didn't say that much. And hey, why are you talking about turn-ons? Did you decide to stop acting innocent? A tear fetish is pretty kinky. Why are you teasing me now, too, huh? Well, you're into girls who toy with you, right? Like Otonashi? That is a huge misunderstanding. It really bugs me. You can't get aroused unless you're acting like you don't want it. It's genuine. What are you saying? This isn't you, Yuri. HMPH. I know that. I have to work harder and get better at teasing you. Where are these comebacks coming from? It's just making you squirm is so fun. Man, this is going downhill fast. Oh, I'll go ahead and tell you why I asked you to come here. Huh? It wasn't because you wanted to say thanks. The way Yuri shakes her head is cute. I want to ask you for a favor. A favor? Yes. I'm still unstable, and I haven't recovered at all. I'm going to be in trouble if you don't keep coming to visit me in my room for a while. I'll be a mess if you stop now that we're on summer break, so I wanted to ask you ahead of time. Sure. I will. We're going to talk about the game, of course, so come by yourself. You won't bring Otonashi, will you? Okay. Something doesn't seem right here. Oh yeah. Yesterday, my mom asked me about you. She wanted to know if the boy who stopped by all the time was my boyfriend. And how did you answer? I acted shy and giggled at her. Teehee. She is definitely going to get the wrong idea. I mean, I know that. Why are you acting like I'm Captain Obvious here? She's acting way out of character. Or maybe she's just being more open, since I know how she was in the game. You're pretty brazen, aren't you, Yuri? Hey. You're only noticing that now? Just so you know, I'm not going to give up so quickly, okay? Even if your feelings are for Otonashi. You know, you did trick me quite a bit in the past. I'm not going to let you fool me so easily anymore. Ah ha ha, I guess I deserve that. But you see, if you know how calculating I am, I can work that to my advantage. Basically, everything I do is part of a concerted effort to seduce you, right? Yuri softly brushes my hand. My heart leaps at the girl's touch. You got excited, even though you know my intentions. See? I hate to admit it, but it's true. I'll keep manipulating you like this. She then brings her mouth close to my ear and whispers, I'll make you think my desperation is so cute. My face turns red, just as Yuri intended. And I really am easy. But with a rueful grin, I think, if she's acting like this, Yuri will probably be fine. Yuri steps away from me and, blushing, goes down the stairs by herself. By the way, Iowa seems to be getting on well with that guy recently. That one she always had feelings for, she says as she descends. Huh? How? She's not in great shape. That's exactly why. Look, she's at a weak point now, so she's leaving herself open in ways she wasn't before. It's cute. Now that I think about it, Kamiyuchi also said girls who don't need anything aren't attractive. Yuri reaches the bottom of the stairs, then looks back at me. I know I joked around quite a bit, but please do come to my place. I'll be waiting for you. Okay. You honestly had me scared there, but I'll come by. I do really worry about you, you know. Hey. I'll make time for you whenever if you get in touch with me, but I have an important errand, so today doesn't work. Sorry. What kind of errand? Yuri turns away from me again, still smiling. I told you a minute ago that I haven't talked to Iowa yet, right? Yeah, that's true, but actually, I did text her just a bit before I met up with you. I'm surprised. That must mean, she turns back and says, today I promised to go out for a bit with someone important. With a carefree smile, she tells me exactly what I've been hoping to hear. Yep, they definitely haven't talked yet. When I return to the classroom, hiding my glee behind a hand, I see that a crowd has gathered. Their eyes are shiny and moist, but everyone is smiling. What's all this about? I think for just a moment. Oh, right. I know immediately who's in the middle of that crowd. If only Kokon hadn't let it slip, the emotion could have hit me full force. Cursing her in my mind, I work my way into the crowd. I see an unfamiliar metal frame and tires. And then, I take back what I said just now. I'm glad I found out beforehand. If I saw her without any warning, I might have cried. Mogi, she's here in the classroom wearing her school uniform. Even though I see her all the time in the hospital, it's enough to make my voice tremble. Hoshino. Mogi spots me and smiles. Are you out now? Of course not. They just gave me permission to go out for a bit. I still can't live normally on my own. I contacted the school and got permission to come by after school, and my mom brought me to the classroom. I can't do anything by myself, Mogi says, smiling so it won't sound like she's berating herself. But I wanted to come see you at school, even if it meant inconveniencing everyone a bit. When she hears this, Kokon smiles smugly and asks, see who? Flustered, Mogi yelps, hey all of you. It's enough to make everyone laugh. Come on, it's been so long, and here you all are teasing me. Oh, Hoshino, come closer so we can talk. She says don't tease me, but Kasumi sure isn't trying to conceal who she's got the hots for, is she? Shut it, Koko. At Mogi's request, I approach her. Feeling like I should say something, I comment. Pretty cool, huh? Your wheelchair. You're telling me what you think of my wheelchair at a time like this? Shouldn't you be talking about how something else looks? Mogi snapped at me. Appearances, huh? I take in the sight of her. Her cheeks flush a bit, perhaps because it makes her feel awkward being scrutinized like this. Now that I think about it, her physique is almost back to normal. You've put on weight, I know what you're trying to say, but no girl likes to hear those words. Hoshino. Everyone laughs again. So what am I supposed to say? You're asking me now. Fine. Here, how about commenting on the clothes I'm wearing? Oh yeah, I noticed. That's not what I mean. I'm asking you how it is to see them after so long. It looks like she got a brand new uniform, in mint condition. I get the feeling the skirt is much longer than it was before. My guess is that since she's sitting in the wheelchair, if it's too short, then you can probably see a lot. What should I say, though? I can't just say, hey, it looks like you're making sure no one can see your underwear. Yeah, let's go with something safe. It's cute, huh? Mogi's eyes go round. Huh? That's not quite the reaction I expected. Let's try saying it one more time. Your uniform looks cute on you. Mogi blushes all the way to her ears. On top of that, She can't even look at me directly. She lowers her face and starts jabbing me. Maria would probably just brush it off and go, "So what?" Cocoon would puff out her E-cup chest and go, "Of course I do." And my older sister, Rue, would probably act like she didn't hear me even though she's the one who asked. So what's up with Mogi's reaction here? This is new. Haruaki's hand lands on my shoulder with a thump. I see, so this is how you do it, huh? Did you hear that? Everyone shamelessly saying such pretentious things is this man's modus operandi. This natural-born womanizer used this method to corrupt Maria and the other women. Why is he talking like that? Kazuki Hoshino's lady killing requires capital punishment. Now then, I sentence you to being gagged with socks that Kiri's been wearing for 3 days straight. Capital punishment indeed. What are you calling capital punishment? Cocoon fires back. That's totally a reward. I've heard some have died from it. There are also theories that Cocoon's 3-day socks generate a toxic substance known as tricoconethylene. Oh, that's not possible. See, I've had requests for help from NPOs because they can make vaccines that save children in Africa from my socks. I don't even know what these two are talking about anymore. But I feel my lips soften into a smile. Though Mogi is in a wheelchair now, nothing has changed a bit from when she was in the classroom. As ever, she is well liked, while Haruaki and Cocoon are idiots. It's as if we've gone back to how things used to be. Like we've gone back to how things used to be? I can't stop myself from looking around the classroom. Back to how things used to be? Why should that even be possible? It shouldn't be. No way. Not when Daya Omin isn't here with us. I look at Cocoon. She's smiling with enjoyment. That's when I notice. I see it now. Also absent. Is Maria. What's the matter, Hoshino? What is this anxiety in my chest? Daya is one thing, but Maria probably just isn't here at the moment. She might have returned to her classroom or gone home before me because she would be uncomfortable here while we're reminiscing. That's all. It has to be. I know this. But the restlessness won't go away. It's actually getting worse. I feel a pressure mounting in my chest, like someone's squeezing my heart. Mogi. Sorry, but I have to step out for a bit. Huh? Mogi's eyes are round. What's up, Hoshi? Gotta take a dump? Number. It's just Maria. I feel I have to go see her, but I can't explain. Because I saw Mogi. I saw the gladness of her expression change into something different. Mogi, I'm sorry. Huh? Why are you apologizing? You aren't going anywhere, are you? Sorry. Well, I have to go back to the hospital soon, so I don't have much time. Will you stay with me until then? Will you? I will, if I can get back in time. Mogi's eyes begin to tear up at the words she doesn't want to hear. Why? She pleads in a trembling voice. Stay with me, okay? You can see Otonashi anytime, right? You won't even see me off after I went through so much to come see you? Of course. I feel awful. I can see in Mogi's expression and hear in her tone that she's on the verge of tears. Maria just isn't here with us at the moment. I simply need to fight down my impulse to run to her. There's no need to hurt Mogi so thoughtlessly. Shouldn't I stay here with her? I made a decision, though. I want to protect Maria, more than anything or anyone. That's why. Sorry. I rush out of the classroom. I don't turn back at the voices calling for me to stop. I can't reach Maria on her phone. Despite school rules, she commutes to school on a motorcycle, which she always parks nearby. But her bike is already gone from its usual spot, even though she always waits here for me if she has nothing else going on. After confirming that her bike isn't there, I run over to the station and get on the train. Impatient at the knowledge that I can't hurry any quicker, I come to understand the true nature of my anxiety. I'm deceiving Maria. I've kept quiet about the game of indolence and lied by saying I didn't know Kaudai Kamiyuchi, and I haven't said a word about how O might have lost interest in me. So even though I may not always be aware of it, a certain thought is always lurking in my mind. Maybe Maria is going to disappear, possibly even at this very moment. Seeing Mogi in her school uniform probably made it impossible to contain this anxiety. When Mogi was in the classroom, Maria wasn't. She wasn't in my normal life. And that's not all. Just as I transformed Kaudai Kamiyuchi's box into a catalyst for growth, Maria also changed Mogi's box into something similar. Maria and Mogi are inseparable. So even though I have no evidence, I think, when Mogi returns to the classroom, won't that mean Maria is already gone? Next, I think about Daya and Cocoon. Daya is gone. Yet, Cocoon doesn't seem worried about him at all. Daya certainly isn't a minor presence in her life, but his disappearance seems to have merely annoyed her. She acts like she hardly cares. Why? Here's my hypothesis. What if Cocoon suspected Daya would vanish someday? I'm sure she probably didn't think he would do it like this. Of course, I doubt she knows anything about boxes. But what if she knew he was going to leave her? At least, what if she knew Daya's mission all along? That would be why she's given up on the idea of his swift return. She's already prepared herself for Daya's eventual departure. I don't know what occurred between the two of them. It's a mistake to accuse Kokon of being cold for apparently accepting Daya's disappearance so easily. But I'm not the same as Kokon. Though I know Maria's objective, though I know she'll try to vanish someday, I will not give up. I will never, ever allow her to leave me. I arrive in front of Maria's apartment building. As soon as I try to go in, I remember you can't even go through the front door of a building like this without a tenant with you. I can't even make it to the elevator. What should I do? I loiter for a bit in a panic. Drawing on what rational thought remains in my brain, I pull out my phone again. After dialing the number from memory, I make the call. The phone rings. I pray please answer with each ring. And then, what's up? Maria's voice. Though I just heard her voice a little while ago, even though it's as brusque as always, I can't even make myself give a response. Hey, what is this? A silent phone call? You didn't even hide your number. No. I can finally speak. I'm out front at your place now, so can you let me in? What? Fine by me, but why didn't you call beforehand? Oh, you did. Sorry, I was on my bike, so I guess I didn't notice. It's okay. Anyway, I'm on my way up, so buzz me in. Okay. I end the call, and the door opens. My legs carry me to the elevator of their own volition. My heart won't stop racing, not while I wait for the elevator, and not while I'm on it. When I reach the 4th floor, I find myself running to room 403, even though it's not very far. I ring the bell, then hear the click of the door unlocking. Maria's face peers through the crack. That, at least, gives me a glimmer of hope. Before the door can open fully, I push my way into the room, almost leaping on Maria. What's the matter, Kazuki? Maria questions, her eyes round at my odd behavior. Maria, why did you leave before me without saying anything? I left early because I'm not a fan of Mogi, you know that. Why is your face so pale? And why are you here so early, too? You don't need to talk to Mogi anymore? No, it's fine. I tell her, you're the most important person to me. Maria's eyes open even wider, but then quickly narrow. I see. She then strokes my head gently. I swear. You've been different recently. Maria's caught onto the changes in me a little bit. It's all in your head. So I play it off as nothing. As payback for Maria's head pats, I run my fingers through her long hair. The shy smile rising on her face still contains a hint of melancholy to me, and yeah, it's frustrating.